Sword God Chapter 3173 to Chapter 3225. The Lingwu Holy World was even vaster and larger than before. The mountains stood tall, the lakes and seas rippled, the sky was high, the clouds were floating, and the wind was blowing. A man and a woman walked on the wide official road. They seemed slow, but they were actually very fast. Every step they took was 100 meters away. They flew past like the wind. They were Qianzong and Xianxia. They walked and stopped. Qianzong looked at a broken mountain wall. It should have been caused by a cultivator's sword qi or saber qi during a battle. It was as smooth as a mirror. Standing in front of the mountain wall, Qianzong suddenly revealed a smile. Soon after, he used his finger like a sword and gently drew a line. An invisible sword aura surged and landed on the mirror-like mountain wall, leaving behind a long sword mark. The sword mark seemed to be deep and imprinted, but it also seemed to be very shallow. It had an indelible artistic conception that would exist forever, as if it would live and die with this world. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. This was not the first time she had done this. As they walked, Qianzong would make a move and leave one or several sword marks. The mysteries contained in each sword mark were different, but there was no doubt that they were all very profound. It was enough for the sword cultivators in this world to study for a long time. Why did he do this? There was no special reason. Qianzong cultivated the One Heart Sutra, and from the very beginning, he focused on following his heart. If such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, he would just do it. There was no reason for him to do it. He did it when he wanted to. It was that simple. After leaving the sword mark on the mirror-like mountain wall, Qianzong didn't take another look at it. Instead, he formed a hand seal with Xianxia and left. He was like a legendary expert. Because of Qianzong's sword mark, the mountain wall became indestructible. At the very least, an ordinary true sage realm expert would not be able to destroy it. At the very least, one had to be at the peak of the true sage realm. In the current Lingwu sacred world, there were only 3 peak true saints. As for perfected true saints, there was not a single one, let alone invincible true saints on the Chaos Real roll. Perhaps in the near future, someone would discover the sword mark on the mountain wall and study it. It might even spread, letting more people know about the opportunity here and attracting more sword cultivators. Other than sword cultivators, other cultivators would also come. No matter what kind of great Tao one cultivated, they would more or less have something in common. One could use it as a reference and perhaps obtain some inspiration. This was a wide lake with a vast expanse of mist. Fish rushed out of the water and flew tens of meters into the air. Their golden scales sparkled under the sunlight, and the water droplets they brought with them flickered with rainbow-colored brilliance. It was so beautiful and magnificent. Qianzong and Xianxia sat in a small boat on the wide lake. They didn't deliberately steer the boat and just let it drift. Xianxia took out a guqin and played it. Lin Xiao took out fine wine and drank with the sound of the guqin. It was so leisurely and comfortable. There were many cultivators in the Lingwu sacred world. It could be said to be a cultivation world, but there weren't many powerful cultivators. Of course, this was relative. At least, compared to the Lingwu sacred world of the past, it was much more powerful. The division of Foundation Establishment, Saint Realm, and True Saint Realm had been spread by the war demon in the Lingwu sacred world. On the wide lake, Qianzong and Xianxia weren't the only people on the boat. There were others, including some young people in the Foundation Establishment realm. The sound of the guqin was melodious and had an indescribable mystery. It spread across the lake with the wind and into the ears of all the people on the boat. However, the people outside the lake couldn't hear it at all. It was as if they were in a different world. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful sound of the zither. Qianzong drank his wine, and in a fit of excitement, he pulled out his will heavenly sword. He sang loudly and harmonized with the sound of the guqin. After some time, when people woke up, they were all shocked. My cultivation has broken through. It has increased by a small realm. Haha, so that's how it is. So that's how swordsmanship is practiced. Generally speaking, everyone who heard the sound of the guqin and the song gained some benefits. They either broke through a small realm in their cultivation or broke through some shackles of their own swordsmanship, peering into deeper mysteries. Where's the person who played the guqin and the sword? They disappeared. Shenzong and Yunyanqin had already floated away. Only a small boat was left floating on the lake with the wind. An expert. He must be an expert. Maybe he's a true Saint Realm expert. What a mistake, what a mistake. Someone lamented. They felt that they had missed a great opportunity. If they had known earlier, they might have been able to have a true Saint Realm expert as their master. What a good thing it was. It was a great opportunity. After all, in the entire world, there were only a dozen true saints. How many cultivators were there? It was impossible to calculate. A young man walked with a sword on his back and came to a canyon. It was rumored that there were opportunities left behind by a sword principal expert in this canyon. A sword principal expert should not be comparable to my parents. The young man with a sword on his back thought. He was Chenin, who had left his parents to travel alone. The strength of a Saint Realm expert was enough to run rampant in the Lingwu holy world. It was difficult to find an opponent unless he met a true Saint Realm expert. However, there were only a dozen true saints in the entire Lingwu holy world. They usually cultivated and would not go out at all unless there was something special. It was very difficult to meet a true Saint Realm expert. Chenin walked around without a specific purpose. He remembered that his father had said that practicing the sword 10,000 times was like walking the path of the world. The path was under one's feet. The sword was in the heart and the path was under one's feet. Only by walking with one's body and mind as one could one better understand the sword principle. The sword principle was one's own sword principle. Now, Qinzong had been out for a few years and had comprehended many opportunities left behind by strong cultivators. Now, he had come to this canyon. It was said that a strong swordsman from 100 years ago had left it behind when he had comprehended the mysteries of the true Saint Plane. It contained the secrets of the true Saint Plane. He hoped that he could find the secret of the true Saint Realm from it and it would be helpful for him to comprehend the sword principle. However, Chenin did not think that the sword principle traces left behind by someone who had just broken through to the true Saint Realm could be compared to his parents. His parents were the top invincible true Saint Realm experts. There were many cultivators comprehending in the canyon. Most of them were sword cultivators. However, the closest one was still 1,000 meters away from the canyon. It was not that they did not want to get closer, but they could not get closer. The sword essence that was emitted from the canyon was extremely overbearing and tyrannical. If they were not strong enough, they would not be able to resist it, let alone get closer. Chenin arrived and walked forward step by step, facing the sword essence. As an invincible Saint Realm expert, he was invincible among the Saint Realm experts. Although the sword essence was very strong, it could not affect Chenin. Finally, Qinzong came to the front. He was only 1,000 meters away from the canyon. He did not stop at all and continued to move forward. This scene immediately attracted the attention and surprise of all the cultivators. Who was that? He looked so young that it was a little too young. However, it was unbelievable that he could continue to move forward and get closer to the canyon. The overbearing sword essence that repelled everything could not affect Chenin because Chen and sword essence was extremely pure and tyrannical. It was enough to resist it. Everyone watched as the young figure continued to move forward and finally walked into the canyon. Shocking, sensational, unbelievable, who was that? How could he be so capable? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time flowed by slowly. After around a quarter of an hour, a wave of rumbling suddenly resounded. Subsequently, a strand of sword essence erupted. It seemed to be roaring furiously and was filled with boundless tyranny. It seemed as if it wanted to destroy everything. At the same time, another strand of extremely pure sword essence shot into the sky and resisted the overbearing sword essence. It was like two swords were colliding and fighting fiercely without end. In the end, the two sword intents collapsed one after another, and the canyon began to shake. Cracks appeared on the surface of the canyon, emitting cracking sounds that continued to spread out like broken porcelain. Pieces of rocks peeled off and rustled as they fell to the ground. Collapse, the entire canyon started to collapse. This scene alarmed countless people, and all of them stared with their eyes wide open in shock. At the same time, someone 1,000 kilometers away was alarmed. He instantly erupted with extremely shocking sword essence that shot into the sky and transformed into a sword light that flashed through the sky and approached rapidly. The canyon had completely collapsed. Qianan stood within it without the slightest injury, but he had a speechless expression. How could this be? Didn't he just want to observe and comprehend the profundity contained in that strand of sword essence? Who would have thought that the sword essence would be so overbearing? It was so overbearing that it actually counterattacked and suppressed him. In the end, it fought with his sword essence. The overbearing sword essence was indeed very powerful. However, it could only be considered as a transition between the Saint Rudiment stage and the true Saint stage. Qianan's foundation was extremely solid, and the strength of his sword essence was not inferior to his opponent at all. In the end, Qianan's sword essence was shaken, but he was not injured. On the other hand, the sword essence in the canyon collapsed. As soon as the sword essence collapsed, the canyon was also impacted and collapsed directly. 1,000 kilometers was very far, but it was not far for a true Saint stage powerhouse. Not long after, the sword light traversed 1,000 kilometers and descended on the collapsed canyon. It looked down from above and emitted an overbearing sword essence that swept through the heavens and the earth in all directions. Under that figure, all auras in the surroundings were repelled. Sky Hegemon Sword Saint. It's the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint. All the cultivators were extremely excited. The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint was one of the true Saint stage powerhouses in the Lingwu sacred world. He was an expert in the sword Dao, and he was also the owner of the sword essence in the canyon. 100 years ago, the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint had comprehended the sword Dao here. In the end, he had comprehended the sword Dao and broken through to the true Saint stage. You're the one who destroyed my Dao comprehension grounds? The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint looked down from above and locked his gaze onto Qianan. He was boundlessly overbearing. You're so young, and your talent in the sword Dao isn't bad. I just happen to lack a disciple. You'll be my eldest disciple. As he spoke, the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint opened his hand and grabbed at the air. He did not care whether Qianan agreed or not, and he was extremely overbearing with the intention of taking Qianan away. Scram! Qianan exploded with sword essence that shook the heavens. The long sword on his back was unsheathed in an instant, and it emanated an extremely gorgeous and dazzling sword light. His sword soared through the sky while sword essence surged. This sword strike contained Qianan's entire cultivation. The young man drew his sword and stood up, looking around. When he drew his sword, everyone was stunned. A mere Saint Realm cultivator dared to draw his sword in the face of a true Saint Realm master. How shocking was that? Was he crazy? No matter what, Qianan had drawn his sword. Moreover, he had erupted with his cultivation, and his extremely pure sword intent had erupted without holding back in the slightest as he directly thrust his sword forward. Sword chi shot out across the sky, leaving a long and eye-catching sword mark in the sky. With astonishing power, it directly pierced towards the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint's descending claw. The sword's aura burst out, and everyone was shocked. What kind of sword was this? How could it be so powerful? The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint's expression changed abruptly. In an instant, his descending claw was cut apart. Although he was not injured, a mere Saint Realm cultivator was able to cut his claw. One had to know that the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint was not a Saint Realm cultivator, but a true Saint Realm master. He was one of the few true Saint Realm masters in the Lingwu holy world. He was one of the few masters who stood at the top of the world. Whose disciple are you? The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint asked solemnly after shattering the sword light. He was so young, but he was already an invincible Saint Realm master. What kind of talent was this? He must have been taught by a master. Are you a secret disciple of Sword Saint Ling Tian? The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint guessed. Sword Saint Ling Tian was one of the only 3 top true saints in the Lingwu holy world. He was a master of the sword Dao who was several times stronger than the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint. Neither, Qianan stood on the ground with his sword in hand, facing the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint as he responded neither quickly nor slowly. He had never seen Sword Saint Ling Tian before, but he had heard of his name. A top true Saint Realm master was indeed very strong to him, but compared to his parents, he was like a chicken or a dog. How could he be worthy of being his master? Qianan, who had been influenced by Qinzong and Yunyanqin since he was young, was indeed a gentle person, but it did not mean that he was not arrogant. Since you're not, then obediently follow me back and become my eldest disciple. The celestial hegemon sword sage's body suddenly erupted with an extremely shocking sword will. The overbearing sword will shook the heavens and earth as it soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky of the Lingwu sacred world. Immediately after, the celestial hegemon sword saint made another move. His hand grabbed at the air again, but he did not draw his sword. When his 5 fingers fell, it was as if 5 sharp swords tore through the air, transforming into a prison that enveloped Qianzong. It was as if he wanted to imprison and suppress Qianzong. There was a pair of formless eyes staring at this place, as if they could control everything. In the face of the sky hegemon sword saint's claw attack, the 5 sword-like fingers descended like a prison that could imprison the world. Chang'an's expression became incomparably grave, while an extremely shocking battle intent flickered deep within his eyes. This shocking battle intent erupted, causing his sword intent to become even more tyrannical as it rose a little higher. As his strength surged, it continued to gather. At the same time, Qianzong also changed the sword in his hand. Originally, the sword he used was a more ordinary long sword that only had enough toughness and did not have any extra strength to increase his strength. This was to better train himself. However, the longsword he used now was a half-chaotic sacred weapon longsword that had a certain amount of strength and could increase Chang'an's attack power by a few notches. A few notches of increase was enough to push his strength to a higher level. Facing a true saint expert like the celestial hegemon sword saint, who was much stronger than him, Qian'an used this sword. His strength flowed into the sword in a mysterious way. Flowing light spun and flowed endlessly, like a stream of autumn water across the sky. The longsword trembled slightly, letting out a melodious sword hum. Reserved, all his strength was reserved, waiting to explode. The sword was finally swung out. The sword disappeared, and so did Chang'an's arm. There was only a dazzling sword light that was extremely dazzling as it pierced through the sky. The sword light was shocking, and the sword light pierced through the sky. It was fast. Not only was it fast, but it also carried an unparalleled tyrannical force as it pierced through the sky toward the celestial hegemon sword saint without mercy. This sword was a killing move that Qian'an had finally created after comprehending and exploring in the past few years. He named it Single Sword Piercing Heaven. Single sword piercing heaven, single sword piercing heaven. The celestial hegemon sword saint's expression changed drastically because he could feel a trace of threat from the sword. It was as if it could endanger his life. As the 5 fingers fell, energy gathered like 5 overlord swords piercing through the sky. They were extremely tyrannical and instantly collided with Chang'an's single sword piercing heaven, erupting with an extremely shocking power. The sword light dissipated, turning into countless rays of light that sputtered out. After all, the saint rudiment stage could not be compared to the true saint stage. Although Chang'an's sword was powerful and could threaten the celestial hegemon sword saint, it was only a slight threat. The gap between them was so obvious. The sword light of the single sword piercing heaven shattered, and the 5-finger sword prison fell with a terrifying force that suppressed everything. There seemed to be flames burning in Chang'an's eyes. The power of the star-scorching true phoenix's bloodline was activated in an instant, and a layer of faint yellow flames burned all over his body. Star-scorching true flames. The star-scorching true flames did not have a specific color. The star-scorching true eyes of different star-scorching true phoenixes were not necessarily the same color. Therefore, the color of Chang'an's star-scorching true flames was different from Yunyanxin's. The star-scorching true flames continued to burn, and the surrounding space rapidly distorted. Qian'an unleashed another attack. Single sword piercing heaven. This was his most powerful sword attack at the moment. After fusing with the power of the star-scorching true flames, its power increased by a lot. A cracking sound resounded, and a sword light was instantly cut in half. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qian'an transformed into a sword light and flew out, fleeing into the distance. Since he was no match for the celestial hegemon sword saint, there was naturally no need to stay and fight to the death. It was better to leave first. He, Qian'an, had never been a pedantic person. Don't run! The celestial hegemon sword saint roared immediately. He was extremely domineering as he instantly chased after Qian'an. Not only did he fancy Qian'an and want to take him as his disciple, but he also fancied the sword in Chang'an's hand, which was a half-chaos sacred weapon. The resources of the Lingwu sacred world could not be compared to the chaotic universe. Therefore, there were no chaos sacred weapons in the Lingwu sacred world. The most powerful weapon was a half-chaos sacred weapon, and there were very few of them. The sword that the celestial Hegemon sword saint used was not even a half-chaos sacred weapon. However, his eyes were not bad, and he immediately saw that the sword in Chen An's hand was not ordinary. It would be of great help to him. He could get both the man and the treasure. Stay here and follow me back obediently. The celestial Hegemon sword saint laughed loudly. He was faster than Chen An, and his huge hand grabbed out again. His 5 fingers were like huge swords as they descended from the sky and locked onto Chen An again. He could not escape. Even though Chen An was extremely talented, he still could not be compared to a true saint expert. In the blink of an eye, right at the instant Chen An was about to be captured, a phantom appeared out of thin air, and it emanated a peerlessly terrifying sword might that covered the heavens and the earth and suppressed everything, causing it to seem as if time and space had frozen. The celestial Hegemon sword saint's face was filled with fear. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. An indescribable terror exploded from the depths of his heart and struck every part of his body. How could it be? How could it be? Who exactly was this? A mere bottom-tier true saint with mediocre abilities. How dare you dream of being my master? Scram! The blurry shadow shouted coldly, and a ray of sword chi shot out, instantly attacking the celestial Hegemon sword saint. The celestial Hegemon sword saint could not block it, nor could he dodge it. In just an instant, the celestial Hegemon sword saint's body was hit and slashed apart. In the distance, the celestial Hegemon sword saint's body reassembled with difficulty. His face was pale. Just a little more, and he would not have been able to reassemble his body and would have been killed directly. The celestial Hegemon sword saint even had a feeling that the other party did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been killed with just a little more force. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. Who was this shadow? What kind of expert was this? It was just a shadow, just a ray of sword chi, but it could control his life and death. Even a top true saint like the celestial Hegemon sword saint could not do this. Could this be the top complete true saint? There had never been a complete true saint in the Lingwu holy world, so the celestial Hegemon sword saint did not know if it was him. In short, this was not an existence that he could provoke. Who would have thought that the young man would have such an expert protecting him? Regret. The celestial Hegemon sword saint was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed in the mountain obediently and not come out. This time, he had lost all his face and was almost killed. Even that ray of sword chi had left a shadow in his heart. If he wanted to improve in the future, it would be even more difficult. Run! At this moment, the celestial Hegemon sword saint did not dare to have any other thoughts. He turned into a ray of sword light and fled in a hurry. His face was not important anymore. Escaping was the most important thing. That sword. Based on your current situation, it's not bad. The shadow nodded at Chen An and said something that only Chen An could hear. Then, it disappeared into thin air. Chen An retracted his gaze. Only then did he know that his father had been paying attention to him. Now that he had received a compliment from Chen Zong, Chen An felt extremely satisfied. It was the joy of being recognized in the sword principle. Chen An withdrew his thoughts and left the place. He wanted to continue comprehending the traces left behind by the other so-called experts. The sword essence of the celestial Hegemon sword saint was indeed useful, but it was still not enough. It was not enough for Chen An to comprehend the true essence of the sword principle and see through the mystery of the true saint realm. He still needed to continue comprehending it. This year, Chen An was only 21 years old. He was still very young. At the peak of a mountain, Chen Zong and Yun Yanxin were sitting there and admiring the rolling sea of clouds. Chen Zong had also seen Chen An's battle. Because Chen Zong had left a few strands of sword chi on Chen An's body, as long as he was in this world, Chen Zong could contact Chen An at any time and take note of Chen An's situation at any time. If the celestial Hegemon sword saint had not been so overbearing, Chen Zong would not have made a move. However, the celestial Hegemon sword saint was too arrogant, and Chen Zong was not a match for him. Naturally, Qianzong had to make a move to teach the celestial hegemon sword saint a lesson. However, he did not kill the celestial hegemon sword saint. After all, the celestial hegemon sword saint had no killing intent. If the celestial hegemon sword saint had revealed a trace of killing intent, then the strand of sword chi unleashed by Qianzong's shadow would not only have defeated the celestial hegemon sword saint, but it would have directly annihilated him. Many cultivators gathered in front of a mountain wall that was as smooth as a mirror. Most of them were sword cultivators. These people were all trying to comprehend the sword mark on the mountain wall. At first glance, the sword mark was very shallow and simple. However, after a closer look, one would find that the sword mark was extremely profound and exquisite. It contained amazing mysteries. There were already quite a number of people who had benefited from the sword scars on the mountain wall. Sword cultivators often comprehended superb killing moves or improved their swordsmanship to the next level. As a result, their strength greatly increased, causing the mountain wall's fame to spread far and wide, attracting even more cultivators to observe and comprehend it. There would even be people who would fight for a better position. This sword mark was just something Qianzong did on a whim. In the mountain, clouds and mist lingered and water vapor rose. Two figures shuttled through the clouds and mist like immortals. It was a man and a woman. They floated down from the mountain like an immortal couple. They were Qianzong and Xianxia. At the top of the mountain, there was a stone that was a few meters high. There was a sword stuck in the stone. The sword looked ordinary, but it was surrounded by wisps of sword chi and contained an extremely mysterious sword essence. It was Qianzong who had placed it on a whim. It was only a decent saint artifact sword. It was not very valuable, but the mysteries of the sword intent it contained were extremely shocking. Just do it on a whim. There was no need to think too much. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, Qianzong and Xianxia walked on the earth of the Lingwu holy world. They crossed mountains and rivers and built a house in the bamboo forest for a few months. They played the sword and sang loudly, accompanied by the zither. They were so comfortable and leisurely like hermits. For years, 5 years, 6 years, day after day, month after month, year after year, little guy, the sword is not practiced like this. In a small village, Qianzong saw a child who was waving a branch like a sword. The child was wearing patched clothes. His little face was black and snot was hanging from his nose. However, his face was serious and serious. He waved the branch with a swishing sound. "I'm very powerful." The child stopped waving the branch and said arrogantly, "Dozens of children in the village are no match for me." "Then let's have a try." Qianzong smiled playfully and picked up a branch. "Be careful. I'm very powerful," the child reminded him. Then, he held the branch and stabbed it at Qianzong like a real sword. Xianxia watched with a smile on her face. Who was Qianzong? How could he be hit by a child? However, he did not hit the child on purpose. He only used the tree branch as a sword to block the child's continuous attacks. He also secretly guided the child, allowing the child's swordsmanship to gradually take shape. After forcing the child back, Qianzong waved his hand. The tree branch flew through the air and pierced into a large rock 100 meters away. The child's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. That child's talent is not bad. Xianxia smiled. He does have some talent. He can be trained. As for the final result, it depends on his own ability. Qianzong smiled. The child's aptitude was not bad, and his talent in swordsmanship was not bad. In the spiritual martial sacred world, he could be considered a peerless genius. However, in the chaotic universe, he could only be considered a genius. In the chaotic universe. In the universe, there were many geniuses who were geniuses. Qianzong did not plan to take in a disciple. Although it was not necessary to take in a disciple, talent was a very important factor. If one did not have enough talent, they could work hard to make up for it. However, if one did not have enough talent, it would be more difficult to break through. If he did not take in a disciple, why would he teach the child swordsmanship? Firstly, he would do as his heart desired. Secondly, the child did have some talent, so Qianzong would give him a chance. As for what would happen in the end, it would depend on the child's luck. There was a mountain. The mountain was not very tall and was very desolate. There was no grass or trees. It was simply a withered mountain. People rarely came to such a mountain and birds were extinct. However, at the foot of the withered mountain, there was a wooden house. There were two people living in the wooden house, a man and a woman. Both of them were very young. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. To the two of them, they could live in any kind of environment and survive. After all, with their state of mind, this withered mountain looked dry and boring. However, it had a different kind of flavor. They could see through the surface to see the essence. Xianxia and Xianxia stayed here not because of the withered mountain, but because of a flower on the mountain. It was a flower that grew out of a stone. It was very difficult to grow. No one knew how many years had passed. Now, it had a bud. The bud was gray and was the same color as the stone. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it. Xianxia and Xianxia felt a restrained vitality from the stone flower. It was very exuberant. If it were not for their strong senses, they would not have been able to sense it. Waiting, Xianxia and Xianxia were waiting for the flower to bloom. Day after day, month after month. Time passed slowly. Xianxia and Xianxia would occasionally exchange sword skills, comprehend and cultivate on their own, and play the zither to harmonize. Their days were comfortable and leisurely. Xianxia was still training. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. He had not found the true essence of the sword Tao. In other words, he had already sensed the true essence of the sword Tao. However, it was not the true essence of the sword Tao he wanted. What he wanted was the true essence of the sword Tao that was most compatible with him. Only by breaking through to the true saint stage with the true essence of the great Tao that was compatible with him would he have a higher upper limit and be able to improve better. Xianxia would naturally pay attention to Qian'an's movements. If there was any danger, he would release the sword qi on Qian'an's body to protect him. However, other than that time with the heavenly Hegemon sword saint, Xianxia did not make a move again. He let Qian'an deal with everything himself. Under constant training, Qian'an became more and more experienced and powerful. On a rock at the peak of the withered mountain, the dusty flower bud stood still in the wind. No matter how strong the mountain wind was, it could not move or sway in the slightest. Today, the sun was setting in the west. Xianxia and Xianxia climbed to the peak of the mountain because they had a feeling that the flower bud would bloom tonight. They had waited for a few years for the flower to bloom tonight. Night fell. There was no moon or stars tonight. The world was dark and dim. Suddenly, the dusty flower bud that looked like it was carved out of stone trembled slightly. A faint popping sound rang out, causing Xianxia and Xianxia to look over. They saw cracks appearing on the dusty flower bud that looked like it was carved out of stone. Debris rustled down, and bits of white jade-like light bloomed. It was so gentle and so bright. It was like a lamp. When all the dusty debris had completely scattered, Xianxia and Xianxia saw it. A flower bud that was as white as jade, appeared in front of them. The color of the flower bud was so pure, and the light was so transparent. It filled the air with an indescribable sense of holiness. In the next moment, wisps of qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the mountain wind, causing the mountain wind to blow and become stronger. They all gathered and entered the flower bud, and were all swallowed up. The small flower bud was able to absorb a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth. Xianxia immediately took action and isolated the fluctuations here to prevent other cultivators from sensing the fluctuations and chasing after them, interrupting this beautiful moment. When the flower bud had absorbed enough qi of heaven and earth, it slowly and quietly bloomed. It was as if a new world had been opened. Strands of flowing light and vibrant colors shot out from the flower bud, illuminating the sky. In the dark night sky, there was originally no starlight, but because of the flowing light that shot out from the flower bud, it became dazzling. Little bits of starlight spread out, flickering and flickering. Inside the flower bud, tiny bits of light were like mayflies, making the inside of the flower bud seem like a world of its own. Xianxia and Xianxia were surprised to find that the mayfly-like light seemed to be alive. It was just that they came and went very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they went from life to death, and then from death to life. The cycle of life and death only took a moment. The mayflies only bloomed with bright light when they died, like stars twinkling and then extinguishing. Between life and death, Qianzong and Yunyanqin were inexplicably touched. They seemed to have gained something, but also seemed to have gained nothing. At their level, what they needed to comprehend was more profound, and it was often more difficult to gain something. If they could gain something, it would naturally be better. Even if they didn't gain anything, Qianzong and Yunyanqin would not feel disappointed. Because their original purpose was not to gain anything, but to be able to enjoy the beauty and magnificence of a rare flower in the stone together. It was enough to be able to accompany each other and enjoy the beauty. That was the biggest gain. Sometimes, they could not get what they were searching for, but sometimes, they inadvertently gained something. Although Qianzong and Yunyanqin did not care, unknowingly, that little gain had already fallen into their hearts, like a seed. Every mayfly bloomed with light in the midst of life and death, illuminating the night sky, as if it had turned into a star. The light of countless mayflies in the midst of life and death also caused countless stars to appear and disappear in the night sky. Such a wonderful scene attracted the attention of many people for a while, but except for Qianzong and Yunyanqin, no one else knew what it was. Even for Qianzong and Yunyanqin, this flower in the stone was a flower in the stone, and they did not even know its name. When all the mayflies had died, there were no more stars in the sky, and it returned to darkness. Under the gaze of Qianzong and Yunyanqin, the blooming flower quickly withered. In the blink of an eye, it completely withered and turned into a handful of ashes. It was short. From the moment it bloomed to the moment it withered and disappeared, it was only a short time of a dozen breaths. A dozen breaths was really short. It was unknown how many years it took from the seed to the moment it broke out of the stone. It could be a few years, or it could be a few decades, or it could even be a few centuries. But from the moment it bloomed to the moment it withered, it only took a dozen breaths. It exhausted all its efforts and strength just for a moment of brilliance. That is the brilliance of life blooming, Qianzong said involuntarily. The feeling of being touched became extremely strong in an instant. Qianzong sat cross-legged on top of the withered mountain while his entire body was suffused with traces of an extremely mysterious aura. That aura was sharp like a sword and contained an extremely deep profundity within it. It endlessly alternated between life and death as if it was a short cycle of life and death. Yunyanqin did not say a word. She stood guard for Qianzong, not allowing anyone or anything to disturb him. At this moment, inspiration was gushing out from Qianzong's mind. He was focused on comprehending under the Hunyuan realm. In an instant, countless inspirations were born and destroyed, constantly intertwining and colliding with each other. The flower in the stone bloomed until it withered. Although it did not release any earth-shattering power, it was not a natural treasure that could help one's cultivation. It could only be regarded as a relatively rare and novel flower, like the epiphyllum, which was suitable for viewing. However, Qianzong inadvertently comprehended something from it. Yunyanqin also gained something. However, Yunyanqin's comprehension was not as good as Qianzong's. She was not focused on the Hunyuan realm, and her foundation was not as strong as Qianzong's. Therefore, the inspiration did not erupt. Instead, it was hidden, waiting for an opportunity to erupt one day. Yunyanqin was very happy that Qianzong could comprehend something. At their level, their cultivation had reached the limit. Their strength was also close to the limit. It was too difficult for them to improve further. Every bit of improvement was very precious. In winter, there was snow falling. The snow was fluttering like goose feathers. Overnight, the earth was covered in snow. The withered mountain was also covered in snow. There was also a thick layer of snow on the top of the mountain. Only one place was not covered in snow. Two figures, a man and a woman, were sitting next to a big stone. They were Qianzong, who was comprehending, and Yunyanqin, who was guarding. For several months, Qianzong had been comprehending, and Yunyanqin had been guarding. Ordinary people could not stand it, but Yunyanqin was not. She was very calm. She just guarded Qianzong. Sometimes, she would cultivate and comprehend, but most of the time, she was guarding Qianzong. She was not disturbed at all. Before the falling snow could descend onto Qianzong's body, it was obliterated by the ceaseless sword qi and dispersed into nothingness. The cold winter was over and the beginning of spring came. The snow gradually melted, and everything gradually recovered. Xianxia was surprised to find that in the withered mountain, as the snow melted, tender green leaves sprouted. She and Qianzong built the wooden house at the foot of the withered mountain just to wait for the flower in the stone to bloom. For a period of time, they knew that the mountain was dry and lifeless. It was impossible for plants to grow. Even if they scattered seeds, they would not grow. The seeds would become bad seeds and directly wither and lose all vitality. But now, tender green leaves were breaking out of the ground. Xianxia could not help but be surprised. At that moment, in Xianxia's mind, a flowing light suddenly bloomed. It was a flash of inspiration, and all kinds of enlightenment began to emerge. As long as she grasped that flash of inspiration and continued to comprehend, she would be able to make progress in her swordsmanship. She would even be able to create more powerful sword principle killing moves and enhance her strength. However, Xianxia did not pay attention to it, because it was not suitable for her to comprehend now. If she wanted to comprehend, she would have to go into seclusion. If she went into seclusion, there would be no one to guard Qianzong. If someone passed by here, wouldn't they be disturbed? At that time, both of their comprehensions might be interrupted. Using formations, that could be done, but Xianxia had never learned formations, nor did she have the means to prepare formations. She did not have this habit in the past. Ignoring that flash of inspiration, Xianxia stared at the tender green leaves that had broken out of the ground of the withered mountain and came to a sudden realization. That's right, the withered mountain was completely lifeless before. It was because of the flower in the stone. The flower in the stone had absorbed all the vitality of the mountain in order to bloom for a short period of time. It bloomed with unparalleled brilliance and stunned the world. Now that the flower in the stone had bloomed, shone brightly, and withered, it would no longer absorb the vitality of the mountain. After the winter and the spring rain, and after the snow melted, the withered mountain began to regain some vitality. However, the vitality was still very weak now. Only after a few years, when the vitality slowly accumulated and became stronger, would plants and trees finally grow all over the mountain. After coming to this realization, Xianxia smiled and continued to protect Qianzong. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotated. Day and night alternated. Sunshine and heavy rain alternated. Day by day, the days passed. 3 years later, the withered mountain was no longer the same as before. Instead, it was full of plants and trees. It was lush and full of vitality. There was no trace of the withered mountain from before. It's like breaking and then building. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. The withered mountain today was overflowing with vitality. It was definitely better than before. Wasn't this the interpretation of breaking and then building? Even if she did not deliberately go into seclusion to comprehend, Xianxia did not have nothing to do. She slowly accumulated, and her swordsmanship was also improving steadily. On this day, the sword chi of life and death surged around Qianzong. It was like a blooming flower, spreading in all directions and covering the mountain. Then, it disappeared in an instant. Xianxia's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He suddenly discovered that the lush vegetation that covered this mountain had lost all of its vitality in an instant and become withered. However, in the next breath, it was quickly filled with vitality and returned to its original lush appearance. Prosperity and transfer, exuberance and withering. This was the alternation and change of life and death. It was so fast and so natural. Have you comprehended it? Xianxia asked softly. I've just comprehended it. Qianzong smiled and replied softly. He had comprehended it. Even though it was just a preliminary comprehension, it was still a beginner. In the future, he would need to constantly comprehend it and deepen it until he reached the peak. Let's go, Qianzong said to Xianxia. He held Xianxia's hand and stood up. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, he suddenly froze. A few seconds later, Qianzong said to Xianxia, Sword Saint Wuxia has been trapped. I'll go save him. It turned out that Qianzong had received a message from his clone earlier. Sword Saint Wuxia had been trapped in a dangerous place and could not escape. Before he was completely trapped, he had sent a message back to Taihao Mountain. Qianzong's clone naturally knew about this and immediately contacted Qianzong's original body. Sword Saint Wuxia was a senior from Taihao Mountain like Qinzong from the previous epoch. His strength aside, just his status alone was irreplaceable. Back in Taihao Mountain, Qinzong's strength was far inferior to Sword Saint Wuxia's, but Sword Saint Wuxia thought highly of him and taught him the Sword Saint Wuxia. He also did not mention taking him in as a disciple. That Sword Saint Wuxia was indeed very useful to him. Now, he was the Mountain Lord of Taihao Mountain, the sect leader, and Sword Saint Wuxia was the Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain. If Sword Saint Wuxia was in danger, he naturally had to go save him. Be careful, Yun Yanxin did not stop Qinzong, nor could he stop him. He only warned. Tell father about this. After Qinzong finished speaking, he turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. He exploded with extreme speed and rushed towards the Lingwu sacred world. Yun Yanxin and Qinan temporarily stayed in Lingwu sacred world. The Lingwu sacred world was the world of the war devil. However, he trusted Qinzong quite a lot and gave Qinzong the right to freely enter and exit the Lingwu sacred world. As for the others, they could not. Qinzong's speed was extremely fast, extremely fast. At this moment, a top true saint expert was comprehending in the sky above the Lingwu sacred world. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a beam of sword light cutting through the sky. It was so fast that it completely exceeded his vision and reaction. It disappeared into the horizon. What was that? The top true saint expert's face was full of shock. He could not even see clearly what was inside that beam of light. Was it just a beam of light, or was it a person, or was it not a person? He immediately exploded with full speed and turned into a beam of light to chase after it. What he comprehended was the true essence of the great path of space. He was unique in terms of speed and was extremely fast. However, after chasing for a long time, he could not even see that beam of light, let alone catch up. Qinzong did not know that someone was chasing after him in the Lingwu sacred world. Even if he knew, he would not care. After rushing out of the Lingwu sacred world, Qinzong tore the depths of the void and kept going out. When he appeared in the void, the connection between him and the incarnation in Taihao Mountain became much clearer. The incarnation also sent the specific information about Sword Saint Wuxia. Maze God Realm, the place where Sword Saint Wuxia was trapped in was the Maze God Realm. The Maze God Realm was a forbidden land in the chaotic universe. It was a chaos-grade forbidden land. It wasn't particularly dangerous, but it was still very dangerous. Why was that? Because the Maze God Realm was like a huge maze. Once one entered, it was very difficult to come out. However, if one was lucky enough, it was not impossible to come out. In addition, the Maze God Realm did have some dangers. However, if one was lucky enough, one would not encounter any fatal danger. However, Sword Saint Wuxia was trapped in the Divine Penitentiary District and couldn't get out of the Divine Penitentiary District after sending that message. This meant that Sword Saint Wuxia was either dead or trapped in the Divine Penitentiary District. In Taihao Mountain, Sword Saint Wuxia's soul lamp was still burning, which meant that he was not dead. However, if he could not send a message, it meant that Sword Saint Wuxia was most likely trapped in the God Prison District. The God Prison District was the core of the Maze God Realm. Under normal circumstances, no one would take the initiative to enter the God Prison District. It was a prison. There were two situations when one entered the God Prison District. One was when one entered without knowing anything. The other was when one had no choice but to enter. For example, when one encountered danger and had no way out, one entered in order to survive. No matter which one it was basically impossible to leave the God Prison District after entering it. At least in the chaotic universe, many people had entered the Maze God Realm to explore over the past 1,000 years. However, as long as they entered the God Prison District, they basically did not appear again. Among them, there was no lack of peerless experts on the chaotic true list. After the news spread, the God Prison District of the Maze God Realm became a forbidden area that no one was willing to enter. Why would Sword Saint Wuxia enter the God Prison District? Qinzong did not know. However, he still had to make a trip to the Maze God Realm to see if there was any way. No matter what, he had to try. Perhaps he could find a way to rescue Sword Saint Wuxia. Qinzong did not return to Taihao Mountain. Instead, he headed straight for the Confusion God Realm. The Confusion God realm was within the Confusion God Primal Chaos City's territory. Chenzong burst forth with extreme speed, reaching 1,000,000 meters in a breath as he flew towards the nearest universe city. This speed was extremely fast. In just a few days, Chenzong arrived at the nearest universe city. He immediately used the Spacetime Temple's spacetime teleportation array and flew to the next Chaos City. He continued to teleport. Each time, he activated an independent teleportation, even if it meant spending more Chaos God crystals. Saving people was like putting out a fire. He would do it as quickly as possible. Moreover, with Chenzong's current wealth, he could be considered wealthy in the true saint realm. The consumption of Chaos God crystals was nothing. After several teleportations, Chenzong arrived at the Confusion God Primal Chaos City as quickly as possible. This was one of the Chaos Cities in the mixed territory of the human and origin races. If it was in the past, Chenzong would definitely stop in the Confusion God Primal Chaos City to take a look and taste the delicious food and wine. However, he did not stop at all. He left the Spacetime Temple as quickly as possible and quickly went to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to purchase information and routes related to the Confusion God realm. All these cost Chenzong hundreds of thousands of Chaos God crystals. Information related to the Confusion God realm was not cheap. The Confusion God realm was located in the southeast direction of the Confusion God Primal Chaos City. It was very far away. If an ordinary perfect true saint rushed at full speed, it would take a few months to reach. However, Chenzong's speed was several times that of an ordinary perfect true saint. Even so, it would take him a month. In order to save time, Chenzong could only spend Chaos God crystals to ride the Chaos Flying Ship. The top Chaos Flying Ship speed was very fast. It could reach 3,000,000 meters in a breath, which was 3 times Chenzong's full speed. 10 days later, the Chaos Flying Ship arrived at its destination. I hope you have a great harvest in the Confusion God realm. The Chaos Flying Ship's pilot smiled at Chenzong. Thank you for your kind words, Chenzong replied. Before leaving the Primal Chaos Flying Ship and flying towards the Lost God realm. The Lost God realm was a Primal Chaos level forbidden zone. It was quite dangerous, but there were also many opportunities. However, compared to other Primal Chaos level forbidden zones, as long as one did not enter the God Prison region, the Lost God realm was less dangerous. It was only slightly more dangerous than the Universe level forbidden zones. In this way, many true saints would enter the Lost God realm to explore, hoping to find an opportunity. Regardless of whether it suited them or not, they would be happy if it did. If it didn't, they could sell it. Even though it was said that one had to rely on luck to get out of the bewildering God realm, over the years, there had been people who had compiled some maps and sold them for money. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion had gathered all sorts of maps from the past and made them into a book, allowing people to see the routes more intuitively and comprehensively. In this way, it was easier to enter and exit. Of course, the Lost God realm was very vast. Up until now, more than 1,000 years had passed, and the Lost God realm had yet to be completely explored. If one fell into those routes that had never been explored before, it would depend on luck whether one could come out or not. However, if one could come out, they would often have quite a bit of harvest. On the Primal Chaos Flying Ship, Chenzong had already flipped through the map that he had bought from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion several times. He had read the contents clearly and completely memorized them in his mind. Now, he was about to officially enter the Lost God realm. From the outside, the Lost God realm couldn't be seen clearly. There were faintly discernible routes that appeared in the void. It was like a simple outline drawn by an ink brush, but it was endless and vast. Chenzong took a few glances and combined it with the information from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. He chose a slightly clearer route and flew over. The moment he came into contact with the route, he directly disappeared into it. The Lost God realm was very strange. It seemed to be made up of lines, and each line was entangled and intertwined with each other, making it appear even more complicated. Research had shown that each line was actually a route. It looked small on the outside, but it formed a space of its own inside. It was very profound. Up until now, the mystery of the Lost God realm had not been truly deciphered. However, according to many studies, the Lost God realm was not a product of the current chaotic universe, but a product of the ancient universe. As for which ancient universe era it was a product of, it was not very clear. It was only speculated that it should be a product of the ancient universe era a long time ago. It seemed to be used to imprison some terrifying existence. However, where did that terrifying existence go, no one knew. It was speculated that it was in the God's prison district. However, the God's prison district was a cage prison. Once one entered it, they would not be able to escape. Perhaps the demigod realm experts knew the mystery of the lost god realm, but they did not publicize it. It was also possible that even the demigod realm experts could not see through the mystery. Qianzong only felt that the scene before his eyes was constantly changing. It was very strange. There seemed to be countless lines constantly fluctuating and twisting, like dragons and snakes intertwining with each other. It was also like a kaleidoscope, constantly blooming in front of his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, all the lines before his eyes finally disappeared, turning into a pitch-black darkness. After the darkness, there was a very bright light, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. His body seemed to be constantly falling, as if he was falling into an abyss. However, in the next breath, Qianzong felt that his feet were stepping on something soft. He immediately found that he had landed on the ground. Well, to be precise, he did not land on the ground, because it was soft and full of toughness. It felt as if he was stepping on some kind of leather. This was a passageway, a rather wide passageway. How wide was it? It was 1,000 meters high and 1,000 meters wide. Even the giants of the universe era that he had seen before could pass through this place unimpeded. He did not know where the left and right sides of the passageway extended to, as if there was no end. In short, when he focused his gaze, he could only see 1,000 meters. Beyond that, it was a blur and then turned into darkness. Qianzong spread out the mixed yuan heart force and found that it could not penetrate the sides of the passageway. It was blocked by the toughness, which made Qianzong very surprised. This was the first time he had encountered something that could block the penetration of the mixed yuan heart force. As for the left and right sides of the passageway, the mixed yuan heart force could not spread too far. 10,000 meters was the limit. This made Qianzong even more surprised. The restriction of the lost god realm was actually so obvious. Qianzong slashed with his finger like a sword. If it was in the outside world, this slash would be enough to cut open the void. However, in this place, he found that the slash only rippled the air. The restriction was many times greater than the outside world. He unsheathed his sword. The heavenly sword immediately unleashed a peerlessly sharp beam of sword light, which streaked across the sky and slashed at the cave wall. An obscure feeling of obstruction immediately spread out, and Qianzong could clearly sense it. Although he did not use his full strength and only used 30% of his strength, it did not cut open the wall and only left a faint sword mark. Qianzong was shocked. How could it be so tough? 30% of his strength was definitely stronger than the full strength of an ordinary perfect true saint. In other words, an ordinary true saint would not be able to cause any damage here. What kind of material was it made of? Which universe era was it left behind? A true sacred realm powerhouse should be considered a first-rate powerhouse regardless of which great universe epoch it was. How shocking was something that could make a true saint powerhouse unable to destroy? For a moment, Qianzong was more interested in the lost god realm. However, the most important thing now was to find Sword Saint Wuxia and rescue him. As for the secret of the lost god realm, he would think about it later. After organizing the route map of the Heaven's secret sect, Qianzong chose the left side and immediately moved forward. As soon as he moved, he felt that his speed had dropped significantly. It was only 1% of his usual speed. 1% of his usual speed was undoubtedly very slow. Originally, he could travel 1 million meters per second. Now, he could only travel 10,000 meters per second. The difference was too great. While Qianzong was secretly vigilant, he also understood that this restriction was not only for him. It was for any living thing that entered this place. A speed of 10,000 meters per second wasn't considered slow. Maintaining the normal consumption of primordial heart force, Qianzong also covered 10,000 meters in front of him, monitoring all movements. However, as his vision was greatly limited, he could only see about 1,000 meters away. Any further and it was pitch black. In the passage, only Qianzong could be found. There was no one else, not even a non-human. The entire passage was empty. Even if he kept moving forward, he did not know where he would end up. Chen Zong's figure did not change. He kept running forward calmly. After feeling that a lot of time had passed and that he had run a long distance, Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. He only felt an evil aura spreading. That evil aura seemed to be filled with the smell of darkness and decay. When Chen Zong's chaotic origin heart force came into contact with it, he immediately felt that his chaotic origin heart force was about to be penetrated. It was as if it was being pulled into a bottomless abyss and would sink forever. How could it be? Chen Zong was greatly astonished. Ever since he had embarked on a unique cultivation path and mastered the primordial heart force, it was extremely mysterious. Normally, it wouldn't be blocked or affected. But here, the primordial heart force was first blocked, unable to seep into the tunnel walls. Now, the primordial heart force was also affected by the dark and decaying aura. It felt like it was about to fall into the abyss and sink into eternal decay. Chen Zong even felt that if his mixed yuan heart force was really drawn in by that dark and decaying evil aura, even his spirit and consciousness would be affected and he would eventually sink into oblivion. However, Chen Zong's divine will was incomparably tough. It wouldn't be so easy for a mere dark and decaying evil qi to truly cause Chen Zong to succumb. Unless the evil qi was 10 times stronger, it would be able to truly affect Chen Zong. As for now, it would at most have an insignificant effect, which was equivalent to no effect at all. Chen Zong was not afraid. Instead, he touched the dark and decaying aura with his chaotic origin heart force and sensed it more carefully. The dark, decaying evil aura continued to spread. Under the perception of Chen Zong's mixed yuan heart force, it was like the tentacles of an octopus sea monster, swaying seaweed, or dancing snakes. It was extremely wild and strange, like a demon or a ghost. The black tentacles continued to extend, but they could not cover the entire area. It was as if they were restricted by some invisible force. Chen Zong carefully studied and sensed. The dark, decaying evil force was constantly dragging Chen Zong's mixed yuan heart force, trying to devour it. It also followed the mixed yuan heart force to spread to Chen Zong's spiritual consciousness, polluting it and causing it to sink. Once it sank, it would become a walking corpse and lose its self-awareness. However, this was not enough to really affect Chen Zong. One of the sources of danger in the Maze God realm is this dark, decaying evil aura. It can cause people to sink, and then pollute living creatures and turn them into evil corpses. Therefore, the second danger in the Maze God realm is the dark, decaying evil aura and dark evil corpses. In addition, there are also some traps, and finally, other cultivators who enter here. Chen Zong thought to himself, carefully analyzing the dark, decaying evil aura. However, Chen Zong felt that the evil aura was very complicated. It was peeling off layer by layer, but it seemed endless. As if it had sensed Chen Zong's resistance, the evil aura suddenly intensified by several times, becoming even more tyrannical. For a moment, Chen Zong only saw layers of illusions in front of him. It was as if he saw strange figures all over the void, densely packed together. These strange figures were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, some were beast-like, and some were even pieced together to form a shape. No matter what kind of figure it was, it exuded an incomparably evil aura. It was endless and constantly emitted a dark aura. That aura was like ink that permeated everything. The void seemed to be assimilated. When Chen Zong still had to endure the invasion of the evil aura and continue watching, he immediately felt a sense of danger. A terrible sense of danger suddenly attacked him. Without hesitation, he made a prompt decision to cut off the mixed yuan heart force and the connection with the evil aura. The scene in the illusion also disappeared in an instant. Perhaps, he might be able to see something if he continued looking. However, it was very likely that he would fall into the depths of the abyss, and if he was not careful, he might end up sinking into it. Chen Zong did not dare to be careless in the slightest within the maze realm. Even though he was strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking, he was still not at the level of a demigod. Rumor had it that several hundred years ago, a peerless expert ranked 5th on the real primal chaos ranking had entered the maze god realm and never appeared again. His soul lamp had been extinguished, which meant that he had died there. Since such an expert had died, it was enough to show how terrifying the bewitching god realm was. However, at the same time, many ordinary true saints had obtained some benefits here. Not only had they left alive, but their strength had also improved greatly. This was also the main reason why many true saints were attracted to the lost god realm. Of course, there were also a few who came to study the profundity of the miasma realm. The primal chaos universe was so vast with countless living beings and all kinds of people. This was also the reason why it was so exciting. As if it had sensed that Chenzong had cut off the connection, the evil aura became angry as if it had a consciousness. This made Chenzong even more shocked. Could this evil aura be emitted by some kind of life form? Chenzong could not help but think of the strange black shadows that he had seen in the illusion. They seemed to emit a terrifying evil aura. The most important thing now is to find Sword Saint Wu Sha. Chenzong thought to himself and gave up the idea of continuing to study it. Of course, this was temporarily giving up. He would first find Sword Saint Wu Sha and rescue him before studying it properly. Perhaps deciphering the profundity would be of great help to his cultivation path. If any profundity could be deciphered, there would definitely be gains. The reason why a profundity was that it contained many profundities and secrets. The Great Elder is very likely to be trapped in the Divine Prison District. Chenzong thought to himself. There was naturally a direct route to the Divine Prison region in the map that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had purchased. However, the passageway within the bewildering God realm was extremely complicated and long. It was not an easy task to find the correct path by relying on the map. One needed to be sufficiently careful and patient to slowly identify the path. Otherwise, if one could freely go back and forth in the miasma realm with a map, the danger factor of the miasma realm would be greatly reduced and it would not be a chaotic level forbidden area. To put it bluntly, the map was just an extra safeguard, nothing more. However, in many cases, the extra safeguard could resolve life and death. Moving forward, referring to the map carefully to distinguish the correct path to the Divine Prison District. Whether or not he could enter the Divine Prison District would be decided when the time came. He had to find it first. If he could not even find it, it would be useless to say more. Roar. Roar, roar. Strange roars seemed to be coming from all directions. The roars were like the roars of beasts, but also like the low growls of humans. The roars carried a kind of low and frantic feeling. Dark evil corpse. Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly. Dark evil corpses were creatures that had been invaded and corrupted by the first type of danger here. Dark evil corpses were basically cultivators. Among the cultivators of various races, there were also a few beasts. After all, some cultivators knew how to tame beasts. The roars were getting closer. Chenzong's mixed Yuan heart force also saw it. It was a ferocious beast, a beast that was completely black. It looked like a ferocious tiger, but it no longer had its original appearance. Instead, it had become very strange. On the body of the black tiger, there were 7 or 8 arms. Those arms were waving, rippling in the water like water plants. It felt that those 7 or 8 arms were like human arms. They seemed to have been cut off and sewn on the black tiger. They also seemed to have grown out of the black tiger's stomach. The black tiger also discovered Chenzong, or it should be said that it sensed Chenzong's aura. It immediately rushed over. Its speed was very fast, 10,000 meters in a breath. It was not inferior to Chenzong. This discovery made Chenzong quite surprised. He was restricted. In here, his speed was 10,000 meters in a breath. This black tiger also had a speed of 10,000 meters in a breath. Didn't that mean that if there were no restrictions, the black tiger's strength would be comparable to his in the outside world, and it would be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic list? However, the strange dark evil corpse he encountered actually had this kind of strength. Wasn't it a bit too frightening? As this thought flashed through his mind, a black shadow approached at an astonishing speed. It opened its huge tiger's mouth and directly bit Chenzong. This black tiger's body was very large. It could swallow half of a human's body. It was very terrifying. Chenzong saw that from the black tiger's huge mouth, soft tentacles as thick as fingers extended out. They were black and full of barbs. They seemed slippery and made people feel disgusted. Heart. This was no longer a beast. It was a kind of evil monster. The dark evil corpse's speed was very fast. Chenzong was not slow either. The moment the dark evil corpse attacked, he unsheathed the heavenly will sword. A dot of cold light suddenly bloomed in the dusky sky. It was so bright, so dazzling, so dazzling. This dot of cold starlight was extremely sharp. It pierced through everything. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It seemed to be straight, but it had an incomparably mysterious trajectory. It was extremely shocking. The dark evil corpse could not dodge at all. Its movements were somewhat stiff. The sword directly pierced the dark evil corpse's open tiger's mouth. The terrifying sword light broke through the air and pierced through everything. Kill, but in the next moment, Chenzong suddenly discovered that although his sword pierced into the dark evil corpse, it could not stop it in the slightest. It could not even kill it. Even if the sword pierced into its body, the sword chi wreaked havoc, it could not affect it in the slightest. Retreat, making a prompt decision, Chenzong rapidly retreated. At the same time, the sword light suddenly exploded like a torrential rain and fell on the dark evil corpse. The dark demonic corpse pounced towards Chenzong, those slippery and barbed tentacles in its mouth were like a tongue. The 7 or 8 human-like arms on its body suddenly fluctuated, one after another. They carried an extremely terrifying dark aura as they bombarded towards Chenzong, enveloping him from all directions. Every attack carried an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy everything. When it collided with the sword light, it actually shattered the sword light one by one. Inconceivable, even though Chenzong's strength was restricted and he could not use his ultimate move, the power of the single heart sword technique was also very terrifying. It actually shattered the sword light one after another. The dark evil corpse was astonishing. As the dark evil corpse approached, Chenzong retreated. He faced the attack while pondering on how to break it. The information of the Heaven's secret sect mentioned a terrifying existence like the dark evil corpse. However, the description of its strength was not detailed enough. It was probably due to the lack of information. Xianxia, a sword pierced through the sky. The sword light was extremely dazzling. It took away all the brilliance and caused the surroundings to become even darker. The darkness was extremely deep. Only that sword light was extremely resplendent. It directly slashed the body of the dark evil corpse. The dark evil corpse did not dodge in the slightest. It was also unable to dodge. The speed of Chenzong's sword was more than 2 times faster than its running speed. Xinjiao's sword was extremely sharp. Especially after the 30 years of comprehension in the Lingwu sacred world, it allowed Chenzong's single heart sword technique to reach a higher level of enlightenment. The killing move evolved from the single heart sword technique was naturally much more powerful. Under that sword, the dark evil corpse's 7 or 8 arms were chopped off one after another. It was simply unable to resist. Its tentacles were also chopped off. Immediately after, its body was also chopped off. The power of Xinjiao's sword was just so tyrannical. However, Chenzong's expression was grave. Because after being chopped off, the dark evil corpse fell to the ground. It was constantly wriggling, wanting to reassemble. Chenzong also discovered that there was a black mark slowly spreading on the heavenly will sword. It was as if it wanted to permeate the sword. The aura emitted by that black mark was so dark and rotten. It was so evil. It was attempting to corrupt the heavenly will sword. However, the heavenly will sword was extraordinary. How could it be corrupted by such a little power? The sword body trembled slightly. However, the black mark immediately collapsed and disappeared. Under Chenzong's gaze, the dark evil corpse wriggled and reassembled itself. Chenzong's keen perception discovered that the dark evil corpse's aura didn't weaken at all. In other words, the dark evil corpse didn't consume any energy after being cut apart. This was different from the true Saint Realm's immortal body. It seemed to be more brilliant. Tai Hao Chenzong slashed out with his sword again, using another ultimate art. A true sun rose up, emitting an incomparably terrifying heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything as he slashed out with his sword. As the true sun rolled, it emitted a terrifying heat that could burn heaven and earth. It directly bombarded the dark evil corpse. It couldn't dodge. The dark evil corpse that had just reassembled was immediately hit. It let out a roar that seemed to be filled with anger and madness. Burn. the dark evil corpse suddenly burned. The Tai-Hao sword's temperature was so high that it could burn everything. It was extremely shocking. It was like a ball of blazing flame, burning fiercely without stopping. The fire was bright, but it was constantly emitting waves of terrifying sounds. The dark evil corpse's evil power kept resisting the burning of the Tai-Hao sword. It wanted to extinguish it, but the Tai-Hao sword kept burning it. They cancelled each other out. Chen Zong stared at it and immediately slashed out with his sword. Eternal Star. The extremely tyrannical sword transformed into an ancient star. As it rotated, it blasted towards the burning dark evil corpse. An unparalleled mighty force pressed forward and instantly crushed the body of the dark evil corpse. Then, it was incessantly burned by the vast true flame until it was completely incinerated. Disappeared. The dark evil corpse disappeared. It turned into ashes and scattered everywhere. Only the evil aura remained, but it was gradually fading. Chen Zong sheathed his sword. This dark evil corpse was indeed difficult to deal with. If an ordinary true Saint Realm expert encountered it, they would most likely be killed in a battle unless they had some trump card. Chen Zong's eyes swept over. He immediately waved his hand and an item about the size of a thumbnail flew into his hand. The surface of this item was pure and flawless like a crystal. However, there was a trace of white gold light inside. It was like smoke and mist. Saint Origin Crystal, Chen Zong spat out 3 words softly. In the information given by the heavens. Secret Tower, it was mentioned that after killing the darkness evil corpse, there was a possibility of obtaining Saint Origin crystals. And why, there was no mention of it in the news. Perhaps it was because they didn't know, or perhaps it was more in-depth information that required more primal chaos divine crystals. However, the news did mention the function of Saint Origin crystals, which was to directly absorb Saint Origin crystals. The power contained in Saint Origin crystals was extremely pure, at least 10,000 times better than chaotic divine crystals. For cultivators, Saint Origin crystals were extremely useful. Absorbing the power contained in them during cultivation would improve one's cultivation without any side effects. A single Saint Origin crystal contained more than 10,000 times the power of a chaotic divine crystal, but this didn't mean that one could buy a Saint Origin crystal with just 10,000 chaotic divine crystals. Each Saint Origin crystal was worth at least 1,000,000 chaotic divine crystals. Even for true Saint Realm powerhouses, the effect of Saint Origin crystal was truly obvious. It could be used to quickly improve one's cultivation or to absorb and restore one's cultivation. Its uses were amazing. In addition, it could also be used to power spirit arrays and chaotic flying ships. All in all, Saint Origin crystals had many amazing uses. And Saint Origin crystals weren't unique to the Darkness Evil Corpse. Although killing the Darkness Evil Corpse was indeed a way to obtain Saint Origin crystals, it wasn't 100%. Chen Zong could clearly feel the power contained in this seemingly small Saint Origin crystal. It was very powerful and pure, but unfortunately, it was useless to him. Primal Chaos Heart Force couldn't be improved by absorbing the power of Saint Origin crystals. Moreover, Chen Zong's current cultivation had reached the peak. Even if his Primal Chaos Heart Force was consumed, he couldn't absorb the power of Saint Origin crystals to restore it. Even so, it couldn't hide the amazing use and value of Saint Origin crystals. Whether it was to sell it for chaotic divine crystals or to keep it in Tai-Hao Mountain to cultivate powerhouses, it was a very good choice. Chen Zong put it away directly. After a period of time, Chen Zong saw another Darkness Evil Corpse. At the same time, someone was caught by the Darkness Evil Corpse. When Chen Zong saw it, that cultivator wasn't the Darkness Evil Corpse's opponent. He was caught by the strange-looking Darkness Evil Corpse with more than a dozen arms and couldn't move. Then, the Darkness Evil Corpse ate half of the cultivator. Even Chen Zong couldn't do anything in time. After eating that cultivator, Chen Zong was shocked to find that the Darkness Evil Corpse grew another arm. So that's how it is. Chen Zong's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. Now, it was clear how the Darkness Evil Corpse got its arms. After eating a cultivator, it grew an arm. The Black Tiger Evil Corpse that he killed before had 7 or 8 arms, which meant that it had eaten 7 or 8 cultivators. This Darkness Evil Corpse wasn't a beast, but it wasn't a human either. It was like a combination of a human and a beast. Since it had more than a dozen arms, it meant that it had eaten more than a dozen cultivators. He felt that the aura of this monster-like darkness evil corpse was even more tyrannical than the black tiger evil corpse from before. This monster-like darkness evil corpse also discovered Xianxia. It let out a roar and rushed over. Its speed was even faster than the black tiger evil corpse from before. Turbid saliva unceasingly dripped from its mouth, emitting an astonishing fishy stench. The more than a dozen arms on its body were waving crazily, as if it was a monster wreaking havoc. Kill, in an instant, this monster-like darkness evil corpse rushed over. Its extremely shocking evil aura was wreaking havoc, causing Xianxia's expression to turn grave. He pulled out his sword and instantly slashed out a sword light. It was extremely sharp and pierced through the air, leaving behind a clear trace in the dusky passage. However, this monster-like darkness evil corpse's speed was extremely fast. It actually dodged Xianxia's sword and rapidly pounced on him from the side. More than a dozen arms were like long spears that pierced through the air and bombarded towards him. All of them carried an extremely frightening dark evil power, causing Xianxia's expression to turn grave. Strong, it was several times stronger than the black tiger evil corpse. Xianxia didn't intend to waste time and directly used his ultimate move. Taihao seizing the opportunity, he slashed out with his sword. The true sun soared into the sky, and carrying an extremely terrifying blazing and berserk aura, it instantly bombarded the body of the dark evil corpse. The dark evil corpse immediately waved its dozens of arms, and condensed a mass of dark evil power in its palms, and immediately blocked the bombardment of the vast true Sunday divine firmament. Shwa shwa shwa. The sword light was extremely dazzling. The darkness evil corpse's more than a dozen arms were immediately cut off. It was no longer able to block the bombardment of Taihao's true Sunday. Its body was immediately hit and burned. Confrontation. This monster-like darkness evil corpse's dark evil power was even more tyrannical. For a moment, it was actually able to block the bombardment of Taihao's true Sunday eternal star Palace. Xianxia once again slashed out with his sword and immediately bombarded the darkness evil corpse's body. In the end, this darkness evil corpse was killed by Xianxia. After burning and turning into ashes, another Saint Origin crystal was left behind. It was slightly bigger than the first one, but Xianxia could keenly feel that the pure power contained in it was several times more vigorous. The value of this second Saint Origin crystal was even more astonishing. Putting away the Saint Origin crystal, Xianxia continued to move forward in the direction of the Divine Prison District. Occasionally, he would encounter other cultivators, but once cultivators who he didn't know met here, they basically wouldn't approach each other. Instead, they would keep a distance as much as possible. They were very vigilant, extremely vigilant, for fear that the other party would attack with malicious intent. The fourth danger in the bewitching god realm was other cultivators. Xianxia belonged to the category of people who wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others if others didn't provoke him. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others. However, there were also people who attacked Xianxia from behind, trying to kill Xianxia. After all, the true Saint Realm cultivators who entered here were all restricted and their auras were also affected. In addition, Xianxia's aura was restrained, making it difficult for others to distinguish his strength. Since they dared to attack him, Xianxia wouldn't show mercy. He instantly counterattacked and killed them. Moving forward, encountering danger, and dealing with it. Another dark evil corpse was killed by Xianxia. This was a very strong dark evil corpse. Xianxia consumed nearly 70% of his strength, and after a tough battle, he killed it. He also obtained a Saint Origin crystal about the size of 2 fingernails. This was the 19th dark evil corpse Xianxia killed, but he only obtained 9 Saint Origin crystals. Suddenly, an extremely sharp sound rang out, as if it came from all directions, but also as if it came from the depths of the void. The sharp sound was extremely mournful, with an indescribable anger, as if it was roaring and venting. Immediately, Xianxia felt that the evil aura contained in the passage was intensifying little by little. Vaguely, there seemed to be a roaring sound coming from the distance. It was the fluctuation of the dark aura, like a raging tide. Roar, roar. Terrifying roars rang out from all directions. Those were the roars of the dark evil corpse, full of madness and madness. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. There were so many roars, indicating that there wasn't just one dark evil corpse, but many, or even dozens of them. He could still kill 1 or 2 dark evil corpses, 3 or 4, or even 5, with his ability, he could still fight, but if there were more, it would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, Qianzong felt a deep malice. That malice seemed to be directed at him, directly attacking him, making him seem like a lighthouse, so clear and conspicuous. Why is this? Qianzong didn't understand, but without the slightest hesitation, he immediately burst out with extreme speed, flying forward. His speed was extremely fast, like a sword tearing the sky. At the same time, there were violent roars constantly approaching from behind, and there were also roars in front of him. It felt as if he was being targeted, as if some kind of existence was controlling the dark evil corpse to find him and deal with him. Charge, Qianzong didn't intend to fight these dark evil corpses. Even if he could obtain Saint Origin crystals from killing them and obtain a huge amount of wealth, if he wanted to obtain wealth, he first needed to stay alive. With a flash of sword light, Yang Kai jumped through the wide passage, directly avoiding the attack of a dark evil corpse, and continued forward. In the 1-kilometer wide passage, one after another, terrifying dark demonic corpses attacked from both the front and back. One after another, extremely shocking aura was brimming with evilness, as if they wanted to sink everything. They directly attacked Qianzong's body and completely locked him down. He couldn't escape, it was as if Qianzong couldn't escape no matter what. It was as if this maze god realm had its own will, and it was an evil will that targeted Qianzong specifically to deal with Qianzong. There were too many. There were dozens of dark corpses chasing behind him. Even further away, there seemed to be more terrifying roars, indicating that there were still many dark corpses chasing after him. In front of him, dark corpses constantly appeared to intercept him. Encirclement, pursuit, and interception, even with Qianzong's strength and ability, he didn't dare to be surrounded by dark corpses. Qianzong was very clear about the dark corpses' strength. Weak dark corpses were enough to block a few of his ultimate moves. Strong dark corpses could make him fall into a bitter battle. Being surrounded by dark corpses, he estimated that only death awaited him. Although he wasn't afraid of death, Qianzong wasn't willing to die here. He wasn't alone now. Sometimes, having no worries would allow one to advance bravely. But sometimes, having worries in one's heart could stimulate a stronger fighting spirit. In front of him, a huge figure that was 100 meters tall appeared. It was a giant that was completely black. This giant actually had 3 heads, one that looked like a human, one that looked like a wolf, and one that looked like a snake. Not only that, but it also had dozens of arms, each of which was dozens of meters long. Its body was burning with a layer of black flames. It looked very terrifying. Strong, this dark corpse gave Qianzong a feeling that it was very strong and very dangerous. In an instant, Qianzong had a kind of understanding. He wasn't a match for this dark corpse. Even if he used the Titan battle technique, he still wasn't a match for it. Fast, his primordial heart force collided in an instant, erupting 5 times as he used the boundless formless kill. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the limit. In an instant, he flew past the huge dark corpse and avoided the dozens of arms. This huge dark corpse's strength was indeed very terrifying, but in terms of speed, it was slightly inferior. It wasn't able to intercept Qianzong. Qianzong took advantage of the opportunity to cut open a dark corpse. As it squirmed, it rapidly recovered. Qianzong didn't pay it any attention and continued to fly forward. At the same time, Qianzong didn't move randomly. Instead, he continued to advance along the route, towards the Divine Prison District. There were too many dark corpses. Corpses. It was unknown how much time had passed. Fortunately, Qianzong's primordial heart force recovered at an extremely fast speed. Although Qianzong was rapidly fleeing, he wasn't panicked at all. On the contrary, he was very rhythmic, allowing the consumption of his primordial heart force to be almost equal to his recovery speed. Even if he were to erupt several times more, he wouldn't exhaust his primordial heart force. Instead, he would gradually recover, always maintaining around 50%. With such strength, even if he encountered any danger, Qianzong wouldn't lose the ability to resist because of his insufficient cultivation. Escape. As he continued to escape, Chen Zong's figure suddenly stopped. There were no more dark corpses in front of him. Instead, there was a black light film. That black light film seemed to be somewhat transparent, but he couldn't see anything inside. It was pitch black and incomparably deep. The Divine Prison District. Inside that layer of black light film was the Divine Prison District. The Divine Prison District was the most dangerous place in the Maze God realm. For more than 1,000 years, many experts in the chaotic universe had entered the Divine Prison District. At first, they didn't know how to enter and entered by accident. Later on, some people deliberately entered to explore the mysteries within. In the end, they never appeared again. Sword Saint Wuxia was most likely trapped in the Divine Prison District. Therefore, they couldn't contact him. However, his soul lamp was still burning, proving that he was still alive. Chen Zong's purpose was to rescue Sword Saint Wuxia. However, Chen Zong wasn't so arrogant as to take the initiative to enter the Divine Prison District. At least, he had to study and think of a way first. As for now, Chen Zong was somewhat helpless. Could it be that he had to enter the Divine Prison District directly? Behind him was the Divine Prison District. There was no path to the left or the right. There was a path in front of him, which was the path he had taken to come here. However, there were at least 100 dark corpses rushing over. Chen Zong could still see that behind the 100 dark corpses, another wave of dark corpses was approaching. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could fight them, but he couldn't defeat them. There were too many dark corpses, and each one of them was very strong. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, it wasn't just 4 hands. Calculating, how many arms were there? A few hundred, a few thousand. Holding the heavenly will sword in his right hand, he loosened it, tightened it, and loosened it again. After repeating this several times, Chen Zong exhaled and resolutely turned around. Without hesitation, he stepped out and touched the black light film. The moment he touched the black light film, Chen Zong felt an obscure resistance. However, the resistance wasn't very strong. At least, it was impossible for it to stop a true saint. An ordinary true saint could definitely break in if he unleashed his full strength, let alone someone like Chen Zong. After exerting a little force, Chen Zong immediately fell into the black light film. At the same time, arms carrying extremely terrifying dark evil power instantly broke through the air and attacked Chen Zong. They wanted to smash Chen Zong into pieces as if they had an irreconcilable hatred with Chen Zong. With a loud boom, the entire black light film shook violently. Layers of ripples spread out crazily like a raging tide. When the arms retracted and the ripples surged, Chen Zong disappeared. Was it shattered? No. At that moment, Chen Zong also entered the black light film and entered the Divine Prison District. However, the violent attacks of the dark corpses didn't break the black light film. The black light film wasn't so easy to break. It was very strange. Attacks couldn't break the black light film, but if one touched it with one's body, one would only feel a little resistance. The lighter one's movements were, the smaller the resistance. On the contrary, the bigger one's movements were, the more ineffective it was. Since they couldn't kill Chen Zong, the dark corpses retreated and continued to wander. The evil consciousness seemed to let out a terrifying roar. It was extremely angry. The Divine Prison District was the core area of the Maze God Land. It was also the most dangerous place in the Maze God Land. It was said that one could enter but not come out. Since ancient times, at least hundreds of cultivators had entered the core area. There were ordinary true saints and peerless experts on the chaotic true board. However, no matter who it was, no one had appeared after entering the Divine Prison District. So far, what happened to those hundreds of people? There might still be some people alive, but it was hard to say because some places were very strange. Those who entered died, but outside. The soul lamp in the outside world was still burning because it couldn't be felt. Such places were very rare, but they still existed. No one knew if the Divine Prison District was the same. When Chen Zong entered the Divine Prison District, he immediately felt that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying consciousness sweeping over and locking onto him. That consciousness seemed to carry an extremely shocking malice. It was so deep that Chen Zong couldn't help but tremble and feel his hair stand on end. This deep malice was almost similar to the malice that Qianzong felt before. No, it should be said that it was the same. However, the malice before was not so strong. What kind of existence was emitting such malice? Qianzong's expression was extremely solemn. The mixed yuan heart force was operating to the extreme, and the tyrannical sword essence was about to burst out. His eyes swept across the sky like cold lightning. He was immediately stunned. Where was this? He had actually appeared in an empty house. This house was very large, at least tens of thousands of meters in length and width, and more than a kilometer in height. Appearing in such a place alone, he only felt empty. The walls of the entire house were pitch black, like they were made of stone or steel. They exuded an amazing cold aura. Even with his cultivation, Qianzong felt a slight chill. If a Saint Realm master were here, they would probably be frozen in an instant. This is the God's prison district? Qianzong was puzzled. There was no information about the divine prison district in the outside world, so Qianzong couldn't tell. However, according to his speculation, this should be the divine prison district. His mixed yuan heart force spread out, but it was still only able to cover a distance of 10,000 meters. After exploring the house, he found countless marks on the walls, which seemed to have been left behind by something. Qianzong carefully analyzed these marks and simulated them. He found that there should have been some kind of life form in this house before. That life form seemed to have gone crazy and attacked everything around it, constantly whipping everything, but it was resisted by the extremely hard walls. It couldn't break through, but it still left behind traces. Comparing these traces, Qianzong's expression changed greatly. Each whip mark was at least as thick as a person's waist, and some were even several meters in diameter, indicating that the body of the whipping life form was not small. It could even be called huge. According to the differences in the traces, Qianzong further analyzed that the life form in this house before should have had many whips. No, to be precise, it shouldn't have been whips, but tentacles. There were at least 30 octopus-like tentacles. Thus, Qianzong further calculated that the life form's tentacles were at least a kilometer in length. What kind of life form is that? Qianzong couldn't help but frown. Besides the cosmic beasts and giant rulers he had seen before, there weren't many life forms that could reach a kilometer in length. Most of them were only a few hundred meters in length. A life form with tentacles that could reach a kilometer in length would have to be at least a few thousand meters in length. Qianzong couldn't help but speculate that this house might have been used to imprison the life form. A life form that was a few thousand meters in length was imprisoned in a house that was tens of thousands of meters in length. Qianzong suddenly pulled out his sword and unleashed his full power. He used heart sword technique and slashed at the wall. The moment he slashed, Qianzong immediately felt an indescribable toughness. Yes, not only was it extremely hard, but it also had an indescribable tenacity. It blocked his slash, and the heavenly sword bounced back. Qianzong took a closer look and discovered that there was a sword mark on the wall. It was a very thin and light sword mark, as if it had been lightly drawn with a brush that did not have enough ink. It was at least a few times different from the marks of the whips. In the divine prison district, a prison is a prison. What kind of terrifying existence was once imprisoned here? Qianzong glanced at the traces on the cold, dark wall with a solemn expression. Judging from the traces and his own sword marks alone, it was clear that the life form that was once imprisoned here was extremely terrifying. Its strength was extremely tyrannical and several times stronger than his own. With his current level of strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the chaotic real ranking. Qianzong did not believe that Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking, could be several times stronger than him. A difference of 1 time would be amazing, and he could completely suppress his opponent in battle. A difference of 2 times would be enough to crush his opponent. If the difference was 3 times, he could easily defeat or even kill his opponent. In other words, Qianzong was definitely no match for the life form that was once imprisoned here. He could even crush it one-sidedly. Could Martial God Lord be so strong? It was unimaginable. After coming here, Qianzong felt that his strength had been further restricted or suppressed. However, if he was in such a situation, then the powerful beings imprisoned here should be in the same situation. They were all restricted as well. 1000th. After Zong carefully sensed and tested it, he suddenly gasped. When he was in the confusion realm, his strength was indeed restricted to 100th, but in the divine prison district, it was restricted to 1000th. This level of strength directly fell from the true saint realm to the saint realm. It was not even considered strong in the saint realm. However, the life form that was imprisoned here had long disappeared. Who knew how many years it had been? There was not even a trace of its aura left, so Zong could not determine it. After searching for a while, Zong found a door that seemed to be inlaid into the wall. It was a 5-meter high and 4-meter wide door that was extremely cold. After searching for a while, the door suddenly trembled and made a cracking sound. The sound was obscure and harsh, and it slowly moved open. A weak ray of light shone into the room as well. Zong-san released his primordial heart force and quickly spread it out to investigate. He had tried it before, but the primordial heart force was blocked by the wall and couldn't spread outside. Outside, there was a corridor that was 3,000 meters wide. It was 1,000 meters high, which was very shocking. It was also pitch black, and the aura it emitted was very cold. It wasn't the cold of ice, but the cold of the iron in the deep sea that had been cold for 10,000 years. Zong walked out of the door and walked in this wide corridor. He seemed so small, like a speck of dust. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence built this place. Even the giant race of the giant era did not use such a place. Zong suddenly paused. He felt an aura in front of him. It was a cultivator. The other cultivators couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. If he was alone, loneliness was one thing. Another thing was that it was difficult to find out where he was. Divine Prison District. These 3 words alone were not enough to explain anything. The information was very limited. But if they could find others, they might be able to get more information. Although Zong discovered the aura of other cultivators, he was happy and did not let his guard down. It was not safe to meet other cultivators in such a place. Who are you? That cultivator also noticed Zong. His slightly hoarse voice rang out and instantly transmitted over. My name is Zong. Who are you? Zong replied. Zong. That person seemed to have paused for a moment. From his tone, there was a hint of doubt, as if he was thinking if he had heard of this name before. Soon after, he opened his mouth again with a hint of surprise. I have never heard of your name before. Could it be that you have just entered this place? I was unlucky. I accidentally entered the God's Prison District, Zong replied. No one who enters this place is lucky, the man replied, which made Zong smile. Indeed, those who entered the God's Prison District were unlucky. Who would enter this place if they were lucky? At this time, the man also walked in front of Zong. They were dozens of meters apart. Although the light was dim, they could see each other's faces clearly. It was a middle-aged man. He looked a little down. The middle-aged cultivator was a human. You can call me Wang Yi. The middle-aged man looked at Zong and said, no matter what, you should not have entered this place. Once you enter, you cannot leave. You can only become a prisoner. A prisoner? Zong was a little surprised. This is the God's Prison District. It is also a prison. If you cannot leave, you are imprisoned here. You are no different from a prisoner, Wang Yi said. His expression and tone did not change. He seemed to be a little numb. Obviously, he had accepted this situation. Can't leave? Zong frowned slightly. Although Zong had inquired about all kinds of information about the Maze God realm in the outside world and knew that the God's Prison District was known to be a place where one could enter but not leave. However, knowing was one thing. Entering it himself was another. If he could not leave, wouldn't he be trapped here until he died? That would not do. He had to leave this place no matter what. Brother Wang, other than me, has anyone else entered the God's Prison District in recent years? Zong asked. His purpose of coming here was to find Sword Saint Wuxia. If Sword Saint Wuxia had entered this place, perhaps Wang Yi would know. Others? Wang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, I don't know. Everyone who enters the God's Prison District will appear in an empty prison cell. Zong immediately thought of the huge house he had appeared in. It turned out that it was a prison cell. Prison cell? Chen Zong showed a surprised expression. Since it is a prison cell, it must be used to imprison something. That's right. It is used to imprison something. It is a kind of monster. As Wang Yi spoke, Chen Zong keenly noticed that Wang Yi's pupils had shrunk to the size of needles in an instant. His voice was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was frightened from the bottom of his heart. What kind of monster could make Wang Yi feel frightened? Chen Zong could tell from Wang Yi's subtle aura that Wang Yi was not weak. He was at the level of the real chaos ranking board. Of course, Wang Yi's strength was suppressed here. He only had 1,000th of his original strength. With such strength, he was frightened by the so-called monster. It seemed that his previous speculation was not wrong. The huge imprisoned life was indeed very terrifying. Its strength was extremely shocking. It was even stronger than Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the real chaos ranking board. Of course, he wasn't sure if it was really stronger than the Martial God Lord. After all, whether it was the imprisoned monster or the Martial God Lord, Chen Zong had never seen them with his own eyes, so he couldn't make a more accurate guess. No matter what, the imprisoned monster must be very strong. It must be stronger than him. Brother Wang, how do I find the others? Chen Zong asked. He did not forget his original purpose, which was to find Sword Saint Wuxia first. As for leaving this place, he would think about it later. It's very simple. Search the cells one by one. Wang Yi said, however, there are tens of thousands of cells here. There are tens of thousands of cells, and spiritual sense can't penetrate the walls of the cells, so it won't be easy to search the entire prison. Thank you. Chen Zong began to search. It was indeed not easy to search the tens of thousands of cells one by one. However, it was nothing more than spending more time to search slowly. Wait. Seeing that Chen Zong was about to start searching, Wang Yi immediately said, well, I will tell you something first so that you don't get into trouble. Get into trouble? Chen Zong was surprised. There are people living in some of the cells. They have been here for a long time. Their temperament is different from before. They will attack without saying a word. Wang Yi said with a slightly serious expression, and these people are very strong. Some of them have formed gangs. If they know that you are new here, they will definitely ask you to hand over the storage device. They might even kill you. I am going to find a friend. He has been here longer than me. I will take you to him for help. Well. Thank you. Chen Zong saluted with his sword. It's nothing. I am also bored. It is better to have something to do. Wang Yi smiled and said, by the way, you just came in. You should have a lot of Chaos Divine Gems, right? Yes, I have some. Chen Zong responded. That's good. Wang Yi nodded. Wang Yi led the way. After walking for tens of thousands of meters, he immediately knocked on the wall. Chen Zong waited quietly. Who is it? After about 10 breaths, a muffled voice was heard. It became very faint. If one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to hear it clearly. By the way, I forgot to ask. What is the name of the person you are looking for? Wang Yi asked. Sword Saint Wuxia. Chen Zong responded. Brother Yan, I am Wang Yi. Wang Yi walked into the door. When he reached the door, he almost stuck to the door and shouted loudly. After about 10 breaths, a cracking sound was heard. The door slowly opened. Brother Yan, I need your help to find a newcomer called Sword Saint Wuxia. Wang Yi said to the open door. Sword Saint Wuxia. I heard of this person a few months ago. A muffled voice was heard. Haha, I did not expect to be so lucky. There is hope to find the person you are looking for. Wang Yi smiled and waved at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, come in. This person is called Yan Huan. He is a good person. Okay. Chen Zong thought for a moment. Wang Yi was willing to help. If he did not go in person, it would be disrespectful. He walked into the door and saw Wang Yi and another person. They were a little far away and the light was a little dim. Chen Zong could not see the person's appearance clearly. He could only see that the person was very tall and sturdy. My name is Yan Huan. You are looking for Sword Saint Wuxia? The tall and sturdy person said directly. There was not much politeness in his tone. I can take you to the cell of Sword Saint Wuxia, but you have to pay a price. Otherwise, you will have to look for him yourself. Brother Yan, it is just a small matter. Why do you have to do this? Wang Yi said anxiously. For your sake, I can ask for less, Yan Huan said seriously. Brother Wang, it is okay. What do you want? Chen Zong asked back. Chaotic divine gems. Yan Huan said directly. As long as you give me 50,000 chaotic divine gems, I will take you to the cell of Sword Saint Wuxia. This is for your sake. If not, you have to give me at least 100,000 chaotic divine gems, 50,000 chaotic divine gems. Okay. You lead the way. After I find the person, I will give it to you. Chen Zong agreed without hesitation. It was only 50,000 chaotic divine gems. It was reasonable for both parties to make a deal with each other. Moreover, 50,000 chaos divine crystals were nothing to Chen Zong. He had millions of chaos divine crystals in his storage artifact and dozens of saint origin crystals. In terms of value, those dozens of saint origin crystals could be sold for at least 10 to 20 million chaos divine crystals. That was an amazing amount of wealth. Even if Yan Huan asked for 100,000 or 200,000 chaos divine crystals, Chen Zong would give it to him without hesitation. Of course, he had to find Sword Saint Wuxia first. If he couldn't find him, he wouldn't get a single chaos divine crystal. Haha, great. Let's go. Yan Huan said immediately, looking very happy. Brother Chen, let's go. Wang Yi also said, walking with Chen Zong. He lowered his voice and said, I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I didn't expect Yan Huan to be so straightforward. It's okay. Chen Zong responded. 50,000 chaos divine crystals shouldn't be too much for Brother Chen. Wang Yi sighed and said, otherwise, I would feel even more guilty. It's okay. Chen Zong didn't say it was not a big deal. He just answered like that. Yan Huan led the way and kept going deeper. There were tens of thousands of prison cells and each of them was very big. There were many crisscrossing paths. If one wasn't familiar with this place, it was easy to go in the wrong direction. After all, Chen Zong also found that his primal chaos heart force was further suppressed. It was suppressed to a distance of 1,000 meters. The distance of 1,000 meters was like heaven and earth compared to the outside world. Chen Zong didn't know how the others were suppressed, but he knew that they wouldn't be better than him. Under Yan Huan's lead, they first took a left turn at a crossroad and then a right turn at another crossroad. There were tens of thousands of prison cells, which was a lot. Each of them was so vast and occupied an amazing area. The entire divine prison district was undoubtedly very big. Chen Zong became more and more curious. Who built this divine prison district? Which epoch of the universe did it belong to? There were more or less marks on the walls. Some were marks left by whips, which should be caused by some kind of tentacles. Some were scratches, which looked like claws scratched the walls. It was a ghastly sight. There were also marks, as if they were caused by a twisted fist. There were many kinds of traces. No matter which one it was, Chen Zong was horrified after analyzing it. Just how strong were the life forms that had once stayed here? It was simply unimaginable. We're here. Yan Huan paused and knocked on the wall, emitting a dull sound. However, there was no response. Yan Huan could only knock on the door a few more times. At the same time, she leaned close to the door and shouted, Sword Saint Wuxia, someone is looking for you. This wall would isolate the penetration of spiritual force and primordial chaos heart force, but it would not completely isolate sound. As long as the sound was loud enough, it could still penetrate a little. Just now, Wang Yi had shouted this to Yan Huan. Who is it? After a while, a voice was heard. It was a little muffled and subtle. Although Chen Zong was familiar with the voice of Sword Saint Wuxia, the voice was distorted and difficult to distinguish. He could still hear a hint of vigilance in it. However, he would know once he saw the person. First Elder, I'm Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately leaned close to the door and spoke as if his voice was strung together. After 10 breaths, the door trembled and made cracking sounds. It opened immediately. Chen Zong stood at the door and saw the person inside through the open door. He immediately showed a touch of joy. Sword Saint Wu Sha, it was indeed Sword Saint Wu Sha. First Elder, Chen Zong said with a smile. Hill Master, why are you here? Sword Saint Wu Sha exclaimed. I came after receiving your last message, Chen Zong said with a smile. My message was not to ask for help. It was to tell you not to come. Sword Saint Wu Sha sighed and said, this is the Divine Prison District. It's a prison. Once you enter here, you're like a prisoner and can't get out. It doesn't matter if I'm trapped here, but you're the hope of our Taihao Mountain. How could you enter here, you're so stupid. It doesn't matter. Since I'm already here. Chen Zong smiled and said, it's meaningless to talk about that. Maybe we can find a way to get out of here. After hearing Chen Zong's words, Yan Huan suddenly smiled and said, don't talk about that. I've already helped you find the person. It's time to give me the Chaos Divine Gems. Chen Zong didn't care. The Divine Prison District was famous for being unable to get out. It was meaningless to argue. Besides, he really didn't know how to leave now. It was useless to argue. When he took out 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems, Chen Zong saw Yan Huan's eyes shining. He grabbed the pile of Chaos Divine Gems with a big hand and immediately took them away. He looked at Chen Zong with blazing eyes. Then, he restrained himself and said, you're a straightforward person. If you need my help or want to know anything, just come to me. The price is fair. After that, Yan Huan turned and strode away. Soon, he disappeared. Brother Chen, congratulations on finding the person. Wang Yi cupped his hands and said to Chen Zong. Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you this time. Chen Zong smiled. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of chaotic divine crystals appeared. There was a total of 50,000 of them. I hope that you can accept this humble gift. This? Wang Yi was surprised. His eyes were shining. Then, he clenched his teeth and said, okay, then I'll accept it shamelessly. Brother Chen, thank you. These Chaos Divine Gems are of great help to me. Wang Yi said and kept the 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems. The door closed and Wang Yi stayed behind. Mountain Master, you shouldn't have come. Sword Saint Wu Sha said. You've been here for a while. What do you know? Chen Zong asked. Not much. When I first came in, I wanted to explore. Then, I met a group of people. They knew that I just came in and forced me to hand over my storage divine item. If I didn't, they would kill me. Sword Saint Wu Sha said slowly, they are very strong. When I saw that the situation was bad, I immediately used a secret technique to speed up my escape. I couldn't enter the other cells, so I could only return here. They can't enter. Chen Zong frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of something. If this was a cell used to imprison some kind of powerful monster, why could it be opened from the inside but not from the outside? If that was the case, wouldn't it fail to imprison the monster? Think about it. What kind of cell would be opened from the inside? However, Sword Saint Wu Sha's words also indicated that he could open the cell from the outside, but others couldn't. Why was that? Could it be that the cell recognized people? Whoever appeared in the cell first could open the cell from the outside, but others couldn't. Chen Zong voiced his doubts and looked at Wang Yi. Brother Wang, you've been here for a longer time. Do you know anything about this? Brother Chen, you've said it. Actually, someone mentioned this before. It's just that they didn't find a clear answer, Wang Yi said, shaking his head. Wang Yi shook his head. Then, Wang Yi continued, Brother Chen, do you know why someone would want Sword Saint Wu Sha to hand over his storage god artifact after finding out he's new? Chaos Divine Gems? Chen Zong thought. That's right. Chaos Divine Gems. Wang Yi sighed slightly. Those who enter here aren't considered weak in the true saint realm because those weaker true saints will be killed by the dark evil corpses before they reach the depths of the lost god realm or become dark evil corpses. Chen Zong nodded. Thinking about the strength of those dark evil corpses, ordinary true saints were indeed no match for them. It seemed that Sword Saint Wu Sha's strength had improved quite a bit after all these years of experience. Chen Zong, you can feel it, right? The heaven and earth essence chi here isn't as dense as the outside world, and it's very messy, Wang Yi said. Chenzong couldn't help but nod. He had felt this when he first entered. The heaven and earth essence chi in the God Prison District was indeed incomparable to the outside world. It was messy and seemed to contain a trace of chaos. Chenzong immediately understood without Wang Yi saying anything. Because the heaven and earth essence chi here was messy, it would be very inefficient to absorb and refine it into one's own cultivation. Moreover, the heaven and earth essence chi also contained chaos. If one absorbed the heaven and earth essence chi, the chaos would also be absorbed. It was fine to absorb a small amount, but if one absorbed too much, it would affect one's divine intent and even cause one to go crazy. In this way, once one's cultivation was consumed, one would have to rely on the chaos divine gems to recover. The power contained in the chaos divine gems was pure and very suitable for absorption and refinement. There wouldn't be any adverse effects. In this place, the effect of the chaos divine gems would be further magnified. In most cases, the people here aren't willing to fight. As long as they don't attack, their cultivation won't be consumed and can last for a long time, Wang Yi said. Then, his tone became serious, but some people are different. They will snatch the chaos divine gems of others, especially those who have just entered here. They are their main target. For example, I was robbed once in order to survive. The chaos divine gems are long gone, so even if they meet me, they won't attack me again. This was also the reason why Chenzong was able to meet Wang Yi. Otherwise, Wang Yi wouldn't have come out so casually. Of course, it was also because anyone would feel uncomfortable staying in a cold cell for a long time. It was only right for him to come out for a breath of fresh air. Those who specialize in snatching the chaos divine gems are fine. But if you encounter those lunatics who are attacked by the chaos divine gems, you'll be finished. Wang Yi's expression was very serious. They are already different. They can't be called human. We call them the chaos ones. The chaos ones. Chenzong pondered. He imagined the result of being attacked by the chaos divine gems. Indeed, they would become mindless lunatics. However, under normal circumstances, as long as you don't enter the core of the God Prison District, you won't encounter those crazy chaos ones, Wang Yi said solemnly. Why would those chaos ones stay in the core of the God Prison District? Chenzong keenly caught this point in Wang Yi's words and immediately asked. The core of the God Prison District. Wang Yi took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with fear and his voice trembled. There is a monster there, a terrifying monster. Chenzong and Sword Saint Wuxia couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of monster could make Wang Yi show such a frightened expression? Even the tone of his voice was trembling. Chenzong, Sword Saint Wuxia, and Wang Yi left the cell and walked on the wide corridor towards the core of the God's Prison District. When Chenzong heard about the God's Prison District from Wang Yi, he instinctively felt that they should go to the core of the God's Prison District to take a look. Maybe they could find some useful clues. Chenzong wanted to go to the core, but he knew the way, so he could only ask Wang Yi to lead the way. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and agreed, but he also invited Yan Huan. It would be safer for the four of them to move together. After all, everyone who entered here, whether they were from the origin race, the human race, the fire saint tribe, or the water saint tribe, was at the true saint realm. They were not weak. Yan Huan accepted the invitation, or rather, the employment, because he asked for 50,000 chaos divine gems. Chenzong did not refuse. The God's Prison District was too mysterious. One more person who was not weak was one more layer of protection. Yan Huan and Wang Yi's expressions were grave. Sword Saint Wuxia's expression was solemn. Only Chenzong's expression was calm. The God's Prison District was very vast. Everyone's strength was obviously suppressed. They were only 1,000th of their original strength. It was difficult to travel around the God's Prison District in a short time. Moreover, they had to maintain their strength as much as possible. Under Yan Huan and Wang Yi's lead, Chenzong and Sword Saint Wuxia kept moving forward. They encountered a group of people. There were as many as 7 people in this group. It's him. When they saw Sword Saint Wuxia, they were stunned and then overjoyed. He escaped last time. This time, you won't be able to escape. As they spoke, the 7 of them used up more strength and burst out with full speed. They surrounded Qianzong and the other 3. There's someone I haven't seen before. Is he also new? The 7 of them stared at Qianzong. Their eyes shone brightly. Newcomers meant primal chaos divine crystals. Hand over your storage items and we'll let you live, one of the 7 said coldly. A terrifying aura spread out and locked onto Qianzong and the other 3. Of these 7, 2 were from the human race, 2 were from the origin race, 2 were from the Fire Saint tribe, and 1 was from the Thunder Saint tribe. Wang Dong, brother Yan, and I have already been robbed by you. Wang Yi immediately said angrily, enough is enough. Otherwise, if we really fight, how much do you think you can gain? Now that Wang Yi and Yan Huan had obtained the chaotic divine gems, they could use the chaotic divine gems to recover their cultivation power. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would use them sparingly so that they could last longer. However, at critical moments, they could increase the consumption of the chaotic divine gems to increase their strength. Last time, they had been robbed by these people alone. This time, it would not be so easy. For against 7, since they still had chaotic divine gems, they might be able to fight. Yan Huan didn't say a word, but a thick light flashed in his hand. A thick bronze saber appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying saber pressure. Wang Yi's aura rose and instantly condensed. It felt like it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Sword Saint Wuxia pulled out his chaotic divine gems. His eyes were sharp. He didn't say a word, but he condensed a strong killing intent in his sword. He and his sword were inseparable, as if they were one. Only Qianzong was calm. It seems like you want to die. Wang Dong's face darkened. His eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with strong killing intent. If that's the case, then don't live anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dong attacked first. He threw a punch. Even though his cultivation was suppressed and he only had 1,000th of his strength left, the power of this punch was very terrifying. The fist intent contained in it had a power that could sweep through the universe. These people were trapped here and couldn't leave. They had been trapped here for at least dozens of years, and at most hundreds of years. Under the situation where their cultivation couldn't increase, they had nothing to do. They could only study martial arts. Under the boredom of studying for a long time, their attainments in martial arts had improved, and their strength had increased. Attack, as Wang Dong attacked, the others attacked as well. Palm prints came pressing down from the sky. Flames surged and lightning bloomed. Wang Yi attacked as well. He cultivated palm techniques. The power of his cultivation was condensed in his palms, and he instantly threw them out. His movements seemed light, but each palm contained a terrifying force. It was held back, and only when it hit the target would it explode with shocking power. Yan Huan suddenly waved his heavy saber. The saber aura was extremely powerful and domineering. It was like a saber mountain was pushed out. Kill! Sword Saint Wuxia shouted. He instantly waved his sword and slashed out an extremely cold sword light. The murderous aura cut through the sky like a tide. Qianzong's sword was silently unsheathed. An extremely condensed sword light tore through the sky. Under the situation where his strength was suppressed to 1,000th of his strength, his moves weren't that flashy. However, its power was still very terrifying. Especially when his moves were more exquisite, his killing intent was extremely shocking. 7 against 4. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. The fierce battle continued. But gradually, Wang Yi, Yan Huan, and Sword Saint Wuxia began to be suppressed. Only Qianzong was not. On the contrary, Qianzong seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. He displayed the single-hearted sword technique. The power of each sword was extremely terrifying. The sword light pierced through everything. Divine firmament, a sword slashed through the air. The sword light was extremely dazzling. It took away all the brilliance, making the originally dim corridor seem to be swallowed by darkness. Only the sword light was extremely dazzling and sharp. This sword was very close and fast. One of them was immediately hit, and his body was directly split open. His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly flew back. The split body slowly healed, and his expression became more and more ugly. If it was in the outside world, it wouldn't be a big deal to consume energy like this. But in the divine prison district, every bit of energy was precious. It was best not to consume it. If they were injured, the energy consumed when the indestructible body was recovering was enough to make their hearts ache. This was also the reason why the people here would try their best to avoid fighting if they could. It was because if they wanted to recover their energy after consuming it, they could only absorb it through the chaotic divine crystal. Of course, they could also take elixirs, but they couldn't be taken too often. Otherwise, they would leave impurities that would affect the purity of their energy. Shenzong was different from them. He didn't have to worry about the consumption of his energy because Shenzong's energy was the mixed yuan heart force. It was a unique energy of its own. Whether it was cultivation, improvement, or recovery, it had nothing to do with the outside world. It was naturally born in his own inner universe. So here, Shenzong didn't care about the consumption of his energy at all. Except that his strength was suppressed to only 1,000th of it, the recovery speed of his energy was still very fast, and he wasn't affected that much. In this way, as long as Shenzong grasped the rhythm of the battle well, he could fight for a long time. One person and one sword. In just a short time, they displayed their killing moves and cut the bodies of the 7 people in half. Let's go. Wang Dong's face was pale, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Shenzong was very strong, and they were no match for him. After all, Shenzong had the strength of the top 10 on the real chaotic ranking, and they weren't. Before they entered here, most of them hadn't been listed on the real chaotic ranking. Even though decades or even centuries had passed, their martial arts had improved and their strength had become stronger. If they went to the outside world to recover their cultivation, they would be able to further enhance their strength. They might have the strength to be listed on the real chaotic ranking, but it wasn't certain. Everyone would improve, especially those geniuses whose improvement was more obvious. Of course, there had been peerless experts on the real chaotic ranking who had broken into the divine prison district, but there weren't many of them. And these 7 people weren't such experts. Did I say you can go? An indifferent voice was heard. Shenzong's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 7 people directly, stopping them. You are indeed very strong. You must be a peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking. Wang Dong's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, but here, even if you are very strong, you will still be subject to various restrictions. If we really want to fight to the death, we may not be afraid of you. We just don't want to fight to the death. The fish will die, but the net won't break. Shenzong said unhurriedly. With every word he said, the sword will grow stronger. When he said 7 words, the sword will reach its peak, as if it was about to condense into reality and tear everything apart. The heavenly will sword sensed the sword will and immediately trembled. It let out a series of sword cries, and the sword chi surged. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a storm, immediately filling the surroundings. Wang Dong and the other 7 people's expressions changed drastically, and they became more and more serious. Were they going to fight to the death? The 7 people's expressions became more and more serious. Their pupils constricted, and their auras continued to gather. Although they were very unwilling, they had to do it now. As cultivators, they could survive until now. In addition to being cautious enough, they also had amazing willpower that dared to face life and death. In this battle, it was either you or me that would die. There was no escape. Wang Yi's expression was solemn and determined, but Yan Huan smiled bitterly. To be honest, he didn't want this to happen. He was only making a deal with Shenzong. But no matter what, they were now in the same team and on the same line. They should work together to fight the enemy. Moreover, Shenzong had shown very strong strength. At least they had the upper hand in a 4-against-7 battle. They could win. Sword Saint Wuxia didn't say a word, but his killing intent was raised to the extreme, and it was also condensed to the extreme. Desolation, strands of desolation filled the surroundings, as if they had turned into gusts of wind. They surged back and forth in this place, sweeping past everyone's bodies and their hearts. A battle of life and death was about to begin. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. It came from behind Shenzong. There was darkness in the distance, deep in the darkness. The footsteps were clear and heavy, and they kept coming. Accompanied by the heavy footsteps, a terrifying evil and chaotic aura spread out at the same time. It's the chaotic one. Leave quickly. The expressions of Wang Dong and the others changed drastically. They retreated without hesitation, because at this moment they believed that the others definitely wouldn't stop them. Sure enough, Chenzong didn't stop them. Instead, he turned around and faced the deep darkness, facing the figure that was gradually emerging from the darkness. The corridor was dim, and the further one went, the darker it became. It was so dark that it turned into darkness, as if it would devour everything. That figure walked with heavy footsteps, as if it was a monster that walked out of the dark demon abyss. The chaotic and evil aura constantly spread out, blending into the air of the divine prison district. It was like a gust of wind, but also like the rush of water. Ta-ta-ta, the footsteps became clearer, and the chaotic and evil aura became stronger. The figure gradually became clearer. It was a figure in tattered clothes. His entire body was filled with wisps of grayish aura, which lingered like a thin cloud. The grayish aura was continuously emitting chaotic and evil ripples. It's a carrier of chaos. Brother Chen, run! Wang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. Yan Huan was also shocked, and he immediately retreated with explosive speed. At this time, he no longer cared about the consumption of energy. Running for his life was the most important thing. Wang Yi had said before that the carriers of chaos were caused by the previous cultivators who absorbed the world's yuan qi in this place. As a result, they were attacked by the chaotic and evil will contained in the yuan qi, and gradually lost their self-rationality and became chaotic. The carriers of chaos were even more terrifying because they could absorb the world's yuan qi in this place without worrying about being affected by the chaotic will. Or rather, they had already been affected, so it didn't matter. In addition, the power of the carriers of chaos also carried the chaotic will. When fighting with them, it was easier to be attacked by the chaotic will. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were no match for the carriers of chaos. Therefore, once they encountered a carrier of chaos, they would decisively escape. As long as they returned to their cells, the carrier of chaos would not be able to do anything to them. However, Chenzong had no intention of escaping. Seeing that Chenzong did not move, Sword Saint Wuxia also did not move. Brother Chen. Wang Yi, who was retreating, shouted again with a change in expression. However, seeing that Chenzong really did not move, he immediately stopped, gritted his teeth, and rushed over again. Yan Huan stopped in the distance, but did not approach. You're not running, the carrier of chaos said. His voice was hoarse and dry, and there was some doubt in it. The carrier of chaos was chaotic, but he still retained his previous consciousness. However, he did not have the emotions from before. Why should I run? Chenzong asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. If you don't run, then die. The one of chaos immediately gave a sinister smile and took a step forward. His power erupted, and his speed suddenly increased. Like a gust of wind, he carried with him an extremely terrifying chaotic will and instantly closed in. Chenzong immediately felt an extremely shocking and chaotic aura rushing towards him. It was as if he had become a small boat that could be destroyed at any time. However, Chenzong was not a small boat. He was a giant ship. He unsheathed his sword. With a flash of sword light, the sword instantly pierced through the air. The impact of the chaotic spirit was indeed powerful, but it was nothing to Chenzong. It could not affect Chenzong at all. The gray saber light suddenly hacked out. It was accompanied by a trace of gray aura. It arrived in an instant. He's gone mad. He's actually fighting against a member of chaos. Wang Dong and the others, who had retreated from afar, looked back. Their faces instantly changed. Humph, he must be a newcomer who thinks he's strong but doesn't know how terrifying the carriers of chaos are. How foolish. It's a pity that we can't get his chaotic divine crystals. The 7 of them all felt regretful. They did not immediately leave. Instead, they watched. With their strength, it was not that they could not fight against the carrier of chaos if the 7 of them joined forces. It was just that there was no need to. Even if the carrier of chaos won later, it would not be so easy to chase after them. Chenzong fought against the carrier of chaos. His saber and sword clashed. He immediately discovered that this carrier of chaos was very strong. His strength was very strong, and his physique was also very strong. Each of his attacks also carried the impact of chaotic will. He was very difficult to deal with. However, Chenzong still fought against him. He did not have to worry about the consumption of mixed yuan heart force. He only needed to grasp the rhythm. Chenzong displayed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. One sword light after another continuously pierced through the air. Some were straight, some were zigzagging, some were circling, some were fast, and some were slow. They were all different and contained profound mysteries. At present, Chenzong had already deduced the single-hearted sword technique to the level of 33 swords. When the single-hearted sword technique increased by one sword, it represented an improvement. 3 more swords represented 3 improvements. It should be known that the single-hearted sword technique was the most direct manifestation of Chenzong's own attainments in Sword Dao. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became to improve. Previously, Chenzong used 10 years to improve from 27 swords to 30 swords. Later, it took him 30 years to improve from 30 swords to 33 swords. When he displayed the single-hearted sword to 33 swords, it was like a storm that swept over. For a time, it actually suppressed the carrier of chaos. The sword light flashed incessantly. It was extremely dazzling. It shattered the gloomy aura and enveloped the carrier of chaos, as if it was going to devour him. The carrier of chaos was constantly struck by swords. He was not a match for Chenzong at all. So strong. The expressions of Wang Dong and the others changed drastically. They never expected that the newcomer would be so strong. His swordsmanship was extremely superb. Fortunately, the carrier of chaos appeared. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Like a torrent bursting a dike, or like a star exploding, it directly shattered countless sword lights. The terrifying power also caused Chenzong to retreat in an instant. As the sword lights shattered, an astonishingly gloomy figure continued to expand. Strands of gloomy aura madly condensed and swayed like the tentacles of an octopus. Each gloomy tentacle emitted a terrifying aura that was even more powerful than before. Change. The carrier of chaos' form rapidly changed. He completely broke away from his original human form and turned into a monster. A monster with a bloated body full of tentacles. An extremely evil aura constantly spread out from the monster's body. The terrifying aura filled all directions. The extremely evil and chaotic aura crazily rushed over, causing Chenzong's expression to become even more solemn. The sound of wind breaking was heard continuously. Tentacles as thick as an arm instantly shot out. Like spears and sharp swords piercing through the air, they burst out with astonishing speed and stabbed at Chenzong. Very quickly, in just an instant, Chenzong was targeted by more than a dozen tentacles. His figure was as light as a willow in the wind. He nimbly and quickly avoided the tentacles' attacks. As he waved the heavenly will sword, he also blocked the tentacles' attacks. However, the moment the sword and the tentacles came into contact, Chenzong immediately felt a terrifying burst of power. It was as if it wanted to shatter the heavenly will sword. Moreover, the tentacles changed very quickly. The moment they came into contact with the sword, they immediately rolled up and tried to wrap around the sword. Chenzong's reaction was even faster. The sword in his hand was like an extension of his arm. Using both hardness and gentleness, he instantly broke apart the tentacles. The sword light was like an aurora as it shot towards the monster. That chaotic being has demonized. Everyone was shocked. A carrier of chaos, who had been demonized, would completely turn into an evil spirit, never to return to their original form. Divine Firmament, the sword that stole all the brilliance in the world, tore through the air, splitting everything. It also cut off a few tentacles. However, Chenzong's expression became more and more serious. Tough. The tentacles were very tough. Divine Firmament's sword could only cut off a few of them, not all of them. 3 times the mixed yuan heart force burst out. Divine Firmament, the sword's power multiplied and became even more tyrannical. Slash. Slash, the sword light slashed out continuously, completely cutting off more than a dozen tentacles, and charged towards the monster. In the distance, everyone was even more shocked. To burst out like this, wasn't he afraid of exhausting all his strength, or did this person have a lot of chaotic divine crystals? Was that why he dared to burst out with the power of his cultivation, eternal star, Taihao? The shadow of the stars rotated and pressed forward, directly bombarding the monster's body. Immediately, the monster's body trembled and cracks appeared. Then, the blazing and violent Taihao True Sun shot through the air and burned. Screams. The evil monster kept screaming and retreating frantically, running into the darkness at an extremely fast speed. Chen Zong moved and immediately chased after it. Brother Chen, don't chase after it. Wang Yi also reacted and immediately shouted. Sword Saint Wuxia also burst out with speed and quickly caught up. After a moment of silence, Wang Yi also followed. Yan Huan looked back at Wang Dong and the others, then at Wang Yi. She had no choice but to follow. These people are crazy. They actually dare to enter the core. They're dead. Should we follow them and take the opportunity to pick up their storage divine artifacts? They thought that Chen Zong and the others would only die if they entered the core of the divine prison district. They were already thinking about whether to follow them and take advantage of the situation. Wealth comes from danger. Let's go. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and said after his expression changed. There are 7 of us. As long as we don't get too close to the core and don't face the monster directly, we should be able to protect ourselves. That's right. As long as we're careful, we'll be fine. Maybe we can even pick up 4 storage divine artifacts and get a lot of chaotic divine gems. Speaking until here, the 7 of them smiled and immediately took action. At the same time, they took out chaotic divine gems to absorb and refine, recovering the energy they consumed just now. This was to ensure that they would have enough energy to deal with any danger they encountered. Fortunately, everyone's cultivation base and strength were suppressed to 1,000th of their peak. At the same time, it also meant that they didn't need to use too many chaotic divine gems to recover the energy they consumed. If they wanted to recover their original cultivation base, they would need to consume tens of thousands or even more chaotic divine gems. Now, they only needed 1,000th of it. Tens of thousands of chaotic divine gems were only a few dozen. Chen Zong kept chasing after the monster. He didn't do it recklessly, because Chen Zong's original purpose was to enter the core of the divine prison district and look for clues. Maybe he could find something. In order to leave the divine prison district, Chen Zong thought that they should first have a sufficient understanding of the divine prison district, or to put it another way, they had to unravel the secrets of the divine prison district. After listening to Wang Yi's words, Chen Zong felt that the hope of unraveling the secrets of the divine prison district might lie in the core of the divine prison district. No matter what, he had to go to the core and have a look. He had to leave the divine prison district. He couldn't be trapped here forever, because there were people he cared about outside, such as Taihao Mountain and so on. The monster's body was burning. As it went deeper and deeper, the flames on the monster's body gradually extinguished. The names of chapter 58 and 56 are repeated, but don't panic or be afraid, because the content is not repeated. The deeper he went into the god's prison district, the more chaotic and evil the aura became, and the dimmer the light became. Chen Zong did not stop, but he became more and more vigilant. The mixed Yuan heart force kept running in his body at a high speed, ready to burst out the most powerful attack at any time. The Taihao True Yang fire on the monster's body was extinguished, and the burned body of the monster quickly recovered as it continued to absorb the chaotic aura. Chase, 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 go deeper, go deeper. Chen Zong's speed was so fast that he did not need to worry about the consumption and recovery of his strength, making it difficult for Sword Saint Wuxia and the others to catch up. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's rapidly moving body came to a halt. His eyes shone brightly, as if he could see through the darkness into the distance. He felt his heart palpitate slightly, as if there was something terrifying in front of him that posed a great threat to him. However, that threat was not fatal. Move, Chen Zong moved again, but not as fast as before. While moving forward, Chen Zong thought of the monster in the core of the god's prison district that Wang Yi had mentioned. When he talked about it, Wang Yi's expression changed greatly, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. It was speculated that the god's prison district existed to imprison such a monster. Or it could be said that it was to imprison a group of monsters, but most of the monsters were gone, and no one knew whether they had left or died. Only one monster existed in the core of the god's prison district, suppressed. Even if it was suppressed, Wang Yi and the others did not dare to approach it again. Hearsay was one thing, and Shenzong wanted to find a way to leave this place, so he came. After rushing out of the deep darkness, Shenzong looked ahead. There was light there, but it was not very strong, diffusing and shining in all directions. This kind of light was like moonlight or starlight. A soft light scattered in all directions, giving off a feeling of the setting sun. Shenzong also saw that the light came from pillars. Each pillar was 10 meters thick, and the pillars were engraved with unique patterns. As the patterns crisscrossed, they constantly emitted a faint light. However, there were too many veined patterns, densely covering the entire huge pillar. Even if each veined pattern was only emitting a faint light, the light emitted by so many veined patterns stacked on top of each other, making it very obvious. In the center of the huge pillars, there was only darkness. It was as if even the faint light had been cut off. The darkness was incomparably deep. Just now, Shenzong saw with his own eyes that the monster he was chasing disappeared into the darkness. The darkness was incomparably deep, like a dark abyss that could devour everything. When Shenzong stared at it, he could not help but feel a chill from the depths of his heart and body. It was like a torrent that was released in an instant, wanting to devour everything. Fear, traces of indescribable fear filled the air, as if it could not be suppressed. This situation made Shenzong's expression change greatly. How could it be? How could it be? What kind of monster existed in the darkness? Yes, Shenzong was sure that the terrible monster that Wang Yi had mentioned existed in the darkness. With his extremely strong will of the divine, Shenzong resisted the attack of the fear. Withdrawing his gaze, Shenzong looked at the thick pillars again. There were as many as 9 thick pillars in front of him. On the other side, he could not see, there were probably more. Shenzong speculated based on the distance between the pillars. He speculated that there should be 18 huge pillars. The 18 pillars, each of which was 10 meters thick, formed a circle, which just happened to encircle the darkness, or rather, to imprison it. A sudden change occurred. Shenzong only felt a terrible threat erupting in an instant, attacking him. From the darkness, a shadow suddenly shot out. It was too fast, so fast that it was beyond his expectations. It was so fast that Shenzong's heart unconsciously trembled. The instinct that had been tempered by countless life and death situations broke out in an instant. Shenzong instantly drew his sword to meet the attack. He immediately felt a terrible force erupting. Unable to resist, he was directly blown back hundreds of meters away. As his chi and blood surged, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cracks also appeared on the perfect immortal universe body, like a porcelain that was about to break. The mixed origin heart force was consumed. The cracks on the body quickly disappeared, but they appeared again. Moreover, there was a trace of gray aura spreading from the wound, full of an astonishing evil aura. Retreat, the sword essence erupted. The mixed origin heart force erupted. Shenzong constantly resisted the gray aura that raged and invaded his body, expelling it bit by bit. It took a long time, and the mixed origin heart force in his body was almost exhausted. He could only temporarily suppress the rest of it. In his mind, there was an evil chaos that kept erupting and attacking, trying to pollute Shenzong's divine will and make Shenzong sink. Shenzong's divine will was extremely tough. Together with the sword essence, he was safe for a while. However, Shenzong knew that he had to erase the evil chaotic consciousness in his mind and the evil power in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it took a long time, it would have an adverse effect on him. At the same time, Sword Saint Wu Sha and Wang Yi arrived, followed by Yan Huan. Seeing that Shenzong did not go deep, Wang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Wang, have you seen the monster's full appearance?" Shenzong asked. Wang Yi shook his head. "The monster is imprisoned inside. It can't fully appear, but it can attack." Previously, many practitioners had been attacked by the monster imprisoned in the darkness, and then they would become monsters. Wang Yi had seen this scene with his own eyes and felt afraid. Moreover, when he stared at the darkness, an indescribable fear would constantly grow from the depths of his heart. Chenzong nodded and seemed to be lost in thought before he left. He went back first, dispelling the evil power that was temporarily suppressed in his body and the chaotic consciousness raging in his mind, and then making other plans. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was wrong with Chenzong. Everything was normal. When Wang Dong and the others saw Chenzong and the other three from afar, their expressions changed. They immediately retreated without hesitation and quickly left. Originally, they planned to follow and see if they could take advantage of the situation. Now it seemed that there was no other way. That person's strength was extremely strong. Even if the 7 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Wang Dong and the others retreated, but Chenzong did not pay attention to them. It was not the right time to fight. Wang Dong and the others did not know that they had missed a good opportunity. Otherwise, if they fought now, Chenzong would not be able to give full play to his strength, not even 30%. He was no match for them. In the cell, Chenzong constantly operated the mixed Yuan heart force to erase the evil power in his body bit by bit. At the same time, the powerful will of God drove the sword essence into a sharp sword. The sword light flashed constantly. He used the single-hearted swordsmanship to attack directly, using his mind as the center. The chaotic consciousness that invaded his mind was constantly broken. However, the evil power and the chaotic consciousness were very tenacious and terrifying. They kept resisting Chenzong. Time passed slowly. After a long time, Chenzong first completely destroyed the evil power in his body. Then, the chaotic consciousness that was raging in his mind became weaker and weaker. In the end, it shrank into a ball and kept resisting Chenzong's will of sword. With a loud boom, the chaotic will that had shrunk to its limit suddenly exploded, like the explosion of a star. Although it looked small, it could actually erupt with such a terrifying power. It was so vast and mighty that Chenzong's expression changed greatly. He felt as if his mind was being destroyed. Even the sharp sword made of sword essence was knocked away by the final explosion of the chaotic consciousness. Cracks appeared on the sword, and then it broke into pieces. Under the urging of the will of God, the broken sword essence gathered again and was smashed again. After the third time, it blocked the explosion of the chaotic consciousness and completely destroyed it. Chenzong heaved a long sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. Immediately, Chenzong showed a look of surprise. His mixed element heart force seemed to be a little purer, and his will of God and sword essence seemed to have become stronger. Was it an illusion? After carefully sensing, Chenzong found that his mixed element heart force was indeed a little purer, and his will of God and sword essence were indeed a little stronger. Why was this? Was it because of the evil power and the chaotic consciousness? The evil power tried to pollute him, and the chaotic consciousness tried to invade him. The mixed element heart force fought against the evil power, and the will of God and sword essence fought against the chaotic consciousness. Unknowingly, they were sharpened and became purer and stronger. This discovery made Chenzong secretly happy. His cultivation had reached the limit of the indestructible body of the universe. It had reached a point where it was difficult to improve, unless he could break through his current realm. He did not expect that he could make his mixed element heart force purer. It should be known that the purer the mixed element heart force was, the stronger the power it could burst out. Similarly, the stronger the will of God and sword essence was, the stronger it could increase his strength to a certain extent. This was another way to improve his strength. With this thought, Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. It would be very difficult to break through to the next realm, which was equivalent to the demigod realm. Chenzong had no clue now, and did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend something and break through. However, this did not mean that his strength could not be improved further. Moreover, the continuous improvement of his strength meant that his foundation was more solid, and he could dig deeper into his current potential. When the time came for him to break through, he would have greater strength. All in all, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. In this way, I can study the core secrets of the God's prison district while using the monster's power to sharpen my mixed element heart force and sword essence to improve my strength. Chenzong made up his mind. Not only could he study the core secrets of the God's prison district, find a way to leave the God's prison district, but he could also sharpen his own strength and improve his strength. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? As for this method, Qianzong did not tell Sword Saint Wuxia, because Sword Saint Wuxia's strength was not enough. Once he was hit by the monster, not to mention the evil power and chaotic consciousness, the power of the blow was extremely terrifying. Even with his strength, he was almost unable to react in time and was directly sent flying. With Sword Saint Wuxia's strength, he would be directly killed. Although the God's prison district was not small, it was full of prison cells. There were tens of thousands of prison cells, and most of them were inaccessible. It was difficult to find anything interesting here. Sword Saint Wuxia focused on cultivating his swordsmanship. Qianzong, in addition to comprehending his swordsmanship, went to the core area. Every time he went, Qianzong was extremely cautious. After taking a hit from the monster in the dark, he immediately retreated as fast as he could. He returned to his cell and focused on resisting the evil power and chaotic will to hone himself. Once, twice, thrice, every time he honed himself, Qianzong could feel that his mixed yuan heart force was getting purer and his divine will and sword will were getting stronger. His overall strength was slowly improving, and his understanding of swordsmanship was getting stronger. This time, it was Qianzong's 9th time coming to the core area of the God's prison district. He stared at the darkness, where even light could not penetrate, and waited for the horrible existence in the darkness to launch an attack. Qianzong's eyes narrowed, incomparably sharp. In just an instant, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a shadow shooting out from the darkness. It was extremely fast, so fast that it was beyond Qianzong's line of sight. Even with his mixed yuan heart force, it was difficult to completely capture it. However, Qianzong had experienced it 8 times before. This time, he was even stronger. He instantly drew his sword and slashed out. The sword was like an ancient star that crushed everything. The shadow was instantly shattered, and the heavenly will sword was also hit. A terrible power burst out and attacked Qianzong. His body was inevitably sent flying. However, compared to the previous times, Qianzong did not vomit blood this time. Instead, his qi and blood were shaken. The evil power and chaotic will rushed into Qianzong's body and mind, beginning to corrupt and invade Qianzong's body and divine will. They tried to make Qianzong sink into depravity and become a chaotic being, or even a strange evil demon. Qianzong suppressed the evil power and chaotic will that invaded his body first, and then quickly retreated. Please wait a moment. A hoarse voice came. It seemed that the person had not spoken for a long time, but Qianzong immediately became alert. At this moment, in order to suppress the evil power and chaotic consciousness in his body, he could only exert 50% of his strength. Of course, in the state of 50% strength, Qianzong's strength was extremely tyrannical, not to mention that he had the Titan tactics as his trump card. Even if he encountered danger, he was confident that he could escape. A figure came from the side. It didn't seem to be moving very fast, but every step it took was very fast. From the time the voice sounded to the end, the figure had already appeared dozens of meters away from Qianzong. Although the light was dim, they could still see each other clearly from dozens of meters away. It was an old man, a slovenly old man in tattered robes. If this was any other place, he might have been mistaken for an experienced beggar. However, Qianzong wouldn't treat him as an experienced beggar, because this slovenly old man didn't have any strange stench. His aura was restrained and sharp, like a sword in a scabbard. Swordsman, this old man was a swordsman, Qianzong instantly judged. Moreover, Qianzong vaguely felt that the old man's aura was different from that of ordinary swordsmen. Ordinary swordsmen only had one pure aura, but this old man had more than one aura. "What can I do for you?" Qianzong asked with a calm expression and a steady aura. "I've noticed that you've come here several times. Have you discovered something?" the old man asked. Then he seemed to realize that it was inappropriate to ask a stranger like him. "My name is Sumu. 600 years ago, I arrogantly broke into the God Prison District because I thought there were great secrets and opportunities in the God Prison District. I didn't expect that I would be trapped here for 600 years. During these 600 years, I've been studying and trying to crack the secret of the God Prison District, but I haven't succeeded." Sumu. 600 years ago, Qianzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to have some impression of this name. Before entering the Maze God realm, he had bought information from the Tianji sect, which mentioned some experts who had broken into the God Prison District. Over the past 1,000 years, there had been many experts of the true sage realm who had broken into the God Prison District by accident or on their own initiative. There were at least hundreds of them, but very few people remembered them. Sumu was one of them. Could it be? You're the 100-sword celestial who was ranked second on the real chaotic list 600 years ago? Chenzong asked. I was indeed called 100-sword celestial back then, the old man nodded and admitted. 100-sword celestial, he had been a peerless expert ranked second on the real chaotic list, which was equivalent to the 5 ultimate swords celestial. He was very strong. Of course, there was definitely a difference between the real chaotic list from 600 years ago and the real chaotic list now. After all, the chaotic universe only had a history of more than 1,000 years. 600 years ago, the chaotic universe only had a history of 400 or 500 years. Experts were different in all aspects. But no matter what, being able to be listed on the real chaotic board meant that he was not simple in all aspects. His cultivation must have reached the peak of the exceptional true saint realm. Moreover, 600 years had passed. Although sword god Sumu's cultivation had not improved much in the divine prison district, he must have made significant progress in sword principle. Sumu's current strength could not be ranked second on the real chaotic list in the outside world, but it was definitely not a problem for him to be ranked in the top 10. Chenzong could feel that 100-sword celestial was very strong, perhaps not inferior to him. My name is Chenzong. Chenzong also reported his name. I just entered the God Prison District not long ago. As for the secret of the God Prison District, I haven't found anything yet. But I feel that it has something to do with the core. Maybe I can find relevant clues if I crack the core secret. Yes, I think so too. 100-sword celestial immediately smiled. Your Excellency Chenzong, why don't you come to my place and we can have a good talk? Or I can go to your place. Come with me, Chenzong said after thinking for a while. No matter what, he had to leave this place. But now, he obviously lacked enough information. Sumu had been here for 600 years. If he had been studying the secrets of this place, as he had said, he might have found something. In this way, if he could get those secrets, he could crack the secret of this place better and faster. Maybe he could find a way to leave this place. 100-sword celestial smiled and immediately followed Chenzong to the cell of Sword Saint Wuxia. Chenzong didn't go to 100-sword celestial's place because his purpose was to find Sword Saint Wuxia. Of course, if he found anything, he would study it together. Secondly, he was using his strength to suppress the evil power and chaotic will, so he couldn't fully exert it for the time being. He had to be more cautious. Now, Chenzong was no longer here. He needed to focus on crushing the evil power and chaotic will. He could be distracted and talk with 100-sword celestial while honing himself with the evil power and chaotic will. When Wang Yi and Yan Huan heard about 100-sword celestial's fame, they were shocked. 100-sword celestial had been in the God Prison District for much longer than them. He was very low-key and rarely communicated with others. Therefore, not many people in the God Prison District knew about 100-sword celestial. At least Wang Yi and Yan Huan, who had been here for less than 100 years, didn't know about him. Your Excellency Chenzong must also be on the real chaos list, 100-sword celestial said with a smile. He could vaguely feel that Chenzong was not weak. Chenzong nodded, but didn't elaborate because it was useless. Your Excellency 100-sword celestial, can you tell me what you found in the past 600 years? Chenzong went straight to the point. There was no need for anything else. I think you know the general information by now. 100-sword celestial said slowly. However, you haven't seen the monster imprisoned in the core darkness, right? Your Excellency 100-sword celestial, have you seen the full appearance of the monster? Chenzong couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. I've seen it once. 100-sword celestial's tone was extremely solemn, but Chenzong could hear a hint of hidden fear in his extremely solemn tone. It's very terrifying. The body is at least 10,000 meters long. It's completely black, as if it was formed by countless strands of hair. When it's thin, it's as thin as hair. When it's condensed, it's like a demonic dragon dancing in the sky. after Hundred Swords Celestial described it, the monster's image suddenly became clear and three-dimensional in the minds of Qianzong and the others. It was like a monster formed by countless strands of black hair. It could shrink to the size of a human head or grow to 10,000 meters long. The black hair was like tentacles. It could be alone or together. It could be as big as it wanted. When it was big, it could wreak havoc like a demonic dragon. That is to say, I was injured by some hair before? No, no, no. It's not hair. It just looks like hair. That time, it was 300 years ago. It was initiated by Mad Fighting Celestial, the peerless expert who ranked first on the real chaotic list who accidentally broke into this place 800 years ago. We led a dozen experts in an attempt to break the darkness and release the monster imprisoned inside. Hundred Swords Celestial said in an extremely solemn tone, this was proposed by Mad Fighting Celestial. He was the strongest. Almost everyone was forced by him. His purpose was to release the monster and use it to break the God Prison District and leave this place. Qianzong and the others were stunned. Then, they changed their minds. Under certain circumstances, it seemed that they could try it. Mad Fighting Celestial was extremely powerful. More than a dozen people joined forces and forced the monster to exert its full strength. In an instant, the darkness was devoured. Except for me and Mad Fighting Celestial, everyone else was devoured. Hundred Swords Celestial seemed to recall the situation of that year. His face showed a touch of fear again. I had a way to save my life, so I survived. However, Mad Fighting Celestial was seriously injured. He was attacked by evil forces and chaotic wills. After resisting for a few decades, he became a chaotic one. After another few decades, he turned into a monster. After killing a lot of people, he threw himself into the darkness. Then, he burned everything he had and rushed out. He gave me a fragment and told me that if I could figure out the secret of the fragment, there was hope for me to leave the God Prison District. Qianzong immediately frowned. What Hundred Swords Celestial said revealed a lot of information. Qianzong's mind turned quickly. He sorted out all the information like lightning. Fragment. Emperor Berserker had been contaminated and turned into a chaotic one. He had fought against the evil power and chaotic consciousness for decades. Eventually, he was defeated, so he turned into an evil spirit and entered the darkness. Later, he came out of the darkness and burned everything he had to give a fragment to Emperor Swords. At that time, Emperor Berserker had told Emperor Swords that if he studied the secret contained in the fragment, he might be able to crack it and find a way to leave the God Prison District. After that, Emperor Berserker had burned into ashes. It was speculated that Emperor Berserker had regained some of his senses after entering the darkness. He fought against the chaotic evil further and burned everything he had to send the fragment out. Then, he was completely burned into ashes. However, Emperor Swords had studied the fragment for hundreds of years but still failed to find out anything. Now, after observing Qianzong several times, Emperor Swords took the initiative to approach Qianzong to crack the secret of the God Prison District. Stay here. No, Emperor Swords didn't think so. He also wanted to leave because his cultivation couldn't be improved here. His sword principle had reached a bottleneck and a limit. It was very difficult to improve here. In addition, the monster in the core darkness of the Divine Prison District was extremely terrifying. Although it was imprisoned, it had broken the seal for a short period of time. Last time, it had killed more than a dozen experts. Even the extremely powerful Divine Emperor Mad Fighting was not spared. He had survived because he had a secret treasure that could replace his death. However, there was only one secret treasure. If the monster broke the seal again, how could he resist it? Death was the final destination. Who would want to die if they could live? Now, Emperor Swords took out the fragment. It was a dark golden fragment about the size of a palm. Its shape was irregular, and it was covered with fine veined patterns. Can I have a look? Qianzong asked. Emperor Swords handed the fragment to Qianzong without hesitation. Qianzong took it and looked at it carefully. At first glance, Qianzong was surprised. Archaic language. The tiny lines recorded on this fragment were actually characters. They were very ancient and mysterious characters. It was the ancient god language that Qianzong had learned before. For a moment, Chenzong's heart was in turmoil. Archaic language in the ruins of the giant universe, the giant god battle technique of the giant tribe was related to the ancient god language. Chenzong was able to see through it because he had mastered the ancient god language. Previously, Chenzong only knew a little about the ancient god language, so it was too difficult to learn and comprehend. At that time, through the research of the Titan battle tactics and mutual verification, Chenzong not only saw through the mystery of the Titan battle tactics, but also mastered more of the ancient god language. However, compared to the entire ancient god language, it was only a small part. However, the densely packed words on the fragment were all in the ancient god language. It was not the kind of giant god battle technique, but the real ancient god language. Where did the ancient god language come from? Chenzong was very curious. He had also explored it, but he did not find anything. He only vaguely felt that the ancient god language might have been passed down from a prehistoric universe, but he did not know which prehistoric universe it was. So far, the exploration of the prehistoric universe had not been so complete. Now, he might be able to find out some secrets from this fragment. Here comes the secret. Chenzong suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at it attentively. The sword's god did not make a sound. After the others took a closer look, they found that it was a mass of twisted and strange lines that they could not understand at all. They gave up one after another. Chenzong looked at it word by word. He looked at it very slowly because he had to compare it with the ancient god language that he had learned in a hurry in the past and slowly study its meaning. Every word in the ancient god language was very complicated. Every stroke implied many mysteries. Even if Chenzong had some foundation, he had to spend a lot of time and energy to slowly study it to understand it. Time passed slowly. Chenzong deciphered the ancient god language on the fragment one by one. The more he deciphered, the more surprised Chenzong was. After a long time, Chenzong rubbed his forehead. He felt that it was a little swollen and a little painful. "Did you find anything?" the sword's god immediately asked with some hope in his eyes. He had studied the fragment for hundreds of years, but he had not been able to find anything. This was also because the sword's god had never learned the ancient god language and had no foundation. He could not find anything. If he had the foundation of the ancient god language, he would have studied it for hundreds of years. Maybe he would have found the secret of this place. The divine prison district was created by the ancient god clan in the first universe, Chenzong said in a serious tone. The first universe. The ancient god clan. The sword's god and the others were confused. They had never heard of it. The primeval universe should be the earliest primeval universe, Chenzong explained. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood and were shocked. The first prehistoric universe. The first universe. So that was what it meant. The earliest universe era was the first universe. The ancient god clan was the living creatures in the first universe. Therefore, the first universe had another name, ancient god universe. Using the two words ancient god to name it made people feel that it was very unusual. The first universe's ancient god clan. When Chenzong deciphered the dense ancient god language on the fragment, the information he got shocked Chenzong. The information on the fragment was quite complete. Compared to the Divine Prison District. The Divine Prison District was created by the ancient god clan in the first universe. The purpose of the ancient god clan was to imprison the primitive evil god. The information recorded on the fragment mentioned that the primitive evil god was a monster born from the convergence of various negative beliefs of the ancient god clan in the first universe. It was the combination of all negative beliefs. It appeared to destroy the ancient god universe. When the primitive evil god was born, it was not very strong. It was no match for the ancient god clan. The problem was that the primitive evil god could not be killed. Primitive evil god couldn't be killed. No matter what they did, it would be useless. As long as there were evil thoughts, primitive evil god would be immortal. Primitive evil god couldn't be killed. As time passed, primitive evil god became stronger and stronger. Some ancient god clan members were contaminated and turned into evil gods. The purpose of opening the gods' prison district was to imprison the first-generation evil gods. As for the second-generation evil gods that had been contaminated by the first-generation evil gods, they were no match for the ancient god clan. they could be killed without imprisonment. However, the ultimate purpose of the divine prison district was to imprison the primitive evil god. Only by imprisoning the primitive evil god could the divine prison district be truly safe. The ancient god clan and the primitive evil god fought for a long time. In the end, the primitive evil god was imprisoned in the core of the divine prison district after paying a huge price. The primitive evil god was suppressed and could not escape. However, the king of the ancient god clan also fell in that battle. The ancient god clan's universe began to decline. In the end, it died out and was replaced by a new universe. In other words, the primitive evil god was imprisoned in the darkness of the 18 huge pillars in the core of the divine prison district. The primitive evil god was imprisoned in the tens of thousands of prison cells. When Xianxia said such a secret, it immediately caused a great shock. It hit everyone's head hard and made them feel dizzy. They did not expect to know such a secret. It was really shocking. In the past, the ancient god tribe had been guarding the divine prison district. However, with the collapse of the original universe, the ancient god universe era had come to an end. The ancient god tribe had also disappeared. However, before they disappeared, they had tried their best to destroy the first-generation evil god. The first-generation evil god was not easy to kill, but he was not unkillable like the primitive evil god. The primitive evil god was imprisoned in the prison cells in the divine prison district so that they could slowly kill the first-generation evil god. The divine prison district had existed for countless years and epochs. It had evolved into the maze god realm and existed in the chaotic universe. This fragment was left behind by the ancient god clan before they disappeared. They seemed to have the foresight to leave behind this fragment to record information. They hoped that other life forms would be able to see it, if there were other life forms. However, Xianxia did not see how to leave the divine prison district from the fragment. To put it simply, there was no record of how to leave the divine prison district on the fragment. Therefore, although they knew the secret, it would not be of much help to leave the divine prison district. Xianxia frowned and pondered. Swords God Emperor could not hide his disappointment. After studying the fragment for hundreds of years, they finally knew the information recorded on it. They knew many secrets and even solved the mystery of the universe epic. The original universe, the ancient God universe epic. This was the pre-ancient universe that the current chaotic universe did not know about. If they left the divine prison district, they could sell this information to the Tianji sect and make a fortune. However, the key was to leave. How to leave, there was no mention of it on the fragment. Maybe the hope of leaving lies in the core of the divine prison district, Xianxia said. Swords God Emperor had burned himself to escape from the darkness and sent this fragment. He probably knew something, but he did not know everything. However, it was possible that the darkness in the core area was the hope of leaving the divine prison district. However, primitive evil god was in the darkness. Once someone entered it, they would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. It was no different from seeking death. Primitive evil god had been severely injured and imprisoned by the ancient god clan, and his strength was not as strong as before. However, his remaining strength was still very terrifying. Swords God Emperor and the others had experienced it. Xianxia had also experienced it. Primitive evil god had not shown up yet, but Xianxia could not resist the tentacles that shot out from the darkness. He was sent flying and injured. How amazing was that, even the top expert on the real chaotic ranking list could not injure Xianxia with one blow even when he was suppressed and weakened by the 18 evil suppressing god pillars. Demigod level? Probably not. If primitive evil god was at the demigod level, he might have been killed by that blow. However, primitive evil god, who had escaped the suppression of the evil suppressing god pillars, was definitely at the demigod level. He was definitely not a match for such strength. Xianxia knew the secret of the god prison district but could not find a way to leave. However, he did not give up. Xianxia borrowed the fragment from Sword Sage and studied it from time to time to learn the ancient god language, so that he could further understand the mystery of the ancient god language. Xianxia always had a feeling that the ancient god language would be of great use to him. Perhaps, it would be his hope to go further. At least, it was very useful. He studied it from time to time and went to the core of the god prison district to take a blow from primitive evil god to resist the evil power and chaotic willpower that invaded his body. In the spacious cell, two sword essences soared to the sky as if they were going to break the roof of the cell. It was extremely terrifying. To be exact, it was not two sword essences. One of them was extremely pure, while the other seemed to be the combination of many sword essences. The sword essences contained various auras, such as sharpness, fierceness, overbearingness, coldness. Every single strand of sword intent was different and contained their own profundities. One of them was Xianxia, and the other was Sword Sage. One was a peerless expert on the real chaotic list many years ago, and the other was a peerless expert on the real chaotic list now. Moreover, they were both sword practitioners. Before Xianxia came, Sword Sage was the second strongest, and Mad Fighting Sage was the strongest. But now, Mad Fighting Sage had disappeared. Sword Sage was quite lonely in terms of strength. It should be known that Sword's god's strength came from countless battles. However, he had been silent for hundreds of years in this place. The feeling of loneliness was simply indescribable. Now, there was finally an expert, a sword practitioner expert. Fight. Xianxia was naturally very happy to fight with a sword practitioner like Sword Sage. Moreover, Xianxia was very interested in Sword Sage's sword principle. Then, he would personally experience it in actual combat. In the corner of the spacious cell, Sword Saint Wuxia and Wang Yi were both watching. It was an honor to witness a fight between experts. Fortunately, in this place, everyone's strength was limited to 1,000th of their original strength. Therefore, the damage they could cause was far less than in the outside world. In addition, this prison cell was originally built to imprison the first evil god, so it was extremely sturdy. It was not something that Xianxia and the others could destroy. Not to mention them, even if the top expert on the Primal Chaos Real ranking were to enter, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage. My sword technique is called the 100 Sword Technique. My sword Dao is called the 100 Sword Dao. The 100 Swords God's voice rang out with an indescribable excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. His sword essence fluctuated along with it. My swordsmanship is the wholehearted swordsmanship. My swordsmanship is the wholehearted swordsmanship, Xianxia said unhurriedly. Every word seemed to contain an indescribable rhythm. Then, take my sword first. The moment the 100 Swords God's voice fell, a sword light suddenly appeared around him. It was a sharp sword that constantly emitted a dazzling light and a chilling sword essence. As soon as the chilling sword light appeared, it immediately burst out with an amazing speed. It instantly streaked across the dark prison cell and flew towards Xianxia like an arrow. Xianxia was secretly shocked by the speed of the sword. It should be known that the 100 Swords God's strength was limited to 1,000th of their original strength, but they could still be so fast. The 100 Swords God's sword was extremely fast, but Xianxia's reaction was not slow at all. The Will Heavenly Sword was unsheathed in an instant. The moment he unsheathed the sword, it brought out a dazzling light and directly struck out to block the 100 Swords God's sword attack. The moment the two swords collided, a pleasant sound burst out and starlight sputtered in all directions like fire. The moment the two swords collapsed, the 100 Swords God's sword light suddenly drew an arc and stabbed from the other side. However, it was still blocked by Xianxia's sword. The 100 Swords God did not move his body nor his hands. Only his eyes were fixed on the sword light. He used his divine will to control the sword light to perform swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was simple and direct, but it was very efficient. It directly abandoned all unnecessary movements and only focused on fighting and killing the enemy. This was the conclusion that the 100 Swords God had drawn from many battles and painstakingly honed for hundreds of years in the Divine Prison District. However, this alone could not do anything to Xianxia. No matter how he attacked, he was blocked by Xianxia's sword. There seemed to be a flash of light in the 100 Swords God's eyes. In an instant, 9 sword lights appeared around him. Within each sword light was a sharp sword, and each sword emitted a different sword essence fluctuation. Fierce, violent, sharp, cold, and so on were different. The 9 sword lights were also controlled by the divine will of the 100 Swords God. They instantly broke through the air and shot toward Xianxia like arrows leaving the bowstring. They were as fast as the first sword light. Moreover, they drew different trajectories and blasted toward Xianxia from different directions. The fierce sword light attacked from the front, the violent sword light fell from the sky, the sharp sword light came from the side, and the cold sword light came from the side, 10 sword lights, 10 completely different sword lights, with different sword essences and different sword essences, came from 10 different directions. At that moment, Chenzong felt as if 10 invisible peerless swordsmen were performing unique swordsmanship of different styles to besiege him. The pressure increased a lot in an instant. However, Chenzong's expression did not change. With the heavenly will sword in hand, he performed the wholehearted swordsmanship, and all the mysteries emerged. The sword light of the 100 Swords God was indeed powerful, but that was all. It might be enough to suppress experts like Sword Saint Wuxia, but it was nothing for Chenzong. He could easily resist it. Now, there were 10 streaks of sword light that attacked at the same time. It was as if 10 invisible swordsmen had attacked at the same time. Chenzong immediately displayed even more strength. One sword seemed to have split into 10 swords, blocking the 10 streaks of sword light. With one sword in hand, the sword turned into the origin. It was impenetrable. No matter how the 100 Swords God controlled the 10 sword lights to perform swordsmanship, he still could not break the defense of Chenzong's sword. Every sword light of the 100 Swords God performed a swordsmanship, and each of them was very exquisite and profound. Not enough. Chenzong's voice penetrated the sword light and sounded in the cell. Then take a look at my 100 Swords art. The 100 Swords God's voice also sounded. Immediately, sword lights appeared around him. Each sword light contained a sharp sword, and each sword was filled with sword essence and aura fluctuations that were different from the previous 10 sword lights. 10, 20, 30, 40, 90, including the previous 10, there were a total of 100 sharp swords and 100 sword lights. Kill, hundreds of sword lights instantly rushed toward Chenzong. They were arranged in all directions, like cavalry charging in a marching formation. The sword momentum was amazing. It was extremely powerful, as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was as if it could break everything. This attack immediately caused Chenzong's expression to turn solemn. It was as if over 100 peerless swordsmen were attacking him at the same time. The sword intent and strength contained in each sword was different, but when they were arranged, they did not conflict with each other. Immediately, Chenzong showed a smile, a carefree smile. The 100 Swords God was a good opponent. Sword light flashed and sword will filled the air. It surged endlessly in the cell as if it had cut through all the darkness. A sword slashed through the air, slashing out a dazzling sword light. It was like a layer of white waves that rushed out. The white wave-like sword light collided with the astonishing sword light that could topple mountains and overturn seas, emitting terrifying sounds. In the next moment, the hundreds of sword lights seemed to have been scattered, but they suddenly changed and turned into a sword light dragon. It vaguely seemed to let out an astonishing dragon roar. It rose into the air and instantly shattered the remaining sword light of Chenzong. It carried an unparalleled sword power and bombarded again. The space in the cell seemed to be shaking, and countless ripples spread out. Chenzong's expression did not change, but his eyes became brighter. In an instant, the sword light burst out, and a sword flew across the sky. The sword and the sword connected, and the power of the sword was more powerful than the previous one. It became more and more powerful and amazing. Every beam of sword light accurately struck the sword dragon's body, causing it to fluctuate and show signs of collapsing. Under the exquisite single-mind swordsmanship, the sword light dragon was hit dozens of times in a row, and suddenly collapsed. Chenzong's figure flashed, and he became one with his sword. He approached the 100 Swords God in an instant. The 100 Swords art of the 100 Swords God was a kind of sword control technique, which allowed him to control 100 sharp swords to attack others from a distance. Did this mean that the 100 Swords God was not good at close combat? Chenzong was best at close combat. Just now, he wanted to test the swordsmanship of the 100 Swords God. Now, it was time for him to fight back. The sword light traversed the void and approached celestial swords directly. However, celestial sword's reaction speed was extremely fast. The collapsed sword light dragon immediately turned into 100 sword lights and flew back to Chenzong. They immediately surrounded Chenzong from the front and back. Chenzong fell into the encirclement. Chenzong waved his sword, broke the sword lights, and kept approaching. The prison was very big, but in fact, it was not very big. At first, Chenzong and the 100 Swords God were only a few thousand meters apart. Such a distance could be crossed quickly even if the speed was limited to 1,000th of the speed. But now, the distance of 1,000 meters became so difficult to cross because the 100 Swords God controlled 100 sword lights and performed wonderful swordsmanship. Each swordsmanship was so exquisite that different swordsmanships could even cooperate with each other to burst out more powerful power. They approached Chenzong, but Chenzong broke the sword light in an instant and moved forward again. The distance of 1,000 meters was as difficult to cross as that of 100,000 meters or even 1,000,000 meters. The clash of the two sword lights looked extremely intense. Sword Saint Wuxia and Wang Yi were both shocked and intoxicated by it. This was the battle between experts. It was extraordinary. The 33 moves of the single heart swordsmanship broke out continuously and turned into a torrent of sword light. The torrent of sword light smashed everything. Chenzong's body was integrated into the sword light, and he was invincible. He was approaching. Finally, he crossed the last distance and attacked the 100 Swords God with his sword. The 100 Swords God's expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated to distance himself, and 100 sword lights came back. Sword light converged, 10 sword lights quickly converged. In the end, the 100 sword lights turned into 10 sword lights. It seemed that the number had decreased, but the power contained in each sword light had increased several times. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. This kind of swordsmanship was interesting. First, it turned from 1 to 10, then to 100, and then from 100 to 1. Then, would it turn into 1, break out? Chenzong really broke out the single-hearted swordsmanship to the extreme. The sword lights split and attacked the 10 sword lights. When they collided, he immediately felt that the sword power contained in the 10 sword lights had increased several times. Fight, fight, fight. In the end, the two sides stopped in a draw. It was just a competition, not a life-and-death battle. In a place like the Divine Prison District, it was not suitable to use unique skills. It was true that the unique skills were more powerful, but at the same time, they consumed more energy. Chenzong did not care. The mixed Yuan heart force did not recover quickly, and he did not need to rely on external forces. He could rely on himself. But Swords God could not. After so many years, his chaotic divine crystals had long been depleted. If it wasn't for Chenzong's gift this time, he wouldn't have wanted to spar with Chenzong at all. Even if it was a spar, it would be considered a spar. The 100 Sword Art. Chenzong secretly recalled the battle just now. The 100 Sword Art of Swords God was indeed unique. 100 swordsmanships with different styles were very exquisite. Each swordsmanship had amazing power. When they fought, Chenzong also saw more secrets of swordsmanship. This battle benefited Chenzong a lot. In particular, the superb swordsmanship that turned 100 swords into 10 swords gave Chenzong a lot of inspiration. Chenzong felt that as long as he understood it, the single-hearted swordsmanship could be improved again. As for 10 swords returning to 1, Swords Immortal also said that he did have it, but he hadn't fully comprehended it yet. During the hundreds of years of being trapped in the God Prison District, Swords Immortal had only fully comprehended the 100 swords transforming to 10 swords. The 10 swords returning to 1 sword was too superb and not easy to master. Chenzong immediately understood that the 100 Swords Monarch did not have the Heart Sutra. If he knew the Heart Sutra, then it would not take him hundreds of years to transform 100 swords into 10 swords. It might only take him 1/10 of the time or even less. As for returning 10 swords to 1 sword, he might have already mastered it. To be honest, Chenzong was very interested in the 100 Swords art, which was different from his single-hearted swordsmanship. The single-hearted swordsmanship was a sword art for close combat, while the 100 Swords art was a sword art unique to the 100 Swords art. If he could master the 100 Swords art, with the help of the single-hearted swordsmanship for close combat, he would be able to master more powerful strength. However, the 100 Swords art was the unique sword art of the 100 Swords Immortal, just like the single-hearted swordsmanship was his unique sword art. Of course, if the 100 Swords Immortal was interested, Chenzong wouldn't mind teaching him the single-hearted swordsmanship. He just didn't know if the 100 Swords Immortal was willing to teach him. Maybe he could ask. Thinking of this, Chenzong went to find the 100 Swords Immortal. He didn't beat around the bush, but directly asked if the 100 Swords Immortal was willing to further exchange their unique sword arts. Since you're interested, let's do it. The Hundred Swords Immortal was stunned at first, but then he smiled. The Hundred Swords art was indeed his unique sword art, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be taught to others. However, there was a way for him to teach others. The first way was to find a suitable successor and accept him as his disciple to pass down the sword art. However, Qianzong wouldn't accept him as his master, and the Hundred Swords Immortal didn't dare to accept Qianzong as his disciple. After all, Qianzong's sword art was extremely powerful, not inferior to his. Then, it was an exchange. To go one step further, there was another meaning behind it, which was an exchange. It was just that it wasn't as deep and detailed. The Hundred Swords art, the single-hearted swordsmanship, a collision on a different level would let the other party know the essence of each sword art. Qianzong didn't mind the Hundred Swords Immortal learning the single-hearted swordsmanship, and the Hundred Swords Immortal was the same. However, it wasn't easy to learn the other party's swordsmanship. After all, the swordsmanship wasn't an ordinary swordsmanship. It could be considered a supreme swordsmanship. The main thing was that there were prerequisites to learn these two swordsmanships. For example, Qianzong's single-hearted swordsmanship was created by Qianzong's single-hearted sutra and the secret of thousands of sword arts. The Hundred Swords Immortal's Hundred Swords art required a unique control of the divine intent. It wasn't a simple control of the divine intent, but at least 100 of them. The control of the divine intent was the supreme inheritance that the Hundred Swords Immortal had obtained by chance when he was young. There were very few people in the entire chaotic universe who could possess it. Even if there were, they wouldn't be as profound as the Hundred Swords Immortal who could master such a superb sword art. Talent, ability, opportunity, luck, and so on were indispensable. Qianzong didn't intend to impart the single-hearted sutra to the Hundred Swords Immortal for the time being. Similarly, the Hundred Swords Immortal didn't intend to impart the skill of the divine intent because it was fundamental. After some communication, both the Hundred Swords Immortal and Qianzong were surprised by each other's swordsmanship. It was indeed superb, but they were different. My friend Chen, your single-hearted swordsmanship is superb. I've never seen such uniqueness in my life. The Hundred Swords Immortal sighed and said with admiration, if I can understand part of the mystery, maybe my Hundred Swords art can reach the supreme level of the 5th level and be completely unified. Brother Su, your Hundred Swords art is marvelous and will be of great help to me. Qianzong also smiled and said, my single-hearted swordsmanship can absorb the mystery of all swordsmanship and integrate it. Besides, I may be able to master the Hundred Swords art. Oh. The Hundred Swords Immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, if you can master the Hundred Swords art, then it's your ability. Then I don't have to worry about the Hundred Swords art being lost in my hands. It was obvious that the Hundred Swords Immortal was just surprised and didn't have any other thoughts. Even if Qianzong mastered the Hundred Swords art, he wouldn't feel unhappy. On the contrary, he sounded relieved. Now, even if he wanted to find a successor, he didn't know where to find one. However, he didn't want to impart his unique swordsmanship casually. After the exchange, they both gained something. It was an exchange. If Qianzong could master the Hundred Swords art from the exchange, it would be a good thing. At least the Hundred Swords art would be passed down. Even if he died here, he would have no regrets. The reason why Qianzong said so was because he was confident that he could master the Hundred Swords art. Although he didn't master the skill of the divine intent, the single-hearted swordsmanship had a similar ability. It would be more intuitive if he could master it later. In the following days, Qianzong continued to study the fragment while comprehending the single-hearted swordsmanship and the Hundred Swords art. Being in the origin realm allowed Qianzong to divide his attention and study without interfering with each other. The Hundred Swords Immortal didn't have the same ability as Qianzong. His skill of the divine intent division was indeed excellent, but he couldn't multitask like the single-hearted swordsmanship. At most, he could multitask, and the effect wasn't as good as the single-hearted swordsmanship. From time to time, Qianzong would go to the core of the god's prison district to test things out. Every time, he would keep enough distance to withstand a blow from primitive evil god and immediately retreat. He used the evil power and chaotic will to hone himself, making the origin heart force purer and the divine intent and sword essence more tenacious. His overall strength was also improving little by little. During this time, Chenzong gradually met other people who had entered the god's prison district earlier than him and were still alive. As for the others, they had either become chaotic beings, could no longer suppress themselves and turned into evil spirits. Or, it should be said that they were from an unknown generation of evil gods. They had entered the darkness and never appeared again. Chenzong guessed that those unknown generations of evil gods had entered the darkness and were probably devoured by primitive evil god. What was the use of primitive evil god devouring the descendants of evil gods? Chenzong speculated that it might be able to recover its strength. In other words, the more descendants of evil gods it devoured, the more primitive evil god would continue to recover. Perhaps it could really break out of the seal. After figuring this out, Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If primitive evil god broke out of the seal, who in the god's prison district could resist it? No one. The 100 Swords immortal couldn't, and neither could he. Here, the flow of time seemed to be very subtle and it was easy to become numb. Chenzong didn't know exactly how much time had passed. He could only vaguely feel it. Chenzong once again wiped out the evil power and chaotic will that had invaded his body. However, the purity of his mixed yuan heart force and the toughness of his sword essence didn't seem to have improved. It was almost undetectable. Have I reached my limit? Chenzong couldn't help thinking. There was a limit to everything. The first time, the contamination of the evil power and chaotic will had the most obvious effect on him. The second time was also very obvious. After that, it weakened bit by bit. Until now, after dozens of times, there was almost no effect. It didn't work because Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force was pure enough, and his divine intent and sword intent had become stronger. On the other hand, the power contained in primordial evil god's attack didn't increase. If he wanted to further hone his mixed yuan heart force and sword intent, he would have to withstand even stronger evil energy and chaotic intent. However, Chenzong was a bit hesitant. If he wanted to withstand a stronger evil power and chaotic will, he had to get closer. However, he couldn't be sure what the attack of primitive evil god would be like. It might even break out of the seal. Once it did, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Everyone would be killed. No, they would be contaminated by primitive evil god and become the next evil god. They might even be devoured and become a part of it. While pondering, Chenzong had also mastered the 100 Swords art. However, the 100 Swords art that Chenzong had mastered was different from the 100 Swords art of Swords God. Although Chenzong's 100 Swords art could also control 100 swords, the swordsmanship performed by each sword was wholehearted swordsmanship. Wholehearted swordsmanship contained the mysteries of thousands of swordsmanships and could change at will. Chenzong was the only one in the cell. 100 beams of sword light hovered around him. Every beam of sword light contained a sharp sword that emanated powerful and pure sword will. Unfortunately, all 100 swords were sacred weapons. If they were all sacred weapons of the primal chaos, their power would be even more powerful. In the cell, 100 beams of sword light floated around Chenzong. Chenzong also held a sword in his hand. It was the Heavenly Will sword. 1 top chaotic saint weapon and 100 saint weapon longswords. With Chenzong's wealth, it was not difficult for him to forge 100 saint weapon longswords. Moreover, they were all identical, which was more suitable for his 100 swords art. Chenzong could forge saint weapon longswords, but he could not forge chaotic saint weapons. His level of sword forging was far from enough. Under the control of the Heart Sutra, the 100 swords were completely under his control. It was as if there were 100 Chenzong controlling them. With a thought, the 100 beams of sword light immediately lined up. They were like elite soldiers marching in an orderly manner. They instantly pierced through the air and pushed forward. The speed of the swords was not very fast, but there was a sense of sternness. It was as if everything in front of it was locked down. It was impossible to dodge or resist. Under Chenzong's control, the 100 beams of sword light constantly changed. It was like the changes of an army. Sometimes it was a square formation, sometimes it was a crescent formation, and sometimes it was a fled dragon formation. There were so many changes that he could do as he wished. Every change had its own mysteries. The 100 beams of sword light then dispersed, each performing the Heart Sutra. The heart sutra performed by each beam of sword light was very powerful. It was not inferior to Chenzong's own. However, the consumption of mixed yuan heart force was astonishing. The recovery speed could not keep up with the consumption speed. Even if Chenzong tried his best to control the rhythm, it was useless. That was 100 times the consumption speed. Unless the consumption speed of mixed yuan heart force could be increased by 100 times. Immediately after, the 100 sword lights condensed into 10, each of them emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Then, Chenzong's expression was extremely solemn. As his eyes shone brightly, the 10 sword lights that were even more dazzling approached each other and fused together. In the end, the 100 sword lights merged into one. That sword light was 3 meters long and as wide as a palm. The light it emitted was as bright as the sun, shining in all directions and dispelling all the darkness. An earth-shattering sword intent lingered and surged within it. Chenzong's face turned slightly pale. The 5th level of the 100 Swords art was the unification of 100 swords. Chenzong had already mastered this move, and it was easier for him to master it than the 100 Swords god. The power contained in this sword light shocked Chenzong. With a single thought, the sword light tore through the air. Its speed was actually more than twice as fast as the final strike of the single-hearted sword technique when he used the heavenly will sword. After hitting the wall seemed to tremble slightly and let out a muffled sound. Then, the sword light shattered and Chenzong immediately saw a sword mark on the wall. It was a clear sword mark. So strong. Chenzong could not help but be shocked. The power of this strike was at least twice as strong as the 33rd strike of the single-hearted sword technique. If he used this strike to activate his ultimate move, its power would skyrocket. It would be even stronger than when he used the heavenly will sword. If those 100 swords were all replaced with chaotic divine weapons. Chenzong thought for a moment and smiled. The power of chaotic divine weapons could not be compared to divine weapons. They were on 2 completely different levels. If all 100 swords were replaced with chaotic divine weapons, the power of the 100 swords art would skyrocket. If all 100 swords were replaced with top chaotic divine weapons, the power of the 100 swords art would skyrocket. He could not think too much about it. Not to mention top chaotic divine weapons, Chenzong might not even be able to gather 100 chaotic divine weapons. Even if he could, he did not know how much he would have to pay to do so. A chaotic divine weapon longsword was worth at least hundreds of thousands of chaotic divine gems. It was the entire fortune of an ordinary true saint. He might not even have it. 100 chaotic divine weapon longswords would be worth tens of millions of chaotic divine gems. Moreover, it would be best if they were the same type of chaotic divine weapon. The effect of the 100 swords art would be better. He dared not think too much about it. He had to find a way to leave the divine prison district first. The 100 longswords returned and were stored in Chenzong's storage divine weapon. His mixed origin heart force began to recover rapidly. Chenzong took out the fragment and studied it carefully. Since the training in the core area had failed, Chenzong had not gone there again. He studied the fragment and comprehended the sword principle every day. Time passed slowly. This time, Chenzong continued to comprehend the fragment. He had learned the ancient divine language and his mastery of the language had reached a certain level. As he was comprehending, Chenzong suddenly realized something. Or rather, a strange idea suddenly came to his mind. Refine the fragment as if it was a treasure. Previously, Chenzong did not have such an idea. But now, after fully mastering the ancient divine language on the fragment, the idea came to his mind. It was like a reminder. After the thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong immediately refined it. He refined it with his mixed origin heart force. Chenzong found that he could not refine it. His mixed origin heart force could not penetrate into the fragment. He could not refine it. Why did he get a reminder to refine it, if it were other forces, such as the giant god power in the giant god core? After many years, the giant god power in the giant god core had been stored to the point of overflowing. Chenzong had not used the giant god battle method for many years, so his giant god power was not consumed at all. Now, he gave it a try. The giant god power was mobilized. It appeared from the giant god core and spread to the fragment. As soon as it came into contact with the fragment trembled slightly. The giant god power was only slightly hindered and penetrated into the fragment little by little. It worked. He controlled the giant god power to slowly penetrate into the fragment and refined it little by little. Why couldn't his mixed origin heart force refine the fragment, but the giant god power could? Chenzong didn't quite understand. He guessed that it might have something to do with the giant universe era. After all, he could learn the giant god battle method because of the ancient god language. In this way, the giant tribe might have a little connection with the ancient god tribe. When Chenzong refined all the giant god power stored in the giant god core, the fragment suddenly trembled and made a buzzing sound. It immediately emitted a burst of brilliance and flew directly to Chenzong's body. In just an instant, the fragment submerged into Chenzong's body. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if a gate had been opened. A torrent surging endlessly. It was mighty. His own strength broke the seal and kept emerging. Chenzong couldn't help but show a touch of joy and excitement. When he entered here, his strength was greatly limited, only 1,000th. Now, after refining the fragment, this restriction was lifted, and his tyrannical cultivation began to recover. 1%, 1/10, heyday, strong, a powerful feeling pervaded Chenzong's body and mind. With the recovery of his cultivation strength, Chenzong's body didn't change, but seemed to be infinitely taller. A terrible airflow turned into a gust of wind and swept everything away. Within the spacious prison cell, there seemed to be a storm raging as it rumbled. Even the tough and hard walls were trembling under this storm of aura. Within the storm, there were strands of sharp sword chi. The sword chi sliced through the walls, leaving scratches on them. Recovered, his strength was completely restored. Chenzong couldn't help laughing. Since entering the maze god realm, his strength had been limited, and the limitation was even more obvious when he entered the god prison district. After being in this state for a long time, Chenzong felt that he was incomparably powerful, as if he could destroy the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, this was his own strength, and the restriction was lifted. It was not a sudden surge of strength, and it was completely under his control. With a thought, the tyrannical aura began to be restrained, and in a flash, it was withdrawn into his body, and he returned to his original state. However, it was different. Chenzong was sure that he was different now. When the restriction was lifted and his strength was fully restored, his strength was 1,000 times stronger than before. What did that mean? With my strength, I should be able to fight against the primordial evil demon imprisoned by the evil-suppressing godly pillar, right? Chenzong guessed. The primordial demon was indeed very strong, but after all, it was not at its heyday, and he might be able to fight against it. Then, there might be hope for him to leave the god prison district. Thinking of this, Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, there was hope for him to leave. Then, he would go to the core area to test the strength of the primordial demon, and then make a detailed plan. As for whether he could really leave the god prison district, Chenzong didn't know, but he had to try to know. Thinking of this, Chenzong immediately opened the door and walked out of the cell. He maintained the fastest speed before the restriction was lifted, and flew toward the core area of the god prison district. The reason why Chenzong did this was that he didn't want others to see through him. Not long after, Chenzong once again arrived at the core area of the god prison district. Gazing at the core area and the darkness of the 18 evil suppression god pillars, Chenzong slightly narrowed his eyes, and the mixed yuan heart force gathered, as if it was going to penetrate everything. Now that he had fully recovered his strength, Chenzong could vaguely see something with his gaze. The darkness didn't seem so deep, and there seemed to be a shadow motionless in the darkness. Using his finger like a sword, he pointed at the darkness. In an instant, a ray of sword chi shot out. It was extremely fast, and it hit the darkness in an instant. Then, it sank into the darkness and went straight for the shadow. Chenzong could clearly feel that after the sword chi broke through the darkness, it was rapidly weakened. It was constantly eroded by the power of the darkness. Finally, it hit the shadow, but it didn't cause the slightest harm. However, this wisp of sword chi also infuriated the shadow in the darkness. It instantly went berserk, and its body, which had been condensed into a ball, suddenly expanded. Pitch-black tentacles shot out and waved wildly in the darkness, filling the entire darkness. Immediately, one of the tentacles broke through the binding of the darkness in an instant, exploding with unparalleled speed toward Qinzong. But this time, Qinzong clearly saw the tentacle. His body didn't move, and he unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword seemed to turn into an aurora, shooting out from the scabbard and slashing across the sky. With one slash, the pitch-black tentacle was immediately cut open from the middle. The sword light was like a crescent moon, and after cutting the tentacle completely, it cut into the darkness, slashing toward the berserk shadow in the darkness. The darkness fluctuated, and the sword light slashed forward like a crescent moon, aiming for the flamboyant black shadow. It immediately struck the black shadow, but after being eroded and weakened by the power of darkness, the power of the sword light was greatly reduced. Even if it struck the black shadow, it was unable to cause any damage. It only further enraged the black shadow. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of sharp and subtle whooshing sounds were constantly heard, and from the darkness, a series of black shadows broke through the air. Those were tentacles, and under the gaze of Qinzong, every tentacle became clearly visible. It was as if it was formed from countless fine strands of black hair. Every single tentacle was as thick as a person's waist, and it carried an extremely terrifying power as it bombarded towards Yishuan. The evil and chaotic aura within it was exceptionally clear and intense. With his sword in hand, Qinzong immediately blocked the attacks of more than a dozen pitch-black tentacles from all directions. Every time they clashed, a stream of evil power and chaotic will would attack, trying to infiltrate Qinzong's body and contaminate him. But for Qinzong, who had lifted the restrictions of the divine prison and recovered to his peak state, such infiltration was nothing at all. Moreover, the fragment that had been refined into his body also carried a mysterious power that allowed Qinzong to better resist the evil power and chaotic will outside of his body. More than a dozen pitch-black tentacles kept attacking. They were extremely violent. Sometimes, they lashed out crazily with thunderous force. Sometimes, they pierced through everything like a huge spear. Sometimes, they pierced through everything like a light and swift sword. The primordial evil god's fighting skills were superb. Not only was he agile and flexible, but each of his attacks contained terrifying power. Primordial evil god was a monster that was born in the ancient god universe era. It was a monster that gathered all negative thoughts. It was weak at the beginning, but it could absorb negative thoughts to strengthen itself. It could also create the next generation of evil gods and devour them to master their battle skills and improve itself. Under the violent attacks of the tentacles, Qinzong could only keep defending himself. Only by relying on his powerful cultivation that had been restored to its peak could he withstand the attacks. Chop chop chop, the sword light slashed out continuously. Each sword was extremely powerful, and the tentacles were instantly chopped off and shattered. In an instant, an extremely sharp cry rang out. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were roaring as they charged out from the darkness, bringing with them layers upon layers of terrifying sound waves that swept over like waves. Qinzong activated his protective sword aura to defend himself. When he was hit by the sound waves that sounded like the roars of resentful spirits, he immediately felt waves of invisible power surging over like huge waves. They bombarded Qinzong's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, causing his protective sword aura to fluctuate. Fortunately, Qinzong had completely recovered his strength. Moreover, he was at least several times stronger than before he had entered the maze god realm. Thus, he was able to withstand the terrifying roar of the sound wave. However, the sound wave was not only as ferocious as a giant hammer, it was also as sharp as a blade, directly tearing apart the protective sword aura. Qinzong felt that he was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any time. Chop, the heavenly sword slashed out and shattered the terrifying sound wave. That was all there was to the sword to break all skills. Unable to do anything to Qinzong, the dozens of pitch-black tentacles retracted back into the darkness. The primordial evil god seemed to have given up. However, Qinzong's expression became more and more vigilant and dignified. He did not know when, but the atmosphere became more and more solemn. In the next moment, the darkness violently fluctuated like boiling water. Then, the extremely dense darkness that was like an abyss began to shrink inwards. It was like a whale sucking in water, and all of it was sucked into the dark shadow. At the same time, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars trembled together. The dense patterns on them became clearer and brighter, and the light they emitted was so shocking that it illuminated everything. The darkness had completely shrunk and was completely devoured by the black shadow. Chenzong was also able to see the existence of the black shadow even more clearly. The black shadow was located within the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. The intense contrast between light and darkness was even more prominent. It was a ball of darkness surrounded by countless black shadows. The black shadows around its body were like pitch-black seaweeds that danced endlessly, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. At first glance, Chenzong's pupils unconsciously shrank to the size of needles. That black shadow did not look frightening. After all, Chenzong had seen many things that were even uglier and weirder than it. However, that black shadow carried an indescribable aura. It was an extremely evil aura and an incomparably chaotic aura. At first glance, one could not help but feel as if they were about to fall into a frenzy and lose their rationality. Fortunately, Chenzong's strength had completely recovered. Otherwise, his divine will would not be able to withstand the invasion and collapse directly. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, even if he had recovered his strength, Chenzong still felt like he was falling into a bottomless abyss when he stared at the dark shadow. Primitive evil god, that was primitive evil god, a terrifying existence that even the ancient god clan could not kill. In the end, even the king of the ancient god clan died because of him, but primitive evil god was only imprisoned. He could not be killed. Primitive evil god burst out all his strength and instantly broke free from the suppression of the evil-suppressing god pillars. The extremely terrifying aura was like an abyss that devoured everything. Immediately, primitive evil god's appearance changed. He turned into a black giant, about 10 meters tall, looked unusually strong, and had many arm-thick black tentacles dancing crazily around his body. With a boom, primitive evil god burst out a terrifying attack. Dozens of black tentacles broke through the air in an instant. The space in the god prison district was shaking as if it was about to explode. Chenzong immediately wielded his sword and performed the single-hearted swordsmanship with all his strength to resist the attack. At the moment of contact, he immediately felt an extremely shocking power attacking him, as if it was about to shatter him. Chenzong was directly knocked back by this attack. His qi and blood were surging. The horrible evil power and chaotic will attacked him, which was several times stronger than before. However, Chenzong revealed a trace of a smile. Not even a demigod, if primitive evil god was a demigod, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Even if he did not die, he would definitely be injured. But now, he only felt his qi and blood were surging, but he was not really injured. As long as primitive evil god was not a demigod, he would have a chance to fight back. As the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars trembled, the lines on them became more and more intense. They were like 18 small suns that released amazing light and heat, as if they were going to melt everything. The extremely strong light shone on primitive evil god, making him howl horribly and miserably. It sounded like countless resentful spirits were roaring and howling. The more primitive evil god was suppressed, the more furious he became. The more furious he was, the more he attacked. Tentacles tore through the air, but they did not attack Chenzong. Instead, they struck towards the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars, as if they wanted to shatter the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. When the tentacles struck the evil-suppressing god pillars, sizzling sounds continuously sounded out, as if they were being roasted by hot flames. Suddenly, wisps of black aura spread out and rose in spirals. The more it was like this, the more furious primitive evil god was, and the more he attacked. Immediately after, more tentacles blasted towards Chenzong. Chenzong didn't fight them head-on and used his movement technique to continuously dodge. However, the tentacles were extremely agile. They wrapped around Chenzong from all directions, as if forming a prison that trapped Chenzong and kept shrinking. Triple mixed essence heart force. Xianxia, dazzling sword light suddenly appeared and took away all the light. The surrounding area was plunged into darkness. Only the sword light was so dazzling that it seemed to cut open the dark prison. As the sword light flashed, Chenzong immediately got out and slashed at primitive evil god. Xianxia, ancient stars, Taihao, everything in the world returned to ruins, while primordial evil god was fighting against the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars. Jian Wushuang launched one attack after another at the same time. He could not block it, in other words, he could not avoid it at all. He could only face it head-on. Every move was extremely powerful and terrifying. One sword strike after another landed on Primordial Evil God's body. Xianxia's sword cut through everything and tore a hole in Primitive Evil God's body. The shadow of the ancient stars rotated and crushed everything in its way. It hit Primitive Evil God directly and made his body tremble as if it was going to split open. Taihao True Sun kept burning and its true fire was extremely violent. It set Primitive Evil God on fire and everything in the world returned to ruins. The destructive power of the sword was extremely strong and could destroy everything. Not enough, not enough, Qinzong's eyes shone with a sharp light and his mixed essence heart force exploded again. This time, it was 5 times the power. Xianxia, ancient stars, Taihao, everything in the world returned to ruins. The power of the 4 deadly moves increased tremendously when the mixed yuan heart force multiplied by 5 times. Each of the moves seemed to be able to cut through and crush everything as they landed on Primordial Evil God's body. He could not block it, the Primordial Evil God couldn't defend himself against the more powerful attack. His body was cut into halves, burst apart, burned, and turned into nothingness. With a boom, Primitive Evil God's strong body exploded and turned into countless pitch-black particles. When they got close to the evil-suppressing God pillar, they were blocked by the light of the evil-suppressing God pillar. Sizzling sounds could be heard and wisps of black smoke rose from the pillar. Qinzong's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the pillar. His mixed essence heart force recovered quickly as he breathed. Inside the evil-suppressing God pillar, strands of black qi ran around chaotically and quickly gathered towards the center. It was as if countless strands of hair were gathering together again. They constantly wriggled and finally condensed into a ball of black, like a ball of pitch-black yarn. Qinzong immediately felt that Primitive Evil God's aura had weakened. Apparently, he was injured again and his strength had decreased. Although he could not be killed, it did not mean that he could not be exhausted. Otherwise, the ancient God clan would not have been able to imprison Primitive Evil God here. They had severely injured and weakened Primitive Evil God to the extreme so that they could imprison him. If Primitive Evil God was in his prime, the 18 evil-suppressing God pillars would have been destroyed. The 18 evil-suppressing godly pillars shone brightly in all directions, and the terrifying evil-suppressing godly power kept spreading out, suppressing Primordial Evil God in the center. Even after so many eras, the power of the evil-suppressing godly pillars was still there. Primordial Evil God had been suppressed for so many years, but it was still alive. It was just that its strength had been greatly weakened, and it was unable to recover. Otherwise, Qinzong would not be able to defeat it even if he was at his peak. Within the 18 evil-suppressing godly pillars, Primordial Evil God reformed, and it was emitting a terrifying evil aura. The chaotic will spread out in all directions. Primordial Evil God should be intelligent, and it was suffering great pain under the suppression of the evil-suppressing godly pillars. Now, it did not continue to attack the evil-suppressing godly pillars. It was too difficult to destroy the evil-suppressing godly pillars. It was a treasure made by the ancient God clan to suppress Primordial Evil God. A terrifying evil intent locked onto Qinzong, and it made Qinzong feel like a dark cloud was pressing down on him, and it was about to swallow him whole. It was not hard to imagine how much Primordial Evil God hated Qinzong. If it got the chance, Qinzong would definitely be corrupted and become the next evil god, and then be devoured by it. 5 ultimate moves can't do anything to it. Qinzong stared at Primordial Evil God, and whispered to himself, then, let's try the sword move that I have comprehended for 30 years in the Lingwu Holy World. Although Qinzong already knew from the fragment that Primordial Evil God could not be killed, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to weaken its strength to the extreme, and only then could he enter the evil-suppressing godly pillars and find a way to leave the God Prison District. Because until now, only the area inside the evil-suppressing God pillar had not been entered. Hope was inside. If he could not find it, then he could only be trapped here. Until one day, when he comprehended it and broke through to the demigod realm, he might be able to break through everything with his strength and leave the divine prison district. However, he did not know how many years it would take, and it was full of uncertainty. No matter what, he had to work hard to find it, fight for it, and control it in his own hands. Qinzong's expression was solemn. The light in the depths of his eyes flickered but was completely restrained, containing traces of indescribable mysteries. During his 30 years of travel in the Lingwu holy world, Chenzong did not just walk around and take a look. Instead, he gained a lot of insights. In the end, he saw a flower in the stone blooming in the middle of the night on a nameless withered mountain. The magnificence of the flower that had been blooming for hundreds of years directly impacted Chenzong's mind. His many years of insights overlapped and rushed out like a torrent. After several years of meditation, Chenzong had fully comprehended the mystery of the stone flower. After several years of further meditation, he finally created a new sword move, which was a unique skill. That move was even more profound and tyrannical than the return of all things in the world. This was also the first time Chenzong had used this move. Traces of mysterious aura were generated from Chenzong's body and spread out. Immediately, countless auras around him flowed and were absorbed by Chenzong. If this was seen by others, they would be very shocked. Because this was the God's prison district, the core of the God's prison district, where the evil power and chaotic will were the densest. If one absorbed the power outside his body here, he would be attacked by the evil power and chaotic will contained in it, and even sink into oblivion. However, these evil and chaotic powers could not affect Chenzong. Even when they entered Chenzong's body, they were instantly turned into a mysterious power. That power seemed to be, the Buddha contained infinite vitality, but it also seemed to contain infinite stillness. It was a unique power that alternated between life and death. Countless powers were constantly drawn from all directions and gathered in Chenzong's body. Then, they were turned into a unique mysterious power of the boundary between life and death, and kept accumulating. A storm swept over, surging endlessly. The place where Chenzong was seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, swallowing everything. The mysterious power of the boundary between life and death crossed the sky like autumn water and penetrated the sword. Then, Chenzong swung his sword. This swing looked so casual, as if there was no specific angle or trajectory. It was just a simple swing, but it silently cut open the void, leaving a shallow but very clear sword mark. He could not dodge it. As soon as the sword was swung, the sword light streaked across the sky. The trajectory seemed to be straight, but it also seemed to be twisted, making it difficult to distinguish. Primordial Evil God's body was instantly hit by the sword. Primordial Evil God's body was motionless, as if the sword light was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Primordial Evil God's body began to tremble, as if something was growing and exploding inside him. Waves of sword sounds came out from Primordial Evil God's body. Streams of terrifying sword light suddenly penetrated his body and shone out like sunlight breaking through the clouds. A flower, it was a blossoming sword flower, absorbing the power of Primordial Evil God and blooming at the same time. Screams, howls, roars. Countless sounds suddenly came out from Primordial Evil God's body, as if there were countless voices crying, begging for mercy, cursing, and roaring. The chaotic noise made Chenzong feel as if his head was about to explode. Chenzong, who had used up almost all of his mixed Yuan heart force, hurriedly stepped back to distance himself from Primordial Evil God, lest Primordial Evil God counterattack. Staring at Primordial Evil God from afar, Chenzong didn't know if his sword attack could cause any damage to Primordial Evil God. After all, it was the first time he had used it. Countless howls came out from Primordial Evil God's body. Every sound was different. Some were sharp, some were thick, some were deep, and some were high-pitched. Countless sounds gathered together, as if thousands of ghosts were crying. Power, strong power kept bursting out from Primordial Evil God's body, trying to destroy that blossoming sword flower. But that sword flower was very tenacious, and it kept absorbing the power of Primordial Evil God, trying to bloom. This sword was the sword that Chenzong had comprehended from the blooming flower in the stone. For hundreds of years, it had continuously devoured all the vitality of the withered mountain, all for the sake of blooming in a single night. It was the most magnificent and earth-shattering sword in the world. The power of this sword attack cut into Primordial Evil God's body and started to absorb the vitality of Primordial Evil God, accumulating it for bloom. How about absorbing the vitality of Primordial Evil God? It was like the blooming flower in the stone had absorbed the vitality of a nameless mountain and turned it into a withered mountain. That kind of absorption was one-sided, without any feedback. It was equal to devouring. Now, could this sword attack absorb all of Primordial Evil God's power? Even though Primordial Evil God was immortal, he would be weakened to the extreme. Only then would Qianzong have the confidence to enter the evil-suppressing godly pillar. In the end, the sword flower disappeared before it could fully bloom. It was destroyed by primordial evil god's power. But Qianzong also sensed that primordial evil god's power had decreased a little. In other words, that sword attack was effective, and it was even more effective than destroying everything in the world. Well then, let's try again, Qianzong thought to himself. He recovered his power first, and only used it again when he was fully recovered. Fleeting Beauty. Qianzong named this move Fleeting Youth because when this move was used, it required all of one's strength to bloom in an instant. It was a kind of momentary beauty. Fleeting Beauty lived up to its name. Once again, he used the sword attack and hit Primordial Evil God. That sword attack was like planting a seed in Primordial Evil God's body. It began to absorb Primordial Evil God's power to grow, take root, and finally bloom, all for a moment of beauty. Primordial Evil God's power exploded again. Countless howls were heard, as if they were crying, begging for mercy, or cursing Qianzong. But no matter what they did, they could not shake Qianzong at all. This sword attack could not fully bloom in the end, but at the same time, it weakened Primordial Evil God a little. Being able to further weaken Primordial Evil God was his hope. After all, Primordial Evil God was now suppressed by the 18 evil-suppressing godly pillars. It could not dodge his attacks, nor could it fight back. It was a good time to slowly weaken it. Let's fight it. After his mixed Yuan heart force had recovered, Qianzong once again gathered his strength, absorbing the surrounding mixed Yuan qi and evil energy into his body. With his own mixed Yuan heart force, he transformed it into the unique power of the boundary between life and death, pouring it into the heavenly will sword as he once again used Fleeting Youth. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, Qianzong went all out against Primordial Evil God, because Fleeting Beauty was the most promising move to weaken Primordial Evil God's power. Under the suppression of the evil-suppressing godly pillars, it was extremely difficult for Primordial Evil God to recover. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, Qianzong was very tired. Although he would wait until his cultivation strength was fully recovered before using Fleeting Beauty again, the mental exhaustion was not so easy to get rid of after using it so many times. At least, compared to cultivation strength, mental exhaustion required more time to rest. But at the same time, Qianzong had become more proficient in using Fleeting Beauty again and again. Primordial Evil God was like a target that could not be avoided no matter how hard he struggled. He was constantly attacked by Qianzong's sword. Every attack would weaken Primordial Evil God's power, and the weaker he was, the more energy he would need to use for the next attack. After dozens of attacks, Qianzong did not want to move anymore. His cultivation had been fully recovered, and his body was full of strength. But he still felt tired mentally. In this case, Qianzong decided to take a rest first. After using Fleeting Beauty dozens of times, Primordial Evil God's power had been weakened a lot, and his aura had dropped significantly. He would continue after he had fully recovered. Seeing Qianzong turn and leave, Primordial Evil God's body trembled slightly, as if he was relieved. Surprisingly, Qianzong did not cultivate in the cell, nor did he comprehend anything. He just sat there, emptying his mind and body. He did not deliberately think about anything, nor did he deliberately think about anything. He was in an extremely relaxed state, allowing his thoughts to wander. In such a relaxed state, his mental exhaustion gradually disappeared as if it was washed away by running water or blown away by a cool breeze. After that, Qianzong went to Sword Saint Unkilling, Sword's Divine Monarch, Wang Yi, Yan Huan, and a few other new acquaintances whom he felt were worth befriending. He took out a lot of wine and food from his storage artifact and enjoyed them. Except for Sword Saint Wu Sha and Qianzong, most of the people who stayed here had been here for dozens of years. They had already eaten all the food they had. Although it didn't matter to true Divine Realm experts whether they ate or not, and it wouldn't affect their life and strength, many people had the habit of eating and drinking. After all, eating and drinking was necessary when they were weak. Some people had a great appetite for food and thought it was a kind of enjoyment, but some people just tasted it and stopped. No matter which kind it was inseparable from eating and drinking. After enjoying his meal, Qianzong did not mention what he had done because he was still uncertain. There was no need to talk about it for now. Otherwise, if he could not find a way to leave, wouldn't he be giving others hope and causing them to fall into despair? It was definitely not a good feeling to have one's hope shattered and despair invaded. Then, he would wait until he defeated primordial evil god and entered the evil-suppressing god pillars. It was also a kind of relaxation to have a gathering, eat and drink, and chat casually. This was the way of cultivation. It was important to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive if you pushed yourself too hard. After having a good rest, Shenzong set off again and went to the core of the god prison district alone. The 18 evil-suppressing god pillars stood in all directions, forming a circular area where darkness pervaded. But this time, Shenzong found that the darkness was obviously thinner than last time. Did this mean that the darkness was actually closely related to the strength of primordial evil god? Shenzong pulled out his sword and slashed into the darkness, provoking the primordial evil god. When the sword light cut into the darkness, it was immediately eroded by the darkness. When it finally hit original evil god, it didn't cause any damage. Original evil god didn't seem to notice, and he didn't fight back. Chop chop chop. Shenzong was a little surprised, but he didn't stop waving his sword. Streaks of sword light continuously cut into the darkness and landed on the body of the original evil god. Anger, Shenzong's goal was to infuriate the primordial evil god and make it explode. In this way, the primordial evil god would be attacked by the evil-suppressing godly pillar's godly power, further weakening it. However, no matter how hard Shenzong attacked, the original evil god did not fight back. It seemed that he understood Shenzong's intention. If that's the case. Shenzong's expression turned serious, and he used fleeting youth again. Although there was darkness, the power of fleeting youth was still very strong. Even if it penetrated the darkness, it wouldn't be weakened much. He swallowed all the power around him and transformed it with his own mixed Yuan heart force into a mystical power that could break the boundary between life and death. He swung his sword and the sword light silently pierced through the darkness towards primordial evil god. It was as if he had planted a seed in primordial evil god's body and was constantly absorbing his power. Anger, the original evil god was still angry. The darkness kept fluctuating, but he restrained himself and didn't fight back. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After the 3rd strike, the original evil god was completely enraged. He couldn't control his fluctuations anymore. The darkness was withdrawn, as if it had been swallowed up. The original evil god's body was revealed, and his pitch-black tentacles instantly shot toward Shenzong. Each of the tentacles carried a terrible killing intent, and they wanted to destroy Shenzong. However, Shenzong was also keenly aware that compared to the last time, the power of these tentacles was obviously weaker. In other words, his strategy was indeed effective. Resist, dodge, and fight back. Shenzong and the original evil god fought fiercely. The original evil god seemed to have learned his lesson and stopped attacking the evil-suppressing immortal pillar. As long as he didn't attack the evil-suppressing immortal pillar, he wouldn't be attacked by the evil-suppressing immortal pillar. At most, he would be suppressed. He was used to being suppressed. Only when he tried to break the evil-suppressing immortal pillar would he be hurt more. Then, as long as he did not take the initiative to attack the evil-suppressing divine pillar, he would be fine. Last time, the reason why Shenzong continuously used his ultimate move and was unable to counterattack was also because he took the initiative to court death by attacking the evil-suppressing divine pillar. Difficult, this time, the original evil god was very difficult to deal with. Shenzong didn't flinch. Instead, he used the original evil god as a training target. The primordial evil god had lived for countless years and his battle skills were even better than Shenzong's. Shenzong felt overwhelmed by the primordial evil god's battle skills. However, Shenzong was able to constantly absorb the primordial evil god's battle skills and improve his swordsmanship attainments. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to be suppressed by the original evil god like Shenzong. Only Shenzong had the help of the original evil god, and he could think and comprehend from many aspects. That was why he could improve so much in such a short time. At the end of the battle, Shenzong didn't weaken the original evil god much, but he didn't give up. If he couldn't defeat the original evil god this time, there would be a next time, and a time after that. Shenzong didn't think he could defeat the original evil god in a short time. Now, there was still hope. Let's take it slow. After the fierce battle, Qianzong returned to his cell to rest. At the same time, he carefully recalled the battle with the original evil god. The original evil god's fighting skills were really excellent. Sometimes, they were extremely complicated, and sometimes they were extremely simple. The combination of complicated and simple was so natural and smooth. It could be said that none of the opponents Qianzong had met so far could compare with the original evil god in terms of fighting skills. The original evil god was too good. If the original evil god hadn't been suppressed by the evil suppressing god pillar, Qianzong wouldn't have been a match for it. For example, in the battle not long ago, Qianzong was basically suppressed. It was only because the immortal body of the universe was strong enough and the heart force of the origin that he managed to hold on. Moreover, he had refined the fragment into his body to resist the invasion of the evil power and chaotic will. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Qianzong kept replaying the battle with the original evil god in his mind, as if he was a bystander analyzing from another angle. The tentacle attacks of the original evil god seemed to be messy, but in fact, they contained a unique pattern. There was order in chaos, and chaos in order. Qianzong felt like an excellent fighting grandmaster. Every once in a while, Qianzong would find original evil god and attack him with his sword. The longer the fight went on, the harder it was to provoke original evil god. However, every time Qianzong performed the fleeting youth, if it didn't work the first time, he would try it the second time. If that didn't work, he would try it the third time. Basically, original evil god would be infuriated no more than 3 times. In fact, the original evil god was powerless. It was not stupid. Although it was an evil being born from the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan, it was also intelligent. However, the primitive evil god had always thought that it was the highest life form, even higher than the ancient god clan, because it was immortal and indestructible, truly immortal and indestructible. As long as there were living beings in the universe, it would never disappear. Even the ancient god clan had disappeared, but it still existed, even if it was suppressed here. The original evil god knew that Qianzong's purpose was to exhaust its power. When its power was exhausted, the original evil god would fall into a deep sleep, and no one knew how long it would take for it to wake up. The original evil god didn't want to sleep. As a matter of fact, primordial evil god had once been in deep sleep. It was when he was suppressed by the ancient god tribe that he slept for a period of time. When the ancient god king died and the ancient god universe era started to collapse, primordial evil god woke up. He released his evil power and chaotic will, contaminating the ancient gods guarding the god prison district and turning them into the next generation of evil gods. He then released the other evil gods that were still alive and devoured them one by one. Because it devoured the next generation of evil gods, it recovered its power little by little. At the same time, it also learned the fighting skills of the next generation of evil gods. Later, when the new era of the universe was born, the god prison district was discovered. New life forms came in, but unfortunately, they were all contaminated by the original evil god and devoured in the end. After recovering some of its power, the original evil god started to attack the evil suppressing godly pillar, trying to break it down and escape. However, it was hurt by the godly power of the evil suppressing godly pillar every time. The evil suppressing godly pillar was the masterpiece of the ancient god clan. It was not easy to destroy it unless the original evil god was outside the range of the evil suppressing godly pillar. Over and over again, primordial evil god recovered its strength, attacked the evil suppressing godly pillar again, and was weakened again and again. It was not that it was stupid, but that no intelligent being wanted to be imprisoned like this. Now, Qianzong's actions were equivalent to exhausting its power, causing it to fall into a deep sleep once again. It did not want to pay attention to Qianzong, but the power of fleeting youth's sword was very terrifying. It could actually exhaust its power, so it had no choice but to counterattack. It was a vicious cycle. If it didn't fight back and kept being attacked, its power would be weakened. If it fought back, its power would also be weakened. The only difference was the speed. Now, there were no more evil gods for it to devour to recover its power. Tired, the original evil god felt very tired. As the highest life form and immortal being, it was forced to this point by a puny bug. If it wasn't for the evil suppressing godly pillar, it would have killed this puny bug. Qianzong came again. Now, every time the original evil god saw Qianzong, its body would tremble. It wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was angry. The original evil god also realized that every time the puny bug came, its fighting skills would improve significantly. It was getting closer and closer to the original evil god. Obviously, the puny bug was treating the original evil god as a training target. What should it do? It couldn't kill it, and it couldn't hide from it. It was hopeless. Puny human, do not provoke the great being. When Qianzong came to the core of the god prison district again, he pulled out the heavenly will sword and was about to use the moment of youth to kill the original evil god in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice arose in his head. It was an ancient voice, containing the sound of time. It sounded like a wise old man was sighing and pondering. Qianzong was taken aback. It took him a moment to react, and he asked tentatively, "Primordial evil god?" "Yes, I am." The ancient voice arose again. "Puny human, do you desire great power? The great power that can sweep across all races in the universe, the immortal and eternal life. Even if the universe is destroyed and reborn, it will not affect your power." The ancient voice of the primordial evil god was filled with an extreme attraction, as if it contained an indescribable magic power. People couldn't help but be immersed in it and have a desire from the bottom of their hearts. They yearned for that kind of power, that kind of eternal life. Even with Qianzong's firm will, he could not help but be affected. A trace of desire grew in his heart and slowly grew stronger. However, Qianzong was not completely attracted. Instead, he became calmer. "I do not desire it." Qianzong answered directly. "Since you desire." Primordial evil god suddenly paused. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. The puny human didn't seem to want it, but he didn't. "Let me confirm it again. Puny human, don't you desire the power that can sweep across the universe and be indestructible?" "I do not desire it." Qianzong answered again. He was not tempted by the original evil god. Primordial evil god fell silent for a moment. It didn't know how to answer because there had never been any weak life form that could resist its temptation and answer so decisively. It must be that his power had decreased too much, and he was suppressed by the damn evil suppressing godly pillar. Otherwise, it would not be like this. "Lowly humans, I am the only god of the original universe. Even if the universe is destroyed, I will still be able to survive. I will be eternally immortal." The evil god of primordial chaos spoke again. "I can give you power, the power to dominate the universe and eternal life. Don't you want that?" "No," Qianzong answered for the third time, so emotionless. Primordial evil god fell silent again. He was about to explode. It was true that the primordial evil god was intelligent, but in fact, it wasn't that smart. It was just a normal intelligence. It relied on the evil power that could seduce people. If one could resist its evil power, they wouldn't be affected by it. Qianzong answered in a dry and emotionless tone. He was as cold as a puppet, but his mind was racing. Primordial evil god spoke. Although Qianzong had guessed that primitive evil god was intelligent, he had never thought about communicating with him. After all, primitive evil god was the embodiment of all the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. He was an extremely evil being born from countless evil thoughts. Qianzong did not want to communicate with such an existence. Who knew what kind of horrible things such an existence could do, but now, primordial evil god took the initiative to communicate with him, as if he wanted to give him power. Could he accept the power? Of course not. Qianzong had been through a lot since he started cultivating when he was weak. He had seen a lot. That was because he never believed in free meals falling from the sky. However, any power that was obtained without effort was not truly a power that belonged to him. That kind of power often had hidden dangers. Power with hidden dangers was hard to control. Qianzong preferred power that he could control, power that was completely his. Qianzong's strong mind and will helped him resist the temptation of primordial evil god. Power, a power that could rampage through the universe, an eternal and indestructible power, a power that wouldn't disappear even if the universe was destroyed. That kind of power could only be achieved by a true god. If it was only a demigod, it wouldn't be so easy. You have been imprisoned here by the ancient god clan for many epochs, Qianzong said indifferently. Primordial evil god suddenly let out a sharp howl, as if countless angry spirits were roaring at the same time. It was full of anger and unwillingness. That was what angered it the most. The ancient god clan, it was born from the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. It was the amalgamation of all the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. But because of the ancient god clan, it was severely injured and imprisoned here. It could not escape at all. The 18 evil suppressing god pillars were the supreme masterpiece of the ancient god clan. They suppressed it so tightly that it could not escape. The god prison district existed because of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars. To destroy the 18 evil suppressing god pillars, the god prison district had to be destroyed as well. However, primordial evil god did not have that kind of power at the moment. Primordial evil god's purpose of luring Qianzong was very straightforward. It wanted to use Qianzong to destroy the 18 evil suppressing god pillars so that it could escape. Puny human, you shouldn't have enraged me. The original evil god calmed down after being infuriated. Qianzong felt that countless voices were overlapping. Some were strong, some were sharp, some were deep, some were hoarse, and some were obscure. All of these voices merged into one, as if someone was singing a song with a unique rhythm. Qianzong couldn't help but pay attention to it. Qianzong decided to ignore primordial evil god. He drew out his sword and slashed. He wanted to exhaust all of primordial evil god's power. Even if he could not kill it, he wanted to weaken it to the extreme. Again and again. Primordial evil god was enraged again. He was completely enraged. How dare this puny ant refuse my gift and treat me like this? I am the only god, the supreme god. Unfortunately, no matter how angry primordial evil god was, it couldn't do anything to Qianzong. All it could do was weaken Qianzong's power over and over again. Fighting back was like training Qianzong. If primordial evil god didn't fight back, Qianzong's power would be drained faster. What should I do? Primordial evil god was getting more and more desperate. If the ancient god race knew about this, how would they feel? They had worked so hard to defeat primordial evil god, but now, it was being pushed to such a state by a human. Of course, if the ancient god race had not done everything they could to injure and imprison primordial evil god, Qianzong would not have such a chance. But at the same time, if the ancient god race had not created the 18 evil suppressing god pillars to imprison primordial evil god, Qianzong would not have come here. It was hard to explain the cause and effect of everything. Again and again, Qianzong stopped talking to primordial evil god. No matter what primordial evil god said, it was useless. Boom! Primordial evil god exploded into countless tiny black pieces, hitting the 18 evil suppressing god pillars. The pillars trembled, and strands of divine light shone out from the pillars. Extreme runes shot out, and under the counterattack of the evil suppressing immortal power, those black auras were all annihilated. Sizzling sounds continued. Under Qianzong's gaze, after primordial evil god exploded, it crazily attacked the evil suppressing god pillars, as if it was seeking death. In the end, the last wisp of black also dispersed with a roar and howl full of unwillingness. It disappeared without a trace, like smoke blown by a strong wind. Qianzong was stunned, and he did not know how to react. Primordial evil god was killed just like that. Wasn't it said that it was immortal, or was it that primordial evil god was not killed, but weakened to the extreme? However, Qianzong still did not step into the evil suppressing god pillars. Who knew if this was primordial evil god's scheme? What if it was one of its tricks? Wait, Qianzong kept waiting, but primordial evil god did not appear in the evil suppressing god pillars. It was empty, as if primordial evil god had really disappeared. After a little hesitation, Qianzong did not step into the evil suppressing god pillars. Instead, he retreated, leaving only the empty space. After a period of time, a strand of black aura seemed to be born from the void in the evil suppressing god pillars. It fluctuated, as if it was releasing a wave of anger. Primordial evil god, it was primordial evil god. It turned out that it did not really dissipate, but only to lure Qianzong into the evil suppressing god pillars. Fortunately, Qianzong was cautious enough. In the next breath, a figure flashed and flew over from afar. The sword light seemed to cut across the sky as it shot out. The sword light was like a thunderclap and also like an aurora. It was extremely fast and directly shot towards the strand of black aura that had reappeared within the evil-suppressing divine pillar. The sword hit, and the black aura was immediately split apart, then condensed again, but it seemed to have become a little fainter. The sword light flashed and turned into a long river of sword light, rushing into the evil-suppressing god pillars, constantly attacking primordial evil god and wearing down its power. Under the long river of sword light, primordial evil god's power was getting weaker and weaker. Stop! Primordial evil god roared, but Qianzong did not pay attention to it, and continued to attack. When I come back, I will devour you and turn you into my power. Primordial evil god roared for the last time, and the strand of black aura condensed and fell, turning into a black crystal the size of a fingernail. Qianzong put away his sword, and stared at the black crystal attentively, carefully observing it. The black crystal's aura was restrained, as if it had fallen asleep. However, Qianzong did not step in, and continued to observe. After a long time of observation, he made a decision. He stepped out, walking towards the evil-suppressing god pillars, and did not encounter any obstacles. He stepped into the pillars, and stood at the edge, staring at the black crystal. He slashed out the sword light again, and the black crystal was sent flying away, but there was no reaction. While Qianzong was paying attention to the black crystal, he was also carefully observing it. Standing inside the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars and standing outside, the feeling of observing the evil-suppressing divine pillars was different. Looking over, the patterns on the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars contained even more profound mysteries. Impressively, they were lines of ancient god language. During this period of time, Qianzong had a deeper understanding of the ancient god language, and he could not help but study it. Suddenly, the black crystal exploded, and a strand of black aura that was as thin as a hair flew out, and directly went into Qianzong's glabella. Damn it, in that instant, a wisp of black aura as thin as a hair rushed into his mind. Qianzong's expression changed, and he immediately knew that the situation was bad. Without hesitation, he focused his consciousness into his mind, condensing it into a small person. The small person's expression was cold and solemn, and his right hand grasped at the void. Immediately, light condensed into a sharp sword that gave off a cold and sharp aura. In Qianzong's mind, the wisp of black energy quickly spread out. It was like a curtain of darkness was spreading rapidly. It was going to cover everything and devour everything. Qianzong's consciousness held the sword and slashed. The sword light flashed across the sky and cut open the darkness. The darkness was cut open immediately, but it gathered again and continued to spread. Slash! Slash, slash. Qianzong slashed again and again. However, he could not stop the darkness from spreading. The darkness seemed to be endless. No matter how Qianzong slashed, it did not retreat. It was getting thicker and thicker. Insignificant and lowly insect, everything you have belongs to this god. The ancient and vicissitudes of life chanted, but there was a hint of delight in the success of his scheme. That's right. The primitive evil god had used all his wisdom to deceive Qianzong. Qianzong was also caught by the primitive evil god when he saw the ancient god language on the 18 pillars of evil suppression. Now, this lowly and insignificant insect had finally fallen into his hands, and would fall into eternal oblivion. Fall into eternal oblivion, Qianzong looked serious and did not reply. He held the sword in his hand and attacked fiercely. However, the darkness seemed to be unbreakable. This was the origin of the primitive evil god, the origin of the ultimate evil. The primitive evil god was enraged by Qianzong again and again. He was desperate and helpless. In the end, he could only disperse all his power and leave only the purest origin of the ultimate evil to lure Qianzong into his trap. Unexpectedly, Qianzong did not fall for the trap. Instead, he deceived the primitive evil god. The primitive evil god had used the trickery that he was most proud of in his life to deceive Qianzong. Now, it wanted to invade Qianzong's body and devour him. Darkness spread out in his sea of consciousness, swallowing everything. Qianzong only felt that his consciousness kept sinking, as if it was going to be swallowed up. In the face of danger, Qianzong remembered the fragment that was engraved with the ancient god language that he had refined into his body. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and wisps of faint light rose from each of the fragments of the ancient divine language, gradually connecting into one. The light was like a divine radiance, rushing into Qianzong's sea of consciousness, and suddenly blasted into the darkness that filled the sky. Anger, the primitive evil god was furious. At this time, he was blocked by the ancient god clan. Thinking that he had been severely injured and imprisoned by the ancient divine language for so many years, he was enraged. Like an ancient volcano that had been accumulating power for countless years, it suddenly erupted. The darkness kept surging, becoming more and more violent. It was even able to resist the divine radiance, forcing it to retreat. In an instant, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars in the outside world seemed to be drawn by some kind of power, and they shook together. The complicated patterns carved in the ancient god language became brighter and brighter, as if they had turned into 18 true suns that shone in all directions, and were boundlessly sacred. Boom! Boom! His body trembled unconsciously. The 18 beams of divine radiance blasted into his sea of consciousness and gathered in Qianzong's body of consciousness. His body of consciousness transformed into a Buddha. The radiance of the Buddha god shone brightly, and the sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. A sense of power that could sweep through the void and sweep across the universe arose spontaneously. It was as if the sword in his hand had endless power that could cut and crush everything. Slash! Qianzong slashed out with his sword again. The holy light of the sword bombarded the darkness as if it was capable of shattering everything. It immediately broke the darkness. The darkness gathered again. The furious howl of the primitive evil god resounded again. It was a kind of extreme anger that came from his plan being ruined. Why did the ancient god clan come out to stop him at this critical moment? This power was the power of the evil-suppressing god pillar, the power that the ancient god clan had left behind to deal with him and imprison him. Why was this power being drawn by the puny human race? It was incomprehensible. The primitive evil god couldn't understand. The human race and the ancient god clan were two completely different species. The primitive evil god clearly knew how powerful the ancient god clan was. The ancient god clan was the original life form of the universe, the powerful life form that created the ancient god era. As the collection of the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan, the primitive evil god clearly knew how powerful the ancient god clan was. Ancient god, that kind of ancient and powerful life form was many times more powerful than the human race. The new era that came after the end of the ancient god era was a new race that was inextricably linked to the ancient god era. Of course, the intelligent life form in the universe knew this after the primitive evil god had swallowed the ancient god universe. The human race was many eras away from the ancient god universe, so they couldn't be compared to the ancient god clan. How could the ancient god clan help the human race? The primitive evil god couldn't understand, but it was the truth. The evil-suppressing god pillar was created to deal with the primitive evil god. It was extremely powerful and had a significant suppressive effect on the primitive evil god. Perhaps it couldn't kill him, but it could weaken him constantly. This power was indescribably strong and ancient, as if it had come from the ancient time. It supported Qianzong and made him look like an invincible war god. He slashed the dark sky curtain into pieces, and the primitive evil god collapsed inch by inch. Run! The primitive evil god made a prompt decision and wanted to leave Qianzong's knowledge sea. His plan had failed. Although he didn't know why, he didn't want to stay. He wanted to escape first. As for the rest, he could think of other plans after he got out of this puny human's knowledge sea. However, as if sensing the intentions of the primordial fiend god, the holy light that enveloped Qianzong's consciousness suddenly erupted and shot out. It instantly surrounded the primordial fiend god and split into 18 rays of light, like pillars descending from the heavens. They were the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. Evil-suppressing god pillars. The primitive evil god howled, unable to understand. Qianzong's body of consciousness was also stunned. Why would the evil-suppressing god pillars appear in his knowledge sea? In an instant, Qianzong figured it out. It must have something to do with the fragment he had refined into his body. That fragment was left behind by the ancient god tribe. As for why the ancient god tribe would leave behind that fragment, Qianzong didn't know. All he knew was that the fragment was engraved with the ancient god tribe's language. It was very mysterious, and he didn't know what the fragment was made of. It wasn't stone, jade, or metal. It was very strange and tough. Qianzong had tried it before, but even with the sharpness of the will heavenly sword, he couldn't leave a mark on it. The 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars' evil-suppressing divine power was triggered by that mysterious fragment. Now, primordial fiend God had given up all his power, leaving only the abominable origin to invade Qianzong's sea of consciousness in an attempt to control Qianzong. This was undoubtedly a self-destructive move. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, primordial fiend God wouldn't have done this. The supreme life form of the original universe, an immortal and indestructible existence that had transcended the destruction and rebirth of many universe epochs, was actually forced to give up his power by a lowly and insignificant insect. This was simply a humiliation, a great humiliation. However, Qianzong's fleeting youth could threaten primordial evil God. It was such a coincidence that led to this scene. Now, primitive evil God had given up all his power, leaving only the origin of extreme evil to enter Qianzong's knowledge sea in an attempt to break free from the suppression of the evil-suppressing God pillars and control Qianzong's body. Unexpectedly, Qianzong resisted, leading to a series of unforeseen events. Once again, primitive evil God was suppressed by the evil-suppressing God pillars. The location of suppression was changed from the outside world to Qianzong's knowledge sea. But no matter the location, primitive evil God was suppressed once again. It would have been fine if he didn't have intelligence, but he did. He even regarded himself as the highest God, the supreme God. The supreme God was forced into a corner by a lowly insect. It was ridiculous and shameful to the extreme. Qianzong sensed that primitive evil God's origin of extreme evil was suppressed in his knowledge sea. He breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt helpless because this was his knowledge sea. What should he do? He tried and found that he couldn't shake the 18 evil-suppressing God pillars at all. It was as if they had taken root in his knowledge sea. What should he do? There was nothing he could do. Qianzong was speechless. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. The primordial evil God was not easy to deal with. Even though he was suppressed by the 18 evil-suppressing God pillars, he still existed in the sea of consciousness. No one knew when he would break out. This was a hidden danger, a great hidden danger. "Puny human, let me out," primitive evil God said angrily. He thought that Qianzong could control the evil-suppressing God pillars, but unfortunately, Qianzong couldn't. Qianzong suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had activated the fragment to draw the power of the 18 evil-suppressing God pillars. Then, could he use the fragment to draw the power of the 18 evil-suppressing God pillars in his knowledge sea? Thinking of this, Qianzong immediately tried to touch the fragment that had been refined into his body. The fragment trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, but it didn't allow Qianzong to control the 18 pillars. Instead, rays of light constantly blossomed from the fragment. Every ancient god language seemed to be burning. The rays of light became more and more dazzling and resplendent like sacred flames. Gradually, a shadow gradually emerged from the resplendent sacred flames. As soon as the shadow appeared, it gave off an incomparably ancient aura. It was an ancient aura that had penetrated countless spacetime. It was a mysterious aura, like the aura of the beginning of all things. King of ancient gods. The ancient sigh seemed to come from a distant time and space. It penetrated through time and space and fell into Qianzong's ears, but it also seemed to fall into Qianzong's mind. It was so clear and so profound. The ancient god king, Qianzong was shocked. What kind of existence was the ancient god king? He was the king of the ancient god clan, just like the king of the giant clan. A dominator. But Qianzong felt that the ancient god king might be even stronger than the giant dominator. But didn't the fragment say that the ancient god king had died in order to severely injure and suppress primordial evil God? Qianzong thought of something. Even if some experts had died, they could still leave behind a power doppelganger, a remnant soul, or a doppelganger of consciousness. At worst, they could leave behind a doppelganger, or a doppelganger of consciousness. The ancient god king had indeed died, but he had also left behind something like a doppelganger, a fragment of consciousness, or a doppelganger. Creature of the future, you were able to activate my godly bone and the power of the evil-suppressing god pillar. You are fated to be with my clan. The ancient god king's ancient voice sounded, and his figure became more and more solid. Even though the figure floating in the holy light didn't seem very big, perhaps not even as big as Qianzong's palm, there was an incomparably majestic aura emanating from it. The figure seemed to connect heaven and earth, traversing the void of the universe. Even the giant ruler that Xianxia had seen before couldn't compare to it. Primordial evil god was formed by the evil thoughts of my clan. He is immortal. As long as there is life in the universe, as long as there is evil thoughts, primordial evil god will never die. My clan did everything we could to severely injure primordial evil god. We used the power of our entire clan to create the supreme treasure, the evil suppressing god pillar, to suppress primordial evil god and slowly wear down his power. The ancient god king continued, even so, primordial evil god cannot be destroyed. We can only exhaust his power and put him to sleep. Creatures of the future, if primordial evil god does not die, he will be a hidden danger to all life. Since you are able to fuse with my godly bone and absorb the power of the evil suppressing godly pillar, you are destined to be one of us. The hope of destroying primordial evil god lies in you. Xianxia felt helpless after hearing the ancient god king's words. The primordial evil god was too difficult to deal with. Although he was not very intelligent, he was not stupid either. Otherwise, he would not have deceived Xianxia. Now, even if primordial evil god was suppressed in his sea of consciousness, there was nothing he could do. If that was the case, how could they destroy primordial evil god? Xianxia couldn't think of any solution. Primitive evil god was formed by the evil thoughts of the ancient god clan. As long as there was life in the world, as long as there was evil thoughts in the world, primitive evil god would always exist. Unless the evil thoughts of all living beings in the world were eliminated. But that was impossible. Life without intelligence was fine. There was no distinction between good and evil. Life with intelligence had good and evil thoughts, and it was precisely because of good and evil thoughts that it was a complete life. Otherwise, there would be no more intelligent life in this world, and the primordial evil god would lose its source and die. Destroy the world, it was the destruction of the world, slaughtering all intelligent life forms, and even killing oneself in the end. Would Xianxia do that? Obviously not. Besides, even if he wanted to, he didn't have the power to do so. But Xianxia didn't ask anything. Xianxia had already sensed that the ancient god king in front of him was not the real ancient god king. It was just a trick, and he couldn't communicate with it. This is just an image that I left behind. That's all I can tell you. The ancient god king said, I will teach you the most powerful secret of my clan. I hope you can master it. As soon as he finished speaking, the image of the ancient god king suddenly burst into a dazzling light, as if it was burning. It blasted toward Xianxia's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it entered Xianxia's sea of consciousness. Burn, Xianxia's sea of consciousness seemed to be burning with a holy flame, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, under the burning of the holy flame, Xianxia could feel that his sea of consciousness was being refined, as if it was becoming more transparent and strong. At the same time, messages were constantly being transmitted to Xianxia's sea of consciousness, and Xianxia received them. The messages were all in the ancient god language. If Xianxia hadn't learned the ancient god language, it would have been difficult for him to understand them. Fortunately, Xianxia's mastery of the ancient god language was not bad, so he could clearly understand the content and meaning of the messages. It was an inheritance, a secret technique to refine the bone of the ancient god king. With this secret technique, one could refine the bone piece left behind by the ancient god king and completely integrate it into one's body. This would cause one's body to transform and become stronger, and thus evolve the ancient god armor. The ancient god armor was the exclusive armor of the ancient god clan. It had tyrannical power and could obviously enhance one's strength. In addition to the secret inheritance of refining the bone piece of the ancient god king, there was also a secret technique to controlling the evil suppressing god pillar. If one cultivated this secret technique, one could control the power of the evil suppressing god pillar. The rest of the information was about the ancient god clan, which allowed Xianxia to gain a better understanding of the ancient god clan. When the burning holy flame on Xianxia's sea of consciousness gradually converged, it also meant that Xianxia had finished receiving the inheritance left by the image of the ancient god king. His sea of consciousness had transformed, and it was a qualitative change. It was like a qualitative change from muddy water to clear water, and it became more transparent. When Xianxia's thoughts moved, the speed of his thoughts was twice as fast as before. What did it mean to be twice as fast? Originally, Chenzong's speed of thinking was very fast, faster than many experts at the same level. Now, it was twice as fast. This improvement was simply amazing. Doubling the speed of thinking meant that Chenzong's speed of thinking and comprehension would be faster, and his reaction would also be faster in battle. However, the premise was that his body could keep up with his mind. In any case, the strengthening of his sea of consciousness and the doubling of his speed of thinking had brought Chenzong a lot of benefits. In addition, there were two more inheritances. One was the secret inheritance of refining the bone piece of the ancient god king, and the other was the secret inheritance of controlling the power of the evil suppressing god pillar. No matter which one it was amazing. As long as Chenzong could master it, he would gain great benefits. The power of the evil suppressing god pillar might be used to deal with the primitive evil god. As for other things, he couldn't think of them yet. However, refining the bone piece of the ancient god king could strengthen his body further, and he could also refine the ancient god armor. With the ancient god armor, his strength would be greatly enhanced. The last point was the god's prison district. Chenzong already knew how to leave the god's prison district. As long as he could master the secret inheritance, he could control the evil suppressing god pillar. Chenzong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he found a way to leave the god's prison district. He didn't know what was going on outside. His consciousness paused, and he immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and returned to his body. Chenzong immediately felt a strange feeling. It seemed that everything around him had slowed down, and the flow of the aura seemed to have become a little sluggish. Chenzong knew that this was because his sea of consciousness had been strengthened, and his thinking had been doubled. He hadn't fully adapted to it yet, so this situation had occurred. Once he adapted to it, it wouldn't happen again. About a moment later, the sluggish and obscure feeling around him finally disappeared, and everything returned to its original smoothness. It seemed that there was no difference from before, but Chenzong knew that it was different. His sea of consciousness had been strengthened, and his thinking had been doubled. It was different from before. Although his cultivation hadn't changed, and although his swordsmanship hadn't improved, his strength had become a little stronger. Because of his stronger sea of consciousness and faster thinking, Chenzong could better display his cultivation strength and swordsmanship, and it was more vivid. This kind of feeling was truly wonderful. Standing in the middle of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars, Chenzong gazed at them. He glanced at the ancient god language on the 18 evil suppressing god pillars one by one, and he could understand the meaning more directly. The ancient god language formed the divine text of the evil suppressing god pillars, which had the power to suppress evil and subdue demons. However, Chenzong still couldn't activate the power of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars, because he hadn't mastered the secret inheritance. It would take time to master the secret inheritance. Thinking of this, Chenzong left and returned. Then, Chenzong gathered everyone. Sword Saint Wu Sha, Wang Yi, Yan Huan, Swords God, and some other experts. There were nearly 10 people in total. Everyone, I found a way to leave the divine prison district. Chenzong said directly. In an instant, everyone's expression changed greatly. At first, they couldn't believe it, then they became very excited. Really? Brother Chen, don't joke like that. Everyone, I'm not joking. After a period of research, I've indeed found a way to leave the divine prison district. Chenzong said with a serious face, but if you want to leave, you'll have to wait for a while. As for how long, I'm not sure at the moment. Can we really leave? As long as we can leave, even if we have to wait for dozens or hundreds of years, it's okay. Chenzong didn't open his mouth to let them talk. He waited until they all quieted down. Everyone, you can go and inform the others. If they're willing to leave, I can take them out of the divine prison district. Chenzong continued, but there's a condition. Everyone nodded. It was normal to have conditions. It would be strange if there were no conditions. However, as long as they could leave here, they believed that as long as the conditions weren't too harsh, they should be able to accept it. As for what the conditions were, they could only wait until everyone was gathered. Soon, everyone spread the news. It spread like a storm throughout the divine prison district. When other people in the Divine Prison District heard about it, they all rushed to Shenzong in shock and excitement. There were dozens of people in total, and none of them were weak. After all, the true saints who had entered this place back then were not ordinary true saints. After many years of cultivation, even if their cultivation had not improved, their cultivation realm and martial arts attainments had obviously improved. If they left this place and returned to the chaotic universe, they would be able to recover and improve their cultivation. Dozens of people were gathered in the spacious prison cell. They were all the people in the Divine Prison District. There used to be hundreds of them, but they were either dead or contaminated by the primordial evil god and devoured by the primordial evil god. The eyes of the dozens of people flickered incessantly as they all looked in the same direction, focusing on Shenzong. Their expressions were extremely excited. Leave? Could they finally leave this place? When they had first entered this place, they had been trying to find a way to leave. They had been searching for a way to leave this place, but they had been unable to find a way to leave this place. They had gradually lost hope and buried their unwillingness deep in their hearts. Now, was there finally hope? Could they finally leave? Everyone's emotions were very complicated. They were worried that there was hope, but they were inevitably disappointed. The huge gap was enough to make them collapse. After a while, I am confident that I can leave the Divine Prison District, Shenzong said unhurriedly. His expression was cold and solemn. Similarly, I can also take you out of the Divine Prison District. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and the light in their eyes became more intense. What are your conditions? Tell us. Yes, as long as we can leave this place, I will accept any conditions. They immediately expressed their attitude. They were clearly excited and full of expectations. I am the sect master of Taihao Mountain. I hope that everyone can swear on their own great paths that if you leave the Divine Prison District and return to the chaotic universe, you will not use any means against Taihao Mountain. Those who violate this oath will have their great paths dissipated and fall into oblivion forever, Shenzong said solemnly. Of course, if you are interested, you can also join Taihao Mountain and become an elder of Taihao Mountain, Shenzong said with a smile this time. In fact, Shenzong also hoped that someone would be willing to join Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was weak now. The most powerful person was himself, followed by Yun Yanxin and Sword Saint Wu Sha. There were only 3 true saints in the entire Taihao Mountain. Compared to the Taihao Mountain of the past, it was many times more powerful, but it was nothing compared to the powerful forces in the chaotic universe. There were many true saints in the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If the dozens of cultivators here joined the Taihao Mountain, then the Taihao Mountain would have dozens of true saint realm experts all of a sudden. Moreover, they would not be ordinary true saints. It would be easy for them to reach the peak true saint realm. Then, the overall strength of the Taihao Mountain would increase to an astonishing level. But Shenzong didn't know either. That was impossible. As a condition for leaving, Shenzong did not even force them to join Taihao Mountain. That was because Shenzong knew very well that while it was possible to force them, there was no need to do so. If they were not willing to join, problems would arise sooner or later. Only those who joined willingly would benefit the Taihao Mountain. In that case, they would make an oath that they would not use any means against the Taihao Mountain. In addition, among these dozens of people, a small half of them were from the foreign races. Shenzong didn't have any opinions about the foreign races, but the foreign races usually wouldn't join the forces of other races. Moreover, most of these people were from some forces. If they could leave, of course, they would return to their own forces. Hearing Shenzong's words, the dozens of people were stunned. They originally thought that the conditions would be very harsh, but they did not expect that it would not be. This person did not take the opportunity to extort them. Immediately, one by one, they made the oath. When they made the oath, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation in the void that was transmitted with an indescribable majesty. It was the majesty of the Great Path. Next, they waited for Shenzong's notice. Most of them left. Brother Chen, I wonder if I can join the Taihao Mountain as an elder? Wang Yi asked. He was a lone cultivator and relatively had no ties. You are most welcome. Shenzong immediately smiled. Although Wang Yi was not a sword cultivator, his strength was much stronger than Sword Saint Wu Sha's. It would be good for the Taihao Mountain if he could join. The Taihao Mountain was a sword cultivator force, but it did not mean that they could only recruit sword cultivators. However, Wang Yi said that he wanted to be an elder of the Taihao Mountain, not a consecrator. The meaning was different. The relationship between consecrators was relatively normal. They were not so close and could leave at any time. However, an elder was different. Once an elder became an elder, it was equivalent to being one of their own. They were trustworthy people who had to contribute to the growth of the force. In addition, Chenzong actually hoped that Swords God could join the Taihao Mountain as an elder. Unfortunately, Swords God did not reveal this intention. Otherwise, with Swords God's strength, once he joined the Taihao Mountain, the top combat strength of the Taihao Mountain would increase significantly. It could not be forced. Everything was up to fate. Time passed slowly. Chenzong did not go to the core of the Divine Prison District because there was no need for him to go there for the time being. Every day, apart from comprehending swordsmanship, Chenzong comprehended the ancient god armor refining technique and the secret to controlling the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars. Whether it was the ancient god armor refining technique or the divine obstruction secret technique, they were both constructed from the language of the ancient gods. They were not extremely profound, so even with Chenzong's great powers of comprehension and the assistance of a chaotic prime, he was unable to comprehend them in a short amount of time. If it were someone else, it would be unknown whether they could comprehend them or not. Finally, Chenzong fully comprehended the ancient god armor refining art and the divine protection secret art. A feeling of clarity arose spontaneously. Next, it was time to start cultivating the ancient god armor refining art and the divine protection secret art. The ancient god armor refining technique determined the ancient god armor. The ancient god armor was the basic equipment of the ancient god clan. Every ancient god would condense a set of armor from their bones when they reached adulthood. The armor was closely related to them and could be improved as they continued to condense it. Chenzong was not from the ancient god clan and did not have the bloodline of the ancient god clan. Normally, he would not be able to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. However, with the bone piece left behind by the ancient god king as a primer, he could completely fuse the bone piece into his body and condense the ancient god armor. The divine secret was very straightforward. It was to control the power of the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars. Cultivating the ancient god armor refining technique and the divine secret together was not difficult for Chenzong. Chenzong could also comprehend swordsmanship at the same time without any hindrance. After a period of time, people would come to ask Chenzong when he could leave. Chenzong would reply that it would be a while later. Sometimes, if they were not concerned about Chenzong's strength, they might have attacked him directly. Chenzong devoted himself to cultivation. The bone piece was gradually fused by Chenzong. It slowly melted and then fused into Chenzong's bones. It was as if a layer of film was plated on his bones. As he continued to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique and the bone piece was continuously refined, the plated bone film became more uniform and tough. At the same time, the cultivation of the divine secret was gradually becoming more effective. One day, Chenzong finally succeeded in completely refining the bone piece. It turned into a layer of silver-gray film that plated on the surface of his bones. It gave off an extremely tough feeling. He began to truly cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. However, Chenzong discovered that it was extremely difficult as soon as he started cultivating. The giant god power and the giant god core seemed to be attracted and fluctuated. Could it be that he had to use the giant god power to assist his cultivation? Chenzong tried it and found that it was indeed feasible to use the giant god power to cultivate. The speed was obviously several times faster. In that case, he would use the giant god power to cultivate. While cultivating, Chenzong could not help but think. All the signs pointed to one thing. The giant tribe and the ancient god tribe seemed to have some connection. Or it could be speculated that after the end of the universe era, the ancient god tribe did not completely disappear. There were always some traces left behind that were integrated into the giant universe and the giant tribe. Or it could be said that it was the remnants of the ancient god tribe that created the giant tribe. In any case, it was certain that the giant tribe and the ancient god tribe were related. They could even be called a kind of descendant. Then, Qianzong could not help but wonder if there were other living races besides the giant tribe that had inherited the power of the ancient god tribe. Maybe after he left here, he could investigate further. Ancient god. Armor. With a thought, Qianzong immediately felt that his bones were trembling. The layer of silver gray plated on his bones flowed like mercury. It was as if it had life and intelligence. It quickly spread outside Qianzong's body. In just a short time, a layer of silver gray quickly spread to the surface of Qianzong's body. As it constantly wriggled, it quickly solidified and turned into a close-fitting armor. The armor was silver gray and looked very light. It covered Qianzong's entire body, including his head. This silver gray armor was the ancient god armor. Its style was quite simple, but it was not shabby at all. Instead, it had a simple and concise beauty. The lines were smooth and there was a sense of vigor. It was an armor that was very suitable for swordsmen. The silver gray ancient god sword armor covered his entire body. Qianzong felt it carefully, compared it with his own body, and tried it out. Strength is increased by 3 times, speed is increased by 3 times, and the defensive power of the sword armor is 3 times that of my body. The price is that the core of the giant god is gone. In order to master the ancient god armor refining technique, Qianzong had sacrificed the core of the giant god as the price, which meant that he could no longer use the giant god battle method. After the giant god battle method was used, his strength was increased by 10 times, his defense was increased by 10 times, and his speed was unchanged by 10 times. On the other hand, the ancient god armor increased his strength by 3 times, his speed by 3 times, and his defense by 3 times. Which was stronger and which was weaker? It seemed that the giant god battle method was stronger, but in fact, Qianzong preferred the ancient god sword armor because it was more suitable for him. For a swordsman, speed was an indispensable part. Under the situation where his strength, speed, and defense were increased by 3 times, it was better for Qianzong to increase his combat strength than the giant god battle method. Moreover, after equipping himself with the ancient god sword armor, it would not greatly consume his strength. It would consume less than using the giant god battle method, and it could be maintained for a longer time. There was another important point. The current ancient god sword armor was only the lowest level of ancient god armor. Qianzong's inheritance mentioned that the ancient god armor was actually divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they were soldier armor, general armor, and king armor. If the soldier armor had such an increase, then what about the general armor? What about the higher level king armor? In the core area of the god's prison district, the darkness had long disappeared. Dozens of cultivators gathered here, and they were all very surprised. Wasn't this place shrouded in darkness? Wasn't there a terrifying life form in the darkness? Why did they all disappear now? All the cultivators who were trapped here knew the dangers of the core area of the god's prison district very well, so they wouldn't go near it at all. Although they were trapped in the god's prison district like prisoners, it was better to live than to die, especially when they were contaminated and corroded by the terrifying monsters in the darkness. It was more miserable than death. It was also because of this that no one except Qianzong knew about the changes in the core area of the god's prison district. Now that they saw it, they were so shocked. They all looked at Qianzong with many questions, but Qianzong didn't explain anything, and he didn't need to explain. If he told the truth, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Qianzong's expression was solemn as he stood at the center of the 18 evil-suppressing divine pillars. His mind was focused to the limit as his eyes flickered like stars. The power in his body was immediately mobilized and surged towards his hands like flowing water. Hand seals. Qianzong's 10 fingers moved and condensed hand seals, which floated in the air and emitted bursts of sacred light. Each hand seal looked different, like jumping runes, which were actually formed by the ancient god's language. This was the divine protection secret art. As Qianzong's hands continued to form hand seals, talisman seals flew out and fell on the evil-suppressing god pillars. When the talisman seals accumulated to a certain extent, the evil-suppressing god pillars suddenly trembled, and the lines on the pillars seemed to come alive, and burst out bursts of light. The light was bright but not dazzling. As Qianzong continued to form talisman seals, the light on the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars became brighter and brighter. In the end, it turned into 18 true suns, which floated in all directions and slowly rotated around Qianzong. Zong looked solemn, and his strength was constantly consumed. The last talisman seal was formed. Open! Zong shouted at the same time. In an instant, the 18 white true suns spun faster and faster, as if they were going to separate the two worlds. Then, the 18 true suns soared into the sky and collided with each other in the air, exploding. The sound was mighty, and endless light swept out, swallowing everything in its path. When the light gradually dissipated, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars had turned gray. They were mottled, as if they had been eroded by the vicissitudes of time. Above them, a slowly rotating silver-gray vortex appeared. As the vortex rotated, it was like a drill that constantly drilled into the depths of space, opening up a path. Everyone, don't forget your great Tao oath. Zong stood below the silver-gray vortex that was about 10 meters in size. His eyes swept across the area like a god as he spoke in a clear voice. After that, Zong gestured for Sword Saint Wu Sha, Wang Yi, Swords God, and the others to come over. They directly rushed into the silver-gray vortex and disappeared as if they had been swallowed. Let's go. Let's go. We can finally go back. We can finally leave this damned place. The other cultivators were stunned at first. Then, they were overjoyed and excited. They immediately rushed over and rushed into the silver-gray vortex. Without any obstruction, they disappeared into the silver-gray vortex. In just a few breaths, dozens of cultivators had all left, leaving only the empty core. In the next moment, a cracking sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars and spread continuously, covering every inch of the pillars. Falling, collapsing, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars collapsed on the ground. As the evil-suppressing god pillars collapsed, the silver-gray vortex that was constantly rotating in the sky fluctuated continuously. It gradually distorted and finally collapsed into nothingness. Darkness seemed to be spreading and shrouding the entire god prison district. It was empty, as if it had fallen into the depths of space and gradually disappeared. In the chaos universe, outside of the lost god land, a ripple suddenly appeared. It was as if something had emerged from the depths of the void. The ripple became denser and denser. Layer after layer of ripples spread out like ripples. A vortex also appeared. It kept spreading out until it finally stopped at a diameter of 10 meters. It was a silver-gray vortex that was 10 meters in size. In the next moment, a few rays of light flew out of the vortex and appeared in the void of the chaotic universe, revealing their figures. It was Zong and the others. Following that, streaks of light continuously shot out from the silver-gray vortex, manifesting into figures in the void. They were the cultivators who had left the god prison district. Is this the void? This feeling is wonderful. Primordial Qi, rich and pure primordial Qi of heaven and earth. The cultivators were very excited. The primordial Qi in the god prison district was thin and messy. They did not dare to absorb it at all. Otherwise, they would be contaminated and become chaotic. Eventually, they would turn into monsters and demons and disappear into the darkness. It was very likely that they would become food for the terrifying monsters in the darkness. Now, they had finally left the god prison district, left the cage, and returned to the void. This long-awaited feeling was wonderful. Everyone, I suggest that you stay away from each other. Zong reminded them. Because these people had been trapped in the god prison district for at least a few decades, or at most a few centuries. They could not improve their cultivation, but their cultivation realm had been improving. Now that they had returned to the void, they could absorb the primordial Qi and improve their cultivation realm. When these people gathered together, there was not enough primordial Qi to go around. Spread out, they immediately spread out. When they were far away from each other, they immediately operated their cultivation techniques and began to absorb the primordial Qi. With a boom, a series of shocking sounds suddenly rang out, shaking the void. A large amount of primordial Qi gathered from all directions, surging like a long river. It constantly flowed into the cultivators' bodies and was devoured and refined by them. It was converted into their own cultivation, causing their cultivation to improve continuously. It was as if a storm was raging. After some time, everything finally quieted down. These people's cultivation had improved to the extreme of the true saint realm. They might not be able to be listed on the real chaotic ranking, but their strength was not weak. They were considered strong in the true saint realm. A few of them had the strength to be listed on the real chaotic ranking. It was foreseeable that there would be an obvious change in the real chaotic ranking when they adapted to the void again. However, this had nothing to do with Chenzong, and he did not want to pay attention to it. Chenzong began to leave the Maze God realm with Sword Saint Wuxia and Wang Yi. He flew towards the nearest void city and then to Universe City. One by one, they left. When Chenzong returned to the void, he reconnected with his incarnation in Taihao Mountain and learned about the current situation. 10 years had passed since he entered the Divine Prison District. Chenzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only 10 years. In the Divine Prison District, the passage of time was not as clear as in the outside world. Therefore, he often did not have an accurate judgment and could only roughly feel. Fortunately, his feeling was not wrong and the difference in time was not big. Everything was fine in the past 10 years and Taihao Mountain did not encounter any danger. In fact, compared to the entire chaotic universe, 10 years was actually very short. Chenzong used the Spacetime Temple's spacetime teleportation array to continuously teleport again and again. He did not hesitate to consume chaotic divine crystals. In fact, Chenzong had more than a dozen Saint Origin crystals. If he sold them, he could exchange them for tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals. After arriving at Taihao Mountain, Chenzong introduced Wang Yi to the people of Taihao Mountain. From then on, Wang Yi was one of the elders of Taihao Mountain. There was also a small change in the internal positions of Taihao Mountain. Saints could only be outer mountain elders and only true saints could be inner mountain elders. Currently, there were only 2 inner mountain elders in Taihao Mountain. They were Sword Saint Wuxia and Wang Yi. As for outer mountain elders, there were more than a dozen of them. This did not mean that there were only a dozen saints in Taihao Mountain. It was just that those who were older and had lower potential, basically having no hope of reaching the true saint realm, would be outer mountain elders. As for those younger saints with higher potential, they would become inner mountain disciples and be distinguished from the outer mountain disciples. Taihao Mountain was gradually growing stronger. After settling Wang Yi, Sword Saint Wuxia did not leave Taihao Mountain. The training this time was very exciting and was enough for him to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. At least, he would not have to think about going out to train for decades or even centuries. These decades or even centuries would be enough for Sword Saint Wuxia's cultivation and strength to improve further. Chenzong's original body did not stay in Taihao Mountain for long. After a short period of time, he set off again to the Lingwu sacred world because his father and the others were there. 10 years had passed. He wondered how Chenin was doing. Compared to whether Chenin had comprehended the truth of the Great Path and broken through to the true saint realm, Chenzong was more concerned about Chen An's current situation. Elder Wang, I'll have to trouble you with some matters of Taihao Mountain, Chenzong said to Wang Yi before leaving. Don't worry, Mountain Lord, Wang Yi replied seriously. Wang Yi was now a true saint realm expert who had reached the perfection realm. He was very powerful, much more powerful than Sword Saint Wuxia. Chenzong speculated that Wang Yi should have the strength to make it to the true chaotic ranking. With such strength and the fact that he had refined an even more powerful incarnation, it was enough to guard Taihao Mountain. In addition, Chenzong also sold Saint Origin crystals to the treasure house. Of course, he did not sell all of them, only a part of them. He also ordered a Chaos Saint weapon longsword from the treasure house. He requested a Chaos Saint weapon longsword of the same style, just like a set. There were such long swords, but they were relatively rare and their quality was relatively ordinary among the Chaos Saint weapons. 100 of them, Chenzong ordered 100 standard Chaos Saint weapon longswords and paid 1,000,000 Chaos Divine crystals as a deposit. He was only waiting for the treasure house's notice. In addition, Chenzong also went to the Heaven's Secret Tower to exchange information about the original universe and ancient god clan with the Heaven's Secret Tower. Now, Chenzong set off for the void where the Lingwu sacred world was. He was extremely fast, much faster than when he entered the Divine Prison District. In the Lingwu sacred world, Chenzong had returned. 10 years wasn't a long time, but Yun Yanqing couldn't help but feel a little worried because they couldn't contact Chenzong for 10 years. Now that Chenzong had returned, the worry disappeared. After meeting with Yunyanqin, Chenzong asked about Chen An's situation. Xiaoan met a girl, Yunyanqin said with a smile. Chenzong was slightly stunned, but he also smiled. Chenan was now in his early 30s. For ordinary people, this was the time when they were about to enter middle age. It was normal for them to start a family, and those who were younger already had 1 or 2 children. Of course, compared to cultivators, 30 years old was nothing. They were still very young. But no matter what, 30 years was considered a mature person, except for those who were sheltered. Was Chenan a sheltered flower? Of course not. When he was 10 years old, he was brought by Chenzong to fight many life and death battles with the ancient demon clan. After that, he began to train independently in the Lingwu sacred world. He wasn't someone who could be compared to those sheltered flowers. In fact, Chenzong and Yunyanqin had named their child Chenan, hoping that he would be safe. However, they wouldn't lock him up at home. Instead, they would bring him to experience some things and let him know more about the world and the universe. They would let him train and improve. How could one be truly safe? It was very simple. Only strength. If one was strong enough, they could control their own fate and keep themselves safe. Otherwise, even if they stayed in a certain place and lived like a prince, they wouldn't know when danger would befall them. Once danger befell them, they wouldn't be able to deal with it if they didn't have enough strength. They would die in the midst of danger. The girl Chenan met was the daughter of the head of a small family in the Lingwu sacred world. They were still in the process of getting along with each other, but they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship. Chenzong and Yunyanqin had no intention of interfering. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. They would let Chenan do whatever he wanted. If he could succeed, he would. If he couldn't, then so be it. There was no need to force him. Chenzong and Yunyanqin both trusted Chenan because he was their child. Although they had to worry about what they should, there were some things that they really didn't need to worry about. After staying on Bewildering Light Island with Yunyanqin, Chenzong did not need to continue traveling around the Lingwu sacred world for the time being. This was because the 10 years in the Divine Prison District had given Chenzong a lot of training. The cultivation of the ancient god armor refining technique has reached a bottleneck. Chenzong thought to himself, my ancient god sword armor can only be at the soldier level. It can't be upgraded to the general level at all. After all, he was a human after all. There was a huge difference between him and the ancient god clan. They were 2 completely different races. The reason why he could cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique was because of the bone fragment left behind by the ancient god king as a primer. After refining it, he used the giant god core of the giant clan, which was related to the ancient god clan, as the price to finally cultivate the soldier-level ancient god armor. If Chenzong had the bloodline of the ancient god clan, then not only could he cultivate the soldier-level ancient god armor, but he could also continue to upgrade the level of the ancient god armor. In addition, he could also cultivate the secret skills of the ancient god clan and so on. Unfortunately, Chenzong was a human without any bloodline of the ancient god clan. It was already a good opportunity for him to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique and cultivate the ancient god armor. Since the giant god core of the giant clan can help cultivate the ancient god armor, then if I want to continue upgrading the ancient god armor, will I need the power of other races related to the ancient god clan? Chenzong thought to himself. From the Tianji Tower, Chenzong exchanged information about the ancient god clan for information about other races of the universe epics. There were people in the chaotic universe who were dedicated to the study of the prehistoric universe epics, but they had not studied the ancient god universe epics. That was still an unknown field. Therefore, although the information about the ancient god clan that Chenzong took out for exchange was very simple and one-sided, it was enough to exchange for information about several prehistoric universe epics. However, if he wanted to further exchange for more detailed information, he had to give more information. Regarding this, the Tianji Tower also acted as an intermediary and informed other practitioners who specialized in the study of the prehistoric universe epics. After contacting them, they would naturally get in touch with Chenzong. Celestial Universe Opportunity, Demon Man Universe Epics, Giant Universe Epics. Chenzong thought to himself. This was the information that he had exchanged from the Tianji Tower, but it was only one-sided information that was not so detailed. Of course, the information that Chenzong took out about the ancient God universe epics was also one-sided. It was normal to exchange one-sided information. Now, he just had to wait for someone to exchange more detailed information with Chenzong. Celestial beings and demon men, are they related to the ancient God clan, just like the giant? Chenzong could not help but speculate secretly. If that was the case, it meant that he had to search for the traces of celestial beings and demon men, find their relics, and find the power in them, such as the giant god battle technique and the giant god core, to assist the practice of the ancient god armor refining technique and improve the level of the ancient god sword armor. Since the information was limited and the ancient god sword armor could not be improved further, Chenzong could only put it aside for the time being and focus on the comprehension of the single-hearted swordsmanship, the 100 swords art, and the divine protection secret art. The main function of the divine protection secret art was to control the evil suppressing god pillar. Now, Chenzong had already used the divine protection secret art to control the evil suppressing god pillar at the core of the divine prison district. It broke open the space of the divine prison district, opened the connection with the void, and left the divine prison district. Now, the divine prison district had sunk into the depths of the void and could no longer be entered. Even the evil chaotic consciousness in the maze realm had disappeared. Why would there be an evil chaotic consciousness in the maze realm? Chenzong now knew that it was because of primordial wretch god. Even when he was suppressed, he would constantly emit wretched and chaotic fluctuations of will. After countless years of infiltration, that wretch god aura had gradually spread out of the god penitentiary district and into the lost god realm, where it could contaminate cultivators. Now, the primordial evil god had dispersed its power and the source of abomination was suppressed in Chenzong's sea of consciousness. Without its source, the evil chaotic consciousness would rapidly dissipate and eventually disappear without a trace. The current lost god realm was no longer as dangerous as before, but there were still some fortuitous encounters left behind. However, as the divine prison district disappeared, the maze realm would also collapse. It was only a matter of time. On Maze Light Island, Chenzong's consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness and condensed into a body of consciousness. He stood outside the 18 glowing evil suppressing god pillars and stared at the source of abomination. "Let me out, and I will grant you eternal power." The source of abomination hadn't given up and kept trying to tempt Chenzong with the same few words. Chenzong ignored the source of abomination and carefully observed the 18 evil suppressing god pillars. The 18 evil suppressing god pillars weren't real, but condensed from the power of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars in the core of the divine prison district. It was equivalent to condensing more than half of the essence of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to suppress the source of abomination. Chenzong had already cultivated the divine protection secret art to the extreme. Now, he was thinking about whether he could control the 18 evil suppressing god pillars in his sea of consciousness to further erase the source of abomination. It would be best if he could destroy it. Could he do it? Chenzong wasn't sure. After all, even the ancient god clan couldn't do it and could only suppress it. Compared to the ancient god clan, he was insignificant. However, Chenzong didn't belittle himself. Through his many experiences, Chenzong knew that although strength was important, sometimes it also needed the corresponding wisdom. What a strong force couldn't do, a weak force might be able to do. For example, the stronger the force, the harder it was to have children. On the other hand, it was much easier for a weak creature to have children. As long as he had the heart and tried hard, he might be able to find a way to destroy the source of abomination. He observed carefully and compared it with the divine protection secret art, slowly comprehending and simulating it. Chenzong ignored all the temptations of the source of abomination. In the end, the source of abomination stopped tempting Chenzong and cursed him viciously. What kind of existence was the primordial evil god? It was an extremely evil existence. It could be said that it was the source of all evil. Being cursed by such an evil existence could be realized. However, the source of abomination was currently suppressed in the 18 evil suppressing god pillars. Its curses couldn't affect Chenzong at all. After studying it again and again, Chenzong began to try. First, he transformed the evil suppressing god pillars. He was a sword cultivator, so the most suitable one was the sword. Under the control of Chen Zong's divine protection secret art, the 18 evil suppressing god pillars began to shine brightly and quietly change inside. The source of abomination suddenly moved. It didn't speak, but carefully observed the changes in the surrounding evil suppressing god pillars. Gradually, as the light of the evil suppressing god pillars shone in all directions, the shape of the pillars also changed. In addition to the original divine fluctuations of the evil suppressing god power, there was also a trace of a sharp aura that gradually grew stronger and spread out. The light gradually converged, and the 18 evil suppressing god pillars also changed greatly, becoming 18 swords. This was no longer the evil suppressing god pillars, but the evil suppressing god swords. The evil suppressing god swords that were transformed from the evil suppressing god pillars had the divine suppressing god power of the evil suppressing god pillars. It could suppress evil, and it had also merged with Chen Zong's sword intent, making it even more powerful. However, the 18 evil suppressing god swords had just merged with Chen Zong's sword intent, so their power didn't increase significantly. However, as Chen Zong continued to merge his sword intent into them, the power of the evil suppressing god swords would gradually increase, becoming stronger and stronger. Chen Zong's idea was to transform the evil suppressing god pillars into evil suppressing god swords. This was the power he was most familiar with. Then, he would use this familiar power to suppress and destroy the source of abomination of the primordial evil god, and finally destroy it, completely eliminating the hidden danger in his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, if the source of abomination of the primordial evil god was entrenched in his sea of consciousness, Chen Zong wouldn't feel at ease even if it was suppressed. Lingwu Sacred World, Bewildering Light Island. Chen Zong was still meditating. His consciousness was immersed in his knowledge sea, condensing into a body of consciousness. Compared to before, this body of consciousness was much clearer and more solid. The power it contained was also much stronger. Sword intent, powerful sword intent continued to fuse into the 18 evil suppressing godly swords, causing their power to grow even stronger. Unease, primordial fiend god source of utmost evil instinctively felt uneasy. This change didn't seem to be a good thing for it. It realized that ever since it met this puny human, it had been unlucky. First, it had to give up all its power to leave behind the source of utmost evil, then find a way to sneak into the human's knowledge sea. In the end, it fell into the evil suppressing godly pillar's suppression. Now, it seemed to be facing an even worse situation. I am the paramount god, undying and indestructible. Primordial fiend god source of utmost evil said. Even so, it couldn't get rid of the uneasiness it was feeling. Chen Zong ignored primordial fiend god source of utmost evil and used his own sword intent to refine the 18 evil suppressing godly swords, reaching the final step. The 18 evil suppressing godly swords trembled. Sword cries resounded throughout the world as a shocking sword intent erupted. Success, a terrifying divine sword aura spread out, pressing down on primordial fiend god source of utmost evil, causing it to feel even more uneasy. Sky sealing. Chen Zong formed a seal with both hands and used the divine protection art to move the 18 evil suppressing godly swords. 9 of them flew up and floated in the air. Danger point. Chen Zong continued to form seals with both hands. His expression was solemn. The other 9 evil suppressing godly swords began to tremble and spin. 9 above, 9 below. A mysterious power spread out, causing primordial fiend god source of utmost evil to fly up unconsciously. The 18 evil suppressing godly swords circled around it. Demon suppressing. As the last 2 words were shouted out, his entire sea of consciousness immediately trembled. The 18 evil suppressing divine swords once again trembled at the same frequency, and the evil suppressing immortal power that had fused with the sword intent was instantly pushed to the limit. The 18 evil suppressing god pillars of the ancient god clan imprisoned primordial evil god, but they didn't use any array because the ancient god clan didn't know how to use arrays. Chen Zong, on the other hand, suddenly had an idea. After turning the 18 evil suppressing god pillars into evil suppressing divine swords, he thought of an array. With a suitable formation, the 18 swords would be able to unleash their full power and suppress the source of extreme evil of primordial evil god. That was all Chen Zong could think of at the moment. Therefore, he asked his incarnation to use the power of Taihao Mountain to search for relevant matrices that could suppress evil, preferably sword matrices. He spent a lot of money searching and finally found the great formation of Sealing Heaven Impasse. It sounded very intimidating, but in fact, it was just a formation that was more widely spread. It was more applicable. Of course, there were better formations, but they were very difficult to obtain. Generally, they were controlled by certain forces and would not be spread to the outside world. Chen Zong used the 18 swords to set up the great formation of Sealing Heaven Impasse, further suppressing primordial evil God's source of extreme evil. Moreover, the evil-suppressing divine sword's tyrannical power combined with the array to slowly erase primordial evil God's source of extreme evil. As expected, after the great formation of Sealing Heaven Impasse was set up, the 18 swords' power was further developed and used. Primordial evil God's source of extreme evil's uneasiness became a reality. It felt as if sword chi containing evil-suppressing immortal power were constantly shooting out and attacking. It felt as if there were more than one invisible swordsman wielding a sword coming at it. None of the swords could be dodged. Every one of them landed directly on primordial evil God's source of extreme evil. Although none of the attacks were able to cause any obvious damage, it still felt uncomfortable. Moreover, as the attacks accumulated, the source of extreme evil would be damaged bit by bit. In the long run, its power would be constantly weakened until it reached the extreme. Primordial evil God was very anxious. As it withstood the attacks of the great formation of Sealing Heaven Impasse, it kept thinking about how to break out of this situation. It didn't want to just sit and wait for death. But clearly, this puny human didn't listen to it at all. No matter what it said, it was useless. It just wouldn't listen. Otherwise, if it had cooperated with it from the beginning, it wouldn't have fallen to this point. Sensing the current state of primordial evil God's source of extreme evil, Chen Zong smiled. Although the efficiency was very low and slow, it was at least somewhat effective. In addition, the great formation of Sealing Heaven Impasse was even more effective against primordial evil God's source of extreme evil. It also ensured the safety of his sea of consciousness and further weakened the hidden dangers. After temporarily resolving the problem in his sea of consciousness, Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief and continued to comprehend sword arts. Previously, he had used all his origin primordial realm to deduce various methods until now. When he entered the Divine Prison District, Chen Zong had comprehended the 33rd sword of the single-hearted sword art. In the Divine Prison District, he continued to comprehend it. The exchange with 100 Swords God was the most effective. They even exchanged their own unique sword arts. Now, Chen Zong had comprehended the 34th and 35th swords. Now, he was starting to comprehend the 36th sword. The further he progressed in the single-hearted sword art, the more powerful each sword became. It kept stacking up and accumulating, becoming more and more terrifying. Now, the 35th sword was many times more powerful than the first sword. It was at least 10 times more powerful. If he continued to deduce the 37th or even the 40th sword, the difference would be many times greater. It wouldn't be surprising if it was 100 times more powerful in the end. As for Chen Zong's current 5 killer moves, they all relied on the single-hearted sword art. The stronger the single-hearted sword art was, the stronger the 5 killer moves would be. As for Fleeting Youth, it was a little different. It still needed some time to accumulate power. In essence, it was not considered a killer move of the single-hearted sword art. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. On the bewildering light sea, Chen Zong didn't use his cultivation, nor did he use his sword intent. He just swung his sword with ordinary power. Sword 36. This sword was the 36th sword of the single-hearted sword art. It was also a new sword that Chen Zong had just deduced and mastered. When he swung his sword, it seemed to be a straight stab and a horizontal slash. The sword light suddenly flashed like an aurora and also like a bolt of lightning with dazzling brilliance. It tore through the sky in an instant, and a shocking sword mark appeared. The Lingwu sacred world was not what it used to be. It could withstand the power of a true saint without being damaged. However, the power of a true saint could also break the space of the Lingwu sacred world. Chen Zong didn't use his sword intent or cultivation. It was a very ordinary sword. However, it contained the amazing mysteries of the single-hearted sword art. The power that erupted was actually not inferior to the full-strength attack of an ordinary true saint. An ordinary true saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chen Zong felt the terrifying aura contained in the sword mark that was slowly healing. He couldn't help but secretly say, if I use my cultivation and sword intent, the power of this sword will increase by dozens of times. An ordinary true saint will die upon touching it. Dying upon touching it meant that the immortal body of an ordinary true saint wouldn't work. This was because the existence of the immortal body depended on one's own power. If one's own power was exhausted, the power of the immortal body would also be ineffective. Such a sword could exhaust the power of an ordinary true saint and cause him to die immediately. How terrifying was that? Chen Zong estimated that even a top true saint would most likely die on the spot in the face of such a sword. Only a true saint of the complete realm would be able to take the blow. Chen Zong couldn't help but exhale. It turned out that his strength had unknowingly improved to such a level. The battle with God Emperor Xianxia had further stimulated his potential. The 30 years of traveling and comprehending in the Lingwu sacred world had further increased his strength. The 10 years in the divine prison district where he had been attacked by the primordial evil god's evil power and chaotic consciousness had made the mixed yuan heart force purer and more powerful. His god's intent and sword intent had also become more resilient. Later on, he had received some inheritance from the ancient god king and his consciousness had become purer. All these things had increased Chen Zong's strength to the limit. Now, compared to Emperor Xianxia back then, I should be stronger, Chen Zong thought to himself. He was very confident. Unless Emperor Xianxia had hidden his strength back then. However, if he had hidden his strength, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the joint attack of Chen Zong and heavenly god Gong. Chenin was now in his 40s, but he was still at the limit of the saint realm and hadn't broken through yet. Chen Zong and Yunyanqin weren't in a hurry. In the entire chaotic universe, it was extremely rare for someone to comprehend the truth of the great path and break through to the true saint realm before the age of 100. They either had heaven-defying aptitude or had heaven-defying opportunities. Chenin didn't have either. In fact, Chenan's aptitude could only be considered above average in the entire chaotic universe. He hadn't reached the highest level. As for Chenan's feelings, he was a little slow. He got along well with the girl from the small family, but he didn't break through the last layer of paper. Sometimes, Chen Zong and Yunyanqin were worried about him. On this day, the incarnation sent news that the new real chaotic ranking had been announced. As expected, there was a big change in the ranking. Elder Wang of Taihao Mountain was ranked 93rd on the real chaotic ranking. In addition, there were some new titles and names, all of which came from the Divine Prison District. What was even more astonishing was that the 100 Swords God had replaced the 5 Ultimate Sword God in the 2nd place, while the 5 Ultimate Sword God had fallen to the 3rd place. As a result, Chen Zong's ranking fell again, from the 36th place to the 38th place. In addition to 100 Swords God, there was another person named Soul-Splitting Great Sage, who was ranked 25th. He was also a peerless expert from the Divine Prison District. It seems that 100 Swords God might have comprehended 100 swords as one, Chen Zong secretly speculated. As for Chen Zong himself, he didn't intend to break through to the real chaotic ranking for the time being. It was just a reputation, and there were no other special benefits to speak of. If there was a chance, Chen Zong wouldn't mind breaking through. On this day, Chen Zong received news from the incarnation that the 100 chaotic saint weapons ordered by the treasure house had been delivered. After informing Yunyanqin, Chen Zong left the Lingwu sacred world again. I just came back from outside. Here's the second update. Yuanzhong Cosmos City, Treasure Tower. Sir Peerless Sword Saint, this sword is called Red Star. It's made from red light copper essence mixed with star trace iron. The person in charge of Treasure Tower picked up a long sword and said to Chen Zong with a smile. He explained the materials used to make the sword and the craftsmanship. It was as if he had put in a lot of effort into it. The Red Star sword was about 1 meter long and 2.5 fingers wide. The body of the sword was light red, while the spine of the sword was red. Chen Zong lifted the sword and flicked his finger. A clear and melodious sound of the sword rang out and spread around like a beautiful melody. There were a total of 100 such swords. Because they were only the most common Chaos Saint artifacts, they were sold for 300,000 chaos divine crystals each. 100 mouthfuls would require 30 million chaotic divine gems. It was a huge sum, a shocking sum. It had almost emptied Qianzong's entire fortune. Qianzong had accumulated millions of chaos divine crystals, and the dozens of saint origin crystals were worth tens of millions of chaos divine crystals. Now, there were only a few left. However, Qianzong didn't feel any heartache. To him, the chaotic divine gems were used to purchase treasures that were suitable for him. Treasures that could allow him to unleash his strength to the fullest extent. It was a good thing to use them in the right place. Qianzong left Treasure Tower with 100 red star swords. The person in charge of this tower personally sent Qianzong out and greeted him warmly. It couldn't be helped. Qianzong was a VIP. He had traded 30 million chaos divine crystals in one go. It was rare to see such a big deal. As the person in charge of this tower, his merit points had increased by a lot. There were many benefits. After returning to Taihao Mountain, Qianzong decided to try using 100 red star swords to perform the 100 swords art. Even the most common chaos saint artifact was not something a saint artifact could compare to. Under the control of Qianzong, the 100 swords technique exploded with astonishing power. Using the 100 swords technique to perform the single-hearted swordsmanship, its power was even more astonishing. Especially the 100 swords combined into one, its power doubled again, becoming Qianzong's most destructive sword move. As for the power of fleeting youth, it was harder to describe. It needed time to accumulate power, and after hitting the target, it would start by absorbing the target's power before releasing it, ultimately causing destruction. Then, Qianzong refined the incarnation again. The strength of an incarnation could not be increased by itself. The strength of the incarnation was the same as when it was refined, unless the strength of the original body increased and the incarnation was refined again. It was a pity that he did not have enough wealth. Otherwise, he could have given his doppelganger 100 chaos holy artifact longswords. That way, his doppelganger would be even stronger. However, there was one point. The mixed yuan heart force of the incarnation did not recover as fast as the original body. The difference was huge. Even if he had 100 chaos saint artifacts to perform the 100 swords art, it would not be able to exert much power because the power was not enough to support it. At most, it could only strike once. Moreover, it would only be a strike of 10 swords, not a strike of 100 swords. The difference between the incarnation and the original body was obvious. However, the incarnation's strength was already very strong, enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic ranking. Such strength was enough to guard Taihao Mountain. News from the Tianji Tower. Qianzong was secretly surprised. He did not expect that this trip back was really a series of good things. Qianzong went directly to the Tianji Tower. It was the head of this tower that received Qianzong. Unparalleled sword saint, the person you are going to meet this time is a noble lord. The head of the tower said with a hint of warning. Qianzong was a little surprised. Noble? How noble? In the world of cultivators, the most direct identity was one's strength. It could be said that strength was the most direct symbol of one's identity. If one's strength was not strong enough, it was not impossible to rely on the force behind it. However, there was always something missing. Others were always others, and one was always one's own. Now that the head of the Tianji Tower said so, Qianzong could not help but have a lot of guesses. With his current status, there were very few people who deserved to be treated with caution. Even if it was Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the real chaotic ranking, Qianzong did not think that he was inferior to him. Could it be, under the lead of the head of the Tianji Tower, they did not leave Yuanzhang University? Instead, they entered a pavilion deep in the Tianji Tower. He gently knocked on the door of the pavilion. Even with the identity of the head of the Tianji Tower, he still stood respectfully in front of the door and waited. Come in. A slightly low voice was heard and the door of the pavilion opened. The light behind the door was a little dim, as if the night was hazy. The head of the Tianji Tower took the lead and stepped in, beckoning Qianzong to follow. Your Excellency Unparalleled Sword Sage, this is Lord Dijio, who specializes in the study of the ancient universe. The head of the Tianji Tower introduced. Qianzong looked over and could only see a blurry figure sitting in front of him. It seemed that they were only a few meters apart, but in a flash, it seemed that they were thousands of mountains and rivers apart. Chenzong greets Lord Dijiu. Chenzong looked solemn as he saluted with his sword. The moment Chenzong saw the other party, he verified his thoughts. Demigod, this was a demigod. The head of the Tianji Tower's branch had to treat him with caution. He was a lord with a noble status. Then, excluding those who relied on their background, he was a demigod. With Chenzong's status and strength, other than a demigod, even a demigod's son was not qualified for Chenzong to treat him with caution. No need to be so polite. The slightly low voice was heard again, as if it was directly in one's ear, but also as if it came from a distance of time and space. Lord Dijiu, I will take my leave first. The head of the Tianji Tower bowed and said. He retreated and walked out of the pavilion. For a moment, Chenzong had a lot of thoughts. If he had known that he was going to meet a demigod, Chenzong might not have agreed, because the gap between him and a demigod was too big. But in the end, if a demigod insisted on meeting him, it would be useless even if he avoided it. He could not avoid it. It was useless to think too much. Sit. The low voice was heard again, and a wooden chair appeared behind Chenzong. Thank you, Lord, Chenzong said without changing his expression and sat down immediately. Tell me everything you know about the ancient gods. In exchange, I will tell you the details of the celestial universe, demon universe, and giant universe. Dijiu's low voice was heard again by Chenzong. Exchange, this was an exchange. Chenzong naturally would not refuse, and he mentioned all kinds of information in the Divine Prison District. Of course, Chenzong did not mention the part of the inheritance of the ancient god king. What should be kept should be kept. After all, the bone piece had been melted into his body, and he had used the ancient god armor refining skill to condense the ancient god sword armor. What if he said that the demigod named Dijiu was tempted? If he was tempted, he might use some means to strip the ancient god sword armor. That would not be a good thing for him. However, such a thing was unavoidable. After all, he was still too weak compared to a demigod. No matter how he avoided it, as long as he was still in the chaotic universe, it was only a matter of time before a demigod could find him. He could not avoid it. He could not avoid it. Chenzong also had his own explanation, and he explained the whole thing very thoroughly. Most of it was true, and a few were hidden. In the end, he also mentioned that the bone piece was the key to activating the 18 demon-suppressing god pillars, and after it was used, it used up all its power and shattered. It was a reasonable explanation. Even if the demigod found someone else, such as the Hundred Swords god, he would not be able to find out more. Tell me everything you know about the ancient god. Dijiu's voice sounded again, but this time, there was a strong hint in his voice. Chenzong suddenly felt his mind shake, and he was in a trance. It was as if his attention had been scattered, and he could not gather it. In a trance, all the information about the ancient god flashed through Chenzong's mind, and he took the initiative to say it. His explanation was exactly the same as before, and there were no changes. Silence, the entire pavilion was silent. At some point, Chenzong seemed to have suddenly woken up. He hurriedly looked around. That figure had disappeared without him noticing. It was as if he had left. Lord Dijiu, Chenzong called out softly, but there was no response. Could it be that Lord Dijiu has left? After Chenzong muttered to himself, he also saw a round ball placed on a table not far away. It was a seemingly transparent round ball, as if it was made of crystal, and there were wisps of clouds lingering in it. Previously, Chenzong was sure that there was no such crystal ball. Lord Dijiu, is this the information you left behind about the heavenly man, the demon man, and the giant? Chenzong asked again. Of course, there was still no response, but Chenzong still picked it up. The moment Chenzong touched the crystal ball, there was a burst of light, and the fluctuating clouds in it seemed to transform into a long dragon that broke through the air, and directly rushed into the space between Chenzong's eyebrows. He could not dodge it. Chenzong was shocked, but he did not have time to react. The long dragon immediately entered the space between his eyebrows and quickly dispersed, like a cloud of smoke rising. Then, Chenzong felt a burst of information about the heavenly man, the demon man, and the giant surging. After a while, Chenzong completely received the information, and Chenzong also left the pavilion. His expression did not change, but his heart was filled with fear. Fortunately, demigod Dizhou did not attack him, or rather, he had already attacked him, and strongly hinted at him to reveal the information. If his divine will had become stronger after being tempered by the primordial evil god in the divine prison district, he was afraid that he would not have been able to withstand it, and then he would have revealed the entire truth. If he had revealed the entire truth, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Chenzong was not confused, but pretended to be and said the same thing. Fortunately, Dizhou was very confident in his method of hinting, so he did not take further action. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Chenzong felt a little helpless, the gap between them was still too big. Once faced with a demigod, he could only hope that the other party did not have any ill intentions, or else it would be very troublesome, because there was no way to fight back. This feeling was not good at all, and it made Chenzong feel very helpless and powerless. However, it was unavoidable. Just like this time, if he did not come to see Dizhou this time, the other party might have used other methods to see him. It was unavoidable. Strength, in the end, was still strength. Taihao Mountain. Celestial Universe Era, Demon Universe Era, Giant Universe Era, these three universe eras are called the Ancient Universe Eras. The term Primeval Universe Epoch was recognized by the cultivators of the primeval universe who specialized in studying the primeval universe. It had become an authoritative term. The Ancient Universe Era represented the three pre-ancient universe eras, Celestial Man, Demon Man, and Giant. As for the universe eras after these three universe eras, it was called the Near Ancient Universe Era. Ancient, Near Ancient, as for the Ancient God Universe Era, it was not included because before that, no one had discovered the existence of the ancient God universe. Naturally, there was no relevant information to speak of. However, from then on, the ancient God universe would be included. Dizhou was a demigod who specialized in the pre-ancient universe. It was believed that he had a high status among the group of researchers. In the information given by Dizhou, it was mentioned that the celestial universe was the earliest pre-ancient universe. In other words, the celestial universe is most likely a new universe after the collapse of the ancient God universe, Chenzong thought to himself. In that case, the celestial tribe of the celestial universe was likely to continue to have more characteristics of the ancient God tribe, such as power or bloodline. After the collapse of the celestial universe, it was the demon universe. The demon universe should also have the characteristics of the ancient God tribe. After the collapse of the demon universe, it was the giant universe. Chenzong could confirm that the giant universe was related to the ancient God tribe. In that case, the celestial man, demon man, and giant should be the living races that were directly related to the ancient God tribe. The giant God core of the giant tribe was helpful to his cultivation of the ancient God armor refining skill. Did that mean that some of the power inheritance of the demon man tribe and the celestial man tribe could also assist him in his cultivation of the ancient God armor refining skill and upgrade his ancient God sword armor from soldier level to general level or even the highest king level? In the information given by Dizhou, in addition to the basic information of the three ancient universe eras, there were also descriptions of the three living races, celestial man, demon man, and giant. It allowed Chenzong to further understand the characteristics of the three races. Now, what he lacked was where to find the ruins of the Celestial Universe Era and the Devilman Universe Era. Chenzong had no other choice. Fortunately, Dizhou was not bad. Or rather, he had other plans. In short, other than leaving behind information about the three ancient universe epochs for Chenzong, he also gave Chenzong a certificate that allowed him to join the Research Ancient Alliance. That certificate was not real. Chenzong was considering whether or not he should join the Ultimate Ancient Alliance. According to the information left behind by Dizhou, the Ancient Research Alliance was formed by a group of cultivators who specialized in researching the secrets of the prehistoric universe era. It was a loose organization, and its main purpose was to research and exchange information about the prehistoric universe era. Chenzong decided to use the credential to investigate the Ancient League. Perhaps he could find the information he needed to find the ruins of the Celestial Universe Era or the Demon King Universe Era. The universe epochs had been destroyed, but there might be fragments left behind to form ruins, just like the fragment of the Giant Universe Era that Chenzong had been to previously. Communicating with the mysterious aura of the cloud dragon in his sea of consciousness, Chenzong immediately felt that his consciousness was being gently guided by a mysterious force and kept flying. Passing through the layers of fog, it was like seeing the moon through the clouds. It gave Chenzong a strange feeling. The layers of fog seemed to represent unknown secrets, and the feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds was like solving all kinds of mysteries. After passing through the last layer of fog, everything in front of him became extremely clear, forming a strong contrast with the fog. Falling, it was like falling from a high altitude. Waves of whistling wind blew over, causing Chenzong's long hair to flutter and his clothes to rustle. Chenzong was sure that he was actually entering with his consciousness, but this consciousness felt the same as his body, which was very strange. Below was a vast land, but in the distance it was blurry. Only the huge towering palace in the center was very clear. Chenzong was falling in the direction of that palace. The palace was brightly lit and would never be extinguished. Chenzong fell outside the palace and stood in front of the closed door of the palace. On the door were carvings of two divine generals in full golden armor. They stood upright with long swords at their waists and spears in their hands. In Chenzong's senses, they seemed to emit faint fluctuations of aura, which was very mysterious. "If you want to enter, say the secret credential," a divine general image said unexpectedly. "The mysteries are endless. I will pursue them all my life." Chenzong said the words that Dijio had left in his head. It was a secret credential. It was the secret credential of the Research Ancient Alliance. If you wanted to enter the Research Ancient Alliance, you had to be invited and have a credential. You also had to have the secret credential. You had to have both to be able to enter. If you didn't, you would be rejected. If you tried to force your way in, your consciousness would be destroyed. If your consciousness was destroyed, you would become a zombie. The secret credential is correct. "The Research Ancient Alliance welcomes you," the divine general said. Then, the closed door squeaked and slowly opened. Chenzong stepped through the door and officially entered the palace. He officially entered the Research Ancient Alliance. The Ancient Research Alliance was an alliance created by a group of people in the chaotic universe to pursue the mysteries of the prehistoric universe. There was no such thing as who commanded who and who ruled who, but there were still leaders and elders in the Ancient Research Alliance. This was because the leader was the founder of the Ancient Research Alliance, and the elders were people who assisted the leader in the creation of the Ancient Research Alliance, or people who made significant contributions to the research of the prehistoric universe. Chenzong saw the leader. It was Dijio. "We meet again." Dijio seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Chenzong could not see him clearly, but his voice left a deep impression on him. Facing Dijio again, Chenzong could not tell what he was thinking. He just looked surprised. "Greetings, Mr." Chenzong bowed with his sword. That was respect for the elites. "No need to be so polite," Dijio said calmly. "Since you chose to join the Research Ancient Alliance, you are one of us. Because of the information you have provided about Ancient God, you have contributed greatly to the research of the Research Ancient Alliance. You are now an elder of the Research Ancient Alliance." Dijio calmly said, "From now on, you are the 9th elder of the Research Ancient Alliance. Many of the secrets of the Research Ancient Alliance will be available to you for free." Chenzong did not know the difference, but the promotion of his status would be helpful to him in his search for the mysteries of the ancient universe. "Thank you, Alliance Leader," Chenzong replied. Dijio did not speak again. His body that was shrouded in fog started to fade. He eventually disappeared. Having the status of an elder did not mean Chenzong was superior to the others in the Research Ancient Alliance. It just meant he had more power and more convenience. For example, if an ordinary member wanted to learn more secrets, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Or, they would have to learn more secrets that weren't recorded in the Research Ancient League. Or, they would have to pay a corresponding price. However, an elder could obtain more secrets for free. Chenzong used his status as an elder of the Research Ancient Alliance to find out more about the mysteries of the Sky Man and Demon Man universe eras. He wanted to find out more information. However, the information he found was similar to what Dijio had given him. The only useful thing was that Chenzong found information about a fragment of the Sky Man universe era and a fragment of the Demon universe era. However, the entrance to the fragment of the Skyman universe era was controlled by a powerful force. The territory of the human race and the territory of the origin race were connected. They were almost merged into one. Many of the forces were in each other. There was almost no distinction between each other. The strongest forces of the human race were the ancient region and the three god dynasties. Shenzong knew about this before. However, the three god dynasties and the ancient region did not belong to the human race. They belonged to the origin race as well. It was equivalent to the integration of the human race and the origin race. However, up until now, Shenzong had yet to truly come into contact with the cultivators of the three divine dynasties and one ancient region. To put it simply, the three divine dynasties and one ancient region were extremely powerful and mysterious at the same time. It could be said that a force like the Xian Flame Divine Palace was far from the three god dynasties. Shenzong also heard that the experts of the three god dynasties and the ancient region were not listed on the real chaos ranking. In other words, the real chaos ranking was actually a ranking of the true Saint Realm experts of the human race and the origin race outside of the three god dynasties and the ancient region. It was very authoritative but not comprehensive. The three god dynasties. Shenzong could not help but think. The three god dynasties were not the imperial court. They were the three sect with different names. In a sense, the entire territory of the human race and the origin race was ruled by the three god dynasties, and the three god dynasties belonged to the ancient region. The current void of the human race and the origin race was equivalent to the territory of the three god dynasties. They were subsidiaries and subjects. Only the core of the god dynasties could be considered the real forces of the three god dynasties. If that's the case, I'll have to enter the core of any of the three dynasties if I want to enter the remnant of the Devish universe era or the remnant of the demonic universe era, Shenzong said to himself. It's not easy. As for the ancient region, it was even more difficult. The ancient region had a higher status than the god dynasties. If someone from the ancient region wanted to enter the pre-ancient universe era fragment, it would be very easy. It seems that I have to enter the core of the three god dynasties first. The three god dynasties were the ancient reflection god dynasty, the Skyheart god dynasty, and the Wonkong god dynasty. The ancient reflection god dynasty was a pure human force, the Skyheart god dynasty was a pure origin race force, and the Wonkong god dynasty was a fusion of the human race and the origin race. Shenzong was a human. His first choice was the ancient reflection god dynasty, followed by the Wonkong god dynasty. As for the Skyheart god dynasty, it was almost impossible for a human to enter its core. But, how can I enter the core of the three god dynasties? Shenzong could not help but ponder. There was too little information in this area. He could only pay more attention or ask from the Tianji sect and pay a corresponding price. Thinking of this, Shenzong left the Research Ancient Alliance. The Tianji Tower was spread all over the chaotic universe, especially in the territories of the origin race and the human race. There was a Tianji Tower in almost every Chaos City, Universe City, and Void City to facilitate the purchase and sale of all kinds of information. Shenzong asked the Tianji Tower about how to enter the core of the three divine dynasties, and the answer was somewhat unexpected. Originally, Shenzong thought that the price of this information would be very high, and he might not be able to afford it now. He did not expect that the price of this information would not be high. There was more than one way to enter the core of the three divine dynasties. The first was to be a demigod. Any demigod could enter the core of the three divine dynasties, and the three divine dynasties would take the initiative to invite them and give them a very high status. After all, demigods were super powerful existences that stood at the peak of the chaotic universe. They were extraordinary. The second was to obtain some kind of identity, such as an important figure of a powerful force, and receive a recommendation from that force. In the territories of the human race and the origin race, any force that had a demigod powerhouse in charge had such qualifications. The third was to become a follower of the core members of the three divine dynasties, who also had a chance to enter the core. Fourthly, one had to obtain the recommendation of a semi-god expert in order to obtain the qualifications. Shenzong thought about these 4 points carefully, and he was not satisfied at all. If he was a demigod now, then all the so-called prerequisites would disappear because he had satisfied all of them. In the end, the most basic of these 4 points was still strength. A demigod, that was extremely strong strength, and also a high status. The Taihao mountain that he was in was just an ordinary force, and he was the most powerful person there. There was no demigod. As for becoming a follower of the core members of the 3 divine dynasties, to be honest, Qianzong was not willing. Although becoming a follower of others was not a servant, he would lose some freedom, which was unacceptable to Qianzong. As for getting a demigod to recommend him, well, he had met 2 demigods. One was the commander of the Demon Slayer army in the Demon Slayer territory, and the other was the leader of the Ancient Research Alliance, Dijiu. However, why would they recommend him? They were neither relatives nor friends, and there was no relationship between them. Even for a demigod, such a recommendation was not that easy. Or even, if it was not difficult, why would they recommend him? A demigod was high and mighty. Putting himself in their shoes, with his current status and so on, would he pay special attention to those foundation establishment and transcendence that he had no relationship with? No, this was Qianzong's answer. There was always a hierarchy between the strong and the weak. After thinking hard, Qianzong suddenly, he wanted to enter the core of the 3 divine dynasties. What was his purpose? Wasn't it to enter the Celestial Universe's Opportunity Fragment and the Demonkin Universe's Epic Fragment? Then why did he insist on joining the 3 divine dynasties' core? If he could directly obtain the opportunity to enter the Celestial Epic Fragment Ruin and the Demonkin Epic Fragment Ruin, it would be more direct. But, how could he get a spot? Qianzong had no choice but to come to the Heaven's Secret Tower again and wait. This was because the Heaven's Secret Tower could not directly give him an answer. As for how long he would have to wait, it was not clear. In the Taihao mountain, Qianzong's original body was personally overseeing the situation, waiting for the news from the Heaven's Secret Sect. This was because it would take a lot of time to travel from the Taihao mountain to the spiritual martial sacred world. He was not sure when the news would arrive, so his original body stayed behind to wait for a while. After all, an avatar was an avatar, and it was not suitable for him to appear often. Half a year later, the news from the Heavenly Secret Tower came. There was no other way. The Celestial Epic Fragments and the Demons of Universe Epic Fragments were very important. They were jointly controlled by the Ancient Region and the 3 divine dynasties. Those who were not from the Ancient Region or the 3 divine dynasties had almost no chance to enter. Qianzong also noticed that the Tower Master of the Heavenly Secret Tower used the word almost, which meant that there was still a slight possibility, but the hope was slim, at least for now. Is that so? Qianzong's brows relaxed, but he was still a little unwilling. This was because there was a near certainty that the power inheritance of the demon man and the power inheritance of the celestial being might be able to help him continue to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. It could upgrade the ancient god sword armor from the soldier level to the general level or even the king level. If he could not enter, then where could he find the power inheritance of the demons and celestials? Inferring from the giant god core, the inheritance that could help the ancient god armor refining technique was definitely not a simple inheritance, or even a core inheritance. It was almost impossible to obtain such an inheritance in the outside world. What should he do? While he was thinking, an unexpected guest arrived at Taihao Mountain. Congratulations on being ranked second on the Real Primal Chaos list, Qianzong said with a smile as he poured a cup of wine and handed it to the guest. The guest was 100 Swords God, who had defeated 5 Ultimate Sword God and replaced him. Qianzong had thought that 100 Swords God could join Taihao Mountain, but unfortunately, Qianzong had hinted at it, but 100 Swords God did not directly say anything at that time, as if he was thinking about it. Now, he did not know why 100 Swords God had come to Taihao Mountain, but since he was here, Qianzong would certainly welcome him with all his heart. After all, they had a good relationship in the Divine Prison District. Young friend, this time I actually came to ask if Taihao Mountain still needs an elder. 100 Swords God suddenly showed a smile. We really need it, we need it very much. Qianzong suddenly showed a look of joy. 100 Swords God did not say anything before, but now he took the initiative to come to him. As soon as Celestial Sword Sir returned to the void, he began to inquire about all kinds of information. Soon after, he found Celestial Sword King Wu Ju and issued a challenge. After a fierce battle, Celestial Sword King Wu Ju defeated Celestial Sword King Wu Ju with 100 swords as one. It could be said that if it were not for Hundred Swords God would not have been able to defeat Five Ultimate Sword God. At most, it would be a tie, or even a little worse. Fortunately, he and Xianxia exchanged their own unique swordsmanship. Although he could not learn single-hearted sword principle, he was still inspired by it, and understood some of the mysteries to integrate into his own Hundred Swords art. In the end, he pushed Hundred Swords art to the 5th level, Hundred Swords God, and its power increased tremendously. After defeating Five Ultimate Sword God, Hundred Swords God went to look for Martial God Lord, and finally found him and fought with him. Different from the battle with Five Ultimate Sword God, there was no third person who saw the battle with Martial God Lord. This was just as the rumors had said. Everyone who challenged the Martial God Lord did not allow a third person to spectate. How is Martial God Lord's strength? Xianxia asked. His normal strength is not strong. Hundred Swords God said. Xianxia was a little surprised. Normal strength? Could it be that Martial God Lord had some terrifying hidden skills? It was normal to have hidden skills, but in most cases, the hidden skills were closely related to one's own strength. For example, Xianxia's giant god fighting technique could increase his body size, strength, and defense by 10 times after performing it. It could increase his strength by 2 to 3 times, which was already a shocking increase. There might be an increase higher than this, but it was extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, Martial God Lord's strength is only 80% of mine. Hundred Swords God said. Xianxia was a little surprised, as this strength was indeed nothing. Hundred Swords God's 80% strength was indeed very strong, enough to be in the top 10 of the Chaotic Real ranking board. However, it was nothing to Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the Chaotic Real ranking board. In that battle, Martial God Lord was suppressed by me at the beginning. Hundred Swords God was shocked, then, Martial God Lord unleashed his power and transformed. His strength increased tremendously, and he defeated me in one move. Xianxia was shocked. One move, Martial God Lord defeated Hundred Swords God in one move after unleashing his power. Was this a joke? However, Hundred Swords God's expression and tone didn't seem to be joking, but it was true. This made Xianxia even more shocked. Even if he was stronger than Hundred Swords God, especially when he used ancient god sword armor, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Hundred Swords God in one move. One should know that Hundred Swords God, who had comprehended Hundred Swords as one, was definitely extremely powerful. Didn't that mean that Martial God Lord's power after unleashing his power was even stronger than his? That's terrifying. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Martial God Lord had been ranked first on the Chaotic Real ranking board for dozens of years, and it wasn't for nothing. He really had terrifying means. I'm guessing that the Martial God Lord possesses some sort of powerful bloodline. When he activates the power of his bloodline and transforms, his strength increases exponentially. Even his appearance changes, the Hundred Swords God Lord said with a grave tone. Xianxia then asked Hundred Swords God what Martial God Lord looked like after unleashing his power. The Hundred Swords God Monarch immediately described. His skin color darkened and was surrounded by black patterns. His eyes turned completely black. His entire aura became evil and dark. Xianxia frowned slightly when he heard that. The Sword's Divine Lord's description of the Martial God Lord's explosive state was somewhat similar to the information he had obtained during this period of time. Demon Man. Xianxia couldn't help but think of the race in the prehistoric universe. According to the information he had obtained about Demon Man was a race with dark skin and black demonic lines. Their eyes were completely black and their aura was mainly dark and evil. Could it be that Martial God Lord actually possessed Demon Man bloodline? The life in the chaotic universe was very mixed. Could there be Demon Man? It seemed unlikely. After all, the Demon Kin universe epoch was too far away from the Chaos universe epoch. Many years and many universe epochs had passed. It was hard for the Demon Kin to survive until now. In that case, there was only one explanation. Martial God Lord had obtained Demon Man bloodline and successfully integrated it into his body, causing his bloodline to change. Could Martial God Lord be from the 3 great dynasties? Xianxia suddenly thought of this. According to the information he had obtained, it was almost impossible for people outside of the ancient region and the three great dynasties to enter the Celestial Universe Era Fragment and Demon Man Universe Era Fragment. If that was the case, Wu Shenjun might have come from one of the three god dynasties, or even the ancient region. However, the possibility of him coming from the ancient region was lower. He should have come from one of the three god dynasties. He had entered the Demon Kin Universe Era Fragment and obtained its bloodline inheritance. Chen Zong's interest was suddenly piqued. Perhaps he could get in touch with the Martial God Lord and ask him if there were any other methods. The Sword God was extremely powerful and ranked second on the Real Chaos ranking. He was a peerless swordsman who was known by almost everyone in the human race's territory. When Chen Zong announced that the Sword God would become the Elder of Taihao Mountain, everyone in Taihao Mountain was excited. The addition of such a peerless swordsman would greatly increase the top battle power of Taihao Mountain. Moreover, it also meant that the inheritance of Taihao Mountain would be better. If someone was chosen, they could even become his disciple. Most of the people of Taihao Mountain did not know how strong their headmaster was. They could only guess based on the Real Chaos ranking. Therefore, they all thought that the Swords God was the number one cultivator of Taihao Mountain, a cultivator stronger than the Mountain Master. Chen Zong did not care about what the disciples of Taihao Mountain thought. At this moment, Chen Zong and the Sword God worked together and left Taihao Mountain to find the Martial God Lord. Chen Zong's purpose of finding the Martial God Lord was to learn more about the situation and see if there was any other way to enter the Demonic Universe Era Fragment. They kept teleporting and finally arrived. The Martial God Lord's residence is right in front, the Sword God Lord said as he pointed at a mountain in front. It was a black mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The Martial God Lord's residence was located halfway up the Black Mountain. The entire Black Mountain belonged to the Martial God Lord. This was a city of chaos. It was huge, like a country, and it could easily accommodate such a mountain. Martial God Lord, I, the Sword God Lord, am here to visit, the Sword God Lord said as he stood at the foot of the mountain. His voice traveled to the Martial God Lord's residence halfway up the mountain. Seems like you've thought it through, a slightly indifferent voice came from the mountain. Martial God Lord, there's no need to mention this again, the Sword God Lord replied directly. I'm here because I have something to ask. I'm busy, the Martial God Lord's indifferent voice came directly, as if he was unreasonable. Martial God Lord, I'm here to challenge you, Chen Zong said directly. It was rumored that the Martial God Lord was not an easy person to get along with. It seemed to be true. Who are you? After a long while an indifferent voice sounded. Peerless Sword Saint, Chen Zong said directly. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge me. The Martial God Lord's indifferent voice carried a hint of arrogance. Martial God Lord, Peerless Sword Saint's strength is not inferior to mine. The 100 Swords Divine Lord said. That was what he knew because he still didn't know that Chen Zong's strength had increased significantly compared to before. Oh, is that so? The Martial God Lord's voice carried a hint of surprise. In his opinion, the 100 Swords God Lord's strength was indeed not bad. He was even stronger than the 5 Ultimate Swords God Lord who had challenged him before. He was even stronger than his regular strength. Too weak. The Martial God Lord's indifferent voice rang out again. There was some disdain in his voice. Indeed, if it was the 100 Swords God Monarch's strength, it would truly be difficult to attract the attention of the Martial Monarch. Chen Zong said again. He was definitely stronger than the Sword God Lord, but it was hard to say how he would compare to the Martial God Lord. He would only know after a real battle. The Sword God Lord was stunned. He was anxious. The Martial God Lord had a bad temper. If he was angered, the consequences would be unpredictable. You talk big. The Martial God Lord's voice rang out again. He seemed to be slightly annoyed. If that's the case, then defeat my servant first. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying roar burst out from afar. It came from the mountains like rolling thunder. Chen Zong and the Sword God Lord were surprised. Servant, the Sword God Lord did not mention it before. The fact was that the Sword God Lord had defeated the Sword God Lord, and the Sword God Lord had also challenged the Martial God Lord. Therefore, the Martial God Lord could fight. As for Chenzong, he was not famous, which was the case for the martial god lord. He was not qualified to challenge the martial god lord, even if Chenzong had said that. The so-called servant appeared. It was a monster that was running upright. Its entire body was pitch black, like a werewolf. It looked very ferocious and bloodthirsty. A terrifying dark aura was constantly emitted from the werewolf, like a storm that was wreaking havoc. Fast, the black werewolf was very fast. It was like a black flowing light approaching Chenzong. The shocking dark aura was mixed with the smell of blood. The black werewolf's sharp claws tore a ghastly trace in the air. It rushed toward Chenzong with a trace of dazzling blood light. The claw was merciless. It seemed to tear Chenzong's body apart. It was not an illusion. If Chenzong was not strong enough, he would not be able to avoid or block the attack. He would be torn apart. The 100 Swords God Monarch was not targeted, but his expression was solemn because the power of the claw was terrifying and mysterious. It made him feel threatened. In other words, the black werewolf was strong enough to threaten him, an exceptional expert who was ranked second on the chaotic real ranking. Chenzong was a little surprised. He did not expect the so-called servant to have such strength. Fortunately, he was not the same as before. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. He drew his sword, the heavenly sword was unsheathed and slashed out. The sword pavilion was like a crescent moon in the sky. It cut the claw mark and hit the black werewolf. Chenzong immediately felt an amazing toughness blocking the heavenly sword. Under the sword, the black werewolf flew hundreds of meters. There was a clear sword mark on his chest, but no blood flowed out. The sword mark quickly disappeared and the wound healed. In a flash, the black werewolf rushed forward again. It seemed to be faster than before. What greeted it was a dazzling sword light. Slashing back, another sword mark was left. 3 times in a row, no matter how the black werewolf attacked, it was defeated by Chenzong. It could not do anything to Chenzong. Come back. The martial god lord's voice sounded again. The black werewolf stopped and immediately rushed up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. You have some strength. You are qualified to challenge me, the martial god lord said. Since you want to challenge me, come up. The sword god lord did not move. The martial god lord did not allow others to watch his battles. Chenzong moved and immediately climbed up the mountain. He was very fast. Soon, he was halfway up the mountain. There was a black palace, emitting waves of oppressive aura. The door of the palace opened. Behind the door was darkness. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. Chenzong's expression did not change. He took a step forward and stepped into the darkness. His figure seemed to have been swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. This was a pitch-black void. There was no sky or earth. In an instant, a figure appeared before Chenzong. This was a figure clad in black armor. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he stood tall and straight. His long black hair fluttered behind his head even though there was no wind. Martial God Lord, Chenzong said. I have something to ask. If you want to ask, you have to defeat me first. The martial God Lord's voice was cold. Show me your strength. Chenzong was very direct. Otherwise, the martial God Lord would not be his opponent at all. It would be too boring to defeat him with one sword. You have the right. The moment he finished speaking, the martial God Lord's body seemed to tremble slightly. A terrifying aura awakened in his body. Immediately, a dark storm appeared. The darkness around the martial God Lord became thicker and deeper. It seemed to swallow the martial God Lord's body. In the absolute darkness, Chenzong's super-sharp senses captured a terrifying dark aura that was rapidly growing stronger and stronger. In less than a breath's time, a figure walked out of the darkness. Every step he took created ripples in the void. It was as if he was stepping on calm water. Just as the sword's God Lord had said, the martial God Lord's appearance had changed. As his black hair fluttered in the wind, it seemed to shine with layers of light. It became deeper and deeper, as if it was connected to the darkness. His skin had darkened, and there were strands of black patterns on it. It seemed extremely profound. The white in his eyes had vanished, becoming completely black. The completely black eyes seemed to contain shocking power. When he stared at them, Chenzong's heart could not help but tremble. He actually felt a throbbing sensation, even though it was very slight. The pitch-black eyes seemed to possess an indescribable charm. When he stared at them, they felt like they were being stared at by a dark abyss. People with insufficient intent would not be able to endure it at all. They would feel shock and fear for no reason at all. Aura, the martial god lord's aura became extremely dark, evil, and chaotic. I hope you can endure a few more hits. The martial god lord's voice was indifferent, but there was a hint of evil in it. He was like a demon king that had walked out of the darkness. Anyone who heard his voice could not help but feel an indescribable sense of horror. However, Chenzong's intent and sword intent were extremely powerful, so he was not affected at all. The moment he finished speaking, the martial god lord moved. He moved so quickly that Chenzong could only vaguely catch a glimpse of it. A terrifying punch had already arrived. This punch was merciless, as if it wanted to shatter the void and shatter Chenzong's body. Fast, Chenzong also reacted in an instant. His figure flashed, and he directly drew his sword. The heavenly will sword bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. However, Chenzong's reaction was still a bit slow. When the punch arrived, the heavenly will sword had just come out of its scabbard. It barely blocked the punch. The terrifying power instantly impacted, as if it wanted to break the sword. The sudden explosion of power sent Chenzong flying 1,000 meters away. The heavenly will sword's body trembled violently, and it emitted a series of buzzing sounds. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, and in the frenzied impact, it carried an extremely dark destructive power. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Even though Chenzong's immortal body of the universe was very strong, it was difficult for him to withstand it. Cracks quickly spread across his body. In the next moment, as the immemorial heart force was consumed and operated, the cracks that covered his body rapidly healed. The martial god lord's black hair fluttered in the air like a dark demonic snake. He released a terrifying aura. Weak, too weak. The martial god lord's tone was arrogant, as if a demon king had descended to the world. If this is all you've got, then get out of the martial god residence as soon as possible. Don't be impatient. Chenzong's expression did not change as he said. The punch just now had indeed surprised him. It was very fast and its power was also very terrifying. He was almost unable to react in time and his body was almost blown apart. However, he didn't use his full strength just now. With a thought, a mysterious and ancient aura spread out from Chenzong's body. At the same time, a layer of silver light permeated from his body and covered Chenzong's body. The martial god lord was slightly startled by the scene. He didn't attack and instead looked at Chenzong with interest. The ancient god sword armor was very fast. In just one breath, the layer of silver gray had completely covered Chenzong's body. It quickly solidified and turned into a full-body armor that looked simple but not crude. Instead, the lines were smooth and the edges were clear. It covered his entire body and gave off a sharp and sturdy feeling. His strength, speed, and defense all increased. One more armor. The martial god lord sneered. Take my sword. The moment Chenzong's voice fell, his speed suddenly exploded. He became one with his sword and turned into a dazzling sword light. It was as if he could steal all the brilliance in the world in an instant, and his sword slashed through the air. Fast, his speed suddenly increased by 3 times. It didn't just increase his movement speed, it also increased his attack and sword speed. It was extremely fast. Chenzong's speed was already very fast. With the ancient god sword armor, his speed increased by 3 times. It was extremely shocking. In the beginning, the martial god lord looked indifferent and didn't take it to heart. After all, his opponent couldn't even take a punch from him. No matter what secret technique he used, the increase in his strength would be limited. That was the situation outside the ancient regions and the divine dynasty. It was unexpected. Chenzong's explosive speed was completely unexpected. With a flash of sword light, the martial god lord was unable to react in time. Terrifying sword chi erupted, sending the martial god lord flying. A sword mark appeared on his chest, almost cutting his body in half. But in the next moment, the sword chi on it was dispelled and crushed, and the sword mark quickly disappeared. You actually managed to injure me." Divine Martial Lord's tone was filled with disbelief. Previously, the 100 Swords God was not weak. He was able to crush Yi Shiwen when he did not activate his bloodline power. However, after Yi Shiwen activated his bloodline power, his strength increased by several times. He could easily defeat the 100 Swords God with one punch. Now, this person who claimed to be the unparalleled Sword Saint was actually so powerful. After wearing a set of armor, his strength had increased so much that he was actually able to injure him with a single sword strike, even if it was because he did not pay enough attention at that time. The martial god lord couldn't help but feel excited. Regardless of his temperament, he was still an expert. A peerless expert who had occupied the first place on the real Primal Chaos board for decades to nearly 100 years had his pride. Fight, it was a fight. He wanted to defeat the unparalleled Sword Saint with his strongest strength and strongest stance. He wanted to let him know that he, the martial god lord, was the strongest. The first place on the real Primal Chaos board was unshakable. If he did not voluntarily give it up, no one would be able to take it away from him. Honor. Explode, the martial god lord unleashed his full strength. The punch that he had used to attack Chenzong was not his full strength. Now, he was going to unleash all of his bloodline power to the extreme. In a flash, the martial god lord directly turned into a streak of black light and shot through the air. Like a bolt of black lightning, he punched towards Chenzong. This time, Chenzong was able to react quickly. The ancient god sword armor increased his speed by 3 times, including his reaction speed. Chenzong's consciousness had been tempered by the ancient god king's inheritance. It had become purer, more transparent, and more resilient. Such a strong consciousness allowed Chenzong to think faster and react more quickly. Without dodging, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light tore through the darkness. The collision between the sword and the fist instantly unleashed an amazing power. The power overflowed and shattered everything. The sword light connected into a ball. The fist shadows were boundless as they clashed with each other. The martial god lord's fist skills were superb. It seemed like he was constantly attacking, but in fact, the trajectory of each punch was different. The power used in each punch was also different. It was very shocking. Chenzong's swordsmanship was also superb. When he displayed the single-hearted sword technique, his sword strikes were endless. Fight, 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 the martial god lord, who had activated the demon bloodline power, and Chenzong, who was armed with the ancient god sword armor, engaged in a fierce battle. Chenzong was good at close combat, so was the martial god lord. For a moment, the two were neck and neck. Satisfying, satisfying, Chenzong felt that the feeling of exploding with all his strength was wonderful. Ever since he came out of the Divine Prison District, Chenzong had not fought again. As his strength gradually increased, there were fewer and fewer opportunities for him to fight with all his strength. At the same time, the martial god lord had been lonely for a long time. At least in the void, he had very few opponents. Even the 5 Ultimate Sword Saint and the 100 Sword Saint were not his opponents when he used all his strength. For a moment, the fist skills and the sword skills were neck and neck. Chenzong could feel that he was not as strong as the martial god lord in terms of strength. The power contained in each of the martial god lord's punches was very dark, overbearing, and terrifying. If not for his superior swordsmanship, he would not be his opponent. However, Chenzong's swordsmanship was better than the martial god lord's fist skills. Only then could he make up for the lack of strength. If not for the ancient god sword armor's 3 times increase in strength, the difference in strength would be even greater. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, skills would be useless. This was the so-called one person can defeat 10 people. However, if the difference in strength was not too great, skills would be very useful. For a true expert, both strength and skills were indispensable. The martial god lord and Chenzong each had their own strengths and weaknesses. However, both of them avoided their weaknesses and fully displayed their strengths. For a moment, the fierce battle was endless. With a boom, the martial god lord punched out. The punch seemed slow, but the fist strength was condensed and pushed out like a mountain. It was like an invisible mountain that stood in the dark void. It carried with it an unparalleled overbearing force and smashed towards Chenzong. The aura of the punch made Qianzong's expression turn grave. Strong, it was very strong, more than twice as strong as any of the previous punches. Moreover, the pressure formed by the terrifying fist strength suppressed all directions and locked down everything. He could not dodge and could only face it head-on. This was not an ordinary fist skill, but a unique skill. The martial god lord used his unique skill. Qianzong immediately knew that the single-hearted sword principle alone was not enough to resist. Therefore, he could only use his unique skill to see if the martial god lord's unique skill was stronger than his unique skill. A vigorous and overbearing aura suddenly appeared and shook out like a storm, sweeping in all directions. A round shadow appeared on Qianzong's body. As it spun, it was like a star that was dragged out from an ancient time and space. It became more and more solid. Rumble, as the star appeared, it produced a series of roars as it spun. It was as if the mountains were shaking and the waves were surging. Power, an extremely tyrannical power permeated the ancient star, suppressing everything. The ancient star, the sword burst out and its power was much stronger than before. The ancient star palace blasted out, a fist as heavy as a mountain, instantly colliding. After a slight pause, the ancient star palace collapsed, and the mountain-like fist force was also shattered into pieces. Crashing sounds continuously rang out like a surging tide. The martial god lord punched out again, and the fist energy surged like a surging sea. Its power seemed to be endless and endless. Layer after layer, it was like a surging wave crashing down. The power of this punch was not as strong as the previous one, but it was better in that the power was endless. Qianzong's expression was solemn as he slashed out with his sword. This sword strike was extremely sharp, as though it was capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. When the sword light flashed, all the light in the surroundings was devoured. It was even darker than the darkness. Only an extremely dazzling light shone. Divine firmament, it was an extremely sharp sword, a sword that could cut through anything. Under the sharpness of this sword, everything would be cut apart. That ocean-like fist force was immediately split apart, layer by layer, but it continued to surge forward. Qianzong swung his sword again. It was divine firmament again. Then the third sword, Taihao, was extremely blazing and violent. The fourth sword destroyed everything in the world. When the sword struck out, the pitch-black sword light destroyed everything. The martial god lord's expression changed drastically. A black light flashed in his eyes and his black hair danced like dragons and snakes. A terrifying dark aura suddenly burst out. Then, the dark void behind the martial god lord seemed to collapse, revealing an even darker vortex. The moment the dark vortex appeared, it seemed to be connected to a terrifying place. A large amount of dark aura appeared and merged into the martial god lord's body, circulating to his fist. This punch carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It turned into a great darkness that descended and swallowed everything. Mahakala, under this punch, it was as if everything was swallowed up by the darkness. Everything turned into darkness, descending in all directions. Everything was invaded by the darkness. The sword light was suddenly enveloped and swallowed up. However, the destructive power of Mahakala was extremely strong, especially after Qianzong had used the power of the giant ruler, Tam, to refine a trace of the original power of annihilation into his body. Then, he had strengthened it bit by bit. The speed at which he guided the power of annihilation became faster and faster, causing the power of this sword to become even stronger. Even so, this sword could only last a little longer. Explode, Qianzong exploded once again. This time, it was 5 times the power of Mahakala. Its power was doubled. The sword struck down and directly pierced through Mahakala. 2 figures stood in the dark space. On Qianzong's ancient god sword armor, darkness began to spread out. It gradually faded away, like water drying up. And on the martial god lord's body, the black annihilation aura also began to vanish. "You're quite strong. You're qualified to talk to me," said Divine Martial Lord. His tone was still cold and arrogant. The martial god lord had no intention of continuing the battle. This battle could be considered a draw. Since Divine Martial Lord didn't intend to continue the fight, Qianzong wouldn't force him to continue, even if he hadn't used his full strength. After all, he hadn't used the 100 Swords art. The power of the 100 swords returned to one was the most tyrannical sword that he had mastered at the moment. However, he couldn't deny that Divine Martial Lord didn't use his full strength. Or was he holding back? Chenzong didn't forget his purpose of looking for Divine Martial Lord. The fight was secondary. Divine Martial Lord's demon form gradually faded and returned to his original appearance. The darkness around him also disappeared and turned into a room. It was a room that had turned into a dark space through some method. Now, it had turned back into a room. "Sit," said Divine Martial Lord. "What do you want to say?" "Divine Martial Lord, are you from the ancient region or the 3 dynasties?" Chenzong asked directly. He didn't beat around the bush. He didn't need to beat around the bush. "What do you want to say?" The Martial God Lord's expression was cold and his tone was indifferent. He did not answer Chenzong's question. Instead, he asked a question with a slightly oppressive tone. For some reason, it made people feel strands of pressure spreading in the air. "Divine Martial Lord, what you used just now was the power of the demon bloodline, right?" Chenzong wasn't affected by the pressure at all. He continued, "I want to enter the Celestial Epic Remnant and the Demon Epic Remnant. Do you know how to do it?" "Of course," said Divine Martial Lord with a mocking smile. "As long as you become a demigod." However, Chenzong's expression did not change. He calmly stared at the Martial God Lord, causing the mocking expression on the Martial God Lord's face to disappear. "There is a way, but why should I tell you?" The Martial God Lord regained his indifference. "What kind of price do I have to pay?" Chenzong asked in return. If the price was not too high, it was not impossible. "That armor of yours is not bad. Give it to me," the Martial Divine Lord said. This was not a joke, it was the truth. After Chenzong put on that armor, his strength increased greatly. If it fell on his body, with the cooperation of the Devil Dweller bloodline, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. "Change it," Chenzong said without hesitation. He didn't explain, because there was no need and no need to explain. The ancient god sword armor was one with him. Once it was taken away, it would hurt him. Moreover, it was his strength. How could he give it away? Moreover, he wanted to enter the Celestial Epic Fragment Relic and the Devil Dweller Epic Fragment Relic to further increase the level and power of the ancient god sword armor. If he gave the ancient god sword armor away, would he need to go through so much trouble to find an opportunity? Wouldn't it be a waste of time and energy? Wouldn't he lose the ancient god sword armor and a lot of strength? "Your strength is not bad. You are qualified to become my follower." The Martial God Lord suddenly smiled. "Swear to become my follower, and I will get you the opportunity to enter the Devil Dweller Epic Fragment Relic or the Celestial Epic Fragment Relic." If he couldn't get the armor, he could change the method and make the other party swear to follow him. This was equivalent to indirectly increasing his strength. Chenzong frowned slightly. If he needed to become someone's follower in exchange for such an opportunity, why would he need to come to the Martial God Lord? "Is there no other way?" Chenzong asked in return. "I have already given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is your own business." The Martial God Lord's smile disappeared. Chenzong was silent for a few breaths before he stood up. "Sorry to disturb you." Then, he walked out of the house. "Remember, this is your only chance. Next time, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't agree." The Martial God Lord's voice came from behind. "Unfortunately, you won't have this chance." Chenzong's footsteps did not stop as he replied unhurriedly. He stepped out of the house and saw the sky and houses in the distance. He was currently standing halfway up the Martial God Mountain. Behind him was the Martial God residence. Chenzong didn't care about the Martial God Lord's words. Even if the Martial God Lord was from the ancient region and had a high status, so what? It was impossible for Chenzong to swear an oath to follow someone else. It was always others who wanted to follow him, not him who wanted to follow others. As for the spots for the Celestial Epic Remnant and the Demon Epic Remnant, he could only continue to look for them. Chenzong didn't believe that he couldn't find them. At most, he would spend more time. "Mountain Lord, how was it?" The 100 Swords God Lord, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, saw Chenzong go down the mountain and immediately asked. "Let's go." Chenzong shook his head slightly. Seeing Chenzong's expression and response, the Hundred Swords God Lord was curious, but he didn't continue to ask. Most likely, the negotiation didn't go well. The martial God Lord was indeed not an easy person to get along with. On the mountainside, a figure stood as if he was overlooking the earth, staring at the two figures in the distance. Unfortunately, if he had agreed, I would have gained a powerful follower. The martial God Lord thought. Previously, he had asked the Hundred Swords God Lord to follow him. After all, the Hundred Swords God Lord was quite strong, but the Hundred Swords God Lord refused. Compared to the Hundred Swords God, the Peerless Sword Saint was much stronger than the Hundred Swords God. He was so strong that he did not have much confidence in defeating the Peerless Sword Saint. If the Peerless Sword Saint could become his follower, it would be of great benefit to him. When he returned, he would be able to defeat more opponents. Chenzong could feel the gaze from the mountain, but he ignored it. If the negotiation didn't go well, then so be it. He would just have to spend more time looking for them. After leaving the Primal Chaos City, he took the Spacetime Temple's Spacetime Teleportation Array and quickly rushed to Taihao Mountain. Now, Chenzong didn't need to go anywhere to gain experience. His strength had reached the pinnacle, and ordinary experience wouldn't have any effect. Chenzong also asked the Tianji sect to pay attention to all kinds of news related to the Celestials and Demons. Maybe there would be a new Celestial or Demon universe era. Fragment. In this way, he could avoid the three divine dynasties and ancient region and enter the fragment to look for the inheritance of the Celestials and Demons. It was just like the inheritance of the giants. In fact, the three great divine dynasties and an ancient region also had a fragment of the giant universe era in their possession. After returning to the Taihao Mountain, Chenzong left for the Lingwu sacred world to reunite with his wife and father. At Chenzong's level, as long as he didn't go out to gain experience, he could comprehend it no matter where he was. Especially when Chenzong's cultivation system was different from the mainstream, and it relied very little on the essence of the world. As for the Xian Flame Divine Palace, they didn't dare to target the Taihao Mountain. It should be known that the Swords God was an elder of the Taihao Mountain. He defeated the 5 Ultimate Sword God and was ranked second on the Chaotic Real list. The Xian Flame Divine Palace's Xian Flame Divine Palace was indeed very strong, but he was actually not as strong as the 5 Ultimate Sword God. Chenzong didn't cause trouble for the Xian Flame Divine Palace because the Xian Flame Divine Palace was a demigod-level force, and their demigod-level ancestor was still alive. Moreover, the palace-protecting formation of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was set up by their demigod-level ancestor. Those below the demigod level couldn't break in at all. If those below the demigod level tried to break in, they would be trapped and killed. Unless Chenzong had the confidence to resist the palace-protecting formation of the Xian Flame Divine Palace, or find a chance to meet the Xian Flame Divine Emperor in the outside world. Unfortunately, since the last time, the Xian Flame Divine Emperor had been hiding in the Xian Flame Divine Palace and didn't dare to show his face. When returning to the Lingwu sacred world, Yunyanqin told Chenzong something, which shocked Chenzong. There was a problem with Chen En's relationship. Originally, that woman was a member of a small clan, and she could be considered to have fallen in love with Chen En. However, Chen En had never truly expressed his feelings, and he'd just let nature take its course. That was Chen En's character. Similarly, Chen En didn't tell her his specific family background, and kept a very low profile. She didn't even know how strong he was, and only said that he had 2 parents, an aunt, and a grandfather. This made her feel that he didn't have a very high background, and was probably from an ordinary family. She didn't expect that after getting along for so many years, someone would unexpectedly come between them. It was the young master of a large family, and he was handsome and elegant. He was also known as a genius, and seemed to be better than Chen En in all aspects. As a result, the small family was naturally more willing to let their young miss marry the young master of a large family, and deliberately arranged for them to meet, etc. However, the woman herself wasn't firm enough, and after comparing their conditions, she wavered. Chen En also realized this, but he didn't go hysterical, nor did he go crazy with anger. He didn't reveal his identity, etc., and just left silently. However, Chen En didn't feel good, and he often drank recently. It's fine. After hearing Yunyanqin's description, Chenzong instantly smiled and said, Little En is still young, and it's inevitable that he'll meet someone unworthy. It'll be fine as long as he gets past this hurdle. In this lifetime, one would see many things and experience many hardships, and Xianxia's relationship could be considered as a type of hardships. Since it was a hardships, then he would get through it and walk through it, and it would be a new world. Of course, if he was immersed in the hardships and was unable to extricate himself, then he would become depressed, and the consequences would be very bad. However, Qianzong believed in Qianan. This son of his had been raised since young, and Qianzong was very clear about what kind of temperament his son had. He would definitely be able to walk through this hurdle, and it shouldn't take too much time. Comparatively speaking, Yun Yanqing's heart wasn't as big as Qianzong's, and she was more worried. However, she wasn't worried to the point that she couldn't eat or sleep, and she also hoped that her son would be able to get through this hurdle as soon as possible. The river water was dark blue and reflected the myriad of white clouds in the sky. Waves of cool breeze blew through the surface of the water, causing ripples to spread out in layers. The old pavilion by the river was slightly damaged. If it rained, water would leak all over the ground. Fortunately, it was a clear day, so sunlight passed through the cracks in the roof of the pavilion and caused specks of dazzling light to shine down. There was only a single person in the old pavilion. His beard was unkempt, and his hair was disheveled. He held a jug of wine in his hand, and he seemed lonely as he stared at the surface of the river. "How does it feel to drink alone?" A clear and melodious voice resounded from behind him. A figure in a white robe had suddenly walked over, and his footsteps were composed and leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. "Father." The lonely person turned around and was instantly stunned, and then he revealed a wisp of a bitter smile as he called out. "As we live in the world, most things don't go as planned. It isn't surprising." Qianzong walked over slowly with a jug of wine in his hand, and he had a slight smile on his face as he sat by Chen and sighed before opening the jug and drinking a mouthful. "Father, I understand." Qianan revealed a wisp of a bitter smile. He understood all of this, but understanding was one thing, and being able to see through it was another. It was mainly because Qianan treated this relationship very seriously. Because he was serious, he was invested in it, and because he was invested in it, it was even more difficult to truly withdraw from it. "I'll go look for your Uncle War Demon and congratulate her when she gets married," said Qianzong with a smile. "Father, don't do that." Qianan laughed bitterly once more. Qianzong spoke in a very relaxed manner as if he really was going to congratulate her, but Qianan understood the meaning behind it. It wasn't congratulation, but a slap to the face. Who was the war demon? He was the master of the Lingwu Saints world, and he controlled everything in the Lingwu Saints world. To the living beings in the Lingwu Saints world, he was a supreme and unrivaled existence. If he went to congratulate her in Qianan's name, then it wouldn't be congratulation, and it would be a slap to the face. "Father, feelings can't be forced. She has the right to choose." Qianan drank a mouthful of wine and spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. "It's her loss if she doesn't choose you." Qianzong smiled faintly. No matter what Qianan's decision was, as a father, he would understand. Of course, if it wasn't the right decision, he would have to guide him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to care too much and would only need to support him. Qianzong's personality was relatively easygoing. This was his nature, and Qianzong would not force him to change it. It was good that he had his own understanding. To live, one did not necessarily have to live in a domineering and arrogant manner. Everyone had their own way of living. "Father, I remember that you seem to have hidden quite a bit of aged wine." Qianan suddenly smiled, and it wasn't bitter anymore, and it even carried the mischievousness of a child. "You little brat." Qianzong immediately smiled and took out a jar of 1,000-year-old wine for Qianan. This was a good wine left behind from the last epoch. It had been 1,000 years, and there wasn't much left. Drinking a jar meant one less jar. The father and son chatted as they drank. In the past few years, Qianan had traveled and tempered himself, so he had gained his own knowledge. On the other hand, Qianzong had even more knowledge. "Are you going back with me, or do you want to continue traveling?" After they finished drinking, Qianzong asked. "Father, I want to continue traveling. Perhaps I'll be able to find a path to break through," Qianan said. "All right." Qianzong nodded, and then he took a step forward and seemed to have escaped into the void as he vanished. Qianan withdrew his gaze and let out a long breath. He stared at the surface of the river, then looked up into the sky, and he instantly revealed a wisp of a smile. After drinking and talking with his father, Qianan felt as if he'd been suddenly enlightened. Perhaps the conversation from before was very casual, and there wasn't any specific topic, but unknowingly, he'd been affected to some extent. It was as if he'd been enlightened, and he'd instantly understood something, seen through something, and walked out of that shadow. As expected, there was still a huge gap between him and his father. It wasn't just the gap in cultivation and strength, there was also the gap in wisdom. After Qianzong returned, he directly told Xianxia that there was no need to worry about Qianan because everything was fine. As for that small clan and that woman, Qianzong and Xianxia didn't intend to pay any attention to them. That was how matters of the heart were. The choice was entirely up to one's self. They weren't children, and they had to bear the corresponding consequences of their own actions. Qianzong and Xianxia weren't the kind of people who were unreasonable and overbearing. They wouldn't blame them or target them because of such matters. After all, they didn't have the right to do so. Who was Qianzong? He was a peerless genius of the human clan in the chaotic universe. He was a monstrous existence, and the leader of a force, Taihao Mountain. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to the martial god lord, who was ranked first on the chaotic universe. Regardless of status or identity, he was a top figure below the demigod level in the chaotic universe. To the people of the spiritual martial sacred world, such an identity, such a status, and such strength was an unreachable existence. If one were to compare them, it would be like the difference between a firefly and the moon, like the difference between an insect and a true dragon. Would a true dragon be enraged by some insect's provocation? No, it might even ignore it. Time passed slowly. 3 years later, a figure stood at the peak of the mountain. There were wisps of sword chi surging around him. Each wisp of sword chi contained an extremely mysterious sword essence. They gathered together and condensed into one. In an instant, it soared into the sky as if it was going to break the sky. That tyrannical sword essence contained a sense of detachment and freedom. A smile appeared on Qianan's face. He had comprehended, he had finally comprehended and broken through. He had finally broken through. The truth of the great path, the truth of the sword principle, as soon as he comprehended, his cultivation realm broke through. His cultivation strength also began to transform and improve. It became more and more tyrannical, like wood turning into steel. His power increased tremendously. This part of the world seemed to have been cleansed. All the dust was wiped away. It became clearer in his perception. All kinds of mysteries seemed to be clearer in his perception. Those were the mysteries of the world, the mysteries of the great path. True divine realm, Qianan had finally broken through to the true divine realm. He had broken through to the true divine realm before the age of 100. Not to mention that there was no one in the entire Lingwu sacred world, even in the entire chaotic universe, there were only a handful of people who could do so. From then on, he was considered an expert. No matter where he was, it would be so. The true divine realm was an existence that had comprehended the truth of the universe. It was already a transformation of the level of life. It was completely different from the past. When Qianan broke through, Qianzong also felt it, and a smile appeared on his face. Compared to him, his son's cultivation speed was many times faster. Yuanzhan University, Taihao Mountain. An unexpected guest had arrived. This person had a head of long hair and looked like a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were very deep, incomparably deep. The aura around him was restrained and obscure. There were 5 long swords on his back, which looked very conspicuous and eye-catching. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were many cultivators who carried swords on their backs. There were also cultivators who carried 2 or even 3 swords on their backs. However, it was rare to see cultivators carrying 5 long swords on their backs. It's you. When 100 Swords God saw this person, he was first stunned. Then, he said, I wonder why Sword Emperor Wu Ju has come to Taihao Mountain. 100 Swords God was now an elder of Taihao Mountain. Naturally, he had a sense of belonging. His words were also based on Taihao Mountain. I'm here to find you. The middle-aged man with 5 swords on his back said calmly. His tone was indifferent and seemed to overlap. Last time, I was defeated by your sword. I went into seclusion to comprehend and created another sword. This sword will defeat you. In that case, let's fight. 100 Swords God immediately responded. Although he didn't look young, he wasn't very old. He was only about 1,000 years old. He just looked older. 100 Swords God was also a battle-hungry person. Sword Emperor Wu Ju was very strong. Back then, 100 swords as one defeated him. It was a narrow victory. Sword Emperor Wu Ju lost, but he didn't admit defeat. After a period of seclusion, he came to find him. He wanted to defeat 100 Swords God and regain his former glory. The 100 Swords God monarch naturally had to inform Chen Zong about this battle. Chen Zong's original body wasn't there. The one in charge of Taihao Mountain was his incarnation. He immediately asked with a smile, "Can I watch?" The incarnation's cultivation and swordsmanship couldn't be improved through cultivation. However, it didn't stop him from watching. When the incarnation watched, the original body could also receive the corresponding information. This is the master of Taihao Mountain, 100 Swords God introduced. Sure. Sword Emperor Wu Ju was different from Martial God Lord. He didn't mind someone watching the battle. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to Chen Zong. After all, Sword Emperor Wu Ju was ranked second on the real chaotic ranking while he was ranked third. Those below him were no match for him. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to him. He didn't know Chen Zong's true strength. Although this was just an incarnation, it had all the conventional combat power of Chen Zong's original body. It was undoubtedly strong, even stronger than Sword Emperor Wu Ju. Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju were both sword cultivators. They were both very strong. Therefore, Chen Zong was very interested in the battle between them. The location of the battle naturally wouldn't be in Taihao Mountain. It couldn't afford it. The void outside Primordial Slayer Cosmos City was relatively far away, so there were fewer people coming and going. After all, there weren't many true saints in Primordial Slayer Cosmos City, only a few. Saints below the true saint realm didn't dare to leave Primordial Slayer Cosmos City alone. As for Foundation establishment and Transcendence, the difference was too great. If they left Primordial Slayer Cosmos City and entered the void, it would be suicide. Therefore, the possibility of such a battle being seen by others was very low. In the void, Chen Zong's incarnation stood in the air, some distance away from Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju. As for Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju, they were thousands of meters away. The aura of the two continued to condense and increase, becoming more and more tyrannical. In an instant, 2 bursts of sword intent erupted. The fluctuations of these 2 bursts of sword intent were different, but they were both very tyrannical. In Chen Zong's perception, they could be regarded as evenly matched, indicating that the strength of Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju were actually about the same. It was hard to say who would win or lose. At least, they hadn't started fighting yet. Only when the battle reached a certain extent could it be seen. The sword intent became more tyrannical and continued to erupt. Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju's eyes lit up at the same time. It was as if sword light was splitting the void. I'm going back to my hometown today, so I'm going to update slowly. On Bewildering Light Island in the Lingwu Sacred World, Chen Zong's eyes stared at the sky. His eyes were deep and empty, as if he could see through the sky of the Lingwu Sacred World. He could see through everything and stare at the void outside the world. Chen Zong wasn't looking at anything, but through his incarnation, he was sensing everything that his incarnation saw. The fierce battle between 2 peerless swordsmen. Outside the void of Yuanzhong Universe City, 100 Swords Divine Gentlemen controlled 100 sword lights. Each sword light displayed a different swordsmanship and carried a different sword essence to attack 5 Ultimate Swordmaster. 5 Ultimate Swordmaster looked cold and his body flickered. He held a sword in each hand. As the sword lights flew, one was like thunder and lightning, and the other was like an explosive flame. They kept slashing away the sword lights and quickly approached 100 Swords Divine Gentlemen. The other 3 swords seemed to be held by an invisible hand. They were unsheathed and released 3 different sword lights. One was cold and cruel, one was vigorous and heavy, and the other was boundlessly sharp. Violent, hot, cold, heavy, and sharp, 5 ultimate. This was the 5 ultimate swordmaster's 5 ultimate swordmaster. 5 ultimate swordmaster was good at close combat, while 100 swords divine gentleman was good at controlling the sword to attack. It was best to have a certain distance. 100 swords divine gentleman had the advantage when maintaining a certain distance. However, if he was in close combat, 100 swords divine gentleman's advantage was not obvious. The 5 ultimate divine sword sovereign kept closing in on Xianxia, while the 100 swords divine lord kept widening the distance. He controlled the 100 sword lights to attack continuously. The 100 sword lights were like elite soldiers marching in a strict formation. They cooperated well when advancing and retreating, but they couldn't do anything to the 5 ultimate divine sword sovereign. With 2 swords in hand, he easily blocked any sword light. 100 swords divine gentleman, show me what you've got. You can't do anything to me. 5 ultimate swordmaster said. 10 swords. 100 swords divine gentleman growled, and the 100 sword lights quickly condensed into 10. Each sword light emitted an aura that was stronger and more shocking. The sword essence was extremely terrifying. Godly sword Saint Wu Ju had experienced the power of the 10 swords. He felt that the aura emitted by the 10 swords was much stronger than before. At their level, being a little stronger was a good improvement. However, this was still not enough. It was still not enough to deal with him. The 100 swords god also understood this. His expression immediately turned cold and stern. His eyes shone with a bright light that tore through everything like cold lightning. The 10 dazzling sword lights also approached in an instant and gathered. 100 swords as one, this was the 5th level of the 100 swords art. It was also the most powerful sword move that the 100 swords divine emperor had mastered. The sword light was extremely dazzling, and the sword intent it emitted was even more terrifying. As the sword light vibrated at high speed, countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Borrowing your sword, I'll comprehend a new sword. The godly sword saint of 5 treasures had a solemn look on his face. He could feel the shocking sword essence from the 100 swords return to 1. There was an indescribable excitement in his heart. At the same time, he said solemnly, I call this move the 5 senses void shattering. As godly sword Saint Wu Ju finished speaking, the sword intent of the 5 divine swords exploded to the extreme. Then, they got close to each other and merged. The merging of the swords was the new unique skill that godly sword Saint Wu Ju had observed in the previous battle with the 100 swords divine gentleman. In the end, it took him many years to comprehend it. It was also the most powerful sword move. It was because of this sword. That was why he came to challenge the 100 swords divine gentleman to regain his former glory. Qianzong's incarnation stood in the distance and watched the battle with a solemn expression. Whether it was the 100 swords as one of the 100 swords divine gentleman or the sword move that godly sword Saint Wu Ju had just performed, there was a terrifying power that spread out. It was very strong, even he himself felt a strong sense of threat. Of course, it was only limited to the incarnation. The incarnation didn't have the ancient god sword armor and couldn't increase its strength. 100 swords as one, void-shattering 5 senses, the shocking sword intent and power contained in the 5 divine swords of godly sword Saint Wu Ju merged and turned into an illusory sword shadow that quickly solidified. As the sword body trembled, it tore and collapsed, revealing a dark abyss as if it was connected to the 9 nether abyss. A terrifying destructive power was also spreading out. This was the ultimate destruction. Interesting. Qianzong's incarnation suddenly thought. Godly sword Saint Wu Ju's void-shattering 5 senses was similar to his all things in heaven and earth to void-shattering 5 senses. However, compared to all things in heaven and earth to void-shattering 5 senses, there was still a gap. After all things in heaven and earth to void-shattering 5 senses was created by him many years ago. After repeated improvements, it had reached an extreme. However, godly sword Saint Wu Ju's 5 senses void-shattering 5 senses was just a beginning. It was still relatively rough and there was still a lot of room for improvement. As Qianzong thought, 100 swords divine gentleman's 100 swords as one and godly sword Saint Wu Ju's 5 senses void-shattering 5 senses erupted with extreme power and directly attacked. Collision, in just an instant, the 2 ultimate moves collided, and an incomparably terrifying might erupted. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and the void was split into many fragments. The fragments revealed even more pitch-black darkness, as if they had penetrated into the depths of the void, and a dense aura of destruction permeated the air. A terrifying storm of sword qi also swept in all directions, shattering everything. Even Xianxia's incarnation, who was tens of thousands of meters away, could clearly feel the terrifying power. There were also chaotic sword qi shooting through the air. Xianxia's incarnation did not dodge. Instead, he flicked his finger and shattered the sword qi that was attacking him. This power is enough to kill a top true Saint Realm expert. Xianxia could not help but think. The power of the scattered sword qi was indeed terrifying. When the sword qi storm gradually quieted down and finally calmed down, the darkness gradually disappeared and the broken void slowly healed. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman and Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju were still thousands of meters away from each other, but the sword essence on their bodies slowly converged. The battle was over. In the collision just now, Xianxia's incarnation had also clearly seen that the 100 Swords God Monarch had lost. Because of the collision of the swords, Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju had the upper hand, and 100 Swords Divine Gentleman was at a disadvantage. However, it could not be considered a defeat. After all, the two of them were only challenging each other, not fighting to the death. If it was a life-and-death battle, it would not be so easy to determine the winner. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman and Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's strength was actually about the same. Every time they won or lost, there was a bit of luck involved. This time, 100 Swords Divine Gentleman was indeed inferior. In the collision of the two unique skills, he was a little weaker and suffered a stronger attack. However, Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju did not win. In short, strictly speaking, it was a draw. When I perfect this sword, I can truly defeat you. Defeat you. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's 5 swords returned to their sheaths. A pair of extremely sharp eyes stared at 100 Swords Divine Gentleman and said slowly, "At that time, my only opponent will be Martial God Lord." Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju was very clear about Martial God Lord's strength because he had challenged him once. After that, he did not challenge him again. It was because Martial God Lord was not his opponent under normal conditions. However, Martial God Lord could beat him up after he unleashed his power. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's strength had increased a lot so far, but he did not challenge Martial God Lord again. There was no other reason but because he was not confident. Mountain Master is stronger than me. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman did not agree with Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's words. He immediately shook his head and said. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Xianxia, who was 10,000 meters away. He could not believe it, but he felt that 100 Swords Divine Gentleman would not lie to him because there was no need for that. Such a thing could be verified. Mountain Master fought with Martial God Lord not long ago. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman spoke again. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's pupils constricted as he stared at Xianxia. Who won? His voice was a little hoarse. There was no winner. Xianxia's incarnation took a step forward and approached Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly with a faint smile on his face. There was no winner, but it did not mean that it was a draw. Did Martial God Lord unleash his strength? Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju asked again. Are you referring to his bloodline power? Xianxia asked back. Martial God Lord had demonic bloodline power. This was not something that everyone knew. In fact, if one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not know. Moreover, even if they saw it with their own eyes, they would not know what kind of bloodline it was without enough understanding. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju did not know what kind of bloodline it was. He only knew that it was a tyrannical and terrifying bloodline. Knowing Martial God Lord's bloodline power, there was a high chance that he had really fought with Martial God Lord. Your 5Ju void shattering technique is interesting. Xianxia smiled and said, however, it is still not enough. The moment his voice fell, Xianxia drew his sword and used all things in heaven and earth to ruins. Countless traces were torn in the void. These traces were very thin, like strands of hair, but they were also very deep. Strands of terrifying destructive power were drawn out and integrated into the sword. The destructive power that filled the void caused the void to tremble. It also caused the expressions of godly sword Saint Wuju and godly sword Saint Wuju to change. Strong, extremely tyrannical. The sword power of this sword that could destroy everything was much more tyrannical than the 5 extinction void shattering that the 5 extinction divine sword sovereign had just used. Moreover, it had a feeling of perfection. Immediately, the 5 extinction divine sword sovereign's eyes widened in excitement. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, he seemed to have thought of something and could not say anything for a moment. Chenzong maintained a smile and did not speak. The reason why Chenzong used all things in heaven and earth to ruins was because he had his own purpose. Godly sword Saint Wuju, a peerless swordsman whose strength was not inferior to godly sword Saint Wuju. If such a person could become a member of Taihao Mountain, then Taihao Mountain's foundation would undoubtedly be much more enriched. It would be of great benefit to Taihao Mountain. The current Taihao Mountain was still not strong enough because its foundation was insufficient. It would take a long time to cultivate enough powerful true saints. Before that, if it could further enrich and strengthen Taihao Mountain and improve its foundation, it would also shorten the time it took for Taihao Mountain to rise and strengthen. The 5 ultimate divine sword sovereign issued a challenge to Chenzong, and Chenzong agreed. A battle, Chenzong's single-hearted sword technique was extremely intricate. It was even more terrifying than the 100 swords technique of the 100 swords technique of the 100 swords divine sovereign. At least to the 5 ultimate swords divine sovereign, his 5 ultimate swords technique was completely useless against his opponent. Instead, he was gradually suppressed as the battle continued. Single-hearted sword principle was superb, and it could be used as one wished. It was best at grasping the timing and controlling the rhythm. In terms of swordsmanship, Chenzong's single-hearted sword principle had been improved over and over again, and he had fought with primordial evil god many times. He had been sharpened like never before, and even martial god lord couldn't be compared to Chenzong. 5 ultimate sword king's swordsmanship was superb, but it was still inferior to Chenzong. Moreover, when 5 ultimate sword king fought with sword god lord, Chenzong had seen some of the 5 ultimate sword principle's profundity. 5 ultimate sword king had no choice but to perform his strongest move, 5 ultimate void shattering sword. However, the result surprised and disappointed him. Defeated, 5 ultimate sword king was defeated by Chenzong. 5 ultimate sword king was surprised. However, he shouldn't be a match for martial god lord with such strength. He was disappointed because Chenzong hadn't used that sword move, which could have given him more comprehension and allowed him to further perfect the 5 ultimate void-shattering sword move. Divine Sword Sovereign Wu Jue was defeated before he could even use that strike. Back then, when he fought with Xianxia Divine Palace Master, Xianxia Divine Palace, Chenzong wasn't as strong as Xianxia Divine Palace Master, let alone 5 ultimate sword king. But then, Chenzong's strength kept increasing, and he was several times stronger than before. He could defeat 5 ultimate sword king without ancient god sword armor, even if it wasn't easy. In the end, 5 ultimate sword king was the first to speak. He wanted to comprehend Chenzong's move, and Chenzong could name his conditions. In response, Chenzong only smiled and did not agree directly. He let Sword Saint Wuju state the price himself. 5 ultimate sword saint was speechless for a moment. 5 ultimate void shattering was his most powerful sword move. It was a new unique skill. If he could perfect it to the extreme, then his strength would increase significantly. By then, defeating the 100 swords god would not be a problem. However, to further perfect the 5 arts of void shattering was not an easy task. If he were to rely on his own comprehension, he would need a very long time. If he had a reference, it would be different, and the time would be greatly shortened. He and Chenzong were neither relatives nor friends, so how could he let Chenzong teach him the secret of that sword move for free? After thinking hard, Sword Sovereign Wu Ju and 100 Sword Sovereign Wu Ju had a discussion. Taihao Mountain's potential for development is pretty good. Instead of answering the question, Swords God smiled and said, I like the atmosphere here very much. I can also exchange swordsmanship with Hill Master from time to time. The divine sword saint of 5 treasures was startled at first, then he fell into deep thought. Mountain Lord, I am willing to become a consecrator of Taihao Mountain, the 5 ultimate swordmaster said directly after finding Chenzong. A consecrator? Chenzong nodded after hearing that. He felt that it was a pity. It would be better if he could become an elder, as an elder would be one of them. However, it could be seen that this should be the upper limit of the 5 ultimate swordmaster. A consecrator, it was relatively free. However, with the identity and strength of the 5 ultimate swordmaster, it was not bad to become a consecrator of Taihao Mountain. Even those powerful forces with demigod experts would find it difficult to find the 5 ultimate swordmaster. A consecrator with the strength of the 5 ultimate swordmaster. In exchange, Chenzong would also teach the 5 ultimate swordmaster some of the secrets of the return of all things to void shattering. Everyone was happy. In the Ancient Research Alliance, Chenzong, who had the identity of an elder, was looking for information about the prehistoric universe. Ever since he joined the Ancient Research Alliance, Chenzong suddenly became interested in the prehistoric universe. He would study it from time to time, which was also a form of pleasure. At his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. Every bit of improvement required him to put in a lot of effort. As for breaking through to the next level, he still could not find any clear clues. Chenzong also hoped to find an opportunity in the prehistoric universe to comprehend by analogy. Stones from other mountains could be used to improve jade. The Ancient Research Alliance had been established for many years, and there were many people who studied the prehistoric universe. Therefore, there was a lot of information gathered here. Chenzong had the identity of an elder, so it was not difficult for him to read and understand the information. This was a great convenience. Today, the founder of the Ancient Research Alliance, who was also the Alliance Master of the Ancient Research Alliance, came and directly looked for Chenzong. Elder Jiu, I have something to talk to you about. Dijiu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Please speak, Alliance Master. Chenzong was the same. During this period of time, you should be looking for an opportunity to enter the Deva Universe Era Fragment Relic or the Demon Universe Era Fragment Relic, Dijiu said without any hesitation. At his level, there was no need to play tricks with existences below the level of demigod. If there was anything he wanted to say, he could just say it directly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Of course, there were some demigods who liked to play tricks on others. Dijiu was obviously not that kind of demigod. Hearing Dijiu's words, Chenzong's expression did not change. With Dijiu's status, it was easy for him to get such information. I can recommend you once. Dijiu's voice rang out, confirming Chenzong's guess. However, it also made Chenzong happy. A demigod's recommendation. Wasn't this what he wanted but did not know how to get? Although he was happy, Chenzong did not lose his mind. Instead, he asked calmly, what do I need to pay in return? I need Tianhun and demonic soul, Dijiu said calmly. Tianhun and demonic soul? Chenzong frowned slightly. He had never heard of it. Tianhun is the crystallization of the divine soul condensed under certain conditions after the death of the celestial clan. Demonic soul is the crystallization of the divine soul condensed under certain conditions after the death of the demonic clan, Dijiu explained simply. No matter if it's Tianhun or demonic soul, they are both very precious and difficult to obtain. You can consider it. I accept. Chenzong's thoughts changed. He immediately made a decision and replied in an unwavering tone. There was nothing to consider, and there was no need to worry too much. He just had to accept it. Entering the Celestial Era Fragment Relic and the Demonic Era Fragment Relic was what he wanted. This was because it concerned whether he could continue to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique and whether the ancient god sword armor could be further improved, allowing him to obtain more tyrannical power. The world of cultivators could be said to be complicated, but it could also be said to be simple. Complexity and simplicity were relative. It was related to power. When one's power was very, very strong, complicated things would become simple. When one's power was very weak, simple things would also become complicated. It was normal to have to pay a price in order to obtain something. Go to the Tianji Tower in the ancient primal chaos city and find a person named Lei Huan. He will take you to the ancient god dynasty, Dijiu said. As soon as he finished speaking, his body that was shrouded in mist quickly disappeared. Ancient primal chaos city. Chenzong's consciousness also dispersed. He left the ancient god alliance and returned to his body. In the territory of the human clan and the origin clan, there were a few primal chaos city. There were three earliest and largest primal chaos city. They were the ancient primal chaos city, the sky-heart primal chaos city, and the all-emptiness primal chaos city. This was because they directly corresponded to the three great god dynasties. As for entering an ancient region, one had to enter the three great god dynasties first. As for entering the three great god dynasties, it was not an easy task. It was impossible without a guide. But now, he had obtained such an opportunity. As for whether or not to join the three great god dynasties, he would think about it when the time came. The main purpose was to obtain the opportunity to enter the Celestial Era Fragment Relic and the Demonic Era Fragment Relic. That was all. Xianxia, I have to go out again. This time I don't know how long it will take. On the Lost Light Island in the Lingwu Sacred World, Qianzong said to Xianxia, do you plan to leave with me or continue to stay here? I'll leave too, Xianxia said after thinking for a while. As for Xiaoan, it's up to him. Soon, Qianzong contacted Qian'an's father. I'll leave too, Qian'an said after thinking for a while. Now that he was a true Sage Realm expert, his outstanding talent, bloodline, and solid foundation made Qian'an's strength stronger than an ordinary true Sage Realm expert. In the Lingwu Sacred World, it was no longer effective for him to gain experience. It would be better to enter the chaotic universe. As for Qin Jingtang and Qin Chuyun, under Qianzong's guidance and resources over the years, their cultivation had improved significantly. Both of them had reached the low-level Saint Rudiment realm. After all, their talent was too low. Otherwise, with the resources and guidance provided by Qianzong, it would not be difficult for them to reach the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. They could not leave the Lingwu Sacred World. In the Lingwu Sacred World, there was the blessing of the world will. Their lifespan could be extended many times. If they left the Lingwu Sacred World, they would immediately lose the blessing of the world will. Their lifespan would be reduced and they would rapidly age and die in a short time. After all, Qin Jingtang and Qin Chuyun's lifespan had already exceeded it. Fortunately, now that they knew the location of the Lingwu Sacred World and Qianzong had obtained the authorization of the War Devil, he could enter and leave the Lingwu Sacred World at will. As a result, he could visit his father and sister from time to time. They would not be separated for thousands of years like before. After being together for so many years, although Qin Jingtang and Qin Chuyun were reluctant to part, they did not ask him to stay because they knew that they would meet again in the future. Xiaoan, don't come alone next time, Qin Chuyun teased. Auntie, maybe the next time I come, you'll be my auntie, Qian'an also teased himself. Then you'll have to work hard, Qin Chuyun said with a smile. When it came to parting, there was no deep reluctance. After all, it was just a short separation. With Xianxia and Qian'an, Qianzong and his family bid farewell to their father and elder sister. Qianzong's family of three flew up into the sky and rapidly flew towards the sky of the Lingwu Sacred World. Under the gaze of Qin Jingtang and Qin Chuyun, they flew higher and flew further and further. Finally, they turned into three small black dots and then disappeared. Qin Jingtang withdrew his gaze and let out a long breath. Speaking of which, he was actually very lucky. He had lived for a long time and witnessed many changes. Ancient Primal Chaos City was very vast. It was like a country. It was much older and bigger than the other Primal Chaos Cities. Only Skyheart Primal Chaos City and All Emptiness Primal Chaos City could compare to it. This was the first time Qianzong came to Ancient Primal Chaos City. Although he had teleported to many Primal Chaos Cities before, he had never been to the three major Primal Chaos Cities. The aura of Ancient Primal Chaos City was different from the other Primal Chaos Cities he had been to before. After Qianzong walked out of Time and Space Palace, he walked towards Tianji Tower while appreciating the aura of Ancient Primal Chaos City. The Tianji Tower in Ancient Primal Chaos City was more than 10 times bigger than Yuan's Universe City. They were not on the same level at all. I'm looking for Lei Huan, Qianzong said after entering Tianji Tower. Wait a moment. The receptionist in Tianji Tower said immediately. Not long after, he said to Qianzong, Elder Lei wants you to see him. Come with me. Lei Huan was the elder of the Tianji sect, an elder with real power. He was also a perfected true Sage Realm expert. As for his strength, it was not clear because his aura was somewhat obscure and it was difficult to make an accurate judgment. Lei Huan's body was not tall or strong. On the contrary, he was a short and skinny old man. However, he looked serious and cold. He gave people the feeling that he had a bad temper. He did not seem easy to get along with. The Supreme Lord has already told me. Lei Huan saw Chenzong and asked for Chenzong's name. After confirming, he said, "You've come at the right time. In 3 days, I'll go back to God Dynasty. Come with me." "Thank you, Elder Lei." Chenzong did not care about the other's attitude. During these 3 days, Chenzong traveled around ancient primal chaos city. He wanted to know more about the city and increase his knowledge and experience. When the time was up, Chenzong went to Tianji Tower to find Elder Lei Huan. "Come with me," Elder Lei Huan said to Chenzong. Chenzong found that other than himself, there were 2 other people following Elder Lei Huan. They were a man and a woman. They seemed to belong to the younger generation. The man was handsome and the woman was heroic. The man glanced at Chenzong and ignored him, but the woman took the initiative to talk. Of course, Chenzong wouldn't reject her. After a simple conversation, they both knew each other's identities. Chenzong had reported his identity as the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao and the Unparalleled Sword Saint. These identities did not cause any reaction. Chenzong even saw a look of disapproval on the man's face. The man's name was Fei Jun. He was a disciple of the Fei family, the #1 family in ancient primal chaos city. He had a high status in the Fei family. He was a perfected true saint, but he was not on the real primal chaos list. However, Chenzong felt that he was very strong. He was not inferior to some of the experts on the real primal chaos list. As for the heroic-looking woman, she was the daughter of the ancient primal chaos city master. Her name was Zhongli, and her name was Yu. She was also an expert at the perfect true saint realm. She was not on the primal chaos real role, but Chenzong felt that she was not weak. At least, she was not weaker than Fei Jun. Chenzong could not help but think. Why were the 2 people who gave him such a feeling not on the real primal chaos list? Were they not strong enough to be on the real primal chaos list? Or was there another reason? Chenzong thought of himself. If Snow Taoist priest had not wanted to destroy Taihao Mountain and kill him, he would not have been defeated and he would not be on the real primal chaos list. On the real primal chaos list. After all, being on the real primal chaos list did not have any tangible benefits other than reputation. For example, in the outer universe of the previous universe era, being on the list would have been favored by the universe will. That was a tangible benefit. That was why Chenzong was interested in taking the initiative to be on the list and continuously improving his ranking until he reached first place. As for now, Chenzong was not weak. He was not inferior to Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the real primal chaos list. However, he did not insist on improving his ranking. All his improvements were passive. The chaotic universe was so big, there were so many lives and so many cultivators. Some people chased after fame and fortune, while others were indifferent to fame and fortune. Others were restricted by certain rules. In short, Fei Jun and Zhongli Yu should have the strength to be on the real primal chaos list. However, due to personal reasons or certain rules, they were not on the list. Then, how many people like Fei Jun and Zhongli Yu were there? There should not be many. Fei Jun had a sense of superiority due to his extraordinary background. Zhongli Yu's background was not inferior to Fei Jun's, but his temperament was different. This time, they were going to follow Lei Huan to the ancient divine dynasty. Under Lei Huan's lead, the 4 of them boarded a primal chaos ship and flew out of the ancient primal chaos city at an astonishing speed of several million meters per second. They quickly flew into the depths of the void. Lei Huan did not speak much in the ship. Fei Jun would only take the initiative to talk to Zhongli Yu, treating Chenzong as if he did not exist. Chenzong did not feel unhappy, nor did he feel anything. He also ignored Fei Jun. On the other hand, Zhongli Yu would take the initiative to talk to Chenzong every few days. Every time Zhongli Yu and Chenzong talked, Fei Jun would come over and stay by their side. His expression did not change, but Chenzong could acutely sense Fei Jun's displeasure. Chenzong did not care about this. Respect between people was mutual. When you look down on others, they might not look down on you. As such, the primal chaos ship flew at an astonishing speed continuously for half a month before stopping and arriving at its destination. It was a fixed platform in the void. It was circular in shape and about 10,000 meters in diameter. It looked very large. The entire platform seemed to be cast from one piece. It was a simple silver-gray color with many dark golden patterns on it. They were extremely complex, starting from the center and ending at the center. Traces of faintly discernible aura lingered on this ancient, silver-gray, dark gold rune platform. There was no one on the platform. Lei Huan led Qinzong and the other two out of the primal chaos ship and landed on the ancient silver-gray platform. Lord Guling, Lei Huan said in a respectful tone. Qinzong's gaze swept across, but he did not see anyone else. He also did not find anyone with his primal chaos heart force. "Oh, who is it that disturbed my sleep?" An ancient and deep voice rang out. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a figure that was unexpected. Logically speaking, the owner of the voice should be a burly man or an old man. However, the one who appeared in front of everyone was a child. A child with red lips and white teeth who looked extremely adorable. The strong contrast caused Qinzong and the other two to be stunned. Lei Huan's expression was normal. Obviously, he already knew or had seen him before. Staring at the childlike Lord Guling, Qinzong could not sense his aura. It was as if he did not exist. Under his primal chaos heart force, he could only see with his eyes. Qinzong could not help but feel a chill down his spine. This meant that either the other party's level was far higher than his, or the person in front of him was just a shadow. "Lord Guling, I am Elder Lei Huan of the Divine Mystery Tower of the Ancient God Dynasty. I am returning to the Ancient God Dynasty headquarters. I am heading back to the Divine Mystery Tower," Lei Huan said respectfully. These three people were recommended by the Lord of the Divine Mystery Tower. Lord Guling, who had the appearance of a cute little doll, turned her big eyes. After sweeping across Qinzong and the other two, she paused on Qinzong for a moment before nodding her head. She then said in an ancient and deep voice, "You're not bad." After saying that, Lord Guling waved his hand, and a rumbling sound rang out. The entire platform trembled, and the crisscrossing dark golden lines on it seemed to have come alive. It was as if a force was being absorbed from the void and poured into the ancient silver-gray platform. The force flowed through the dark golden lines to the center. In the buzzing sound, the center of the ancient silver-gray platform rotated as if it had opened something. Then, the shadow of a door slowly floated up. The illusory door gave Qinzong and the others an extremely ancient feeling. It was as if it had come from an ancient time and had descended to the current world. It also contained an extremely mysterious and unfathomable might. When the door completely appeared, it quickly condensed into an ancient silver-gray door. It was 10 meters tall and had countless dark golden lines carved on it. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. The door slowly opened and a dazzling but not blinding light shot out from the door. It was as if the divine light was shining on the void. When the divine light fell on Qinzong and the other two, they immediately felt an indescribable warmth. It was as if the eternal sunlight penetrated deep into their bodies. "Okay, you can go in," Lord Guling said and then yawned. "Thank you, Lord Guling," Lei Huan immediately bowed in a respectful manner. Then, he looked at Qinzong and the other two and said coldly, "Follow me." After that, Lei Huan strode towards the ancient mysterious door and stepped into it. Fei Jun blocked Qinzong's path and gestured for Zhongliu to go first. Zhongliu did not avoid him and stepped into the door. Fei Jun followed closely behind. Qinzong was the last to enter. Qinzong did not care whether he entered earlier or later. Fei Jun's actions were undoubtedly childish in Qinzong's eyes, and he was too lazy to argue with him. After all, he did not really violate Qinzong's interests. As Qinzong took a step forward, he stepped into the ancient and mysterious door. His figure sank into the endless divine radiance of the door and disappeared. Lady Guling, who had the appearance of a cute little doll, yawned as she watched Qinzong's figure disappear. She waved her hand again, and the door's divine radiance quickly dimmed before it slowly sank down. "What an interesting sword cultivator. He's very unusual." Lord Guling opened his mouth and said, "I don't know what will happen after going to the Divine Dynasty. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm so sleepy. I can't sleep enough. I'll go back to sleep. I hope no one will disturb my sleep in a short time. It was as if he had crossed the barrier between two worlds, passing through the obstacles of time and space to arrive in another world. There was nothing in front of him. It was like darkness, but it quickly receded. When light appeared, Xianxia found himself on a round platform. It was the same simple silver-gray platform that he had seen before. The platform floated in the air, about a few hundred meters above the ground. The sky was high and blue, clear and cloudless, giving people the feeling that it was so clear, so bright, and so boundless, as if it was endless and could accommodate everything. Xianxia felt that the sky in front of him was a sky that he had never seen before. The sky in any other world had never been so clear. The aura here was also very pure. Perhaps the chi of heaven and earth here was not the densest he had ever felt, but it was not bad either. It was very pure and did not contain any impurities. His entire body was enveloped by such pure yuan qi, and he was being nourished invisibly, giving him a comfortable feeling. Xianxia could not help but sigh. If one was born in a place like this, they would most likely have extraordinary talent. Their future cultivation path would also be smoother. At the very least, their chances of breaking through to the true saint realm would be many times higher than in the outside world. This was the difference created by the environment. A cultivator's cultivation was closely related to their talent, environment, resources, inheritance, and many other factors. A superior cultivation environment would make the cultivation path smoother and easier to improve. Similarly, a superior cultivation environment would also increase the chances of a cultivation genius being born. This was also why those forces liked to build their headquarters in places with rich chi of heaven and earth. They would also do everything possible to create various formations to improve their cultivation environment. Follow me. Lei Huan's voice rang out. He took a step forward, and Xianxia and the other two immediately followed him. They flew down the platform and landed on the ground. This was a land with mountains, rivers, and forests. It was one of the three divine dynasties, the ancient reflection divine dynasty. There was an ancient charm everywhere, as if it had existed since time immemorial. I will bring you to the ancient reflection palace. Whether you can stay or not will depend on your own abilities. Lei Huan said with a cold expression, the Great Lord has only given you this one chance. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own luck. Ancient Illumination Palace? Xianxia was slightly startled, but soon recovered. The ancient Illumination Palace was built by the ancient God dynasty to nurture geniuses. Zhongliu seemed to have noticed Xianxia's confusion, so he immediately explained, the ancient Illumination Hall is divided into the outer hall and the inner hall. The inner hall disciples are basically from the ancient Illumination God dynasty, while the outer hall disciples are basically people who were recommended by the outside world. After hearing Zhongliu's explanation, Xianxia immediately understood. In other words, his next destination was the ancient Illumination Hall, and he had to join it. However, there seemed to be some sort of assessment, and it did not mean that he would be able to enter the ancient Illumination Hall. Along the way, Xianxia also saw other people and immediately felt that something was different. Their auras were different. His, Fei Jun's, and Zhongliu's auras were out of place with the auras here. However, the auras of the others were different, and they were very compatible. Perhaps it was because it was their first time entering the ancient Illumination God dynasty, and they were considered as outsiders. Under Lei Huan's lead, they passed through a wide long street and finally stopped at the end of it. There was a group of ancient and huge palaces. The main gate of the palace complex was 100 meters tall. It was majestic, and there were 3 big words on the plaque. Each stroke was bold and powerful, and they all exuded a strong ancient charm as if they contained endless mysteries. It was not easy to enter the ancient Illumination Hall, but Lei Huan was from the ancient Illumination God dynasty, and he had a demigod's recommendation. Naturally, he could bring Xianxia and the other two in. Test: the first step in order to stay was to have their bloodline tested. The bloodline test was not to test whether or not one had a unique bloodline talent. The most important thing was to test whether or not one had a human bloodline. The ancient Illumination God dynasty was the dynasty of the human race. It only accepted humans and excluded all other races. Of course, it did not mean that other races could not enter the ancient Illumination God dynasty. Those who could enter either had to become a demigod or become a follower or servant of a human. The conditions were more stringent than those of the human race. As for the ancient Illumination Hall, only those with a human bloodline could become a member. The bloodline test also tested whether or not one had other bloodlines besides the human bloodline. For example, Xianxia was a human, but she had the bloodline of the star-scorching true phoenix, which did not conflict with the human bloodline. In terms of bloodline test, Qianzong had a pure human bloodline. Fei Jun and Zhong Liu had other bloodlines besides the human bloodline, but there was no doubt that they were also pure human bloodline. There was no doubt about that. Passing the bloodline test was only the first step. The second step was to test one's strength. Without enough strength, one would not be qualified to enter the ancient Illumination Hall. Defeat it and you'll pass the test, a voice reminded him. Qianzong was in a spacious secret room. A figure stood in front of Qianzong. It was a figure with an expressionless face and looked very numb. Qianzong could not feel any vitality from the figure. It was a puppet that looked no different from a human. The puppet held a saber and had a condensed aura. All Qianzong had to do was defeat the saber puppet. Only by defeating it would he be considered to have passed the test. He could not judge the strength of the saber puppet based on its aura alone. He would only know if he fought it. Qianzong was not afraid. The saber puppet's expression was extremely indifferent. Its body moved. It seemed a little stiff, but it was extremely fast. In an instant, it had crossed dozens of meters. Its body and saber became one, turning into a dazzling saber light. It emitted a terrifying saber will, as if it was going to cut the sky and the earth. This slash was very decisive. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, pressing forward courageously. It was as if he had given up everything just to slash out this extreme slash. This extreme slash was only for the sake of killing the enemy. He did not care about the consequences and did not care about the price. Such a decisive saber will immediately made Qianzong's expression change slightly, but he did not dodge. The will heavenly sword was unsheathed in an instant, bringing a dazzling sword light with it as it broke through the air. At the moment when the saber and sword collided, there was a slight pause. In the next moment, the sword light burst out and attacked again. Under the single-hearted sword technique, the saber puppet was defeated and was beheaded by the sword. Its strength is not bad. It can at least be listed on the real chaos ranking, Qianzong said to himself with a solemn expression. The saber puppet's strength was indeed not bad, but it was nothing to Qianzong. It was like an ant that he could defeat and kill with one strike. The point was that if the strength test was to be taken, it could not be taken seriously. If the core test was so difficult, it meant that there was a problem. The disciples of ancient Illumination Palace were at least listed on the real chaos ranking. There were countless cultivators in the entire territory of the human clan, but there were only 100 spots on the real chaos ranking. Although it did not mean that only 100 people had the strength to be listed on the real chaos ranking, it was estimated that there were only a little more than 100 people, or even less than 200 people. In addition, if one were to include those who were not listed on the real chaos list due to various reasons, it was estimated that there were only 200 or 300 people. If there were more, it would be no more than 300. This was Qianzong's own speculation. Now, if one wanted to enter the ancient Illumination Palace, they had to be on the real chaos ranking. He did not know how many disciples there were in the ancient Illumination Palace. If there were many disciples, did it mean that there were many people in the ancient Illumination Palace who were on the real chaos ranking? Qianzong suppressed the doubts in his heart. He knew that as long as he became a disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace, he would know more. At that time, he would have an answer to his speculation. However, his speculation was possible. The cultivation environment here was obviously better than the outside world. It was very likely that the inheritance here was better than the outside world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control such a vast territory. Thinking of this, Qianzong's heart wavered. In the outside world, there were very few people below the demigod realm who could be his opponent other than the martial god lord. There might not even be a few people who could be his opponent. In this place, there might be even more people who were at the true saint realm who were stronger than him. He was not afraid of people who were stronger than him. He was afraid that he was already invincible. When he stepped out of the secret room, Fei Jun and Zhong Liu had already come out. When they saw Chen Zong, a look of disdain flashed across Fei Jun's face. He thought that Chen Zong was not strong enough, which was why he had wasted some time. Little did he know that Chen Zong wanted to experience the strength of the Warblade puppet, which was why he had wasted some time. Otherwise, he could have defeated the Warblade puppet with one strike. Congratulations on passing the strength test. This is your disciple token. From now on, you are the outer disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. A puppet that looked like a real person said. It handed Chen Zong and the others a pitch-black medallion each. On one side of the medallion was the word Ancient Reflection, and on the other side was the image of an ancient, lofty palace. Refine the disciple token and you will know all the rules of the ancient Illumination Palace, the puppet said again and then retreated. Chen Zong channeled his strength into the black token and began to refine it. The refining process was very smooth. In just a few breaths, the refining was completed. The black token seemed to have melted and merged into Chen Zong's palm, forming a black brand on the back of his left hand. This way, he could ensure that the token would not be easily lost. At the same time, a message was transmitted from the token and received by Chen Zong. It was about some introduction and rules of the ancient Illumination Palace. In just a short time, Chen Zong had a more intuitive understanding of the ancient Illumination Palace. This method saved him a lot of trouble. He did not need to go through so much trouble to inquire. It saved him a lot of time and effort. Of course, if he wanted to know more or even all the secrets, he would need to inquire on his own. The token only gave him some basic information, which was equivalent to general knowledge. It seems that you have all passed the test. Lei Huan glanced at the backs of the three people's hands and nodded. His tone did not seem as cold as before and he seemed to be about to smile. In that case, don't let the Lord down. Since it's the spring festival, the 6 realms would like to wish everyone a happy new year and a smooth new year. May you stay away from the virus and be healthy. When you go out, remember to make all kinds of antivirus preparations. Wear a mask and wash your hands frequently. Chen Zong stayed in the outer hall of the ancient reflection hall of the ancient reflection god dynasty. His connection with his incarnation was not cut off, so they could still exchange information. However, the ancient reflection hall had its own rules, or rather, the rules of the ancient god dynasty. That was, information about the ancient reflection god dynasty was not allowed to be leaked to the outside world. In fact, the 3 god dynasties all had such rules. This was also why the outside world did not know much about the 3 god dynasties. Most of the cultivators in the outside world knew about the existence of the ancient region and the 3 god dynasties, but they did not have a clear idea. It was just like in a mortal country, the poor commoners knew about the existence of the emperor, but the concept was very vague. They might not even see the emperor for the rest of their lives. In the void, only those who had great power and high status were qualified to know more about the 3 god dynasties. However, they could not be as detailed as the people of the 3 god dynasties. Only those who had truly entered the 3 god dynasties and become a member were qualified to know. Entering the ancient reflection hall and becoming a disciple meant that one had officially entered the ancient reflection god dynasty and had the corresponding status. If Chen Zong wanted to enter the celestial universe era fragment or the demon universe era fragment, the prerequisite was to become a member of the 3 god dynasties. There was no way to avoid this path. Fortunately, he had been recommended by demigod Dijio. Although it was a deal, he had gotten what he wanted. As for the content of the deal, there was no time limit. This was because the prerequisite was that Chen Zong could enter the celestial universe era fragment or the demon universe era fragment. If he could not enter, everything would be empty talk. To Dijio, there was no obvious loss. It was just a recommendation. However, if there was no conflict of interest or if there was no relationship, a demigod like Dijio would not casually recommend him. Even if one entered the celestial universe era fragment relic or the demonic universe era fragment relic, one might not be able to obtain a heaven soul or a devil soul. Even Dijio said that it was very difficult to obtain a heaven soul or a devil soul. As for why Dijio did not enter personally, with his demigod level abilities, it should be easier for him to obtain the heaven soul and devil soul. This was because demigod-level existences could not easily enter the fragment relics of the prehistoric universe era. This was because the power of demigod-level elites was too strong, and the fragment relics were often unable to withstand it. However, if they restricted their powers, they might encounter unpredictable dangers. There was a certain risk of dying inside, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Almost no demigod would take such a risk. Since he couldn't enter, he could only place his hopes on others. Qianzong, Fei Jun, and Zhong Liu stayed in the outer hall of the ancient illumination palace. Each of them had a secret palace where they could live, cultivate, and so on. Once the formation was activated, they would not disturb each other, and it would not be easy to force their way in. This is amazing. Within the secret palace, Qianzong exclaimed. After the formation was activated, it operated in a mysterious manner. For a moment, even with Qianzong's abilities, he could not see through its mystery. He could only instinctively feel that with his abilities, he would not be able to break through and would most likely be trapped inside. Indeed, this formation belonged to the category of trapping formations. It did not have much destructive power, but it was still amazing. The ancient illumination palace is divided into the inner and outer halls. There are more than 300 disciples in the inner hall. There are fewer disciples in the outer hall, but there are still more than 400 of them. Qianzong was secretly shocked. The strength test previously stated that one had to have the strength of the outside world's real chaos ranking board to pass. Thus, there were more than 700 disciples in the ancient illumination palace who had the strength of the outside world's real chaos ranking board. What a shocking number, it was even more than the outside world. Moreover, this was only the ancient illumination palace of the ancient illumination god dynasty. There were also the Heaven Heart god dynasty and the Wankong god dynasty, so there should not be fewer than the ancient illumination god dynasty. Thus, there were more than 2,000 disciples. It was a shocking number. This is interesting. Qianzong smiled. There was no difference in status between the inner and outer hall disciples in the ancient illumination palace. The main difference between the inner and outer hall disciples was whether they were natives of the ancient illumination god dynasty. The natives were naturally those who were born in the ancient illumination god dynasty. If they passed the strength test, they could enter the inner hall. However, outsiders had to go through a bloodline test and pass 2 tests before they could enter the outer hall. There were 2 concepts for outsiders. One was that Qianzong did not have any backing in the ancient illumination god dynasty, and it was the first time he had come from the outside world. The second was that after Qianzong had settled down here, he could bring Yunyanxin and Chenin in if he met certain conditions. Both of these were counted. In this way, after many years of accumulation, there were more disciples in the outer hall than in the inner hall. There were so many experts. Among them, there might be experts who were stronger than him. Qianzong thought to himself. However, if there were, how strong would they be? But thinking about it, if it was just purely wanting to be stronger than him, the possibility should be very small. For example, the martial god lord's strength was actually not bad, but what was truly powerful was his demon bloodline. However, was Wu Xingjun born with the demon bloodline? It might be, but it might not be. If it was, then Wu Xingjun's parents had the demon bloodline and it was passed down. If it was not, then Wu Xingjun had used some means to integrate the demon bloodline. Either way, Wu Xingjun had the demon bloodline's great power. After activating the bloodline power, his strength would be greatly increased and he would become even more powerful. How many people like Wu Xingjun were in the ancient illumination god dynasty or the 3 divine dynasties? Currently, there was no way to know. After all, the 3 divine dynasties had controlled the celestial epic fragment and the demonic epic fragment for many years. They had entered many times and gained many benefits. This was an advantage that outsiders could not compare with. Moreover, the cultivation environment here was better, and it was also incomparable to the outside world. While Qianzong was thinking, the formation was activated. It was Zhong Liu. However, Fei Jun did not come. He probably did not know about Zhong Liu's actions. Otherwise, according to the previous situation, if Fei Jun knew that Zhong Liu came to visit Qianzong, he would definitely follow. Brother Chen, you must be surprised by the power of ancient illumination palace. Zhongliu's handsome face showed a confident smile. She seemed to be guessing, but there was also a certain tone in her voice. She was indeed a very intelligent person. It's really amazing. Chen Zong smiled and replied without any hesitation, compared to the outside world, it's much better. This is just a part of it. Zhongliu said with a smile. Her status meant that she was able to learn more about the three divine dynasties, which was something that Chen Zong could not compare to. Brother Chen, do you know that the outer palace and the inner palace are not compatible? Zhongliu asked again. Chen Zong was slightly surprised when he heard that, but he immediately understood. The inner palace was the natives of the divine dynasty, while the outer palace was the outsiders. It was normal for them to be incompatible. The inner palace disciples were born in the divine dynasty. They have the inheritance of the divine dynasty and a superior cultivation environment since they were young. They feel superior, so they look down on outsiders like us, Zhongliu said with a smile. Chen Zong nodded. He did not find it strange. Xenophobia was a very common phenomenon. No matter where it was, it would more or less exist. Sometimes, the inner palace would even suppress the outer palace. Zhongliu's eyes flickered as she said, in order to resist the suppression of the inner palace, we outer palace disciples joined forces to create the Innocence sect, Gili sect, and Tianxiang sect. Since we want to join forces to resist the inner palace, shouldn't we be completely united? Chen Zong asked with a smile. Brother Chen, you should know that people's hearts are unpredictable. Zhongliu smiled. In the beginning, the outer palace disciples really joined forces as one. However, people's hearts are complicated. There will always be people who are unwilling to be under others, and there will always be people who do not get along with each other. Gradually, they separated and became the three sects today. Chen Zong smiled slightly. He was not surprised. He knew too many similar situations. People's hearts were the most complicated and the most difficult to grasp. Father and son who were related by blood turned against each other and became enemies. Brothers whose blood was thicker than water went their separate ways. Lovers who loved each other drew their swords against each other. There were too many examples. Brother Chen, you must be extraordinary to be able to catch the eye of Lord Dijiu, Zhongliu said with a smile. She and Fei Jun were able to get demigod Dijiu's recommendation because of their families. They paid a certain price in exchange for demigod Dijiu's recommendation. Chen Zong was obviously different from them. However, he could also get Dijiu's recommendation, which meant that he was extraordinary. Zhongliu's purpose of looking for Chen Zong was very clear. He wanted to recruit Chen Zong. I represent the Celestial Phenomenon sect to invite Brother Chen to join us, Zhongliu said seriously. Let me think about it first. Chen Zong did not reject directly. Instead, he responded as such. As a newcomer, he only knew some basic information and rules. He did not know anything else. Of course, he would not act rashly. As for whether he would join the three sects of the outer palace, he would wait until he knew more about it. Zhongliu was not disappointed. This was normal. Brother Chen, this is some information about the ancient illumination palace. I hope it will be helpful to you. Zhongliu took out a green jade slip. It was a jade slip specially used to record information, whether Brother Chen is willing to join the Celestial Phenomenon sect or not. I hope to become friends with Brother Chen. Thank you. Chen Zong took the jade slip. It was indeed useful to him. Goodbye. Zhongliu did not mention anything about asking Chen Zong to think about joining the Celestial Phenomenon sect. This was because he thought that repeatedly reminding Chen Zong would only make him feel disgusted. It was better to be more sincere. The success rate would be higher. In fact, Zhongliu did not know how strong Chen Zong was. He only felt that he was not bad. After all, those who could enter the ancient illumination palace were definitely not weak. Roping in one more person would increase their strength. It was not a bad thing. In fact, it might even be beneficial. The only difference was the magnitude of the benefits. However, many a little makes a mickle. He could not ignore the benefits just because the benefits were small. Chen Zong was a little surprised by Zhongliu's actions. However, he also had a good impression of him. He was not a clingy person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Indeed, he could make friends with him. At the very least, they could be friends. The reunion dinner is about to begin. Once again, I sincerely wish everyone a Happy New Year. Taihao Mountain had a newly refined incarnation, which could ensure that there was no need to worry. After all, in addition to his incarnation, there were also two powerful swordsmen, Celestial Swords and Celestial Swordmaster Wu Ju. In addition, although Nianxin's strength was not as strong as Celestial Swords and Celestial Swordmaster Wu Ju, her current strength was enough to be listed in the middle level of the real chaotic list. Sword Saint Wu Sha and Wang Yi were both true saint experts. As a result, there were often several true saint experts guarding Taihao Mountain. With such strength, unless it was an expert at the level of Martial God Lord, it would be difficult for anyone in the true saint realm to barge into Taihao Mountain. In terms of safety, Taihao Mountain was more stable than many forces. Among the forces without demigods, it was one of the best. Chen Zong felt that he would stay in the ancient Illumination Palace in the ancient Illumination God Dynasty for a long time. It might be a few years or a few decades. With the jade letter given by Zhong Liu, Chen Zong learned more information. First, there were more detailed information in the ancient Illumination Palace. There were 300 disciples in the inner palace and 400 disciples in the outer palace. Each of them had the strength of the Chaos Real List. It was very shocking. However, there were differences in strength between those on the Chaos Real List. For example, there were 100 places on the Chaos Real List. The difference in strength between the first and the 100th place was like heaven and earth. Dozens of the 100th place on the Chaos Real List were no match for the first place on the Chaos Real List. Entering the ancient Illumination Palace was the first step. If one wanted to enter the Celestial Universe Era Fragment Relic, the Devil Universe Era Fragment Relic, or the Giant Universe Era Fragment Relic, one had to compete. The identity of a disciple in the ancient Illumination Palace came in handy. Chen Zong also learned that the ancient Illumination God Dynasty controlled the Devil Universe Era Fragment Relic. The Skyheart God Dynasty controlled the Celestial Universe Era Fragment Relic. As for the Wonkong God Dynasty, they controlled the Giant Universe Era Fragment Relic. In other words, it would be more difficult to enter the other Universe Era Fragment Relic. For example, if someone from the ancient God Dynasty wanted to enter a Celestial or Giant Universe Era Fragment Ruin, it would be much more difficult than entering a Demonic Universe Era Fragment Ruin. Even with the ancient God Dynasty's control, it was not easy to enter the Demon Era Fragment of the universe. Every once in a while, a group of people could enter, but they had to go through a selection. Only those who passed the selection were qualified to enter. This was yet another level of difficulty. Looking at it now, Dezhou's conditions were really harsh. He wanted both the Heaven Soul and the Devil Soul. The Devil Soul was obtained from the Devil Era Fragment, while the Heavenly Soul had to enter the Celestial Era Fragment. However, since he had already agreed, Chen Zong had no reason to go back on his word. Not to mention that he wouldn't violate his own principles, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to do so. That was a demigod after all. Daring to go against a deal with a demigod? Do you think you're living too well and have lived too long? Unless he also broke through to the demigod level. No matter how difficult it was, he had to strive for it. Moreover, he also needed to enter the Celestial Era Fragment and the Demonic Universe Era Fragment Ruins to verify his deduction. However, he could enter the Demonic Universe Era Fragment Ruins to give it a try. If it was feasible, then he would look for an opportunity to enter the Celestial Era Fragment Ruins. However, now, there was no such opportunity yet. He had to wait. Apart from waiting for the Demonic Universe Era Fragment Ruins, there were other benefits to entering the ancient Illumination Hall. Every once in a while, a demigod expert would come to the ancient Illumination Hall to preach. As for the interval, it was not certain. It all depended on the demigod's mood. There might be a demigod coming to preach every few years, or it might be decades, or even centuries. It all depended on the demigod's mood and willingness. No one could force it. However, being able to listen to a demigod's preaching was a great opportunity. Listening to it once would yield a lot of benefits. It would also be helpful to one's own cultivation. Especially those who entered the ancient illumination hall were usually talented. Even those who had cultivated to the limit of the true divine realm would be able to benefit from listening to a demigod's preaching. They could further sort out their own cultivation path and make it purer. When Xianxia found out about this, he was very surprised. A demigod expert's preaching? How shocking was that? Xianxia had never encountered one until now. Hence, he was looking forward to it. Other than the opportunity to compete for the demonic universe-era fragment ruins and the opportunity to listen to a demigod's preaching, there were other benefits in the ancient illumination hall, such as the immemorial path, Thousand Kill Tower, Tao King Pillar, and Yuan Secret Land. The immemorial path was a place to test the comprehension level of the great Tao of the disciples. It was like a test. In the end, it would be revealed based on the ranking. It would let one know what level one's comprehension of the great Tao was at in the entire ancient illumination hall. As for the Thousand Kill Tower, it was a place dedicated to fighting and killing. It could be used to hone one's combat skills. It could also be used to increase one's ranking like the immemorial path. The Tao King Pillar was a giant monument with marks on it. They were Tao marks left behind by the palace disciples. The reason why it was called the Tao King Pillar was because not all palace disciples had the ability to leave Tao marks on it. It could be said that the palace disciples who were able to leave Tao marks on the Tao King Pillar were the very few who were at the top of the pyramid. The information recorded in the jade letter that Zhongliu gave to Xianxia mentioned that not everyone could listen to the demigod's preaching because the seats were limited. So, how could one obtain a seat? By relying on one's ability. If one's ranking was high in the immemorial path and Thousand Kill Tower and could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar, then no one would say anything about occupying a seat. If one's ranking wasn't high, then one could only fight to obtain a seat. As for the Yuan Secret Land, it was a very good opportunity. Once one entered the Yuan Secret Land, there was hope to further purify one's cultivation power. I wonder when the next demigod sermon and the Yuan Secret Land will be opened? Xianxia thought. The last demigod's preaching was 13 years ago. He could only wait for the next one. The last time the Yuan Secret Land opened was 15 years ago. If he was lucky, he might be able to attend the demigod's preaching while he was in the ancient illumination hall. But if he was unlucky, he might not even be able to come across it. This was something that couldn't be forced and could only depend on luck. As for the Yuan Secret Land, he should be able to encounter it. The immemorial path, Thousand Kill Tower, and Tao King Pillar are quite interesting. I should go and take a look. Xianxia thought and walked out of the secret palace. At his level, it was increasingly difficult to improve. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to make any progress even after cultivating bitterly for many years. Then, some opportunities in the outside world were very important. Although they couldn't allow him to improve directly, they could give him inspiration and allow him to improve more or less. At the very least, it could increase his accumulation and strengthen his foundation. In addition, Xianxia also wanted to get a good ranking so that he could get a seat when the demigod's preaching came. First, he went to the immemorial path. The ancient illumination hall was actually very vast, and the entire ancient illumination hall had less than 1,000 members. Most of the time, the hall disciples were meditating and wouldn't move around casually unless there was something important. Along the way, Xianxia only met a few people who didn't know each other. However, Xianxia also noticed that among the few people he met, there were two who looked at him coldly, as if they were examining him. There seemed to be a trace of disdain in the depths of their eyes. They were the inner hall disciples. The difference between an inner hall disciple and an outer hall disciple couldn't be seen with the naked eye. One had to sense their aura. The aura of an inner hall disciple and an outer hall disciple was different. This aura was not their own aura, but the aura emitted by the ancient illumination hall disciples. The inner hall disciples had looked down on the outer hall disciples for a long time. Naturally, they wouldn't have a good attitude when they saw an outer hall disciple. This was very normal. In the end, the outer hall disciples seemed to have come to compete with them for resources. It was as if an outsider had broken into their home and was trying to steal their wealth. It was a very unpleasant feeling. In the face of such a situation, no one would have a good attitude. This was one of the reasons for the discord. As for the second reason, it was just as Zhong Liu had said, they looked down on the outer hall disciples. It was like a rich person looking down on the poor outside. They had a natural sense of superiority. This sense of superiority came from all aspects, such as the environment they grew up in, the cultivation environment, the resources, the inheritance, the bloodline, and so on. However, under normal circumstances, although the inner hall disciples looked down on the outer hall disciples, they wouldn't directly attack them. Perhaps many years ago, when the ancient illumination hall had just accepted the outer hall disciples, there had been many life and death battles, but gradually, rules had been formed. They weren't allowed to fight recklessly. If they really wanted to fight, they could. There was a special place for that. Outside the myriad ancient path, Zhenzong activated the ancient illumination hall disciple token on his left hand. The door of the myriad ancient path reacted and immediately opened. This was a necessary verification for entering the myriad ancient path for the first time. In the future, it wouldn't be so troublesome. As soon as the door opened, strands of mysterious aura filled the air. The aura was extremely complex, as if it contained the mysteries of countless daos. Just by standing outside the door, one could clearly sense it. Who knew how clear it would be once one stepped inside? Zhenzong smiled. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a gust of wind suddenly rushed over. It was like a raging gale that directly rushed past him and into the door of the myriad ancient path. At the same time, a disdainful and cold voice sounded in Zhenzong's ears, "Scram, you lowly outsider." Scum was a term that the inner hall disciples used to call the outer hall disciples. It was an insulting term that was still used to this day. Because the disciples of the inner palace were born in the divine dynasty, they enjoyed a superior cultivation environment and resources, as well as complete and excellent inheritances. Moreover, they often had purer bloodlines and stronger innate talents, which caused many inner palace disciples to discriminate against the disciples of the outer palace. As a result, even after so many years, there were still some extreme aboriginals who discriminated against the outsiders and still called them scum. Scum, Zhenzong shook his head lightly and couldn't help but be slightly speechless. The discord between the outer palace and inner palace seemed to be even more serious than he'd imagined. However, Zhenzong actually didn't have much interest in paying attention to such matters. The reason he'd entered this place wasn't for a dispute of opinion, and it was because he had more important things to do. Of course, if they really provoked him, they would have to bear the consequences. The everlasting path seemed to have no end. It went straight ahead, and the left and right sides seemed to be filled with darkness and nothingness. It also seemed to contain something that could not be seen through. The inner palace disciple who had just entered was long gone. Zhenzong collected his thoughts and took a step forward, walking forward step by step. The everlasting path seemed to have sensed Zhenzong's arrival. Sensing that Zhenzong mainly cultivated the way of the sword, a sword pressure filled the air and directly pressed down on him. This was the everlasting path's way of testing a cultivator's mastery of the great path. It directly pressed down with the corresponding pressure of the great path. The cultivator faced the pressure of the great path and continued to move forward. How far they could go represented the level of their comprehension of the great path. It was very simple and direct. This sword pressure is so strong. Zhenzong frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. Although he didn't know the extent of the pressure of the great path that the other people who entered here faced at the beginning, it shouldn't be too strong at the beginning. Instead, it should gradually increase as they moved forward. Otherwise, how could anyone advance on the everlasting path? Although he did not know, Zhenzong had a feeling that his sword pressure was a little too strong. It actually made him feel great pressure. Unbelievable, Zhenzong took a second step and faced the tyrannical and invisible sword pressure. His expression was serious. Here, cultivation was of no help. No matter how much one's cultivation exploded, it was as if it did not exist. Only one's own way could resist the pressure of the great path of the everlasting path. Step by step, Zhenzong could feel the sword pressure gradually increasing. When he stepped out 100 meters, Zhenzong's expression suddenly changed. He immediately felt the power of the sword pressure increase explosively. It felt like a mountain flood or a tsunami was erupting, and it was as if it was going to crush him. Too strong, too strong, too strong, even taking a step forward became very difficult. How can this be? Chenzong's face was full of shock. For a moment, he could not understand. With his comprehension of the way of the sword, he should have been able to reach this point, right? What was going on? While resisting the impact of the tsunami-like sword pressure, Chenzong pondered and made various deductions. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared in front of them, quickly retreating from the depths of the everlasting path. When he saw Chenzong, his face was filled with disdain and disdain. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner. You can't even step into the second stage of the everlasting path. I really don't know what right you have to come to the ancient illumination palace. Are you trying to embarrass yourself? The myriad ancient path was divided into sections of 100 meters, and the pressure of the great Tao in the next section would be much stronger than the previous one. It would directly increase explosively, and within the same section, the pressure would increase bit by bit. Chenzong ignored him and continued to ponder. Why is this happening? Could it be that my understanding of the sword Tao is at a very low level in ancient illumination palace? Would that be the case? If this was the case, then what level of comprehension did the disciples have towards the grand Tao? Chenzong dared not imagine. When the disciple saw that Chenzong was ignoring him, he was furious, but he did not dare to make a move. The ancient illumination palace had its own rules, and they were extremely strict. No one could violate them, especially in places like the myriad ancient path. Fighting was strictly forbidden, and the consequences were severe. Holding back his anger, the disciple's face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. He stared fiercely at Chenzong, as if he wanted to imprint Chenzong in the depths of his eyes. Chenzong did not care about how the disciple stared at him and how he left. He continued to ponder, try, and speculate. In the end, Chenzong gave up because of the pressure of the first stage. The sword pressure of the first stage was extremely strong, and the sword pressure of the second stage was more than twice as strong. It was like a tsunami crashing down. Its power was so shocking that Chenzong could not continue. For a moment, Chenzong fell into self-doubt. Could it be that the cultivation level of the ancient illumination palace was so much higher than the outside world? Chenzong acknowledged that the cultivation level of the outside world was not as good as the three divine dynasties, but it seemed impossible to say that it was much higher than the outside world. He felt that he had reached the limit of the true saint realm. Perhaps he could still improve further, but the extent of improvement would not be too great. Otherwise, he would not have to seek other methods to improve the level of the ancient god sword armor, increasing its power, and increasing his own strength. Or could it be that the inheritances of the three divine dynasties were so much better than the outside world that the upper limit of the true saint realm was far higher than the outside world? If that was the case, it shocked Chenzong and made Chenzong feel indescribable excitement. This meant that he could comprehend even better inheritances. This was an extremely good thing. He was not afraid of the long road ahead, but of no road ahead. Thinking of this, Chenzong took a step back, and the terrifying sword pressure of the tsunami immediately weakened by half. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chenzong quickly retreated, and the sword pressure became smaller and smaller. In the end, Chenzong left the eternal path. Next to the door of the eternal path was a stone tablet with names on it. From top to bottom, it represented the distance that these people had walked on the eternal path. Within the myriad ancient path, 100 meters was a section, and there were 10 sections in total. The might of the great Tao in each section was much stronger than the previous one, and it increased explosively. Thus, the further one went, the more difficult it was to advance, and the difficulty of crossing sections increased exponentially. The names on the Eternal Path stone tablet were the names of the current disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. Those who had left the ancient Illumination Palace lost their status as disciples and their palace disciple tokens. Their names would also disappear from the Eternal Path and Thousand Kills Tower. Only some ancient records would record their past achievements. Chenzong had not even stepped into the second section, so he naturally could not leave his name on the Eternal Path stone tablet. This was because those who could leave their name on it had at least reached the 5th section. The 5th section. Chenzong was secretly shocked. According to the situation he had encountered, the pressure of the Great Path at the 5th section was unimaginably strong. Just when he was about to step into the 2nd section, it was already difficult for him to advance. Then what about the 3rd section? he would be suppressed to the ground in an instant. As for the 5th section, wouldn't he be crushed in an instant? As for the higher 6th and 7th sections, it was unimaginable. As for the 10th section, Qianzong did not dare to think about it. At the very least, the person who was ranked first on the Eternal Path stone tablet was at the 7th section. The 1st to the 12th were all at the 7th section, but since there was a difference in ranking, it meant that there was a difference in the distance of the 7th section of the Eternal Path. After all, each section was 100 meters long. Qianzong stared at the 12 names with a grave expression. From their auras, he could tell that 8 of the 12 names were inner palace disciples and 4 were outer palace disciples. They could be considered the strongest 12 people in the entire ancient illumination hall. Zhong Liu's jade letter had mentioned that there were now 12 royal disciples in the ancient illumination hall. The so-called royal disciples was the abbreviation for royal palace disciples. There were 12 of them in total. Among the 700-plus palace disciples, the 12 were the strongest and most outstanding. 8 were inner palace disciples and 4 were outer palace disciples. From this point, it could be seen that the outer palace disciples were not as strong as the inner palace disciples. The 12 royal disciples could be considered high and mighty existences in the ancient illumination hall. Of course, Qianzong did not have any concept of how strong the so-called extremely tyrannical was. However, looking at the immemorial path stone tablet now, Qianzong felt as though he was about to suffocate. He could not even step into the 2nd section of the Eternal Path, but the 12 royal disciples were all at the 7th section. How big was the gap? Perhaps the truth of the Grand Tao was not the only thing that determined one's strength. The strength of one's strength was also related to other aspects. However, one could not deny that the degree of comprehension of the Grand Tao was directly related to one's strength. Strength. Qianzong couldn't help but sigh. There was a trace of excitement lingering in the depths of his heart. Traces of battle intent gradually grew stronger. It was a battle intent that came from the depths of his bones and bloodline. Qianzong had risen from the weak and had walked step by step from an ordinary person to where he was now. He did not know how many battles he had experienced. His battle intent had long become a brand that was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul and body. It was a wonderful feeling, a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. Since he had entered the Eternal Path, Qianzong went to the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. He planned to test it out. The 1,000 Kills Pagoda wasn't very far from the Eternal Path. It didn't take long for Qianzong to arrive. The so-called 1,000 Kills Pagoda did indeed look like a tall pagoda. It was very simple and didn't seem to have any decorations. It was an ordinary black pagoda. However, Qianzong could still feel traces of an extraordinary aura quietly spreading out. There was also a stone stele below the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. This time, Qianzong looked at it first. There were also many names on the stone stele. They recorded the royal disciples of the inner and outer halls. The 1,000 Kills Pagoda corresponded to the Eternal Path. It was divided into 10 levels. Qianzong saw that the 12 royal disciples had all reached the 8th level. On the same level, there were naturally differences in strength. The 8th level. Qianzong muttered to himself. I wonder what level I can reach. He had failed in the Eternal Path. Then what about the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, the 2nd level or the 3rd level? Qianzong didn't dare to overestimate himself. It was better to try first to find out. With a thought, he activated the royal disciple token on the back of his left hand. Immediately, a light lit up and enveloped Qianzong's body. He turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed into the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, entering the 1st level. On the 1st level of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, the light was dim and the surroundings were empty. There seemed to be nothing except for Qianzong. In the next breath, a faint light circulated and a figure condensed out of thin air. It was as if it walked out of the dim void. It walked towards Qianzong step by step. A terrifying aura directly locked onto Qianzong. It was a shocking killing intent. It was extremely dense and seemed to want to drown Qianzong. It was very strong. In an instant, Qianzong had a kind of enlightenment. If he wanted to challenge the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, he had to kill. It wasn't just fighting, but killing. He had to kill his way up level by level. Since that was the case, he would kill. A trace of decisiveness flashed in Qianzong's eyes. A sharp light shot out like a sword. He took a step forward and directly charged towards the figure. Both sides closed in on each other. The long saber tore through the air and the sword light swept across. The saber and sword collided in an instant. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Zong's face. This opponent's strength didn't seem to be very strong. He had used 70% of his strength in this sword strike and didn't use his ultimate move. Moreover, he felt that it was very easy. In other words, he didn't need to use 70% of his strength or even 30% of his strength to kill his opponent. Believe in the country, believe in the doctor, don't spread rumors, don't cause trouble, hope that the epidemic will be controlled as soon as possible, and hope that everyone can be healthy. On the third floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, a sword light flashed and a figure was cut in half. Immediately, Chen Zong took a step forward and entered the fourth floor. Standing on the fourth floor, Chen Zong revealed a trace of doubt before his opponent appeared. Compared to the Eternal Path, the difficulty of the Thousand Kills Pagoda seemed to be much lower. It didn't make sense. It was difficult for him to step into the second stage of the Eternal Path, so he guessed that he could only reach the second floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, or at most, the third floor. But now, he had passed the third floor and entered the fourth floor. Moreover, it wasn't very difficult. On the contrary, it was somewhat easy. This made Chen Zong surprised and puzzled. He couldn't help but speculate. Was the difficulty of the Thousand Kills Pagoda much lower than the Eternal Path? There were 10 floors of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, and each floor could be divided into 10 waves of strong enemies. The first wave was 1 person, the second wave was 2 people, and so on. The 10th wave was 10 people. The strength of the enemies on each floor was the same, but the pressure brought by the large number of enemies would increase dramatically. Simply put, the strength of the enemies on the first floor was at the level of those who had just entered the Chaos Real ranking. The second floor doubled, the third floor doubled again. According to this pattern, the strength of the enemies on the fourth floor would also double. As for whether it was true or not, he would soon know. It didn't take long for the first wave of enemies to appear on the fourth level. They exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent that was twice as strong as the killing intent on the third level. If an ordinary expert on the real chaotic ranking were to face such a killing intent, he would immediately tremble. It was too strong, too strong. But this kind of killing intent was nothing to Chen Zong. When the opponent appeared, he didn't say a word and rushed over with a cold killing intent. Chen Zong drew his sword to meet the attack. From the first to the third floor, Chen Zong only used the single heart sword technique, and he didn't use his full strength. With the first move, Chen Zong probed the opponent's strength, and he still didn't need to use his full strength. Not long after, the second wave of enemies appeared. There were 2 strong killing intents from the left and right, locking onto Chen Zong. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave, soon, 10 strong enemies of the 10th wave appeared and joined forces to besiege Chen Zong. None of the 10 strong enemies was a match for Chen Zong alone, but when they joined forces, they brought a lot of pressure to Chen Zong. However, it only added a little more pressure. In the end, they were defeated and killed by Chen Zong one by one. The Thousand Kills Pagoda tested strength, combat experience, and techniques. Chen Zong had experienced countless battles and had faced countless life and death battles and even desperate situations, but he had survived them all. In terms of life and death experience, few people at the True Sage realm could compare to Chen Zong. This was because the current True Saint realm, their birth and cultivation environment were far better than Chen Zong's. At that time, he was a complete mortal. Stepping onto the 5th floor, Chen Zong was even more confused. The Thousand Kills Pagoda shouldn't be so different from the myriad ancient path. What was the mystery behind this? The opponent on the 5th floor was twice as strong as the opponent on the 4th floor, but Chen Zong still passed. Next was the 6th floor, which was twice as strong as the 5th floor. It became even more terrifying, causing Chen Zong to have no choice but to use 100% of his strength to use the single-hearted sword technique to defeat and kill his opponent. The 7th floor was even stronger. He could not pass it just by relying on the single-hearted sword technique. He had to use his ultimate move and rely on the power of his ultimate move to defeat and kill his opponent. Following that, Chen Zong stepped onto the 8th floor. At this point, Chenzong's confusion deepened. Yes. In the current Illumination Ancient Hall, only the 12 royal disciples had reached the 8th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, and he was the 13th. However, it was difficult for him to even step into the second stage of the myriad ancient path. The opponent on the 8th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda surged with killing intent like a tsunami. It attacked crazily as if it wanted to devour Chenzong. It was as violent as a stormy sea. It destroyed everything, drowned everything, and devoured everything. Compared to the opponent on the 7th floor, it was twice as powerful. The difference was very obvious. Chenzong's expression was solemn. On the 7th floor, he had to unleash 100% of his strength and use his ultimate move to pass, and it was not that easy. In that case, the difficulty of the 8th floor would increase drastically. Chenzong was not confident that he could pass it. However, before this, he had not activated the Ancient God Sword Armor. If he activated the Ancient God Sword Armor, his strength, speed, and defense would increase by 3 times, and his strength would also increase by several times. It would naturally be easier for him to pass the Thousand Kills Pagoda. The first wave of opponents from the 8th level rushed over, bringing with them terrifying killing intent akin to tsunamis. Their eyes were cold to the extreme as they shot out beams of light that seemed capable of tearing apart everything. This kind of killing intent almost caused Chenzongyo to suffocate. It was shockingly powerful. In an instant, the opponent's figure swayed and his spear trembled, piercing through the sky. It was a very simple spear move, but it was also a move that had the simplicity of the Great Tao. It was a spear that had returned to its original state. It had abandoned all magnificence and only retained its murderous nature. The killing intent contained in this spear was condensed to the extreme, causing Chenzong's eyes to narrow unconsciously as his heart trembled. He drew his sword. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong burst out with all his strength. The single-hearted sword technique seemed to have turned into a long river of sword light that surged forward. Every sword was extremely tyrannical, and the sword chi surged and the sword intent erupted, as if it could destroy everything. An intense battle ensued. After fighting a few times, Chenzong was sure that his opponent was very strong. He was not weaker than Celestial Swords and Celestial Sword King Wu Ju. Of course, he was still weaker than Chenzong. However, under normal circumstances, it would not be easy for him to defeat him. What if there were 2 of them? What if there were 3 of them? What if there were 10 ultimate sword gods? How terrifying would that be? What about the 9th floor? What about the highest 10th floor? What level of strength would those opponents have reached? It was unimaginable. It was no wonder that no one had passed through the 10th floor until now. In fact, there were very few people who had passed through the 9th floor since ancient times. In the current ancient Illumination Palace, there was not a single person who had passed through the 9th floor, and the highest was the 8th floor. With a thought, Chenzong swung his sword across the sky, and with his superb swordsmanship, he repelled his opponent and controlled the rhythm of the battle. His killing intent filled the air and suppressed his opponent. Kill. After the first opponent was killed, his figure quickly dissipated. In less than 10 breaths of time, the second wave of opponents appeared. Surprisingly, there were 2 of them. As soon as they appeared, they carried extremely terrifying killing intent as they attacked from the left and right. This battle was more difficult, but Chenzong still passed through it. In the third wave, there were 3 opponents who were at the same level as the 5 ultimate sword god. It would be fine if they fought separately, but the 3 opponents joined forces and cooperated quite well. For a moment, Chenzong was under great pressure. Breakout. After a tough battle, with superb swordsmanship and incomparably rich combat experience, he finally killed the 3 strong opponents one by one. In the 4th wave, 4 strong opponents attacked together, and that terrifying killing intent attacked. Chenzong's body trembled uncontrollably as he felt the pressure. A tough battle, another round of tough battle. If it were not for the mixed Yuan Heart Force's fast recovery speed, Chenzong would not have been able to hold on. Defeated, Chenzong could not help but let out a long breath, feeling a little tired. The 5th wave came, and the 5 strong opponents were even more terrifying. With all his strength, Chenzong defeated the 5 strong opponents one by one. In the 6th wave, after killing 4 strong opponents, he could not hold on anymore and was defeated. In fact, before he was defeated, Qianzong could have activated the ancient god sword armor, but on second thought, he suppressed this thought. There was no need to activate the ancient god sword armor for the time being. Anyway, there was more than one chance to challenge the Thousand Kills Pagoda. As long as one was a disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace, they could challenge it at any time. After being defeated, his figure faded and he appeared outside the Thousand Kills Pagoda. Immediately, the stone tablet under the Thousand Kills Pagoda flickered with light as a new name appeared on the stone tablet. Fifth, the words Peerless Sword Saint Qianzong suddenly appeared in the fifth place. The original sixth place was pushed down to the sixth place, and the names after that were also pushed down by one place. Looking at his name listed in the fifth place, Qianzong raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. The 12 royal disciples were publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Out of the 700+ royal disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace, the 12 strongest were all peerless experts who had reached the 8th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda. As for himself, he had also reached the 8th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, but he had been defeated in the 6th wave and was ranked 5th. In other words, the first 4 were either defeated in the 6th wave but killed one more strong opponent than him, or they passed the 6th wave and reached the 7th or even the 8th wave. As for which wave they reached, it was not clear. If I activate the ancient god sword armor, passing the 6th wave won't be a problem. Even the 7th wave won't be a problem. I think I can pass the 8th wave too. Qianzong speculated. However, it was hard to say if he could pass the 9th wave. As for whether he could pass the 10th wave, that was unknown. It was difficult for me to reach the second stage of the ancient path, but I reached the 8th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda and am ranked 5th. Qianzong was even more puzzled. Where did it go wrong? Why was there such a difference? Logically speaking, based on his achievement of reaching the 8th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda and being ranked 5th, his achievement in the ancient path shouldn't be much worse. At the very least, he should be able to reach the 7th stage. But that wasn't the case. Why was that? With such doubts, Qianzong left the Thousand Kills Pagoda and headed to the Tao King Pillar. He wanted to test it again to see if he could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar. The Tao King Pillar was a 100-meter tall pillar that towered above the ground. It was as thick as a few people hugging it. There were marks on it. These marks were thick, thin, long, and short. Some were very deep while some were shallow. There should be more than 100 of them. However, what caught Qianzong's attention was the 12 marks. Or rather, the aura of the 12 marks was very strong, far stronger than the other marks. The disciples of the 12 kings, the 12 powerful auras were left behind by the disciples of the 12 kings. As for the other marks, they were relatively weaker, but they were also quite powerful and contained different profundities. The Tao King Pillar was a very clear mark. Whether one could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar was a dividing line. Those who could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar were considered top-notch or even top-notch among the true saints of the entire divine dynasty. Qianzong was not in a hurry to leave a mark. Instead, he carefully observed the marks and felt the profundities contained within them. There were over 100 marks on the Tao King Pillar. Their thickness, length, depth, and even shape were all different. There were traces of swords and sabers, spears, whips, fists and palms, as well as kicks. Different marks contained different auras, as if they had existed for eternity. They contained completely different mysteries and fluctuations. Qianzong comprehended them one by one and comprehended some of their mysteries. However, it was only a few mysteries. It was very shallow, like peeking at a leopard through a tube. Qianzong did not want to comprehend more mysteries, but he could not. This was because when he wanted to comprehend them in depth, he encountered a resistance from the Tao King Pillar. After simply sensing the auras of over 100 marks, Qianzong's expression turned solemn. His eyes were focused on the Tao King Pillar. He leaped forward and unsheathed the heavenly will sword in an instant. Body and sword as one, divine sword as one, will and sword as one. The sword was suddenly unsheathed, bringing with it a dazzling sword light that seemed to steal all the light in the world. The sword intent was peerlessly sharp, cutting through everything. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Divine firmament, as the sword light resonated, it instantly struck the Tao King Pillar. The Tao King Pillar suddenly trembled, and the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. It transformed into a series of responses that surged out like waves and buzzed with the sound of waves. A long sword mark suddenly appeared on the Tao King pillar. It emitted a dazzling light, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Chenzong landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. He stared at the sword mark, secretly guessing that it should be able to leave a mark on the Tao King pillar. He just did not know what level it was. After 3 breaths, the sword mark seemed to be engraved on the Tao King pillar. It emitted a powerful fluctuation of sword intent that was not inferior to the auras of the 12 most powerful marks. Disciple of the 12 kings, the might of Chenzong's sword had also reached the level of the 12 kings' disciple. Chenzong was both surprised and felt that it was reasonable. The Tao King pillar's mark tested one's great Tao might. At the same time, it also tested one's cultivation base, level of strength, and so on. It wasn't as clear-cut as the Eternal Path and Thousand Slayer Pagoda. Instead, it was a comprehensive test that leaned towards the Great Tao. Chenzong was able to reach the 8th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, so it was within his expectations that he would leave behind a mark on the Tao King pillar. However, it was also beyond his expectations that he would find it difficult to reach the 2nd section of the Eternal Path. Maybe it's because of the Eternal Path. Chenzong couldn't help but think about it again. Is it because of my cultivation path? Chenzong could not help guessing. His own path of cultivation was different from the orthodox path of cultivation. It was his own creation, and there was no other branch. First, he cultivated his inner world, then turned it into an inner universe. He did not need to comprehend the great Tao of the outside world, and he could nurture his own sword Tao. In this way, it would not have much to do with the Tao of the outside world. The Eternal Path's test of the true meaning of the Great Tao was based on the cultivation path of this universe. It did not include his situation, so when he entered the test, the pressure of the Great Tao he had to endure seemed abnormal. Looking at it all, it seemed that this was the only explanation that would work. Thinking of this, Chenzong couldn't tell what he was feeling. It was hard to describe. He couldn't help but shake his head in relief and reveal a carefree smile. He had already tried the Eternal Path, the Thousand Kills Pagoda, and the Tao King Pillar. For the time being, there was no need to try a second time. Then, the next time was to cultivate in peace and properly comprehend. He would wait for the demigod's Tao preaching and the demon's cosmic era fragment ruins to open again. When Chenzong returned to his secret palace, someone noticed the change in the ranking on the Thousand Kills Pagoda's stone tablet and was immediately surprised. Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong? He's ranked 5th. Who is he? Following this, someone else discovered that there was an extra Tao mark on the Tao King pillar. An extra Tao mark was nothing special, and it was quite normal. However, that Tao mark's aura was much more powerful than the 12 imperial disciples' Tao marks, which was a big deal. What kind of existence were the 12 royal disciples? They were the most tyrannical 12 people in the entire ancient Illumination Palace. In the entire ancient Illumination God dynasty, they were considered to be at the top of all the true saints. Shock, the entire ancient Illumination Palace was shaken. An expert at the level of the 12 royal disciples had appeared. They had never seen him before. After some investigation, it was confirmed that he was a new Outer Palace disciple. Then, Zhongliu came to visit again, bringing another person with him. Brother Chen, you hit it well. Zhongliu's handsome face revealed a wry smile. Chenzong only smiled and did not respond. Zhongliu did not say anything. After all, she had never asked and was just guessing. Moreover, she was not that familiar with Chenzong. Brother Chen, this is my uncle, Zhongli Gungming. He's also the sect master of the Tianxiang sect. Zhongliu introduced the middle-aged man she brought to Chenzong. This middle-aged man looked somewhat elegant. He stared at Chenzong with a casual smile. His clear eyes were deep as if they contained endless mysteries. It was as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Hearing Zhongliu's introduction, Chenzong was a little surprised. Zhongli Gungming was the sect master of the Tianxiang sect, one of the 3 outer palace disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. At the same time, he was also one of the 12 royal disciples and was known as the Strangle Hell Fist Saint. One of the 12 royal disciples, the sect master of the Tianxiang sect, personally came to visit. This was indeed beyond Chenzong's expectations. But thinking about it, it was actually reasonable. It should be that the matter of him leaving his name on the Thousand Kills Tower stone tablet and the Tao King pillar was known. That was a shocking achievement comparable to the 12 royal disciples. Then, the purpose of the sect master of the Xianxia sect was very clear. Greetings, Brother Chen. Zhongli Gongming cupped his hands and smiled at Chen Zong. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be so strong despite looking so young. This makes me sigh. My years of cultivation seem to be nothing. You flatter me. Chen Zong smiled slightly. After a series of compliments that wouldn't be objectionable, Zhongli Gongming clearly stated his purpose of visit. Sure enough, it was to recruit Chen Zong and invite Chen Zong to join the Tianxiang sect. Of the 12 royal disciples, 8 were inner palace disciples and 4 were outer palace disciples. Among them, 3 of the sect masters were outer palace disciples. There was also an outer palace disciple who hadn't joined any of the sects. Jing Wushua's temperament is unsociable. He has always been a loner and has never participated in the disputes of the inner palace disciples, Zhongli Gongming said. Jing Wushue was one of the outer palace disciples. With Brother Chen's strength, you should be the new royal disciple. Our outer palace disciples have one more top combatant, Zhongli Gongming said with a smile. Generally speaking, he was the one speaking, while Chen Zong mainly listened. Zhongli Gongming's speech was very rhythmic. His style of speech was quite good, and his knowledge was extraordinary. It made people feel that talking with him was quite interesting. Thank you for your attention, Brother Zhongli. However, my purpose of coming here is to obtain the opportunity to enter the demon era fragment of the universe. I don't want to participate in any disputes, Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly. I understand Brother Chen's meaning. However, sometimes, you can't stay out of the disputes just because you don't want to. Zhongli Gongming maintained a faint smile and replied, Jing Wushue also encountered a lot of troubles in the beginning and was troubled for a while. Moreover, the situation of the 12 royal disciples has been maintained for dozens of years. Brother Chen's arrival has broken this situation and the balance. For the outer palace, this is a good thing because the outer palace has become stronger. However, for the inner palace, it's not a good thing. Zhongli Gongming said truthfully. He was not exaggerating. The 8 royal disciples of the inner palace will definitely not sit by and do nothing. They will definitely target you. Brother Chen's strength is indeed great. However, you are alone and without help. Once you are targeted, you can only hide in the secret palace. It's very sullen. Even if you hide in the secret palace and don't come out, they will constantly target and harass you. Zhongli Gongming continued. The smile on his face was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. Back then, Jing Wushue was forced to leave the ancient divine dynasty by the royal disciples of the inner palace. However, he broke through again at the last moment and his strength increased explosively. He took the initiative to attack and defeated the royal disciples of the inner palace one after another. In the end, he was defeated by the first royal disciple. On the Thousand Kills Pagoda's stele, Jing Wushue was ranked second. On the Everlasting Path stele, he was also ranked second. Among the scars on the Tao King pillar, there was one that had a very strong aura. It was probably Jing Wushue's Tao scar. Recalling the aura of that Tao scar, Chen Zong's expression turned serious. That aura was very strong and extreme. It was a very terrifying Tao intent. It meant that the owner of this Tao intent cultivated an extreme Tao and was very strong. He was not someone to be trifled with. All of a sudden, Chen Zong became more interested in Jing Wushue. If possible, he wanted to see his strength and methods. Brother Chen, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Zhongli Gongming smiled again. Tianxiang sect's doors will always be open for you. If you're willing to join, your status will be the same as mine. Chen Zong was a bit surprised. One had to admit that Zhongli Gongming's promise carried a lot of weight. Although Chen Zong didn't necessarily need that status, Zhongli Gongming's words carried a lot of weight. After sending off Zhongli Gingming and Zhongli Yu, someone else immediately came to visit. It was the sect master of the House of Honesty. The sect master of the House of Honesty was a gloomy-looking person, and his tone was rather cold. His goal was also to recruit Chen Zong, but his tone was not as polite as Zhongli Gingming's. It was rather oppressive. Chenzong rejected him directly. The sect master of honesty left with an unhappy expression. Not long after, the sect master of Guili sect came to visit. The sect master of Guili sect was a big man. As soon as he entered, he laughed loudly. His voice was as loud as a bell. He looked very familiar and immediately called Chenzong brother. This was different from how Zhongli Gungming called Chenzong brother. It was very familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time and had even become sworn brothers. This made Chenzong feel very uncomfortable. The sect master of Guili sect did all this to recruit Chenzong to join Guili sect and strengthen the sect. Unfortunately, Chenzong refused again. In truth, out of the three of them, Zhongli Gungming gave Chenzong the best impression. If he really wanted to join one of the three sects, Tianxiang sect was undoubtedly the most suitable. Humph, you're on your own. After being rejected by Chenzong, the sect master of Guili sect snorted coldly and left unhappily. The outer palace and the inner palace had been at odds since the beginning, and they had fought many times until now. In other words, it was because the inner palace disciples were unhappy that the outer palace disciples had come and taken away the resources that were supposed to belong to them. Therefore, the outer palace disciples had many complaints and animosity towards them. They would occasionally cause trouble for the outer palace disciples and attack them. But in the end, the outer palace and inner palace had reached a balance after so many years of fighting. If nothing unexpected happened, the current situation would continue. The reason was simple. The inner palace disciples were very clear that the outer palace disciples couldn't be expelled, nor could they take over the outer palace. From time to time, there would be people from the outer palace entering and passing the test to become an outer palace disciple. Now, this balance was broken because of Chenzong. A new outer palace disciple had directly displayed battle results comparable to the 12 royal disciples. Although it was unclear why the immemorial path stone steel didn't have a ranking, the 1,000 kills pagoda and Dao King pillars battle results couldn't be faked. This also meant that this person's strength had most likely reached the level of the 12 royal disciples, breaking the balance that was currently maintained and strengthening the top combatants of the outer hall. This was a good thing for the outer hall, but not for the inner hall. The three outer palace disciples all tried to rope in Chenzong, and the inner palace disciples also began to move. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because Chenzong was ranked 5th on the 1,000 kills pagoda stone steel. This meant that his battle strength was very strong and could be considered above average among the 12 royal disciples. The 1,000 kills pagoda tested one's battle strength. This kind of strength could only be dealt with by the stronger royal disciples. The first royal disciple was an inner palace disciple, the second royal disciple was an outer palace disciple, and the third and fourth royal disciples were inner palace disciples. To deal with Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong, the third or fourth royal disciples would have to act. As for the first royal disciple, the possibility of him taking the initiative to act was very low. Back then, because Jing Wuxue was too strong, he had defeated the inner palace disciples one after another, forcing the first royal disciple to act. Just as the inner palace disciples were about to deal with Chenzong, an unexpected arrival caused them to stop their operation. The Origin Secret Land was about to open. The Origin Secret Land and the Demigod's Tao Lecture were the two opportunities of the Ancient Illumination Palace. As for the Myriad Ancient Path, the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, and the Tao King Pillar, they weren't much of an opportunity. They were more of a test. The Yuan Secret Place was an opportunity for the Ancient Illumination Palace, and it would open every few years. As for how many years it would take, there was no fixed number. It could be 7 or 8 years, or more than 10 years, but it would never be more than 20 years. As for the Demigod's Lecture, it was full of uncertainties. Whether one could find it or not depended on luck. When the news that the secret place was about to open spread out, all the disputes came to a halt in an instant, pausing for a moment. Therefore, no trouble from the inner palace came to Chenzong. The Yuan Secret Place, Chenzong muttered to himself in the secret palace. His eyes lit up slightly with some anticipation. The Yuan Secret Place was a special and precious place. Some Yuan Secret Springs would be born in the Yuan Secret Place. The spring water of the Yuan Secret Springs was extremely pure, and had the ability to refine and purify power. In theory, the origin secret spring born from the origin secret lands could refine and purify all kinds of energy. In that case, his mixed yuan heart force might also be refined and purified, becoming even purer. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the complete true saint realm, it could no longer be improved. If one wanted to improve one's strength, they could only work on other aspects, such as martial arts attainment, unique killing moves, powerful secret techniques, and powerful external forces. Other than that, there was another way, which was to refine and purify one's cultivation power. The purer one's cultivation power was, the more powerful it would be. This way, one could further improve one's strength. This was good for ordinary true saints, but they didn't have to force it. However, it was very attractive to cultivators who had reached the peak of the true saint realm and couldn't improve any further. The disciples of the ancient illumination palace had all reached the peak of the complete true saint realm. Apart from breaking through, there was no way to improve their cultivation. However, their cultivation power could be further refined and purified. However, compared to improving one's cultivation, refining and purifying one's cultivation power was very difficult. Perhaps at the beginning, they could use some secret techniques or treasures to refine their cultivation power. However, it would be more difficult after that. For example, Qianzong had once used the evil power of the primordial evil god to refine his mixed yuan heart force in the god prison district. This made his mixed yuan heart force even purer. Now, Qianzong didn't know how to continue refining and purifying it. Perhaps the origin secret lands was an opportunity. It wasn't difficult to enter the origin secret lands. All disciples were qualified to enter. However, they had to fight to find and use the origin secret spring. Why did the three outer palaces want to recruit him? One of the reasons was to fight for the origin secret spring in the origin secret lands. The other reason was, of course, to be lucky enough to get a demigod's lecture. What they did not expect was that before they succeeded in recruiting Qianzong, the origin secret land was about to open. Next, they had to prepare to enter the origin secret lands. 3 days, only 3 days. Once it was over, the origin secret lands would open. My luck is not bad. Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself. It had been less than a month since he entered the ancient illumination palace, and he was lucky enough to encounter the opening of a secret land. It would be even better if he could witness a demigod's preaching in a short period of time. He wouldn't consider the demigod's lecture for now. It was full of uncertainty. He could only depend on the demigod's mood. As for the origin secret lands, it was a real opportunity. He had to seize it and use it for himself. 3 days passed by quickly. Many people had gathered at one corner of the illumination ancient hall. Many powerful auras lingered in the air and filled the surroundings. When the auras collided with each other, it formed a terrifying scene. It felt like the void was about to collapse. Palace disciples from the outer and inner palaces were all at least as strong as those on the real chaotic ranking. They were very terrifying. When Qianzong arrived, numerous gazes focused over along with him, and there was surprise, bewilderment, curiosity, hostility, and so on and so forth. Those who looked at him with hostility were all inner palace disciples. Qianzong acted as if he didn't see those gazes, and he paid no attention to them. Instead, he stared at the door before him, a closed door. The door was simple and deep, and it was pure green in color. It seemed to be embedded in space, and it emanated an ancient and mysterious fluctuation. Once the door to the origin secret lands opened, one could enter the origin secret lands through this door. Now, he just had to wait for the door to open. Qianzong didn't care about anything else. At this time, there was a commotion because other imperial palace disciples had arrived. "Brother Chen, you're here." Zhongli Gingming walked over with a group of people and greeted him with a faint smile. "Brother Zhongli," Qianzong responded. "This is your first time entering the origin secret lands." Zhongli Gingming smiled and said, "I've been there twice, so I'm familiar with it." "Brother Chen, why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other." Qianzong was a little surprised by Zhongli Gingming's words. He had entered the origin secret lands twice. It seemed that Zhongli Gingming had obtained some benefits in the origin secret lands, which was why his strength had improved to such a level. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhongli, Chenzong responded, his tone containing a hint of rejection. According to the information he knew, the origin secret springs in the origin secret lands were not so easy to find. It was not something that could be found just once or twice. The probability of it being found was very high, and luck was also very important. Moreover, even if they found an origin secret spring, how could they share it with so many people? Share it, that would cause the power of the origin secret spring to disperse, and the effect of refining and purification would be reduced. Only one person? Who? Everyone needs it. Zhongli Gingming was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he smiled faintly and did not say any more words of invitation. However, he still told Chenzong all the information regarding the Yuan secret grounds. This was the information that he had accumulated after entering the Yuan secret grounds twice. It was also some words of experience. Thank you, Chenzong thanked him solemnly. No matter what, Zhongli Gingming was indeed a very interesting person, a person with sincerity. The Wuwang clan leader and Guili clan leader looked at Chenzong with cold smiles, but did not come over to invite him. At this time, Chenzong felt a cold and lonely aura spread out. That cold and lonely aura brought with it a kind of extreme, as if it was a 10,000-year-old ice that had been exposed from an endless dark abyss. When this aura appeared, it immediately alarmed everyone, and they all looked over. In the distance, a person was walking over. His expression was indifferent, as if he did not care about anything, as if there was nothing in this world that was worthy of his attention. His eyes were indifferent, but there was a hint of deathly stillness, and a lonely aura spread out from his body. He was like a lone wolf walking in the cold wasteland. This was the first time Chenzong saw Jing Wuxue. At first glance, he had a very deep impression of Jing Wuxue. Jing Wuxue was also a sword cultivator. He carried a long sword on his back, and the hilt of the sword was pale white. He left a very deep impression, the kind that one would never forget after a single glance. Very strong. Chenzong could not help but think. Thinking about the ranking of the 1,000 Kills Tower, Jing Wuxue was ranked second, and he was ranked fifth. Without a doubt, Jing Wuxue was stronger than he was before activating the ancient god sword armor. As for the comparison of his strength with Jing Wuxue after activating the ancient god sword armor, Chenzong was not clear. Without a real battle, it was difficult to say clearly. At this level of strength, just by sensing one's aura could no longer be so accurate, because everyone had hidden methods that were difficult to detect. For example, if he did not activate the ancient god sword armor, unless one was a demigod, it would be difficult for anyone to sense him. Jing Wuxue ignored everyone, as if he did not care about anyone. Then, there was another commotion, an even bigger commotion, because someone else had come. It was a blurry figure, as if the figure was shrouded in layers of fog, making it difficult for people to see the figure's appearance clearly. They only felt that the fog around the figure seemed to contain countless mysteries, constantly revolving around it. The first king's disciple. The figure seemed to be shrouded in thick fog, making it hard for people to see him clearly. He was so mysterious yet so eye-catching. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the center of everyone's attention. The other royal disciples, including Jing Wuxue, who was so unique that he left a deep impression in people's minds, were reduced to mere background characters. As for Chenzong, no one paid any attention to him. Chenzong stared at the figure shrouded in fog, his eyes flashing. He was a little surprised. I can't see through him. It wasn't that he couldn't see through him at all. It was just a vague feeling, like looking at the moon in the water. It was somewhat illusory. Chenzong couldn't help but be intrigued. The first royal disciple was very mysterious and difficult to see through. Chenzong felt that he was very strong, like a giant beast hiding in the depths of the sea. He was very strong, very strong. He was even stronger than the martial god lord who had activated the demon bloodline. Maybe, even if I activate the ancient god sword armor, I might not be able to defeat him. Chenzong couldn't help but guess secretly. When the time came, the door embedded in the void of the secret place suddenly trembled and slowly opened. It was as if there was an ancient sound coming from the door. Everyone's gaze shifted from the first royal disciple to the door. An ancient aura spread out from the open door, bringing with it a kind of amazing mystery and extreme purity. What a pure aura! Chenzong couldn't help but gasp. He was shocked by the purity of the aura. It was the first time he had seen such a pure aura. As expected of the divine dynasty, the resources and environment here were incomparable to the void outside. The door was completely opened. Inside was an expanse of dark green. There was nothing else, and nothing could be seen at all. Let's go. Let's go in. The palace disciples immediately became excited and rushed toward the completely open door and into it. There were disciples in the ancient illumination palace, but there were no palace masters or elders. Or rather, there were some, but they were only in name. They basically did not manage the affairs of the ancient illumination palace. They only set the corresponding rules. The ancient illumination palace was different from the other forces. After all, those who could enter the ancient illumination palace were the top of the true divine realm. They all had their own cultivation and had reached the peak. The next step was the demigod realm. If one wanted to guide them in their cultivation, one had to be a demigod. Demigods, on the other hand, would not be so free. Even if they were free, they would not necessarily guide them in their cultivation. Demigods and those below demigods were on two different levels. Chen Zong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light. He instantly flew towards the open door and entered it. As soon as Chen Zong entered the cyan light, he immediately felt a mysterious aura permeating the air and enveloping his entire body. That feeling was wonderful to the extreme. That kind of aura seemed to be nourishing his body bit by bit, seeping into his body bit by bit, strengthening him bit by bit. Then, it merged into his cultivation power bit by bit, causing his cultivation power to be refined, purified, and become even purer. However, this process was very slow and the effect was very small for Chen Zong. Unless he could continuously absorb it for hundreds of years, his cultivation power would not improve. This was a step of refinement and purification. Even so, Chen Zong was still happy. At least it meant that the refinement and purification effect of the Yuan secret land was useful to him. At the beginning, Chen Zong was worried that it would be useless to him like the everlasting path. After all, his mixed Yuan heart force was a cultivation power that was different from the orthodox cultivation path. There were many differences. The pale blue color slowly faded, as if it was fading. Chen Zong also felt as if he was falling. When his feet touched the ground, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, turning into a stretch of green mountains and clear water. Pure aura was everywhere. It was not the Yuan Qi of the universe, nor was it any other aura that Chen Zong had felt before. It was a very pure aura, very unique. It slowly seeped into his body bit by bit, actively purifying his cultivation. Chen Zong operated his cultivation technique and the mixed Yuan heart force immediately began to move. It actively absorbed the pure aura from all directions into his body, accelerating the refinement and purification of his cultivation power. It's several times faster than before, but the purified aura is too weak. At this speed, it will take decades to purify the mixed Yuan heart force, Chen Zong could not help but think. In fact, it was not bad to be able to purify one's cultivation in a few decades, but for Chen Zong, it was still too slow. Every time the Yuan secret land opened, it would only last for 7 days at most. It was impossible to purify one's cultivation in a few decades. The only way was to find the Yuan secret spring and use its power to purify one's cultivation. The Yuan secret spring was the condensation of the pure aura, the condensation of the essence. After entering the Yuan secret land, there was no specific place where one would appear. Everything was up to fate. If one was lucky, it was very likely that one would appear directly near the Yuan secret spring, or even right next to it. However, this possibility was very low. The Yuan secret area was a place of opportunity, and there was no danger. Or rather, the source of the danger was the other disciples. However, there would only be competition, and no deaths would occur. This was not allowed by the ancient palace, and no disciple could violate this rule. Chen Zong released the mixed Yuan heart force and immediately found that it was limited and could not spread. In the Yuan secret land, one could not use divine sense and other probing methods. One could only rely on one's eyes, ears, nose, and senses to search. Zhongli even told Chen Zong some of his experiences on how to find the Yuan secret spring. This was his conclusion. It was not 100% accurate, but it was still very useful. Shenzong was indebted to him. Looking around, there were green mountains and clear waters. In this Yuan secret land, the mountains, rivers, and plants seemed very fresh. There was an indescribable and soul-stirring magnificence. It was as if everything here had also been refined and purified. Carefully feeling, using his super-strong perception to capture the pure aura in the air. There were subtle differences in the strength of the pure aura in different directions. If one did not have a strong enough perception, they would not be able to sense it at all. Perception was one of Shenzong's strengths. Even so, for a moment, Shenzong could not accurately perceive anything. He could only vaguely sense it and chose a direction to move forward. Slowly, using his super-sharp perception, he adjusted his direction and gradually moved towards the place where the pure aura was denser. That should be the direction of the Yuan secret spring. The Yuan secret land within the Yuan secret land. There was more than one spring. As for how many there were, it was not clear. But there should not be too many. Every time it opened, every time the palace disciples entered, only a very small number of palace disciples would be able to obtain the Yuan secret spring and successfully refine and purify their cultivation. Not even 1/10 of the total number. Even so, the Yuan secret spring in the Yuan secret land was still very attractive. Every time it opened, the palace disciples would rush like a flock of ducks. No matter what, they would enter it. If they were lucky, they might be able to find and enter a Yuan secret spring and successfully refine and purify their cultivation power, thus increasing their strength. The stronger one was, the greater the benefits and the greater the competitiveness. Walking continuously, Shenzong passed through a small forest. Seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly showed a smile. Although it was the first time he saw it, Shenzong was sure that it was the Yuan secret spring. It was a small spring, only about a meter in radius. There were wisps of cloud-like pure white aura lingering around it, rising like smoke. However, it was restricted to a certain range and could not escape, let alone dissipate. The amazing purifying aura constantly permeated the air, which made Shenzong very surprised. Compared to the purifying aura in the air, the aura of the Yuan secret spring was more than 1,000 times richer. It was simply amazing. Shenzong took a step forward with joy and surprise. He immediately walked towards the Yuan secret spring and entered it. He did not encounter any obstructions throughout the process, because the Yuan secret spring itself was not dangerous. It was a place of opportunity. The ancient illumination hall's place of opportunity was a place of opportunity that was specially given to its disciples. It was like a benefit, so naturally, there was no danger set in it. The only source of danger was that other palace disciples would compete with each other for the Yuan secret spring. Once they discovered the Yuan secret spring together, they would fight for it, and the strong would occupy it. Now, only Shenzong had discovered it. In an instant, Shenzong stepped into the Yuan secret spring, intending to immediately absorb the purifying aura in it to refine and purify his cultivation and further improve his strength. It would be best if he could finish absorbing the Yuan secret spring before other palace disciples discovered it. When Shenzong stepped into the Yuan mystic spring, he was immediately surrounded by clouds. As the clouds fluctuated, they seemed to come alive and burrowed into Shenzong's body. As Shenzong circulated his primordial chaos, the primordial chaos heart force immediately circulated at its fastest speed. It actively absorbed the purified aura of the Yuan mystic spring into his body. As the primordial chaos heart force continued to circulate, it also continued to refine and purify it. It really works. Shenzong could not help but show a touch of joy. Although he already knew it was effective when he entered, when he really absorbed the power of the Yuan secret spring, Shenzong felt very wonderful. It was as if he had tasted a rare wine or eaten a peerless delicacy. The origin heart force all over his body seemed to be in high spirits, and it began to be refined and purified as it operated. The whole process was not uncomfortable at all, but rather wonderful, comfortable, and carefree. Major circulatory cycle after major circulatory cycle, the origin heart force was refined and purified bit by bit, becoming more and more pure. It was more than 100 times faster than before when it was absorbing the purifying aura in the air. However, Shenzong's origin heart force was originally very pure, so the purification effect was not particularly significant. Overall, this was also a great benefit. It made Qianzong's origin heart force purer and more refined, and his strength would also be improved. Time passed slowly, and the mist of the Yuan mystery spring gradually decreased as it was absorbed by Qianzong. At this moment, a lonely and desolate aura permeated the air, and Qianzong sensed it. Not far away, a figure was flying towards him. Jing Wuxue had also sensed the aura of the Yuan mystery spring. In that instant, their gazes clashed and collided. Shocking sword intent surged. Qianzong's sword intent was so high, pure, and powerful, as if it could contain everything. On the other hand, Jing Wuxue's sword intent carried a deep loneliness, as if it had come from a desolate abyss. As the two sword intents collided, a formless storm of sword intent swept out in all directions, splitting open the surrounding ground and leaving behind numerous shocking sword scars. Qianzong was secretly shocked. Jing Wuxue's sword intent was so powerful. Jing Wuxue was also shocked by Qianzong's sword intent. Qianzong had already made his preparations. He was ready to draw his sword and fight. His heart was filled with joy and excitement. However, Jing Wuxue withdrew his sword intent and turned around to leave without saying a word. He had no intention of attacking. Since that was the case, Qianzong would not draw his sword and chase after him. Not long after Jing Wuxue left, Qianzong finally finished absorbing the power of the Yuan mystery spring. His mixed Yuan heart force had been refined and purified, and it had become a few % purer than before. The power of cultivation was one of the components of a person's strength. It was not all of it, and it was not even half of it. Therefore, the increase in strength was not significant, and it was not much. It should be around 10%. Qianzong inwardly guessed. However, at his current level, even a 10% increase in strength was very shocking. Normally, it would take him dozens of years to achieve such a result, and it might even be difficult to achieve. If I can find a few more Yuan mystery springs, my strength will increase even further. Qianzong thought to himself, and walked away again. The Yuan mystery spring had already disappeared. In the beginning, Qianzong was quite lucky. He found the first origin secret spring and even successfully absorbed it. However, he did not find a second origin secret spring for an entire day. On the second day, Qianzong found a Yuan secret spring. Unfortunately, there was someone there. It was a figure shrouded in mist. It was the first king's disciple. Qianzong did not fight for it. That was not Qianzong's character. On the third day, Qianzong was lucky. He sensed it again and found a new Yuanqi secret spring, which was about the size of a meter square. He immediately stepped into it and began to absorb it. It was just that this time, the effect was not as obvious as the first time. Qianzong could feel that the purity of his primordial heart force was not as good as the first time. This was also very normal. After all, as the mixed Yuan heart force became more and more pure, the difficulty of refining and purifying it would become more and more difficult. In the end, there might not even be any effect. 5%, the increase in strength this time was only 5%. It was not as good as the previous 10%. In other words, after absorbing 2 Yuanqi secret springs, Qianzong's strength had increased by 15%. If I absorb such a large Yuanqi secret spring again, it will lose its effect, Qianzong said to himself. Even if it was a third time, the effect would be weakened to the extreme. If I can find a larger Yuanqi secret spring, the effect will be even better, Qianzong said to himself and continued to search. After 2 rounds of refinement and purification, his perception seemed to have been strengthened. It seemed to have become easier to sense the Yuanqi secret spring. Get lost. Qi Kongda stared coldly. His killing intent swept out in all directions like a storm. His long hair danced wildly, making a rustling sound. He was the 4th king's disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace. With a long spear in hand, his spear aura was shocking. It merged with the heavy wind pressure and filled the air with a terrifying spear pressure that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The cause of this matter was that Qianzong had found a new Yuanqi secret spring. It was a 3-meter-wide Yuanqi spring, which was larger than the previous 2 Yuanqi secret springs combined. The purifying power that lingered in it was even denser and more vigorous than the previous two Yuan-Chi secret springs combined. Qianzong could not help but be overjoyed. If he absorbed the purifying power of this Yuan-Chi secret spring, it would definitely purify his primordial heart force further. By then, the increase in strength would be even more significant. However, in addition to him, there was another person who had followed him to the Yuan-Chi secret spring. They were only a dozen breaths apart. The fourth king's disciple, Qi Kongda, it was an inner palace disciple with the title of Storm Spear Extreme. He was a powerful true saint expert. When Qi Kongda saw this Yuan-Chi secret spring, he was overjoyed because he had been in the Yuan-Chi secret place for 3 days. It was not that he had not found any Yuan-Chi secret springs, but that he had found 2. Unfortunately, one of them was occupied by the first king's disciple. He knew the first king's disciple's strength and did not dare to snatch it. The second one was occupied by the third and seventh king's disciple. If it was just the third king's disciple alone, he would have tried to snatch it. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was not too great. However, the third and seventh king's disciple were siblings. If they worked together, only the first king's disciple could defeat them. As for the second king's disciple, they were at most equal. Now that he had found the third Yuan-Chi secret spring, he did not expect it to be found by someone else. Fortunately, it was a new outer palace disciple. Although he was ranked 5th in the 1,000-kill tower and had a very strong aura on the Dao King pillar, Qi Kongda did not take him seriously. Every king's disciple had been tested by time and strength. It was not just because they had challenged the immemorial path, 1,000-kill tower, and Dao King pillar once. His attitude was very unyielding. He directly told Qianzong to scram. The attitude of inner palace disciples towards outer palace disciples had always been unyielding, unless the difference in strength was too obvious. Facing Qi Kongda, who was extremely forceful and overbearing, Qianzong did not cower in the slightest. Instead, he smiled. The best thing to do was to calmly absorb the pure energy of the Yuan-Chi secret spring and refine it into his own cultivation base. However, sometimes it was not so easy. Since that was the case, he could only deal with this problem first. In an instant, sword intent erupted. It was as if a heavenly sword had pierced through the sky, pressing down on Qi Kongda. "You're courting death." Qi Kongda was furious. Qianzong actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. He was simply courting death. In an instant, Qi Kongda attacked in fury. The dark Xian spear suddenly trembled, emitting a terrifying roar. It was as if a wind dragon was roaring. The aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme. It directly blasted towards Qianzong. This spear attack was merciless. A true saint with the indestructible body of the Great Path would not be easily killed, especially one who had reached the consummation of the true saint realm. It was even more difficult for one to die so easily. Therefore, there was no need to worry so much when attacking. The dark Xian spear seemed to have transformed into a roaring dark Xian wind dragon. It carried an astonishing wind pressure and blasted towards Qianzong like a storm. The dragon's claws fell from the sky. The terrifying sharp claws tore through the sky and viciously clawed at Qianzong. Qianzong did not dodge. In an instant, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed. An extremely dazzling sword light shot out as it tore through the sky. It directly attacked the roaring dark Xian wind dragon's claws. Slash, the first attack was a killing move. The sword seemed to have taken away all the light in the world, causing the surroundings to fall into darkness. It was as if it had swallowed the wind dragon. Only an extremely dazzling sword light shone. It tore through the dark sky as if it was splitting heaven and earth. The dragon's claws were cut off in an instant. The sword light cut through the wind dragon's body like a hot knife through butter. After the sword was cut in two, it charged towards Qi Kongda. Qi Kongda's expression changed involuntarily. He felt that the sword will in the sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could cut through everything. It was invincible. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist the sharpness of the sword. He vaguely felt that he would be cut in two. He let out a low roar and took a step back. The deep green long spear rolled backwards and the wind dragon appeared once again. It emitted a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately, it swooped down, sweeping up a hurricane that wreaked havoc. It easily shattered the extremely sharp sword glow and charged towards Qianzong. This attack seemed to be able to shatter mountains and rivers. It caused the sun and the moon to collapse. Qianzong's expression turned serious. The strength of the fourth royal disciple was indeed very terrifying. It was indescribably shocking. It directly brought great pressure to Qianzong. Ancient star, as the sword fell, the shadow of the star suddenly appeared. As it spun, it brought with it a domineering power that could suppress everything. It blasted towards the dark cyan wind dragon as if it could crush everything. Die. Qi Kongda's strength exploded again, causing the power of the spear to become even more tyrannical and terrifying. He blasted it out directly with a cold face. It's too difficult to defeat him with just normal strength, Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself. Qi Kongda's strength was much more tyrannical than that of the 100 Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Sword God. If he didn't use all his skills, it would really be difficult to defeat him. Perhaps, after a long battle, he could defeat him with the high-speed recovery of the mixed Yuan heart force. However, it wouldn't be easy. The battle fluctuations here were too great. It was very likely that it would attract other palace disciples or even royal disciples. It would be very disadvantageous for him. In that case, he might as well defeat him directly. Activate, arm. In an instant, a silver-gray fluid seeped out of Qianzong's body. In the blink of an eye, it solidified and covered his body, turning into a silver-gray armor. It covered his entire body from the helmet to the 4 limbs. Although the style looked simple, it had a smooth and vigorous feeling. It also carried a bit of sharpness. Like a sword that had returned to its original state. Ancient God Sword Armor. When Qianzong activated the Ancient God Sword Armor, his aura skyrocketed. His strength also skyrocketed. The mixed Yuan heart force exploded 3 times. He slashed out with his sword and the star shadow appeared again. It became more condensed and clear. The pressure it emitted also became more tyrannical and shocking. The mixed Yuan heart force exploded 5 times. The sword light flashed and took away all the brilliance, causing darkness to descend. Only the sword light shone so brightly that Qi Kongda couldn't look directly at it. Slash, the Divine Firmament Sword, armed with the Ancient Divine Sword Armor, erupted with 5 times the mixed Yuan heart force. It was terrifying to the extreme, cutting through everything. The dark green giant wind dragon was directly cut in half. Even Qi Kongda was unable to resist and was cut in half. The sword Qi raged wildly in his immortal body as if it wanted to completely destroy it. Qi Kongda didn't hesitate to turn into a dark green flowing light and escape. I've been busy today, so here's the first update. The dark green light streaked across the sky and tore the ground apart, leaving a long gully. The 4th regal disciple, Qi Kongda, only stopped after flying far away. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. How could this be? How could a new outer palace disciple be so powerful, even though Qi Kongda had not unleashed his full strength in the battle earlier? Or perhaps it would be better to say that he did not have the time to unleash all of his strength. The might that his opponent had unleashed was extremely terrifying. This made Qi Kongda realize that even if he unleashed all of his strength, he would still not be his opponent. He had only felt that kind of pressure when he faced the 2nd or 1st regal disciple. Could it be that this new outer palace disciple's strength was comparable to the 2nd or 1st regal disciple? It was unbelievable. The 2nd regal disciple had been in the ancient illumination hall for hundreds of years to have such strength. The 1st regal disciple was also very powerful before he entered the ancient illumination hall, but he was not so powerful that he was invincible in the ancient illumination hall. This outsider had just entered the outer palace not long ago, but he was already so powerful. It was unbelievable. If he had stayed in the ancient illumination hall for hundreds of years, how much would his strength have increased? When he thought of this, Qi Kongda's heart trembled, and he vaguely felt a sense of terror. Qianzong decided to end the battle quickly and unleashed an extremely tyrannical power that caught the 4th royal disciple off guard. He didn't chase after him. After putting away the ancient god sword armor, Qianzong immediately escaped into the Yuan secret spring that was 3 meters wide. He circulated his cultivation method and absorbed the purified energy into his body, further refining his cultivation strength. While refining the power of the origin secret spring, Qianzong did not neglect the outside world. With the power of the chaotic prime realm, he could multitask and not be attacked by others. As he refined it, his chaotic prime heart force became purer. When Qianzong absorbed all the power of the origin secret spring, his chaotic prime heart force was refined again and further purified. Including the 2 yuan secret springs that I refined earlier, my mixed yuan heart force has clearly been purified, and the increase in my strength has become even more significant, Qianzong thought to himself, and a trace of joy involuntarily appeared on his face. 30%. Compared to before entering the Yuan secret land, thanks to the purification of the mixed origin heart force, his strength had increased by 30%. For Qianzong, a 30% increase in strength was very obvious. It was enough for his strength to reach a new level. Moreover, this kind of increase was an increase in his basic strength and regular strength. If he used the ancient god sword armor, it would also be 3 times stronger, which was even more shocking. The Yuan secret land wouldn't be open for long, only 7 days. He had to seize the opportunity to find as much Yuan secret spring as possible and absorb it to improve his cultivation. Qianzong continued his search. On the 4th day, Qianzong found a new Yuan secret spring, which was about 2 square meters in size. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too late. When Qianzong arrived, a figure had just stepped into it. It was a lone traveler in a desolate abyss, full of loneliness and desolation. It was the 2nd king's disciple, Jing Wuxue. Jing Wuxue also sensed Qianzong's arrival and turned around to look. His pair of desolate eyes made Qianzong feel as if he had fallen into a desolate abyss and was walking alone. After exchanging a glance with Jing Wuxue, Qianzong turned around and left. First, since this Yuan secret spring was found by someone else, according to Qianzong's temperament, he wouldn't fight for it under normal circumstances. Second, Jing Wuxue didn't interrupt his absorption of the Yuan secret spring. So, he had to continue his search. This was a 3 square meter Yuan secret spring, which was considered a big one among all the Yuan secret springs in the Yuan secret land, because most of them were only 1 meter square. At this moment, not far from this 3-meter square Yuan secret spring, there were 2 groups of people facing each other. To be precise, one group had 10 people, and the other group only had 1 person. The 10 of them stared solemnly at the figure on the other side. It was a figure that seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog. In the entire ancient illumination palace, there was only 1 person who would be surrounded by layers of fog, and that was the 1st king's disciple. No matter which king's disciple, when facing the 1st king's disciple, would feel a serious pressure from the bottom of their heart. These 10 people were from the Tianxiang Gate, one of the 3 gates of the outer palace. The leader was the gate master, Zhong Ligingming, and Zhong Liu was also among them. The 1st king's disciple in the fog moved, but he did not attack. Instead, he directly walked towards the 3-meter square Yuan secret spring. Up until now, only a spring of this scale had the slightest effect on him, but it was only a slightest effect. After all, he had entered the Yuan secret ground several times already, and he had benefited each time he entered. His cultivation had been refined and tempered time and time again, so it would be much more difficult to refine it further now. However, even if it was just a little bit of purification effect, it would still be useful. It would more or less allow his strength to improve further, even if it was just a little bit. Stop! Zhong Ligingming immediately shouted, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Among the 12 king's disciples, he was ranked 8th. There was a huge gap between him and the 1st king's disciple. Under normal circumstances, he would retreat when faced with such a situation. However, this Yuan secret spring was first discovered by them. In addition, this Yuan secret spring was a gift for his niece, Zhong Liu, so that she could absorb and refine it. Once she succeeded in refining it, Zhong Liu's strength would increase significantly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her strength would increase by several times. After all, although Zhong Liu's strength was not bad, she was only considered to be below average among the 700 king's disciples in the ancient illumination palace. The Yuan secret spring's effect would be more obvious for those who were weaker. On the contrary, the stronger the person, the purer their cultivation, the less obvious the effect of the Yuan secret spring would be. However, the 1st king's disciple did not pay any attention to Zhong Ligingming, as if he did not hear him. In fact, it was not that he did not hear him, but that he ignored him. The strong ignored the weak. Zhong Ligingming's face turned solemn, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. That aura was extremely overbearing, as if it could suppress everything. It directly blasted towards the first king's disciple, causing the grass and trees to bend. Such a powerful aura struck the first king's disciple, but it could not affect him at all. Get lost. In the face of Zhong Ligingming's aura, the first king's disciple responded with a single word. His voice was slightly hoarse and obscure, as if he had not spoken for a long time. That single word contained an extremely terrifying aura. It was like a storm, destroying everything in its path. Zhong Ligingming's expression suddenly changed, because at that moment, he felt an extremely shocking aura blasting towards him, as if it was going to crush him. Retreat. Zhong Ligingming could not help but take 3 steps back, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the overbearing aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything was also defeated. The gap was too big. Uncle. Zhong Liu's face turned pale. She was affected, and in an instant, she felt a terrifying attack, as if it was going to swallow her whole. After shouting, the first king's disciple did not attack, but continued to walk towards the Yuan secret spring at an extremely fast speed. Attack! Zhong Ligingming gritted his teeth and shouted, as if he was staking everything. Explode! Waves of overbearing aura suddenly burst out, shooting into the sky and then rushing towards the first king's disciple. Zhong Ligingming was the first to attack. His fist carried a shocking power that seemed to be able to suppress everything, and directly blasted out. This was how the name Strangle Hell Fist Saint came about. This fist was the Strangle Hell Fist, and this fist seemed to be able to destroy everything. As soon as he attacked, he used his ultimate move without holding back at all. The other members of the Xianxia sect also followed suit, exploding with all their strength and releasing their strongest moves. Facing the first king's disciple, this was the only way. A cold snort came out from the fog. As the fog shook, a palm print wrapped in fog instantly blasted out. As soon as the palm print appeared, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, as if a part of the sky had collapsed, and the power it carried was extremely terrifying. Compared to the Strangle Hell Fist, the difference was too great. It was like a firefly compared to the moon, and there was no comparison at all. In an instant, it was shattered, and the other members of the Xianxia sect's full-strength attacks were also shattered. Under this attack, the 10 of them were immediately pushed back and sent flying. Their indestructible bodies were all severely injured, and cracks appeared on their bodies. They quickly used their own cultivation to recover. However, the first king's disciple's second attack also arrived. The second palm print, which carried with it layers of fog, seemed to have turned the sky and the earth upside down, causing the expressions of Zhong Ligingming and the others to change drastically. So powerful, it was shockingly overbearing. Under this attack, they felt like they were suffocating, and they were unable to resist. Under this palm, they were like ants, and all their resistance was futile. Give up, one by one, they were beaten to the point of giving up, as if they were waiting for death. Only Zhong Ligingming's expression changed drastically, and he kept summoning his strength and will to resist, but he was unable to truly resist. It was just a futile struggle. The difference was too great. Not only was there a difference in cultivation strength, but there was also a difference in martial arts attainment, and even more so, there was a difference in willpower. At the limit of the true sage realm, willpower was especially important, because the strength of one's willpower would indirectly affect the strength of one's strength. Under the impact of the overbearing willpower, everyone except Zhong Ligingming could not bear it and were forced to give up resisting. Even Zhong Ligingming struggled futilely under the pressure of the first king's disciple's willpower. Just as the extremely terrifying palm was about to strike, a sword hum suddenly resounded. The melodious sound rippled in all directions, approaching from afar. Immediately, an extremely dazzling sword light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long and clear sword scar at a low altitude. However, it did not affect the grass and soil on the ground in the slightest. It displayed an astonishing control of strength, causing the strength of this sword light to be completely restrained, preventing it from harming anything else. The sword radiance pierced through the air, carrying with it a shocking sword power that could cut through everything. It brazenly struck the misty palm print that seemed to have turned the world upside down. It paused for a moment, then exploded, and a terrifying power bombarded in all directions like a torrent. A series of roars resounded, and a shocking power overflowed. Retreat. At that moment, the pressure that the people of Xianxia sect were under was weakened to the extreme, and they immediately burst out with extreme speed to distance themselves from it, fearing that they would be affected. Zhong Liging's face was full of surprise. Who was it who had slashed out with that sword just now? It had saved him and the others from danger. A sword radiance flew past from not far away, and within the sword radiance, there was a vague figure. Zhong Liging felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Who was it? There were many people in the entire Illumination Ancient Hall who could make him feel familiar, and there were also many sword cultivators. So who was it? He squinted his eyes slightly, and the light in his eyes condensed, allowing him to see more clearly. However, he was still unable to see through the sword radiance and the vague figure. When his palm collided with the sword light and dissipated, the first royal disciple let out a soft cry of surprise, as if he was somewhat astonished. Vaguely, there seemed to be a pair of dark and deep eyes staring at him from within the fog. They pierced through the fog, pierced through the sword light, and locked onto the figure within the sword light. Following which, a terrifying will charged out from those dark and gloomy eyes, piercing through everything and directly attacking the figure within the sword light. It seemed as if it wanted to destroy the figure within the sword light. The figure within the sword radiance only felt a terrifying will directly bombarding him. The will seemed to be filled with shadows, and layers of mist lingered, as if to drag him into the abyss of mist and get lost in it. Fortunately, the figure within the sword radiance had a very tenacious divine will, and his sword will was very tyrannical. With a cry, the sword will trembled slightly, and instantly cut off the dragging force. As the sword will burst out, it turned into two invisible sword radiances that pierced through the air. The figure in the fog suddenly trembled, and the fog suddenly fluctuated violently, releasing a terrifying momentum like a tsunami. It was vast and mighty, and a tyrannical and boundless aura erupted and spread out. As the shadow spread, it shrouded in all directions, directly covering everything in the surroundings. The sword radiance paused, and was covered by the shadow, as if it was under great pressure. Even the sword radiance began to dim, as if it was about to be destroyed. In the next moment, a sword cry resounded in all directions, shaking the 9 heavens, and the sword radiance was as dazzling as the sun. Slash, the sword slashed through the air, and the sword light transformed into a long river that rumbled endlessly. Everywhere it passed, it was as if everything was shattered into nothingness. Roar. The sword light was like a long river as it emitted a terrifying roar. Everyone could clearly see the figure under the sword light. Brother Chen! Zhong Ligun exclaimed without end, and he revealed a shocked expression. It's him. Zhong Liu could not help but widen his eyes. He was extremely shocked. They knew that Chen Zong's strength was not bad, and should be enough to be ranked among the 12 royal disciples. However, Zhong Liging had never thought that Chen Zong was stronger than him. He did not expect Chen Zong to be able to compete with the first royal disciple. Although he was probably not a match for the first royal disciple, his strength was definitely better than his. This was unexpected. It was completely out of his expectations. Zhong Liu suddenly thought of Fei Jun. Fei Jun had said a lot of bad things about Chen Zong in front of him. Those were all kinds of derogatory words, implying that Chen Zong's strength was nothing. If Fei Jun saw this scene with his own eyes, how shocked would he be? The sword radiance and the fog instantly collided, as if a long river had collided with a long river. A terrifying power burst forth. However, in the next moment, the long river of sword radiance shattered inch by inch, and the long river of fog surged forward with a terrifying will, as if it wanted to devour everything. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. The first royal disciple's strength was indeed terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he was actually suppressed. Zhong Ligingming and the others could see that Chen Zong was starting to fall into a disadvantageous position and was showing signs of being defeated. If this continued, he would probably be defeated. In the next moment, a strange change occurred. A terrifying aura spread out from Chen Zong's body, and a silver-gray fluid seeped out from his body. As it spread, it quickly covered every inch of his body, turning into a simple but extremely tight armor. It covered every inch of his body smoothly and vigorously. Ancient God Sword Armor. When facing the first royal disciple and sensing his tyrannical strength, Chenzong activated the Ancient God Sword Armor to increase his strength. Because he had absorbed and refined 3 origin secret springs, his basic strength had increased by 30%. With the help of the Ancient God Sword Armor, Chenzong's strength had increased even further. The fog surged forward violently, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. Chenzong slashed with his sword, and the sword radiance suddenly broke through the air. The seemingly casual slash instantly exploded with a terrifying sword power, which was even more tyrannical than the long river of sword radiance. The surging fog was instantly destroyed, and the terrifying sword radiance attacked the figure within the fog. For the first time, the fog was broken, and Chenzong saw the figure within the fog. It was a young man with a pale face and pitch-black eyes. His pale face looked as if he had lost too much blood, and his pitch-black eyes were extremely gloomy. When he stared at someone, it was as if he was shrouded in a shadow and gradually swallowed by it. Even with Chenzong's strong divine will and sword essence, he was still somewhat affected. Fortunately, he quickly eliminated it. A hint of surprise flashed in the first royal disciple's dark eyes. He was surprised that this person could cut through the fog around him. He was really powerful. The fog was not a decoration, but a kind of power that he cultivated. It could be used for both defense and offense. Previously, in the entire ancient illumination palace, only the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, was able to break through this layer of fog. Now, there was another one, and it was an outer palace disciple. As the fog surged, it suddenly turned into a huge palm and slammed down in the air. Its momentum was incomparably tyrannical. The palm seemed to be able to destroy everything, shatter everything, and turn everything into powder. This attack was merciless. In the distance, Zhongli Gungming and the others did not feel any tyrannical aura, but they were frightened for no reason. The power of the palm was restrained, and so was its aura. Thus, they could not feel any aura fluctuations. However, the terrifying will contained in it was extremely tyrannical. When they looked at it, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. What a strong will! Chenzong was secretly surprised. Although it had not been long since Chenzong had fought with the first royal disciple, he had more or less figured out the first royal disciple's methods. The first royal disciple was extremely good at integrating his will into his cultivation. He released an attack that contained a strong will. This kind of method was rare. Speaking of which, Chenzong also did not master it. It was not that he could not master it, but that the path was different. Chenzong merged his essence, qi, and spirit with his original cultivation to form the mixed Yuan heart force. However, the first royal disciple's will was integrated into his cultivation attack. It was a kind of secret art. In order to withstand the first royal disciple's attack, one's will must be strong enough. Otherwise, if one's will was not strong enough, they would be affected by the impact. If there was a clear difference in their will, they would be easily defeated by the first royal disciple's attack. Willpower was extremely important to a cultivator. If one's willpower was strong enough, they would be able to maintain their condition better and even break through the situation in the end. On the other hand, if one's willpower was not strong enough, even if everything went smoothly, they might not be able to accomplish anything, let alone a situation of desperation. Will was not only important to cultivators, but also to ordinary people. Of course, to cultivators, will was even more important because ordinary people did not know how to use the power of will. The sword light suddenly burst out like a vast and mighty lightning. It was also like a surging river. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread out. That aura was vigorous and overbearing. As soon as it appeared, it filled the air with a terrifying pressure. It was as if it could crush everything and crush everything. Eternal Star. When the first royal disciple's ultimate move was used, an ancient star's shadow suddenly appeared. It was as if it had directly crossed through time and space to descend, bringing with it an unparalleled power to suppress everything. The moment the star's shadow appeared, everything in the surroundings became still. It was as if everything was frozen. The first royal disciple in the fog was also surprised. This move was indeed very strong. It actually made him feel threatened. Then, it exploded. As the fog surged, flame seemed to burn on the giant palm. The flame rose to the sky. The giant palm struck down from the sky and directly bombarded the star's shadow that was so overbearing that it seemed to be able to suppress everything. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the illusory star trembled and entered a stalemate with the giant palm. In the next moment, a cracking sound echoed as the first crack appeared on the illusory star and quickly spread. More and more cracks appeared on the illusory star, and the illusory star collapsed. After the giant palm that burned with the will of the first royal disciple destroyed the star's shadow, it blasted towards Qianzong like a hot knife through butter. It was as if it wanted to suppress Qianzong with one palm. Before the giant palm arrived, the terrifying pressure of the palm had already suppressed everything. It blasted towards Qianzong and made him feel suffocated. The terrifying will crazily attacked, and the shadow shrouded Qianzong. He only felt that everything in front of him was dark. It was as if he was about to be dragged into the abyss of despair. The sword will exploded. The heavenly will sword trembled, and a blazing aura suddenly spread out. The mixed yuan heart force exploded 3 times. Taihao, when the sword slashed out, a true sun rose, burning endlessly. It carried a violent and terrifying aura that could burn everything as it blasted forward. When it directly hit the giant palm of fog, it easily shattered the giant palm of fog. It drew a bright and boundless trajectory and blasted violently towards the first royal disciple. The void exploded, the earth seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The shocking heat burned everything, as if it was about to dry up and turn into ashes. The fog around the first royal disciple was directly hit, and a series of sizzling sounds could be heard. The fog was continuously burned by the Taihao primordial fire, as if it was about to be burned to ashes. A roar suddenly sounded, as if the earth was shaking and the sky was rioting. A terrifying aura erupted from the body of the first royal disciple and soared into the sky. It was as if an ancient giant beast was awakening. Qianzong's face became more and more solemn under his helmet. That aura directly threatened him, and he felt a sense of fatal crisis for no reason. As the mist surged, it became even more violent and tyrannical, pouncing towards the vast true sun that was burning incessantly. The confrontation was like a tsunami crashing against a mountain. Layer after layer of the power of the mist violently pounced, extinguishing the vast true fire and shattering the vast true Sunday. The fog became more and more intense. It was as if a terrifying ancient giant beast was awakening within the fog. It released a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth. It became more and more tyrannical, and the pressure it brought to Qianzong also became more and more intense. Tremble, Qianzong actually felt a faint tremor. This was a feeling he had not felt in a long time. Even when the martial god lord had activated his demon bloodline, his strength had not been able to give him such a feeling. It could be concluded that the first royal disciple's strength was definitely above the martial god lord's. As for the martial god lord's strength at that time, Qianzong still felt that the martial god lord was not as strong as the first royal disciple. A terrifying will roared in the fog, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The shadow became more and more intense, as if it wanted to separate the sky and the earth from the rest of the world. It was as if it wanted to form a domain of its own. Qianzong, who was in the middle of it, felt an extremely strong pressure. It felt as if everything around him was against him. He could vaguely hear a roaring sound constantly ringing in his ears, as if it was roaring in anger and wailing in pain. It attacked Qianzong's will time and time again, and its power also pulled at Qianzong time and time again, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Qianzong's expression became more and more serious. He felt that if this continued, he would not be able to hold on. Explode, the primordial heart force erupted tenfold in an instant. His sword will soared into the sky, shattering everything. It lit up the surroundings and dispelled the invasion and devouring of the shadows. A sliver of annihilation origin energy seeped out from Qianzong. Combined with his mixed yuan heart force and extremely powerful sword intent, it immediately tore open pitch-black cracks in space. Strands of the presence of annihilation seeped out and fused into the sword under the guidance of the sliver of annihilation origin energy. Pitch black, the body of the sword instantly turned pitch black, and the aura it exuded became extremely terrifying. It was as if everything in the world would be destroyed. Everything in the world returned to dust. With a slash of his sword, the pitch-black sword light tore and pierced through the shadows that were once again spreading out. It then dispersed the fog that was constantly fluctuating and spreading out. It then directly attacked the terrifying figure that was like an ancient giant beast that had been awakened within the fog. The pitch-black sword lights surged in the depths of the fog, as if they were colliding with each other. Waves of terrifying destructive waves swept out in all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong slashed the shadows with his sword and immediately escaped from the area covered by the shadows. Then, with a thought from Chenzong, streaks of sword light seemed to appear from the void and revolved around Chenzong. There were a total of 100 streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light contained a sharp sword. Each sword radiated dazzling sword light and released extremely powerful sword intent at the same time. The Scarlet Star Sword, this was the standard Chaos Saint weapon, the Scarlet Star Sword. Even if it was the most ordinary Chaos Saint weapon, it was still enough. Chenzong had spent 30 million Chaos Divine Gems to buy it. He had spent almost all the Chaos Divine Gems he had obtained. Zhongli Gingming and the others were completely stunned by the battle that had erupted in front of them. They were extremely shocked. The first Imperial disciple had been famous for a long time, so it was completely reasonable for him to have such strength. However, Chenzong's strength was so powerful that he could actually contend with the first Imperial disciple. It was simply sensational. Zhongli Gingming smiled bitterly for no reason. He had wanted to recruit Chenzong into the Celestial Sect. Now, it seemed that he had overestimated himself. It was no wonder that Chenzong had rejected him. With such strength, he was not afraid of being suppressed by the inner palace disciples. Even if the first Imperial disciple wanted to suppress him, it would not be so easy. Moreover, the first Imperial disciple had never cared about such trivial matters. Otherwise, Jing Wuxue would not have had the chance to rise. Zhongli Gingming was even more shocked when he saw the 100 Chaos Saint weapons floating around Chenzong. What kind of wealth was this? At least tens of millions of Chaos Divine Gems. With the foundation of the Zhongli clan, tens of millions of Chaos Divine Gems were indeed not a lot. However, for an individual, it was a lot. At the very least, if Zhongli Gingming wanted to take out tens of millions of Chaos Divine Gems, it would definitely hurt him. For a moment, Zhongli Gingming was even more curious about Chenzong's background. Although he had heard some information from his niece, it was not comprehensive enough. Zhongli Yu was living in the ancient Chaos City now. Of course, she knew about the real Chaos ranking. She knew that the Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong was ranked 30th on the real Chaos ranking. However, she did not know more about it. Therefore, she did not know that Chenzong had fought with Divine Sovereign Xianxia, who was ranked 10th on the real Chaos ranking. Even if she knew, she would not care too much. Only the top 3 on the real Chaos ranking were worthy of their attention. Those below the top 3 were considered ordinary in the ancient Illumination Palace. No one had expected Chenzong to be so powerful. If he had stayed in the ancient Illumination Palace for hundreds of years, entered the Yuan secret place, and listened to the preaching of a demigod, then it would be reasonable for him to be so powerful. However, all of this was out of their expectations. 100 red star swords appeared. Each red star sword emitted a terrifying sword essence that locked onto the fog through the void. At the same time, it resisted the spreading of the shadow to a certain extent. All of a sudden, the increasingly tyrannical aura paused and then retracted. The fog that was constantly spreading out shrank, and the shadow also retreated and disappeared. In just a short time, the terrifying aura calmed down and the shadow disappeared. The fog shrunk to its original state, only covering the first royal disciple. Then, the fog flew into the distance. Chenzong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After that, his expression changed as he looked towards the side, and he saw a figure flying over swiftly. The figure had an indifferent expression and gloomy gray eyes, and he seemed like a lone wolf that was walking in a desolate abyss. The second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, could it be that the first royal disciple sensed the arrival of the second royal disciple and was afraid that Jing Wuxue would join forces with him, so he retreated? Maybe that was the case, but maybe not. There might be other factors. As for the reason, only the first royal disciple knew. Chenzong did not think too much about it. He was just shocked by the strength of the first royal disciple. Very strong, there was no doubt that the first royal disciple was very powerful. Even if he was armed with an ancient god armor, the first royal disciple was very powerful. Under the circumstances of using the sword armor and the 100 swords technique, Chen Zong did not have the confidence to defeat him. He did not even have the confidence to fight him. Jing Wuxue looked at Chen Zong indifferently. Then, he stared at the 100 sword lights for a while. Then, he looked at the 3-meter square origin secret spring and turned to leave. Chen Zong could not help but smile. After Jing Wuxue left, the 100 sword lights around Chen Zong's body retracted and disappeared. Then, the ancient divine sword armor on his body turned into a silver-gray fluid and seeped into his body. It adhered to his bones like a coating. Activating the ancient god sword armor could increase one's strength, but the mixed yuan heart force would be consumed several times faster than usual. The recovery rate of the mixed yuan heart force could not keep up with the consumption rate. Therefore, Chen Zong would not use the ancient god sword armor casually. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Zhongli Gengming brought his men over with large strides, and his heart was still trembling violently. However, he was an experienced and knowledgeable person, so he quickly suppressed it and took a deep breath before bowing to Chen Zong with an extremely sincere appearance. "I just happened to come across you." Chen Zong smiled and did not take the credit. Of course, the reason he took action was because Zhongli Gengming was a good person. In addition, Zhongli Gengming and Zhongli Yu were very sincere to him. They told him a lot of information about the ancient Illumination Palace and even shared some of their experiences in the origin secret place with him. Therefore, Chen Zong had a reason to step forward. "I did not expect Brother Chen's strength to be so strong." Zhongli Gengming spoke again, revealing a bitter smile. "Previously, I overestimated myself and wanted to invite Chen Zong to join the Celestial Phenomenon sect. If he can refine this Yuan secret spring, I believe that Brother Chen's strength will improve further." "No, this origin secret spring belongs to you." Chen Zong said, "Goodbye, I have to find other origin secret springs." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light and flew away. He was so fast that Zhongli Gengming could not react in time. Zhongli Gengming opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. He did not retreat when facing the first king's disciple because he wanted to compete for this origin secret spring. But now, the origin secret spring was fought for by Chen Zong. In theory, it should belong to Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong gave it to him. Zhongli Gengming was touched and moved. "Lil Yu, quickly refine it." Zhongli Gengming sighed and said to Zhongli Yu, who was in a daze, while feeling grateful, "Hurry up and refine it, lest something unexpected happens. That would not be good, and it would waste Brother Chen's good intentions." The 3-meter square origin secret spring was useful to Chen Zong, but Chen Zong did not miss it at all. This was because this origin secret spring was first discovered by Zhongli Gengming and the others, and his purpose was to help them fight for it. This was to repay Zhongli Gengming's sincerity. Compared to some benefits, Chen Zong valued his principles more. If Zhongli Gengming did not treat him with such sincerity, of course, Chen Zong would not give up this origin secret spring so easily, even if Zhongli Gengming and the others discovered it first. Discovering it first did not mean that one could have it. Whether one could have it or not depended on one's strength. If it was someone who valued benefits more or did not have strong principles, Zhongli Gengming and the others could only leave obediently. Perhaps it was the heavens that gave up the 3-meter square origin secret spring. Not long after, Chen Zong found an even larger origin secret spring, which was 4 meters square. The 4-meter square origin secret spring was definitely the top origin secret spring in the origin secret place. The purifying power it contained was extremely shocking. Chen Zong couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. However, other than Chen Zong, there were 2 other people who discovered the origin secret spring. Chen Zong recognized the 2 people. They were the 3rd and 7th royal disciples of the inner palace of the 12 royal disciples. They were a pair of siblings. The 3rd royal disciple used a saber, while the 7th royal disciple used a sword. It was said that when the siblings worked together, their strength was extremely terrifying. Back then, Jing Wuxue had barely won. Outer palace, get lost. The 3rd royal disciple stared coldly at Chen Zong and said. The 7th royal disciple glanced at Chen Zong indifferently. He didn't put him in his eyes. "I'll take this origin mystery spring," Chen Zong said directly. His tone was light, but it contained an unquestionable determination. The third royal disciple and the seventh royal disciple were startled and looked over in surprise. "You talk big. But I advise you to get lost as far as you can." The third royal disciple sneered. "Don't think that just because you can leave a mark on the king pillar and rank 5th on the 1,000-kill tower stone tablet, you have reached the royal disciple level." The seventh royal disciple's voice was a bit sharp. "If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to waste time, do you think you would still be standing and talking?" Hearing their words, Qianzong couldn't help but laugh. They probably didn't know his strength, so they dared to say that. If they knew his strength, then it would be different. Without saying anything, Qianzong directly exploded with a shocking sword intent. It was as if an invisible heavenly sword had swept across the sky. The sword's power was extremely shocking. The third and seventh royal disciples only felt that the air seemed to be distorted. The sky also darkened. A terrifying sword's power attacked, wanting to suppress them directly. Very strong, a bit too strong. Unsheathing their saber and sword, the third and seventh royal disciples exploded with shocking saber and sword intents. These two different intents seemed to fuse together. After the fusion, their power increased greatly. They fought against the sword intent emitted by Qianzong. An invisible aura surged in the sky, shattering everything. Without any hesitation, Qianzong unleashed all of his power. Silver-gray fluid seeped out from the depths of his body. It quickly covered the surface of his body and condensed into the ancient god sword armor. His body flashed, and the heavenly sword was unsheathed. It slashed out a beam of sword light. The sword light was like a crescent moon as it slashed through the sky. The third royal disciple and the seventh royal disciple were included in the attack. The sword power from this strike immediately caused the expressions of the third and seventh royal disciple to change drastically. Skyblade Absolute Sword. The third royal disciple immediately roared and unsheathed his long blade. In an instant, he exploded with all his power and slashed out an extremely terrifying blade light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. The seventh imperial disciple also drew his sword at that moment. Sword intent filled the air, bringing with it a terrifying killing intent as he slashed out. The saber light and the sword light collided in an instant, but they did not cancel each other out. Instead, they merged into an even more dazzling light. Its power increased several times, as if covering everything. Under this terrible saber light, Qianzong felt that he was completely locked in place. No matter what he did, he could not avoid it. The sword light was shattered, and its power was like splitting bamboo. Qianzong's expression did not change as he slashed out a second time. The mixed yuan heart force exploded tenfold, and the sword was like an eternal star, an extremely terrifying explosion of power. Under this attack, a thick shadow of stars seemed to appear from an ancient time and space. It brought with it an endless power that seemed to be able to crush everything in its path. The power of this sword was extremely tyrannical. It was already one of the most tyrannical swords that Qianzong had mastered. It was extremely terrifying and overbearing. When it collided with the terrifying light of the combination of saber and sword, cracking sounds suddenly rang out. It was so clear and ear-piercing. It was not the shadow of stars that was shattered. Instead, it pushed forward and crushed the dazzling light of the combination of saber and sword. Indeed, the combination of the third and seventh royal disciples' saber and sword was very powerful. It had caused a lot of trouble for the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue. However, that was in the past, and this was now. Qianzong was very strong. After entering the secret land, his strength had increased by 30%. He was also armed with the ancient god sword armor and the mixed yuan heart force. Even the first royal disciple had to be careful. The combination of the third and seventh royal disciple was indeed very strong, but it was still incomparable to the first royal disciple. The ancient star palace crushed the third and seventh royal disciples' joint attack and pushed the two royal disciples back. It was unstoppable. The indestructible bodies of the two royal disciples were directly damaged. Cracks appeared on them, but they quickly recovered. They stared at Qianzong with an extremely serious expression. The shock in their hearts could not be concealed. How could it be? How could this person be so strong? Even Jing Wuxue did not have this kind of strength back then. Qianzong did not intend to hold back. He burst out again and slashed out. It was still 10 times the mixed yuan heart force. It could only be done when he was armed with the ancient god sword armor. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, his perfect indestructible body would not be able to withstand it. Divine Cloud, the sword light was extremely bright, as if it had stolen all the light in the world. It fell directly into the darkness, and only the sword light was extremely dazzling. It was too bright and too strong. They could not dodge it. They only felt an unparalleled sharpness cut through the sky and cut their bodies in half like a hot knife through butter. After the sword cut them in half, the terrifying sword chi continued to wreak havoc in their bodies, crazily consuming their strength. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. Retreat, they did not hesitate. As the two most outstanding palace disciples in the ancient illumination hall, although they were shocked and could not accept it, they were rational enough to realize that their opponent was extremely powerful. They could not fight against him even if they worked together. If they continued to stay, although they would not be killed, they would definitely be attacked again and again until they lost the ability to resist. The third and seventh royal disciple sensibly retreated. Chenzong did not intend to chase after them. Instead, he took a step forward and turned into a sword light, rushing toward the 4-meter square origin secret spring. He did not immediately remove the ancient god sword armor. Although the mixed yuan heart force was consumed several times faster, as long as there was no battle, it could still be equipped for a long time. This was to prevent the two royal disciples from attacking again. After a while, there was no movement. Chenzong put away the ancient god sword armor. Even if he encountered any danger, he could activate the ancient god sword armor immediately. Moreover, with Chenzong's strength, even the first royal disciple would not be able to defeat Chenzong in an instant. The 4-meter square origin secret spring contained very rich purifying power. Chenzong continued to absorb and refine it, fusing it with the mixed yuan heart force, making it purer and more vigorous. This time, the refining took a little longer. During this time, other palace disciples came, but they were all scattered by Chenzong. They were deterred by the sword chi that he emitted and did not dare to come close at all. They could only retreat with great reluctance. When Chenzong completely absorbed and refined the Yuan mystery spring, he involuntarily revealed a smile on his face. Sure enough, the effect of this origin secret spring was very good, better than the previous 3. His mixed Yuan heart force had become much purer, and it had significantly improved his overall strength. An increase of 20%, in other words, compared to when he had just entered the origin secret land, his strength had increased by 50%. A 50% increase in strength was shocking. Feeling the extremely pure mixed Yuan heart force in his body, Chenzong wanted to fight with the first royal disciple again. He wanted to fight with his full strength without holding back. Before the battle was over, the first royal disciple had taken the initiative to retreat for some reason. If it was because of the arrival of the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, and he was worried that Jing Wuxue would attack, it did not seem to be the case. The first royal disciple gave Chenzong the feeling that he was not someone who was worried or afraid. So, why did he take the initiative to retreat? He was not sure, but Chenzong was sure of one thing. The first royal disciple was very strong and terrifying. At least, even if he used the 100 swords technique, he was not confident that he could defeat him. As for now, even if his strength had increased by 20%, Chenzong was not confident that he could defeat the first royal disciple. Not to mention defeating him, even a draw was hard to say. Thinking about this, Chenzong could not help but smile. This was even more interesting. A strong cultivator, a person who seemed to be even stronger than him, could stimulate his potential even further. Sometimes, when a person stood at a high place, he did not know how to continue climbing, because there was no road ahead. However, when he saw someone standing at a higher place, he knew that he could continue climbing, as long as he found a way. Chenzong was thinking, while continuing to search for the origin secret springs. Every time the Yuan secret place opened, there would not be many Yuan secret springs. There were more than 700 palace disciples, but less than 10% of them were able to find a single Yuan secret spring. Of course, some palace disciples were only able to find one, and it was only 1 meter square, which was already very good. However, some palace disciples were able to find multiple origin secret springs, such as Qianzong, Jing Wuxue, and the first royal disciple. Of course, there were also a large number of palace disciples who were very unlucky and did not find any origin secret springs. Some did not find any in 7 days, and some did find some, but could not compete with others because they were not strong enough. In any case, 7 days had finally passed, and more than 700 palace disciples had left the origin secret land. Those palace disciples who had found origin secret springs had gained something. Their cultivation had become pure, and their strength had also increased. As for those who did not find any origin secret springs, there was an indescribable sadness in their hearts, but they could only accept it and comfort themselves. Qianzong walked out of the origin secret land and let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had found 4 origin secret springs and obtained them, but his luck was not good. He only found 1 origin secret spring, which could be said to have little effect on him. In other words, in these 7 days, his strength had increased by a little more than 50%. However, thinking about it, in just 7 days, his strength had increased by a little more than 50%. What an amazing increase! Who knew how many people would be envious of him? After all, at his current level of strength, every 10% increase was extremely difficult. The days in the ancient illumination palace could be said to be very boring. Every day, they would cultivate and comprehend. Occasionally, they would have small gatherings with other palace disciples to exchange pointers. However, for outstanding cultivators, being able to endure loneliness was a necessary quality. After coming out of the origin secret land, those palace disciples who had obtained the origin secret spring all entered the 1,000 Kills Tower to test their strength. Of course, they also wanted to test how many levels they could reach in the 1,000 Kills Tower. They wanted to see if they could improve or not. Qianzong also went to test and easily reached the 8th level. The 8th level's difficulty increased sharply, giving him a lot of pressure. But this time, with a 50% increase in strength, Qianzong broke the previous limit, passing the 6th wave and entering the 7th wave. However, the 7th wave was even more difficult, and Qianzong finally barely passed it. When he reached the 8th wave, he was unable to pass it and was defeated in the 8th wave. It seemed that even with the 50% increase in strength, he still couldn't pass the 8th level and enter the 9th level, stopping at the 8th wave. He was only one enemy away from reaching the 9th wave. Of course, Qianzong still didn't activate the ancient god sword armor. Although he didn't reach the 9th wave, his ranking on the 1,000 Kills Tower stone tablet directly rushed to the 3rd place. The 2nd place was still Jing Wuxue, and the 1st place was still the first palace disciple, Bai Yi. As for the eternal path, Qianzong entered it again. Just like last time, the sword pressure was extremely tyrannical, making it difficult for him to advance. He couldn't step into the 2nd stage at all. It seemed that his guess was correct. Since that was the case, Qianzong gave up on the eternal path. He didn't lose anything. To prove his strength, there was no need for that because everything that happened in the origin secret land made everyone know that Qianzong was very strong. The 4th royal disciple had been forced back, and the 3rd and 7th royal disciples had also been forced back. Qianzong was able to fight against the 1st royal disciple without losing. No matter which one it was enough to show that Qianzong was very strong. He was a supreme expert. As a result, the original 12 palace disciples also changed, becoming the 13 palace disciples. Qianzong was ranked 3rd, only behind the 1st palace disciple Bai Yi and the 2nd palace disciple Jing Wuxue. Qianzong didn't care about the rankings. That was enough. The title of the 3rd palace disciple didn't just give Qianzong fame, but also a kind of deterrence. After that, no palace disciple dared to find trouble with Qianzong. The 1st palace disciple, he couldn't count on him. He had always ignored the disputes between the inner and outer palace. As for counting on the 2nd palace disciple to deal with Qianzong, it was even impossible. The 2nd palace disciple was the 2nd palace disciple of the outer palace disciple. And the 4th palace disciple. S2. That's why it was said that disputes, factions, and conflicts were all because one didn't have enough strength. When one's strength was strong enough to suppress others and make them unable to resist, any disputes, factions, and conflicts would be defeated. they would dissipate like smoke blown by a strong wind. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Taihao Mountain was peaceful. Everything was moving according to the normal path, slowly developing. However, it still needed a lot of time to develop. Fortunately, Chenzong's incarnation was present. There were also experts like the 100-Sword God and the 5 Ultimate Sword God. Yun Yanxin, Sword Saint Wu Sha, Wang Yi, and other true saints. The safety of Taihao Mountain was guaranteed. In the Illumination Ancient Palace, Chenzong spent the past few years peacefully. Normally, he would cultivate and comprehend. From time to time, he would go to the Thousand Kills Pagoda. After all, the battles in the Thousand Kills Pagoda were quite good. As for the Eternal Path, he had completely given up on it. There was no need to go to the Tao King Pillar anymore. After a few years, Chenzong's strength did not improve significantly. It could even be said that there was no improvement. It could only be said that his combat ability had improved. As a result, he entered the 9th wave of the 8th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda. However, he stopped at the 9th wave. Similarly, Chenzong's ranking remained at 3rd place and did not advance any further. There was still no news of the demonic universe epic fragment opening. But on this day, Chenzong received a piece of news. It was a piece of news that surprised and delighted him. In the near future, a demigod would come to preach the Tao. As for when this near future would be? How long until now? He had no idea. It was already good enough that he could come. As for when he would come, it would depend on that demigod. It was even possible that the news would disappear as it spread. After the excitement, he waited. A few months later, the so-called demigod who was going to preach the Tao did not appear, causing Chenzong's eager heart to gradually cool down. "You'll get used to it," Zhongling said. He had been in the ancient Illumination Palace for hundreds of years and had heard of demigods preaching the Tao 6 or 7 times. However, it had only happened twice. In hundreds of years, there had only been 2 demigods preaching the Tao. The other few times had been passed down and left unsettled. A few months passed, and then a year passed. The so-called demigod who was going to preach the Tao still did not appear. Chenzong also knew that time was not so important to demigods because their lifespan was almost endless. Under certain conditions, they could even cross the universe epoch. Although they were not as powerful as the primordial evil god, they were still tyrannical existences that could not be erased by time. For such existences, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, or even 100 years were nothing at all. It was basically certain that the current demigods of the chaotic universe had all survived from the ancient universe epoch. None of the living beings born in the chaotic universe had been able to break through the true saint realm to become a demigod. Fortunately, this time, the demigod did not stand them up. 3 years after the news spread, he really came. Excited, the 700-plus palace disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace were all excited. It was a rare opportunity for a demigod to preach the Tao. This opportunity was no worse than entering the Yuan secret place. Unfortunately, the demigod's preaching was not like the Yuan secret place where everyone was qualified to enter. This was because there were limited seats in the Law Development Hall. The Law Development Hall was located in a corner of the ancient Illumination Palace. Usually, no one would go there because it would not open. It would only open when the demigod came to preach. Outside the Law Development Hall, many people had already gathered. They were all palace disciples from the outer and inner palace. They were all waiting for the Law Development Hall to open to see if they could snatch a seat. Then, the 12 royal disciples. No, the 13 royal disciples arrived one after another. There was no doubt that the 13 royal disciples would be able to get a seat directly. As for the rest, only a few were qualified to get a seat directly because they were strong enough. They were second only to the 13 royal disciples. Chenzong's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. The third royal disciple, this was the new third royal disciple. He received more attention than the others. Only the first royal disciple took away this attention. It was obvious that the first royal disciple had a lot of influence in the ancient Illumination Palace. Chenzong also keenly felt that there was a gaze staring at him. It was the gaze of the first king's disciple. However, the first king's disciple was surrounded by layers of fog that rippled continuously. It was as if the fog had isolated him from everything. Qianzong was unable to see through the layers of fog to see the figure within. They continued to wait. They waited for half a day before the Law Development Hall's door opened. In an instant, everyone became excited. Previously, they were very nervous because they could be told that the demigod would not be coming to preach at any time. Even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do because they were not qualified to be angry at a demigod. After all, the demigod's preaching in the ancient illumination palace was not compulsory. It was a spontaneous act by the demigods to take care of the juniors and guide them. It meant that the demigods were not obligated to preach. Now that the door to the Dharma Development Hall was open, it meant that they were really coming. A demigod was really coming to give a lecture. Come in. When the door to the Law Development Hall opened, an ethereal voice immediately sounded from within the hall. The sound was fleeting, as if it came from all directions. It was very subtle as the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. However, it was incomparably clear, so clear that it entered everyone's ears. They couldn't help but be attracted to it, focusing all of their attention to listen. Without a doubt, the first to step into the Law Development Hall was the first royal disciple, Bai Yi. No matter how excited the others were, they did not rush to enter first. Next was the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, followed by the third royal disciple, Qianzong. They entered in order, one after the other. There were 13 of them in total. They were the 13 royal disciples. After the 13 royal disciples entered, the other royal disciples began to compete. They rushed into the Law Development Hall one by one, fighting for a spot. Whoever could enter the Law Development Hall next would have the qualifications to get a spot. The competition was very intense. Everyone fought for a spot. No one wanted to give it to anyone because the number of spots in the Law Development Hall was very limited. There were only 108 spots. This meant that only 108 people could enter and listen to the demigod's lecture. As for those who could not enter, they could only wait outside the Law Development Hall. Of course, they could still listen, but the effect was not as good as inside the Law Development Hall. Fighting was not allowed in the Law Development Hall. It was disrespectful to the demigods. They could only gather outside the Law Development Hall. Some people rushed to the entrance of the Law Development Hall. Just as they were about to enter, they were immediately stopped by others. However, there were still some stronger people who exploded with astonishing power and forced their way in. A figure was mixed in with the crowd. He was constantly shifting his body. It seemed like he was dodging, but also looking for an opportunity. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he directly burst out with an astonishing speed. His body twisted and turned in the air like lightning. He seized a fleeting opportunity and directly rushed into the Law Development Hall. As long as he could break through the crowd and enter the Law Development Hall, he would be able to get a spot. The Dharma Development Hall was very wide, very large, and very spacious. It was almost empty, except for the praying mats. There were a total of 108 praying mats floating on the ground like lotus leaves. They were about a few meters above the ground, and the shadows of the lotus leaf-like praying mats could be seen below. They were like real lotus leaves growing on a calm blue water surface, gently swaying. Silently, there was an indescribable profound aura that suffused out from every single lotus leaf praying mat, and it lingered within the spacious Dharma Development Hall, causing the minds of those that entered to instantly calm down. No matter how happy they were, they wouldn't reveal any obvious fluctuations in their emotions, and their minds became even calmer and clearer. It was Qianzong's first time here, so he was very surprised. It was indeed extraordinary. But, where was the demigod? The voice just now clearly came from the Dharma Development Hall. However, if the demigod did not want to be seen, it would be difficult to find him unless he was also a demigod. The lotus leaf praying mats of the 13 royal disciples were naturally the most central and most front seats. That was the best position. After taking their seats, the other palace disciples who had barged in took their seats one by one. After a while, the competition outside ended. The 108 lotus leaf praying mats were filled with people. There were 108 palace disciples in total. The door of the Dharma Development Hall was not closed, so the other palace disciples who could not enter could only stand outside. This was also a benefit. The 108 palace disciples inside were eating meat, so the palace disciples outside should have some soup and water to drink. Sitting on the lotus leaf praying mat, Qianzong felt a special aura spread all over his body. It was a refreshing aura that spread throughout his body, making him feel comfortable. His whole body relaxed, but it did not collapse. Instead, it was nourished by the aura. It was very wonderful. It felt like the purifying aura of the Yuan secret land, but it was not the same. The refreshing aura lingered in his body, as if it dispelled all fatigue. It was like a person who had experienced hardship soaking in a hot spring, removing his fatigue and recovering his vitality. At the same time, there was also a trace of tranquility in the air, which calmed Qianzong's mind. His thoughts became clearer and clearer, and his originally amazing comprehension ability was obviously enhanced. From time to time, a flash of understanding flashed through his mind. If he could sit on such a lotus leaf praying mat and cultivate for a long time, the effect would definitely be several times better than before. Unfortunately, this was the benefit of the ancient Illumination Palace. The ancient Illumination dynasty had spent a lot of resources to create it, so it was only used in a few places, such as the ancient Illumination Palace. Privately acquired, perhaps it was possible, but it was very, very difficult. For now, it was better not to think too much. He sat on the lotus leaf futon and continued to wait. This wait lasted for a few days. Many fragments of inspiration flashed through Qianzong's mind until the demigod appeared. The demigod seemed to be an illusion. It seemed to be shrouded in wisps of light mist, making it difficult for people to see it clearly. The figure was blurry and fluctuating, as if it was not in this world. There was an indescribable profoundness to it. However, this profoundness was too profound. It was so profound that Qianzong and the other palace disciples could not understand it. Naturally, they could not comprehend anything. "Greetings, Venerable One." The palace disciples all stood up and bowed. The demigod was also known as the demigod sovereign. It was the sovereign. Normally, it was called the Venerable One. Of course, there were also some rogue cultivators or experts from some forces who called it the Venerable One. It was a very simple title, and it was different from the Venerable One of the demigod sovereigns. No need for formalities. Sit down. The voice of the demigod sounded. It was as if it had crossed through layers of time and space. It had a fleeting feeling. As soon as it appeared, it immediately filled the Law Development Hall and reverberated endlessly. Today, I will talk about all things. This demigod was very direct. Of course, almost every demigod who came to preach was like this. They were no longer on the same level as the true sage realm. They would not joke with the true sage realm at all. It was already very good for them to come over and preach the Tao to you. As for getting close, that was too much. Without special circumstances, it was impossible to get close to a demigod. Heaven and earth, all things could be taught. It contained profound knowledge. The demigod's understanding of all things in heaven and earth was deeper than that of the true saint realm. Even if they did not focus on it, they still had some knowledge. Just a little knowledge was more profound than that of the true saint realm. All things are born in the stars, the world, and even the void. It includes everything. The fleeting voice sounded again with a strange rhythm. It was fast and slow, and it seemed to contain an indescribable attraction. It directly grabbed the hearts of the people and made them immerse themselves in it. They listened carefully and were immersed in it. The lotus leaf praying mat they were sitting on also seemed to be affected. It trembled slightly, and there seemed to be an indescribable mystery spreading out. As the aura lingered, the 108 palace disciples were unknowingly immersed in it, listening to the demigod talk about the mystery of all things. It changed. As the demigod talked about all things, the inside of the Law Development Hall changed. The space seemed to be constantly extending, turning into a boundless world. All things were originally inseparable from heaven and earth. To talk about all things, it would naturally be connected to heaven and earth. To talk about heaven and earth, it would naturally extend to all things. Heaven and earth and all things depended on each other. However, when talking about heaven and earth, all things were just incidental. When talking about all things, heaven and earth were just incidental. There was a distinction between primary and secondary. the boundless world appeared before everyone's eyes and hearts. Soon after, strands of cloud began to condense in the sky, turning into drifting white clouds. There was the faint rumbling of thunder. It was extremely oppressive, as if it came from beyond the heavens. Subsequently, the drifting white clouds began to turn pitch black as if they had been injected with ink. It rapidly spread, and the originally pure white clouds had all turned into dark clouds. The white clouds were pure and light, making everyone feel relaxed and happy from the bottom of their hearts. On the other hand, the dark clouds were the opposite, giving off a heavy and oppressive feeling, as if the sky was about to collapse. It became incomparably oppressive, making people feel suffocated. In front of this change, all the palace disciples felt as if they had become ordinary people. They were so powerless and could not resist. However, this change would not really hurt them. When the dark clouds were extremely dense, there was a dull rumble of thunder that seemed to explode directly in their ears. It was so loud that everyone's eardrums seemed to be about to burst. Their heads buzzed, and they felt dizzy as if they were about to lose consciousness. Pieces of obscure light flickered in the dark clouds. It was the light of countless bolts of lightning that surged and flashed within. The imposing might of heaven and earth was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was the might of heaven and earth that was derived from the demigod's preaching. It was the might of heaven and earth above the true saint realm, but it was not the true demigod realm. If it reached the true demigod realm, then true saints would not be able to comprehend anything. They would only be able to comprehend something between the true saint realm and the demigod realm, which was a level higher than the true saint realm. This way, true saints would be able to comprehend something from it. However, because of the difference in levels, ordinary true saints would be confused when they heard it. They would feel that it was very powerful, but they would not be able to comprehend anything. Only the top true saints would have hope. The lotus leaf futon further strengthened their comprehension, allowing them to better comprehend the mysteries within. The dark clouds surged, and the lightning was vast. Immediately, the first bean-sized raindrop dripped from the increasingly heavy and oppressive dark clouds. The second drop, the third drop, bean-sized raindrops dripped from the dark clouds one after another as if they were being squeezed out. Each raindrop seemed to have a light shadow, or rather, a reflection, containing an indescribable mystery. A raindrop dripped on Xianxia's face and shattered with a bang. It turned into countless fine raindrops that splashed out. When they swept past Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia was stunned. His eyes unconsciously shot out a bright light. The splashing raindrops contained countless images. There was the sky, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, the forest, the grass, the flowers, the birds, the fish, the beasts, the insects, and so on. It seemed to contain everything. With a boom, it was as if his consciousness had exploded. His entire consciousness seemed to have exploded into countless fragments and merged into the countless raindrops. In an instant, Xianxia only felt that he had changed. It was as if he had become a wisp of cloud in the sky, floating freely in the sky without restraint. He slowly absorbed other clouds and slowly grew bigger. Finally, he became a white cloud and continued to float in the sky. When the wind blew, the white cloud was blown away aimlessly and changed into various shapes under the blowing of the wind. In the sky, a bird spread its wings and suddenly flapped them. With a strong flapping sound, it flew out like an arrow from a bow. It flew freely in the sky, rushed against the strong wind, and fought against the heaven and earth. It flew out of the land and into the sea, and then rushed against the monstrous waves and was submerged under the huge waves. On the earth, a tender shoot stubbornly drilled out of the dark soil. It was so green and so delicate that it seemed like it would break at any time. Before it could grow, an insect passed by and seemed to smell the fresh fragrance of the tender shoot. It directly opened its sawtooth mouthpiece and mercilessly bit at the tender shoot, eating it bite by bite. The river water was clear, and a wave of ripples suddenly spread out like ripples. One could vaguely see a touch of black. It was a fish, a ferocious black fish that chased after its prey under the river. It displayed a unique predator's stance as it chased after a school of small fish. Then, it opened its mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and swallowed the prey bite by bite. Xianxia felt as if he had transformed into countless beasts and insects. There were living and inanimate things, moving and immobile things. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Moreover, it was very clear. This was because wholehearted Hunyuan realm played a great role in this situation. It made Qinzong feel as if he had truly transformed into countless people and experienced countless mysteries. End of chapter 32:25. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.